Lamia assures herself that her sole purpose in returning to life is to fulfill her grand ideals. As for the consumption of blood, it is merely for survival. One can only blame the alluring essence of their wizardry. Regarding why food incessantly clings to her, Lamia quips, it's a manifestation of masochism. Many years hence, the wizarding world flourishes in harmony. Why have you consumed so little today? Have you been indulging elsewhere? A handsome, blue-eyed gentleman caresses her swollen belly. I swear I have not. Then how is your belly so distended? Perhaps a little riddle resides within. Chapter 1. Regicide. The moonlight gently envelopes the ancient black forest like a silken veil. A majestic yet ominous castle silently looms, as if it has risen from the abyss of time. Lamia Nocturne strides into this fortress belonging to the ancient purebloods, clad in black boots. Father, today marks your 1000th birthday, and your kind-hearted youngest daughter has brought you a grand gift. Lamia's silvery locks are casually tied back with a deep crimson ribbon, and a sweet smile graces her lips. Ah, it is Lamia, come forth, calls the esteemed patriarch of the Nocturne family. Braden Nocturne gazes lovingly upon his astute and charming youngest daughter. Lamia, you are far too benevolent for a bloodline. Is that so, father? Lamia maintains her sweet smile, yet her hand, like a steel blade, plunges deeply into Braden's chest, extracting a heart that no longer beats. This is the grand gift I present to you. I shall offer your heart to the mightiest ancestor of the Nocturne lineage and attain the great legacy of the bloodline. Under my leadership, the Nocturne family will conquer the realm of humanity and establish a kingdom of blood. Lamia's crimson eyes brim with ambition. As for you, weak patriarch, are you pleased with my gift? In the moment Braden loses his heart, his skin ages rapidly. He gazes in disbelief at the daughter he once cherished. Why? Why? Lamia scoffs with a taunting smile. Because only I can restore the bloodline to its former glory. She stands domineeringly upon Braden's head. Thus, father, I must implore you to perish. Clutching the frigid heart in her hand, she halts before a pitch-black coffin. Esteemed ancestor of the Nocturne, I sacrifice the heart of the 58th generation pure-blood Nocturne to you. Please bestow upon me the greatest legacy of our bloodline. Lamia kneels, her silvery hair cascading to the ground, the crimson ribbon quietly falling away. You are unworthy. A frigid, aged voice emanates from the coffin, followed by a surge of lethal energy. Lamia is struck at the heart. As consciousness fades, she catches sight of the fallen crimson ribbon upon the ground. Binding host detected. The savior system has been activated. Lamia was awakened by a blinding brilliance. She has awakened. Come quickly. Two little ones gathered around her, and upon catching sight of the humans, she instinctively adorned her face with a kind and innocent smile. Greetings, I am Lamia. The children were captivated by Lamia's enchanting smile, and the chubby boy at the forefront blushed. I am Dolly, and this is my cousin Harry. He pulled the timid boy, who was cowering behind him, forward. Harry's beautiful green eyes fixated on Lamia, his cheeks tinged with pink. Lamia detected a peculiar scent emanating from him, indescribable in nature, yet it stirred an intense hunger within her, causing her sharp fangs to involuntarily protrude. She forcefully suppressed this yearning and rose to her feet, inquiring, "Where am I?" Glancing down, she realized her form had diminished. She appeared to be merely 8 years old. "This is Privet Drive. We spotted you by the roadside," Dolly answered, his face flushed. "Did you save me?" "Thank you," Lamia replied, lifting the hem of her skirt and performing a perfect noble curtsy towards Dolly. "Oh no, please don't mention it." Dolly's face turned even redder as he awkwardly pushed Harry forward, hoping to shield his crimson visage, though Harry's cheeks were even more flushed. "Dolly dear, come home quickly." A middle-aged woman in an apron stood at the entrance across the street. "My mother is calling me. I must take my leave." "Until tomorrow," Dolly said, firmly dragging the dazed Harry along, shyly offering her a smile. Lamia maintained her smile as she watched them depart, waiting until she was certain no one was nearby before retreating into a corner. She attempted to summon the bloodline powers within her, but only a faint flicker of flame emerged from her fingertips. How is this possible? Lamia repeated her attempts in disbelief, her eyes widening in astonishment at the consistent outcome. Host, your bloodline power has been replaced by magical energy. This is a normal phenomenon as you have regressed in age. Who is speaking? Lamya's lips moved slightly, a warning bell ringing in her mind, though her expression remained impassive, while the palm hidden behind her back shimmered with a faint glow. It is I, the savior system, residing within your soul. You were on the brink of utter obliteration, and it was I who rescued you. What is your purpose? Lamya recalled hearing the emotionless voice earlier, her vigilance slightly easing as she withdrew her magical energy. Host, I require your assistance in completing a task, to save the characters from this book who are left in turmoil by the readers. A book? What do you mean? Host, you have entered the world of Harry Potter. I will assign you tasks, and upon successfully completing the rescue mission, you will return to your original world to fulfill your unfinished business. Lamya did not fully trust this so-called system, yet had no alternative. She needed to return. I will temporarily place my faith in you. Tell me the first task. Lamya quickly adjusted her mindset. Rescue Task 1. The Potter couple. The timeline is currently being altered. Target. October 30th, 1981. Lamya felt her body elongate, a surge of power flooding through her, and a wave of dizziness washed over her as she found herself before a brightly lit house. Host, the rescue target is inside the house. They are to be murdered by a noseless dark wizard tomorrow. That is manageable. I shall simply eliminate the dark wizard. With a thought, a blazing red flame danced at her fingertips. After confirming her plan, Lamya did not storm into the house, but instead positioned herself along the path leading to it. She required no sustenance. Whenever hunger struck, she would casually dispatch a rabbit or a wild fowl, as it was not human blood, and the taste was equally unpalatable. Host, the time has come. He is about to arrive. No sooner had the system's voice faded than countless shadowy figures drifted through the air, obscuring the heavens. Leading them was a hooded wizard, his skin pale as parchment, nearly translucent, as if he had not seen sunlight in ages, exuding a sickly whiteness. Most striking were his eyes, resembling serpentine slits. Lamya took the initiative, for as a pure-blood vampire, no creature could instill fear within her. She unleashed a torrent of crimson fireballs, raining down upon Voldemort. To his surprise, he had not anticipated an ambush, and, as he waved his wand, the fireballs vanished in an instant. He then gestured for his Death Eaters to halt, exclaiming, "Avada Kedavra!" A dark green beam erupted from his wand, hurtling straight toward Lamya. Unfazed, Lamya unleashed a dark red glow from her fingertips, forming a pillar of flame that collided with the green beam, illuminating the dim sky as if it were day. The two were violently thrown down by the residual shockwave, with Voldemort suffering the greater impact, plummeting directly from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Lamya unleashed a faint red pillar of fire aimed at the descending Voldemort. Caught off guard, he was struck and succumbed to unconsciousness, while Lamya, having exhausted her magical energy, collapsed to the ground. Unbeknownst to her, at the very moment Voldemort fell into unconsciousness, fragmented shards of his soul, rendered broken and excessively divided, detached from his being and plummeted deep into the essence of Lamya's soul. Mission failed. Host has lost self-awareness, forcibly retrieved. The system delivered its verdict with an utter lack of emotion. Chapter 2. The Waller Orphanage. Lamya awakened once more, discovering herself within the dilapidated confines of the Waller Orphanage, nestled in a remote suburb of London. System. What is the outcome of the mission? Lamya rose to survey her surroundings within the orphanage. The mission has failed, regrettably. The host was unable to alter the fate of the Potters. However, do not despair, for further opportunities await. How is that possible? He must be dead. Lamya strained to recall. I am certain my final blow struck him. I apologize, host. Voldemort possesses Horcruxes, allowing for his resurrection. Why was I not informed beforehand? Lamya suppressed her rising anger. The host lost consciousness. To prevent the host's demise, the system was compelled to bring you back. Never one to display anger. Lamya now felt an overwhelming impulse to express her emotions. Then what is the current situation? Her upbringing and noble etiquette reigned in her composure, and Lamya steadied herself. Host. Traversing timelines is perilous, thus I have returned you to 1988 and placed you in this orphanage. The ensuing narrative is for the host to explore on her own. Lamya approached the lakeside, utilizing the reflection in the water to gain clarity on her present appearance. Her silver hair, now reduced to waist length with her diminutive age, resembled frost melting under the moonlight, delicate and lustrous, cascading gently over her exquisite shoulders, complementing her swan-like neck. The silver-haired maiden donned a deep crimson silk gown, the neckline and cuffs adorned with intricate golden lace, akin to finely woven floral patterns, adding an air of opulence and elegance to the vibrant red. "Oh dear, sweetheart. Come here quickly, don't stand so close." An anxious voice called from behind Lamya. She turned to see a middle-aged woman, misinterpreting the situation, gazing at her with a soothing expression. "Good day, esteemed lady. I am Lamya Nocturne." She curtsied politely, her manners impeccable. "Sweetheart, how did you end up here?" The woman embraced Lamya tightly, leading her away from the lake to an open area. "My mother abandoned me, and my father is dead." Tears streamed from her exquisite, ruby-like eyes. "Madam, may I stay here?" The girl's eyes brimmed with pleading, her cherubic face stained with tears. Shauna's heart nearly melted. She could scarcely believe that anyone would forsake such a beautiful and endearing child. "Oh, poor darling, do not fret, for God permits you to remain here." She made the sign of the cross before her chest. "I am the headmistress here, may God bless you." "Really? Headmistress?" Lamya trembled as she wiped away her tears, breaking into a radiant smile. "Thank you for taking me in." She affectionately wrapped her arms around Shauna's neck. "Oh, look at how polite you are. Far superior to those mischievous rascals." Shauna gently embraced Lamya. "Let me take you to have something to eat." Lamya was seated at a low table, upon which lay a plate of beans and chicken. "Darling, eat up." Shauna pressed her thumb gently against Lamya's small hand resting on her lap. Lamya fought against her nausea, shoveling the food into her mouth. How pitiful. The poor little thing must have gone long without sustenance. Shauna dabbed at her reddened eyes with a handkerchief. Almost the moment Shauna departed, Lamya dashed to a secluded corner to vomit, the foul taste overwhelming her senses. As a pure-blooded vampire, human food was the most distasteful to them, particularly filthy meat. Come evening, Lamya lay in her small bed, Shauna vigilantly watching over her. "Sleep now, sweetheart. I will remain by your side." Shauna gently caressed Lamya's silver hair. Lamya was compelled to alter her nature, forcing herself into slumber. Miraculously, she fell asleep, aided by her extraordinary self-control. In her dreams, she found herself at the entrance of the Waller orphanage, where a heavily pregnant woman was pleading for help. She stood by, observing coldly. Humans, she would not save. However, a crowd gathered, carrying the woman into a room. After an indeterminate time, the wailing of a newborn echoed from within. Lamya, intrigued, approached, unaware that human infants emerged from their mothers like parasites. She paused before the infant, who was diminutive, eyes tightly shut despite its cries. "How noisy." Lamya frowned in irritation. The baby seemed to heed her, ceasing its cries, though its tiny hands continued to grasp at the air. Lamya placed her finger into the infant's hand. It was soft and warm, a sensation that fascinated her further, for their kind was cold from birth. The occupants of the room busied themselves with the woman, oblivious to the newborn and Lamya. Curiosity piqued. She wondered how such a frail infant could survive without maternal care. Yet, before she could comprehend, she was pulled away from the dream. Lamya quickly dismissed the question from her mind, as hunger gnawed at her. She sat up, realizing Shauna had departed at some point, leaving her alone. Pressing her flat stomach, Lamya recognized her energy, or rather her magic, could sustain her for only 10 days without nourishment. Having consumed only animal blood since her arrival in this realm, it was insufficient. Her body craved the sustenance of human blood. With a thought, her form contracted, transforming into a bat. She flapped her wings, following the memory of direction to the boy's sleeping quarters. She alighted on the ground, reverting to her human shape, sifting through the room until she selected a plump boy, seemingly rich in blood. She seized him and began to exit. Startled, the boy awoke, about to scream, but Lamya exhaled gently toward him, and he slipped back into a deep slumber. After a while, Lamya contentedly tossed the pale boy back onto his bed before returning to her own room, where Shauna was anxiously searching for her. "Sweetheart, where have you been? You must be freezing. Come back and sleep." Lamya flashed her a sweet smile before obediently lying down. Shauna covered Lamya with thick blankets. "Don't wander off again. I went to fetch you a blanket, and when I returned, you were nowhere to be found. I was worried." Lamya nodded in compliance, closing her eyes. Thus, Lamya remained in the orphanage until she reached the age of 11, during which time she did not disguise her true self, leading the other children to cover their necks and flee in terror upon seeing her. Chapter 3. Farewell, Harry. On this day, Lamya, as was her routine, poured the meal prepared by Shauna into the plump boy's bowl. "Eat well, for I shall come to find you tonight." Under Lamya's watchful gaze, the boy begrudgingly scooped the food, afraid to utter a word. That night, after Shauna had fallen asleep, Lamya prepared once more to transform into a bat to execute her plan of feeding. At that moment, she noticed a figure near the window. "Good evening, child." He possessed silver hair akin to her own and wore a purple moon-embroidered nightgown, his azure eyes blinking apologetically. "I regret intruding upon your sweet dreams." He approached Lamya, extending his hand, palm cradling a handful of brown candies. "Would you care for a piece of candied orange peel? Muggle treats are always exceptionally delightful." "No, thank you, sir." "As a stranger, your intrusion into a young girl's room at this hour seems rather inappropriate," Lamya replied, harboring no fondness for this elder who appeared capable of seeing through her very soul. "Look at me," the old man said, patting his head. "I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, and you are about to embark on your studies there." Dumbledore smiled kindly. "I beg your pardon, sir, but as the headmaster, do you inspect each student personally? Your time must be quite abundant," Lamya retorted, her words laced with sharpness. "My dear child, I am not here to evaluate you. Rather, this place feels oddly familiar to me." Dumbledore's azure eyes sparkled with light. "You are quite special, sir, if I may be so bold. You are indeed rather disingenuous." Lamya turned to leave. "Wait, child," he called out hastily. "I simply wish to inquire if you have ever had peculiar experiences, perhaps conversing with snakes?" "Alas, no. And I believe such questions are better directed at a serpent rather than your future student," Lamya calmly replied as she reclined back onto her bed. Dumbledore chose not to linger, and Lamya surmised he might be headed to the kitchen, a smirk of derision playing on her lips. Her plans remained unfulfilled, as Shauna suddenly awakened, leaving her to endure the pangs of hunger through the night. In her dreams, she found herself back in the orphanage, but this time, she discovered that the baby had grown, now appearing nearly her age, albeit gaunt, his sharp face accentuating his large eyes. Upon spotting Lamya standing outside the door, he ignored her. Lamya raised an eyebrow and approached. "You recognize me," she asserted. "I am Lamya Nocturne. And you are?" It was rare for her to take an interest in a lowly human, yet she sensed a kindred spirit within him. "Tom Riddle," the boy replied before turning away, leaving Lamya behind. Undeterred, she followed him and sat beside him. "Where have you seen me before?" Tom's deep blue eyes locked onto Lamya's. "When I was still a baby," he stated, seemingly not expecting her to believe him, as he resumed flipping through the book in his lap. "Look, a freak now has a white-haired monster beside her." A cacophony of boys erupted behind them, approaching Lamya and Tom, seizing Tom's book. Freaks read freakish books. The tallest among them tore Tom's book apart and cast the pages to the ground. Tom remained unperturbed, as if accustomed to such treatment. He bent down to collect the torn pages when Lamya halted him. "Wait." With a flick of her finger, flames erupted, causing the boys to shriek and writhe on the ground, their hair singed and charred. "They're quite a mess, aren't they?" Lamya glanced at Tom. "Mind your own business," he retorted, casting a glance at her. His deep blue eyes were still, devoid of any ripple. Lamya awoke in a fit of anger, feeling utterly ungrateful. She pounded her fist against the bed in frustration. The following day, two unusual visitors arrived at the orphanage. A giant, holding the hand of a disheveled black-haired boy, stood before her. The giant's face was obscured by a tangle of curly beard, rendering his features nearly invisible. The boy beside him was frail, not resembling an 11-year-old at all, his prominent nose adorned with broken glasses. Behind the lenses, a pair of striking green eyes stared intently at Lamya. Shauna immediately assessed the situation, concluding that the poor child was about to be abandoned. She scanned the black-haired boy from head to toe. "Harry, I'm here for Lamya Nocturne," the giant finally spoke. Shauna, puzzled, pulled Lamya forward. "Do you know them?" "I've seen that boy before." Lamya recognized the familiar scent emanating from him. "I am Lamya," she declared, approaching the giant and halting before Harry. "You've grown." A flicker of dark light glinted in her ruby-like eyes. "Hello, beautiful miss. I am Hagrid, and this is Harry Potter. I have been sent to escort you both to Hogwarts. However, I have a pressing matter to attend to. A mischievous creature has escaped, and I must deal with it." He turned to Shauna, fingers clenched. "Could you please keep them here for a few days?" All right," Shauna replied, somewhat bewildered. Before Shauna could fully comprehend the situation, Lamya seized Harry's hand and dashed away with him. They paused in a secluded clearing. "Harry, hello?" Lamya beamed a sweet smile. "Hello," Harry stammered, his face flushing, unable to meet Lamya's gaze. "Are you hungry?" "I'm not hungry," Harry replied, his beautiful green eyes reflecting confusion. "But I am." Lamya could no longer contain herself. A glimmer of red ignited in her eyes as her teeth elongated. She pushed Harry against the wall, restraining his arms, her lips grazing the veins on his neck. Her teeth teasingly licking and biting until Harry acclimated, at which point her fangs gently pierced his skin. The warm, crimson liquid flowed into her mouth, igniting her icy body with a fervent fire. Lamya closed her eyes in satisfaction. Harry was struck by an extraordinary sensation. A tingling warmth coursed through him, igniting an unsettling heat as he squirmed restlessly. "Be still," It will be over soon, Lamya murmured, soothingly licking Harry's chin. Harry froze, as if struck by lightning, until Lamya withdrew her fangs. With a gentle touch, she caressed the wound, making it vanish in an instant. I was so hungry. Can you forgive me? Lamya blinked her red eyes innocently. Harry found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't confess to Lamya that he enjoyed her treatment. His fingers brushed against his damp neck, his face burning even hotter. This will be our secret. Please don't tell anyone, Lamya whispered, leaning closer, her breath brushing against his ear. Okay, Harry stammered, his face crimson, fingers gripping the hem of his shirt tightly. Good boy, I shall reward you. Lamya ruffled Harry's unruly hair. She led him to the kitchen. Allow me to treat you to something delicious. With a flick of her wrist, magic surged from her fingertips, igniting the stove, filling the air with an enticing aroma in no time. Are you a wizard too? How impressive. Harry marveled at the self-cooking roast, incredulously inching closer to the stove, surveying the scene. I am no wizard, Lamya replied with a mysterious wink. Just know that I am quite formidable. She retrieved the roast chicken from the oven, steam rising, the aroma intoxicating, yet Lamya remained indifferent. Harry had never tasted such exquisite chicken at the Dursleys. He was relegated to their leftovers. Eat more, you're far too thin. Lamya rested her chin on her hand, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on Harry. Are you not eating? Harry regretted his inquiry as soon as it left his lips. I eat enough for both of us. Lamya's gaze riveted on Harry's neck, her throat tightening. Chapter 4, Friends? Cough. Harry was startled by Lamya's candid words, coughing incessantly, his beautiful green eyes brimming with tears. Lamya gently patted Harry with concern. Next time you eat, I shall remain silent. Her ruby-like eyes dimmed slightly. No, Lamya, I merely ate too hastily. Harry anxiously grasped Lamya's hand, his tousled black hair swaying with his motion, as if it too were vehemently denying the accusation. Lamya allowed Harry to hold her hand. You are too frail, you must eat properly. Yet, Harry paid no heed to her words. He felt the softness of her hand, his green eyes brimming with delight. That evening, Harry lay in bed, enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility. Dudley always found ways to torment him, be it by placing a raucous red-eyed clown on his bed or banging on his door while he was in the lavatory. He would retaliate by removing the batteries from the clown's eyes and tossing it back in front of Dudley's door. However, he resolved that he would not engage in such antics anymore. Lamya's luminous eyes appeared before him, and he silently mused over her striking red gaze. Suddenly, he felt something striking against the window. Approaching it, he could not discern clearly in the dim candlelight. Perhaps it was a bat with a tuft of white fur. Initially intending to shoo it away, he found himself inexplicably compelled to open the window upon seeing the bat's blood-red eyes. The creature flapped its wings and collided into his arms, and Harry felt as if a powerful force had struck him, causing him to fall back onto the bed, while the bat seized the opportunity to burrow into his clothing, wriggling inside. Overcome by an itch, Harry lay sprawled on the bed, feeling a weight upon him. Lifting his head, he met a pair of familiar ruby eyes. Lamya, is that you? Harry's green eyes sparkled with surprise. Hearing his voice, Lamya emerged from beneath the covers, revealing a faint smile, her sharp fangs hinting at her intentions. Harry's body trembled with excitement, which irked Lamya. She firmly restrained his hands above his head, kneeling atop him, seeking out a vein as she slowly sank her fangs in. As Harry felt the warm flow of liquid and the intense pleasure pooling at his scalp, he could not help but emit a low hum. Is it painful? Lamya's eyes remained red, yet her movements softened considerably. No, not at all. Harry's lips quivered slightly, growing pale with the loss of blood. Lamya withdrew her fangs at precisely the right moment, her eyes meeting Harry's glistening green ones. Are you satisfied? A hint of disappointment lingered in her tone. Not quite, but you seem unable to endure any longer. Lamya rose from him and lay on the other side of the bed. I will take care of myself and eat properly. Harry's voice trembled, laced with caution. Let us sleep. Lamya suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue. She realized that consuming Harry's blood made her extraordinarily drowsy. Could he have cast a spell on me? She pondered as she drifted into slumber. Lamya fell into a deep sleep, unaware that Harry was inching closer to her, their bodies drawing nearer until she rolled over into his embrace. The cold yet incredibly soft sensation made Harry freeze. Unconsciously, he rested his head against her neck, inhaling the fragrant scent, while his hands secured her slender waist, preventing any chance of escape. Lamya slept fitfully, as if the very earth were shifting beneath her. What troubles you? Tom inquired, observing the disoriented Lamya. I feel as though I cannot breathe. Something is constricting me, she gasped, particularly aware of a sensation around her waist, as if ensnared by some unseen force. That is unfortunate. Perhaps you should visit the hospital, Tom replied, not lifting his gaze from the potions book in his hands. Lamya noticed his apparent disinterest in her plight, yet failed to realize that he had not turned a page in quite some time. I cannot bear it. I even considered jumping into the lake. If she thought she had felt discomfort earlier, Lamya could swear that her current state was far worse. Her legs began to ache, and her neck felt damp and hot. Knowing she was dreaming, she resolved to awaken and, in a moment of desperation, leapt into the lake. With a splash, ripples spread across the surface, and Lamya began to sink slowly, feeling a sense of relief. However, a figure seemed to emerge from the lake's surface, and her eyes widened in shock. Tom had followed her in. Startled, she inadvertently gulped down water, bubbles swirling around her mouth, covering her throat in distress. She suddenly felt strong arms encircle her waist, cold lips pressing against hers. Gaining oxygen, Lamya finally opened her eyes, colliding directly with a pair of clear blue ones. Even after awakening, Lamya remained trapped in the dream, those blue eyes echoing in her mind, so much so that she did not immediately register her position. It was only the ache in her body that pulled her back to reality. She then realized she was pinned down, unable to move. Slowly opening her eyes, she found Harry's sleeping face mere inches away, his hand resting on her waist, enveloping her entirely in his embrace, as though she were a cherished pillow. His head nestled against her neck, exhaling warmth, and Lamya finally understood why she had felt so uncomfortable in her dream. She slapped Harry awake. Harry, seemingly in a deep slumber, awoke with a look of bewilderment in his green eyes. Lamya, why did you hit me? What do you think? Lamya fixed him with her gaze. Harry recoiled like a startled rabbit, quickly retracting his hands and legs, his face flushed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. His apology was sincere, yet it did not sway Lamya. Ultimately, she pushed Harry off the bed, claiming the entire space for herself, comfortably drifting off to sleep. Though this time, she did not return to her dreams. Days passed, and Lamya grew anxious about missing the start of school. Even Shauna inquired multiple times about their departure, preparing a farewell feast. Finally, Hagrid returned, apologizing. I'm sorry, kids, I lost track of time. He sheepishly scratched his curly-haired head. It is quite all right, Hagrid. I have already packed my belongings, Lamya replied with utmost courtesy in the presence of humans. Splendid. And where is Harry? Hagrid turned to the dejected-looking Harry, standing beside Lamya. What is it, Harry? You appear quite unhappy. I'm fine, Hagrid. I have everything ready, Harry said, though his gaze never strayed from the silver-haired girl. Harry lied. He was indeed heartbroken. Lamya had not spoken a word to him since their last encounter, and she had stopped drinking his blood. Even when he intentionally pricked his finger, he could not capture her attention. Wonderful. Then let us be off. Hagrid made way for the motorcycle behind him. Lamya, are you hungry? Harry nervously fidgeted with the hem of his clothing, as if awaiting a death sentence. I'm not hungry, Harry, Lamya replied, her attention focused on Hagrid's motorcycle. Why, Lamya? I have eaten plenty. You need not worry. Harry counted the meals he had consumed that morning. I devoured an entire turkey leg and several pumpkin pasties, he said, using his fingers to tally. Harry, you do not understand the nature of our relationship. Lamya finally turned her head, interrupting his enthusiastic recounting. Friends? Harry scrutinized Lamya's expression closely, his words laced with uncertainty. But you are too close to me. Lamya chuckled, her eyes brimming with sarcasm. Friends shouldn't behave like that. You make me feel as though I ought to do something to you. Then I shall cease to be your friend. Tears glistened in Harry's emerald eyes. I like you. Lamya, I wish to be near you. Are you seducing me, Harry? Chapter 5, Diagon Alley. Lamya and Harry stood close together, while Hagrid, ahead of them, could only hear the rustling of the wind. Harry could even feel the chill of Lamya's lips nearby. I am not. I merely thought that perhaps we might reside in Godric's Hollow one day, like my parents did. Harry's voice suddenly rose, startling Hagrid ahead. What is it, Harry? Nothing, Hagrid. I was merely recounting tales of my parents to Lamya. Guilt lingered in Harry's beautiful green eyes. He turned his head, expectantly awaiting Lamya's response. But his hopes were dashed as Lamya closed her eyes, seemingly asleep. All right, children, we have arrived. Hagrid guided the two first-year students to their destination, Diagon Alley. The moment Harry stepped into the leaky cauldron, he became the center of attention, with every wizard clamoring to shake his hand. Lamya, striking an appearance, found herself relegated to the background for the first time, yet she paid it no mind, quietly following behind Hagrid with a composed smile. In truth, Lamya held little interest in the shabby surroundings or the ill-mannered wizards. She merely cast occasional glances at the peculiar magical items lining the streets. Hagrid, although the list is quite clear, I do not possess sufficient funds to purchase these items. Harry held the parchment in his hand. Do not worry, Harry. Your father left you a substantial inheritance, stored safely in Gringotts, the most secure place in the wizarding world aside from Hogwarts. Hagrid seemed to recall something, turning to Lamya. I believe Harry would be more than willing to lend you some money. He winked at Lamya. I would be delighted to, Harry quickly replied. Thank you, Harry. And thank you, Mr. Hagrid. Lamya performed a graceful curtsy. I suppose I shall wait outside for you both. Rest assured, I shan't wander far. Very well, Lamya. But do take care, Hagrid sighed with relief. Aware that he was on a mission from Dumbledore and preferring to keep the number of those in the know to a minimum. Lamya watched Hagrid and Harry depart before allowing herself to search for the sweet scent that had suddenly invaded her senses. Upon arriving, she was captivated by a rich aroma that surpassed even Harry's, struggling to suppress the primal urges within her. Yet the sharp fangs that occasionally peeked from her lips hinted at her desires. Lamya had never encountered two scents that stirred her instincts so profoundly within such a short span of time. She could not help but wonder if wizards consumed nothing but sweets, for how else could they all smell so delectable? Her refusal to enter Gringotts stemmed from her desire to locate that tantalizing scent and mark it, an instinct innate to a pure-blooded creature of her kind. Lamya's gaze swept across every passing wizard like a radar, yet yielded no results, though the elusive fragrance in the air reinforced her convictions. At that moment, she noticed a tall figure accompanied by a smaller one, engaged in a heated discussion by the roadside. Father, can I truly not take my broomstick to school? The small boy, with platinum hair and a dragon-shaped brooch adorning his attire, questioned the adult beside him with evident dissatisfaction. Draco, it is against school regulations. The man's stiff tone silenced the boy. As they drew nearer, Lamya became increasingly certain that they were her targets. She stepped forward. Good day, sir. I overheard your conversation regarding school. May I inquire if he is also a new student at Hogwarts? Lucius, charmed by the girl's impeccable noble demeanor, smiled faintly. Indeed. Beautiful miss, this is Draco. Perhaps you two could become acquainted. Hello, Draco. I am Lamya Nocturne. It is a pleasure to meet you. Lamya's alabaster face lit up with an innocent smile, complemented by her silver hair, giving her an almost ethereal quality. Draco was momentarily entranced, finding her reminiscent of a sacred unicorn. Hello, Lamya. His ears flushed crimson, yet he maintained an aloof facade. At that moment, a stooped wizard clad in black robes emerged from a nearby shop. Mr. Malfoy, I apologize, but I have a matter to discuss with you privately. They exchanged hushed words, and Lucius's expression darkened. Draco, you and this Miss Nocturne remain here. I shall return shortly. Lucius gestured with his wand, pointing at Lamya. Do not wander off. He took a few steps before turning back to reiterate. All right, father. Draco replied nonchalantly. Lamya's gaze remained fixated on Draco's neck, her eyes burning with intensity, causing him to shift uncomfortably. What are you staring at? He questioned. You. Lamya's crimson eyes gleamed with dark intent, leaving Draco with the unsettling feeling that she might pounce upon him at any moment. What did you say? He feigned ignorance, his face flushed. I said I am observing you, pondering what you might taste like. With deliberate steps, Lamya advanced, her icy aura encroaching upon Draco's space. Draco was taken aback, unable to fathom that such a seemingly pure girl could harbor such sinister thoughts. Were Lamya privy to his inner musings, she would undoubtedly respond. You are overthinking. I merely wish to drink your blood. Why you? I shall inform my father. Draco's lips curled into a faint smile before he quickly suppressed it. No matter how much you may fancy me, it is impossible. The future mistress of the Malfoy estate must be a pure blood. His tone was firm and proud, yet his gray eyes betrayed a hint of delight. Lamya, unwilling to restrain herself any longer, found Draco's allure irresistible, and her hunger intensified. Draco, do you fancy this? Lamya's fingertips ignited with red flames, morphing into various dragon shapes that even soared from her palm, swirling in the air. Draco was mesmerized. Let us find a more secluded place. I shall conjure a larger one, and you might even touch it. Lamya's enticing words were akin to a devil's whisper, leaving Draco dazed, causing him to forget Lucius's warnings as he followed her into a deserted corner. Where's the dragon? Draco regretted his decision, as he beheld the glint in Lamya's red eyes, now shining with predatory intent, cold and merciless, devoid of the sanctity she previously exuded. I shall show you soon. However, I am hungry now. Step by step, Lamya cornered Draco against the wall. You had best show me now, or release me immediately. The Malfoy family will not let this go. The young master trembled in fear, though he maintained his bravado. Is that so? Yet I am famished and lack the strength to conjure it. Lamya's icy fingers danced along Draco's neck, seeking the optimal point of entry. What are you doing? Let me go. I shall certainly inform my father. Draco found himself pinned against the wall, utterly ensnared by Lamya's remarkable strength, unable to extricate himself. Do not be afraid. It will soon be over, my dear, Lamya cooed softly, her gentle tone weaving a spell that made Draco perceive the world around him in slow motion. Once he had quieted, the crimson glow surged in Lamya's eyes as she delicately nibbled at his neck, leaving behind a series of red marks before she slowly sank her fangs into him. The blood that flowed into her mouth coursed through every inch of Lamya's skin, imprinting upon her a memory of Draco's unique essence. A hiss escaped him. Never had the platinum-haired young master been treated in such a manner, the pain eliciting a sound from his lips, yet simultaneously, a powerful sensation surged from his neck. One that penetrated the sweet agony, making Draco feel it was more exquisite than a day spent watching a Quidditch match. Lamya's sucking slowed, her soft lips grazing his neck in an attempt to offer him comfort. "Why have you stopped?" Draco inquired, his lips pale, his gray eyes glistening with unshed tears. Clearly unsatisfied, as he pressed Lamia's head down against his neck. "That is enough, Draco. Any more, and you may not be able to bear it," Lamya warned, her fingers tracing the minuscule puncture marks on his neck, her magic seeping into him. "Draco, what are you doing to a lady?" Chapter 6, The Hogwarts Express 1. When Lucius discovered Draco, his fury ignited at the sight before him. He could scarcely believe his eyes. His son was being held against the wall by a girl. Their proximity so intimate that there was scarcely a sliver of space between them, her lips pressed firmly against Draco's neck. "Draco, I believe I have told you that a gentleman should not engage in such impertinent behavior towards a beautiful lady." His hand, clutching his wand, trembled slightly as he commanded, "Apologize to this young lady at once." Draco nearly leapt from Lamia's embrace upon seeing his father, lowering his head in shame. "I'm sorry, Lamya. Dear Mr. Malfoy. Allow me to interject. Draco has not acted inappropriately towards me. Everything has been entirely consensual," Lamya stated, lifting her skirt slightly, her smile poised and polite. "Miss Nocturne, I sincerely apologize for our rudeness," Lucius replied, seizing Draco and swiftly leading him away, disappearing from Lamia's sight. The taste was indeed delightful. Lamya licked her lips, savoring the remnants of Draco's flavor. "Lamya, I finally found you," Harry gasped, his disheveled black hair damp with sweat, clinging to his forehead. "I was starting to worry something had happened to you." "I'm fine, Harry," Lamya reassured, extending her slightly pale fingers to brush the sweat-soaked hair from his forehead. "Have you gathered everything?" She noticed the assortment of bags he carried. "Yes, I bought your share too. Now we just need a wand," Harry replied, feeling a cool sensation on his forehead, closing his eyes in comfort before recalling something. He suddenly opened them wide. "However, I didn't know your size, so I purchased based on my memory. It should fit." Harry had lied again. When selecting robes for Lamya, he had immediately been drawn to one adorned with silver embroidery, and he was quite certain of the measurements he had taken that night. A hint of a blush crept across his face, as if recalling something embarrassing, but his expression dimmed as he thought back to earlier events, emanating an aura of unease and grievance. "Thank you, Harry," Lamya said, taking her share from him. "Where's Hagrid? I haven't seen him." "Hagrid is over there. We can head over now," Harry replied, extending his hand toward Lamya. "There are quite a few people. I'm afraid you might get lost." His heart raced as he kept his gaze lowered, unwilling to meet Lamya's eyes. Lamya naturally placed her hand in his, the warm, dry contact instinctively prompting her to withdraw, yet Harry grasped it tightly the moment she did, leaving no space between them. "Harry, you're holding too tightly. I'm uncomfortable," Lamya expressed, attempting to retract her hand, but Harry seemed oblivious, continuing to move forward. Lamya bit her lip in resignation, sensing Harry's irritation, yet unwilling to explain. "Lamya, are you hungry?" After a lengthy silence, Harry finally spoke, feeling a thin layer of sweat in his palm. "I'm not hungry, Harry." He hesitated, tears welling in his green eyes, turning his back to her. "I'll eat more. You don't need to worry about me." Harry repeatedly reassured himself. Lamya was simply too concerned for him. As long as he ate more, she would return to her former self and not seek others. "All right, Harry." The two traversed the remainder of their journey in silence. Until they encountered Hagrid, Harry successfully located his wand at Ollivander's, whereas Lamya had nearly exhausted all the wands in the shop without finding a suitable one. However, she was indifferent, for she could cast spells without a wand. Yet, upon seeing Harry's worried expression, she ultimately selected a 12-inch wand made of ebony with a dragon heartstring core. At King's Cross Station, Lamya and Harry followed the Weasley family ahead of them, successfully entering Platform 9. They found an empty compartment on the vintage Hogwarts Express. "Lamya, are you hungry now?" After organizing their belongings, Harry sat across from her, watching her intently with an almost imperceptible plea in his green eyes. "Harry, this is the third time you've asked me today," Lamya remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. "I will come find you tonight." "Really?" Harry exclaimed, leaping from his seat, his shoulders trembling involuntarily, breath quickening, his heart racing with an indescribable excitement that left his limbs tingling. "It's true, Harry, I'm tired. Could you please be quiet for a while?" She needed rest to digest her food. After closing her eyes, Harry quietly settled beside her, resting her head on his shoulder, staring blankly at her delicate, pale earlobe. Lamya was not asleep. She was aware of Harry's subtle movements, letting out a soft sigh and deciding to pretend she had fallen asleep. "Hello, may I sit here?" "Shoo." After her brief rest, Lamya noticed a red-haired boy had entered the compartment. "Lamya, you're awake. Would you like some water?" Harry shifted his sore shoulders, a broad smile on his face. "No, thank you, Harry. You know I don't need any." Lamya glanced at the boy seated opposite her, surrounded by a heap of snack wrappers. "Lamya, this is Ron. He just came in. There were no empty compartments left." "Ron, this is Lamya. She was just sleeping." Harry introduced them, and the atmosphere grew awkward. "Harry, I'm going to step out for a moment." Lamya decided to leave space for the two boys of similar age, as she could hardly tolerate the smell of human snacks, reminiscent of drinking blood stored in a cellar for a decade, something any vampire would immediately reject. "Lamya, is that you?" She turned to find Draco leaning against the compartment door. "It's a pleasure to see you here, Draco." Lamya greeted him warmly. Draco appeared to be on the verge of saying something, yet he remained hesitant, his ears flushed with embarrassment, while Lamya stood quietly before him. I will wait for you in Slytherin," Draco declared. "If you don't come, just wait and see." He deliberately mimicked Lucius, lifting his chin with a haughty air, as if this facade could grant him the courage to confront Lamya. In stark contrast, the centuries-old Lamya found him endearing, reminiscent of a newly born vampire babe. His arrogant demeanor merely a veil for his inner turmoil. "She will be with me." Harry emerged unexpectedly, positioning himself protectively in front of Lamya. "Oh, it's you, Potter. I didn't realize you were acquainted with Lamya." Draco recognized Harry from their encounter at the robe shop. Even the great savior eavesdrops. How terribly uncouth. Draco leaned against the wall, mocking with a sardonic tone. "What did you say?" Harry bristled, his demeanor akin to a prickly hedgehog, stung by the insult. And he charged at Draco, delivering a punch that instantly drew blood from Draco's lip. "Enough, Harry, Draco, both of you return." Lamya could no longer bear the sight. She felt if she remained silent any longer, these little ones would overturn the carriage. Harry halted his assault in an instant. His green eyes filled with hurt as he silently moved to Lamya's side, his head bowed, tears beginning to fall. "Well then," Draco muttered as he painfully rose from the ground. "Lamya, you intend to be with Potter, don't you? Then never come looking for me again." He discreetly wiped at his eyes, which were red-rimmed, and fled back to the carriage. Lamya sighed and returned to the compartment, with Harry trailing behind, his fingers tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. "Harry, are you hurt?" Lamya turned to look at Harry, who sat beside her, his swollen eyes meeting hers. "Lamya, please don't be angry." "I'm not angry, Harry. Draco was indeed in the wrong, and you were right to hit him." Lamya was uncertain whether her words might lead Harry astray, but she could not dwell on that now. "And what about you, Lamya? Do you think I lack manners?" Harry's green eyes brimmed with tears once more. "Not at all, Harry. You are the most well-behaved person I have ever met." She placed her palm against his swollen eye and closed her own eyes. Magic flowed from her hand to Harry, who comfortably leaned against her shoulder, his fingers turning slightly pale from his grip. Lamya gently laid Harry's head on the seat, pried his fingers apart, and signaled for the astonished Ron to be quiet before softly stepping outside. Exhausted, Lamya felt like she was juggling two children, and she understood why Sana often complained about having too many boys around. "Draco, are you in there?" Lamya softly knocked on the door, but there was no response. She stealthily hid beside the door, and sure enough, Draco opened it the moment she vanished from view. Seizing the opportunity, she conjured various forms of dragons with her magic. "Draco, do you like them?" She guided a dragon to flutter down into Draco's palm. Chapter 7. The Hogwarts Express, 2. Draco was taken aback by the sight before him. He reached out to touch the dragon in his hand, which seemed to respond with a nuzzle and a puff of sparks. "Do you like it, Draco?" Lamya's cool hand touched the corner of Draco's bleeding mouth, wiping away the remnants of blood, her eyes flickering with a crimson light. "It's all right, I suppose." Draco's brows lifted with a hint of pleasure, though he feigned dissatisfaction. "But I shan't forgive you so easily. I'll tell my father to expel that Potter." The young master appeared furious, his fingers clenched into a fist. "I'll make him understand that the Malfoy family is not to be trifled with." "And what about me? Draco, how do you intend to deal with me?" Lamya stepped closer, forcing Draco to retreat into the compartment, where he leaned against the wall, his expression complex. Lamya casually closed the door, stepping closer to Draco, her porcelain visage magnified before him, her soft breaths almost audible. "Will you expel me as well?" Lamya sank her teeth into his neck, nibbling gently, not piercing with her fangs, her icy breath wafting against Draco's ear, sending shivers down his spine. "I want to let my father expel you, as long as you agree to be my subordinate. In Hogwarts, I will protect you." Draco held Lamya's head, compelling her to proceed, his gray eyes filled with anticipation. "Me, your subordinate? You want me to obey you, is that it?" Lamya seized upon the key phrase. Raising her chin defiantly, her words laced with anger as she adjusted her attire. What should I call you then? Master? Or boss? Lamya chuckled mockingly before turning on her heel and exiting the compartment. Lamya, are you angry? Draco panicked, rushing to the door, but Lamya had already vanished from sight. Back in her compartment, Lamya contemplated that she could soothe Draco, but that did not grant him the right to command her. As a pure-blood vampire, being someone's servant or subordinate was the utmost indignity. She felt she had been too kind to Draco, allowing him to harbor the illusion of possessing her. Lamya scoffed softly. It had always been she who possessed others. Inside the compartment, Harry remained asleep while Lamya gently ruffled his dark hair, akin to petting a slumbering kitten. She applied a bit more pressure, causing Harry to stir slightly. He mumbled, awakening from his dreams and gazing blearily at Lamya. Harry, we've arrived. Lamya did not withdraw her hand, continuing to tousle his hair, which had become even more disheveled. Merlin's beard, I must interject. A girl just came in asking if anyone had seen a toad. I believe you certainly haven't, and that is all I have to say. Ron quickly interjected, then resumed his stoic demeanor. Harry, feeling awkward, glanced around with his green eyes, as no one else spoke. Lamya continued her ministrations, utterly unconcerned about Ron's presence across from her. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a fluffy head with thick, curly hair and a face adorned with freckles. Excuse me, I'm Hermione Granger. I was wondering if you've seen a toad. Neville is quite anxious. I asked them, and they haven't seen it. Ron finally found his chance to speak. If you ask me, a pet mouse would be better. They eat less and don't run around. He pulled a brown mouse from his pocket, and Lamya keenly noticed that it was missing a toe. Hello, I'm Harry Potter, and this is Lamya Nocturne. We haven't seen any toads, Harry said quietly, allowing Lamya to ruffle his hair. The blush on his cheeks and the smile at the corners of his mouth betraying his elation. Harry, you're the renowned Harry Potter? Hermione sat down before them, clearly astonished. I've heard your story, but now I suggest you both change into your robes. We are arriving shortly. Hermione glanced at Harry's scar, then promptly left. What a rude person. Ron fumed, upset that Hermione had ignored him. Mate, let us step outside and let your, girlfriend change. Ron took Harry by the shoulder and led him outside, causing Harry's face to flush crimson. He wished to explain, yet he seemed at a loss for words, unsure of what precisely his relationship with Lamya entailed. No, merely friends. Lamya broke the silence, reluctantly removing her hand from atop Harry's head. Yes, friends, we are friends. Harry's voice dwindled, ultimately tinged with a quiver of tears. He couldn't fathom why he became so melancholic whenever Lamya was involved. Beside him, Ron smirked, seemingly discerning everything. You're beyond saving, mate. The group quickly donned their robes, and the train jolted to a halt, disgorging a multitude of youthful faces. First-year students had arrived. Hagrid's booming voice instantly captured many of their attentions as they jostled to gather around him. Lamya found herself wedged in the midst of them, Harry's grip on her hand tightening, when suddenly, another hand clasped hers. Lamya turned sharply, colliding with a pair of sorrowful gray eyes. Draco's were red-rimmed, as if he had just wept. I don't want you to be my sidekick anymore. Don't be mad, okay? Draco's palm was clammy with sweat, and he held on to Lamya as if he wouldn't let her pass without a response. I'm not angry, Mr. Malfoy. I cannot afford to offend the Malfoy family. Can I? Lamya's words were laced with sharpness. What if they expelled me? Draco appeared stung, his grip slackened, allowing Lamya to slip away to Hagrid's side. Lamya, you don't like him, do you? Harry whispered in her ear. Lamya replied nonchalantly, prompting Harry to stifle a laugh, quickly covering his mouth. He glanced at Lamya, relieved to find her oblivious to his amusement. Indeed, Lamya was engrossed in Hagrid's words, her curiosity piqued by the enchanting sorting ceremony. Blood heirs would undergo ability assessments as well. She wondered how this would differ from the usual practice. Hagrid, holding a square lantern, led the bewildered first years onto a boat. As the mist dissipated, the castle emerged, towering amidst the dense foliage, encircled by the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest. They were brought before an elegant witch clad in green robes. Professor McGonagall imparted a few instructions before being interrupted by a plump first year who rushed forward. Professor McGonagall regarded Neville with a stern, yet composed demeanor, saying nothing further before departing. Potter, I won't let you off so easily. Draco's head popped up from the queue. Draco, keep your voice down. Lamya dislikes raucousness. True to form, upon hearing Lamya's name, Draco promptly fell silent. Yet his gaze remained fiercely fixed on Harry and their entwined hands. Chapter 8, The Sorting. Lamya watched the direction in which Professor McGonagall had departed. The Great Hall doors remained firmly shut. Hagrid had secretly informed her that the sorting hat would allocate them to different houses. She felt a thrill of anticipation for the impending sacred ritual. While Lamya was lost in thought, Harry tugged at her sleeve. Lamya, which house do you wish to join? I don't know. Any would suffice. Lamia was simply intrigued by the ceremony. She felt indifferent about the house she would be placed in. Harry gazed at Lamia's pristine profile, her red eyes fixed ahead, and he suddenly felt an overwhelming impulse to conceal her from the world, to have her gaze rest solely on him. Each day, he longed for her company. Startled by his own thoughts, he tightened his grip on Lamia's hand unconsciously. Lamia winced, frowning slightly. Harry, there's no one else here. You can release my hand now. Ah, Lamia, I think Hogwarts is simply vast, don't you see? The Black Lake appears so dark. Harry awkwardly shifted the topic, stubbornly holding onto Lamia's hand. Potter, you're actually forcing Lamia. What a noble savior you are. Draco had somehow maneuvered behind them. You ought to visit Street Mungo S for a thorough checkup on your mind. Oh, I forgot. You probably don't even know what Street Mungo S is. Draco's smirk and mocking tone left Harry feeling utterly humiliated. I believe Harry has no need for St. Mungo S, Lamia interjected, squeezing Harry's palm. Perhaps you should seek your father's guidance on how to be a well-behaved little boy, Draco. She retorted with equal sarcasm, clearly positioning herself as Harry's protector. Lamia, I'm trying to speak up for you. Draco protested, hurt. How can you support him? Just because he is the chosen one? He pointed at Harry, his finger trembling with indignation. Lamia, however, turned away, noticing the doors had opened. She and Harry entered the great hall ahead of Draco, who continued to call out her name, but she seemed not to hear. Meanwhile, Harry felt a happiness he had never known, almost wanting to leap into the air and give Lamia a grand hug. Yet he hesitated, fearful of inciting her anger. As the first name called was Harry's, he successfully found himself sorted into Gryffindor, taking his seat at the long table while fervently hoping that Lamia would join him in the same house. Lamia Nocturne. Lamia was the last name called. She looked up at the long table, where Dumbledore winked at her with his blue eyes, and then Hagrid offered her a reassuring smile. Lamia returned the gesture. She had a fondness for the simple-hearted giant. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat atop Lamia's head, but for the first time. The hat remained silent for an unusually long time. McGonagall glanced at Dumbledore, who shook his head, signaling her to wait a bit longer. Lamia sat patiently, immobile. After what felt like an eternity, the sorting hat sighed. Child, I'm truly sorry, but I cannot determine your house. You are far too complex. Ambition, courage, wisdom, wickedness. I have never encountered someone so enigmatic. However, as a student of Hogwarts, you must belong to a house. You are permitted to choose one for yourself. Lamia was taken aback by the unexpected opportunity bestowed upon her by the sorting hat. She surveyed her fellow first years, Harry's eyes clearly urging her toward Gryffindor. While Draco waited expectantly, Lamia hesitated. She was not adept at making choices. Suddenly, a pair of deep blue eyes flashed through her mind, and on an inexplicable whim, she declared, Slytherin. I respect your choice. Your house shall be Slytherin. The sorting hat proclaimed loudly. Lamia smiled as she walked to the Slytherin table, taking a seat in the corner under Draco's fervent gaze and the watchful eyes of the other Slytherins. Lamia, come sit here. Draco excitedly beckoned, pushing aside the other Slytherins to make room. Lamia merely glanced at him, showing no intention of moving. Draco awkwardly withdrew his outstretched hand, pursing his lips, before resolutely approaching Lamia once more. There is no one here, right? He cautiously pointed to the empty seat beside her. There is. Lamia casually pulled over a small girl with green eyes and short black hair, pressing her down to sit. Draco shot a glare at Pansy, his eyes filled with menace, prompting her to spring to her feet. I wasn't sitting here. She quickly vacated the spot. Draco ceased his inquiries regarding Lamia and settled beside her, turning his head to say, Lamia, I was wrong. Please do not be angry. You need not act as my subordinate. I will look after you. His apprehension was palpable. Lamia's demeanor unsettled him, creating a growing chasm between them. Yet, he could not help but feel a flicker of delight at the thought of being in the same house as her. That's unnecessary, Draco, Lamia replied, her tone remaining frosty. She aimed to convey to Draco that she belonged to no one and would heed no one's commands. She was her own entity, expecting others to follow her lead. Lamia's attitude astonished the serpents of Slytherin, who speculated that she must have lost her mind, evident in their reluctance to share living quarters with her. However, Lamia found the situation splendid, as it afforded her the solitude she desired, allowing her to slip away at will to haunt. She had been unable to resist the myriad intriguing scents wafting through Hogwarts since her arrival, and with an abundance of food available, she would not deny herself. That evening, as per their arrangement, Lamia sought out Harry but soon discovered she could not enter the Gryffindor dormitory. Lamia, is that you? A small bat with white fur flitted towards Harry, who was concealed in the shadows, landing softly in his palm. I knew you wouldn't be able to get in, Harry said, his green eyes brimming with satisfaction. I was waiting here for you. How wonderful it would be if we were in the same house. He cradled the bat, but expressed his disappointment. Once inside the dormitory, Harry nestled the bat beneath his blankets before quickly shedding his clothing and slipping in beside it. Lamya, are you hungry now? He inquired, his cheeks flushed as he gently touched the tuft of white fur. Lamya offered no response. Instead, she transformed into her human form. Pressing down heavily upon Harry, her crimson eyes fixed unblinkingly upon him. Harry froze in nervous anticipation, trembling as he shut his eyes. Harry, relax. Lamya's sultry voice whispered in his ear, only heightening his tension, which caused a sheen of sweat to form upon his skin. She caressed his face, trailing her touch downwards to his neck, soothing him tenderly, assuring him that all would be well. Harry forced himself to relax, exposing the veins of his neck and awaiting Lamya's embrace. Harry, why is there another person in your bed? Chapter 9. Artificial Respiration? Just as Lamya leaned in to kiss Harry's neck, Ron's voice interrupted her, prompting her to swiftly revert to her bat form. Harry irked, poked his head out from under the blankets. You must be mistaken, Ron. Go to sleep. Oh, is that so? Ron rubbed his eyes, and upon confirming he was alone in Harry's bed, exclaimed, Merlin's socks. I must be dreaming. Once Ron had drifted back to sleep, Lamya returned to her human form, only to find herself firmly pinned beneath Harry. Harry, she murmured, her voice muffled. He swiftly placed a hand over her mouth. Shoo, Lamya, you'll wake Ron. Harry propped himself up slightly, creating space between them, as Lamya's face loomed closer. He slowly leaned in towards her lips. Sensing his intentions, Lamya licked the palm of his hand, causing Harry to snap back to reality, his hand recoiling as if shocked, his face aflame, yet he refrained from speaking. Seizing the moment while Harry was momentarily distracted, Lamya rolled over, asserting dominance, pinning his fidgeting legs down and securing his hands above his head. Harry, you smell absolutely delectable, she said, intoxicated as she inhaled the scent of his neck, where their essences intertwined. Harry's gaze darted anxiously towards Ron, fearing he might awaken. Lamya forcefully turned his head back towards her, compelling him to meet her gaze. I am coming for you, Harry, she whispered. Harry closed his eyes, exposing his vulnerable neck, and Lamya descended, sinking her fangs into him. Harry shivered beneath her, yearning to move his hands, but they remained firmly trapped above his head, immobilized by Lamya's grip. Feeling the exhilarating rush coursing through him, Lamya continued for an extended period, pausing only when Harry's scalp began to tingle. I'm sorry, Harry. I lost control. You are simply too delicious. It's all right, Lamya. I have plenty of blood left, Harry replied, his green eyes glistening, his lips glimmering. You could actually continue if you wanted. Never mind, Harry. I would hate to hurt you. Lamya's sentence was abruptly cut short as Ron turned over, interrupting her words. Pushed beneath Lamya, Harry was momentarily stunned by her declaration, a buzzing in his ears as he processed her concern for him. She cares for me. He could scarcely believe what he had heard. Lamya pressed a gentle kiss to Harry's forehead before transforming back into a bat, settling onto his chest and slipping into a deep slumber. Harry was overcome with excitement, clutching the bat resting on his chest, afraid even to turn over. Unbeknownst to him, in her dreams, Lamya returned to the orphanage. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself gazing at an enlarged, handsome face. Seeing her awaken, the deep blue eyes flickered with a hint of panic before retreating a few steps, quickly regaining composure. Tom, what were you just doing? Lamya sat up, uncomfortable as she realized she was damp. A sudden memory of jumping into a lake crossed her mind, though it was not surprising she struggled to recall the details. Her dreams often unfolded in reverse. You were unconscious, Tom replied coldly. I know, but why were you so close to me? Lamya questioned, suspiciously touching her lips, which felt slightly chafed. That was to save you, a muggle's method of rescue. Tom's handsome face bore no expression. He was unaware that merely a careless brush of his teeth had caused her to sustain that minor injury. Lamya sensed that Tom could sometimes hear her thoughts, and other times he could not. His sudden voice startled her. Can you truly hear what I'm thinking? Indeed. He stepped forward, frowning slightly. You carry a scent now, one I do not like. Lamya felt a wave of confusion wash over her, soon realizing it was due to having consumed Harry's blood that evening, naturally imbuing her with his fragrance. Harry? Who is he? Tom's tone grew serious. Why did you drink his blood? He is my sustenance. I am not human. Did you not already know this? Lamya's red eyes fixed intently on the striking youth before her. Tom had indeed been aware of her nature all along. Her silver hair, red eyes, the chill of her body, and the absence of a beating heart all bespoke her uniqueness. I know. I am asking what your relationship with him is. He pressed. Lamya sensed a hint of anger in his tone, prompting her to wonder why he was being so confrontational. I confrontational? Huh. Tom chuckled to himself, then picked up a potion book from the ground, leaving Lamya behind. Regret washed over Lamya as she slapped her mouth shut. Realizing she often forgot he could hear her thoughts, she hurried after him, It's nothing serious. He is merely food. The boy in front of her suddenly halted. And Lamya, unable to stop in time, collided with his broad back. Then why do you choose him as your food? What about me? Why do you not consider me as sustenance? His voice was now deeper, tinged with a hint of frustration. You are not suitable, Lamya replied without a moment's hesitation, which resulted in Tom completely dismissing her, disappearing into an unknown room. Lamya was utterly exasperated with her own words. Clearly, that was not her intention. She searched through room after room until, at last, she found Tom in the infirmary, rummaging through a cabinet. That's not what I meant, Tom. You can. But not right now. I mean, I'm dreaming. Lamya struggled to articulate her thoughts. Tom paid her no heed, extracting a vial of powdered medicine, pinning Lamya's hands down, and applying it to her lips with a cotton swab. You need not explain yourself to me, Miss Nocturne. After all, who am I to be unyielding and aggressive? He was clearly skeptical of Lamya's words, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, yet his touch was surprisingly gentle. Lamya felt as if she was gradually losing her identity. The insatiable thirst for blood that once consumed her had vanished, her magic dwindling away. Initially, she could conjure flames, but now she could scarcely feel any magical energy. At that moment, Tom paused in his ministrations, a fleeting, inscrutable expression crossing his face before he averted his gaze, fixating solely on Lamya's wound. I am not deceiving you. Tom, I truly am dreaming. Do not move. Tom's finger pressed against Lamya's lips, as if inadvertently brushing against her moist, delicate mouth. An awkward silence enveloped them. He withdrew his hand, settling onto the couch behind her, intent on the potion book in his lap, seemingly disregarding Lamya's presence. Bored, she rested her chin on her hand and turned her attention to the kitchen behind her. An idea sparked, since she no longer craved blood. Was it not time for dinner? Tom's voice broke through her thoughts. Lamya, could you refrain from eavesdropping on my thoughts? She lamented, feeling as if she were devoid of any secrets. I cannot. Tom merely echoed her previous statement. Lamya clutched her head in despair. She had never felt so helpless, even contemplating a reckless act. You cannot. The wall is not sturdy enough. Are you genuinely reading? Lamya inquired. Indeed, Tom replied, deliberately turning the pages, producing a rustling sound. Children, dinner is served. A woman's voice shattered the silence between them. Tom closed the book and approached Lamya, halting before her. Did you not express a desire for food? Come with me. His tone was devoid of warmth. They sat at the long table, a plate of unappetizing food placed before them, and in an instant, Lamya lost all desire to sample it. Is the food inadequate? Or is it you who is unfit? Tom's voice dripped with sarcasm. Tom, I apologize. Could you please refrain from uttering that phrase? Lamya poked at the beans on her plate. Tom remained silent, yet he did indeed cease to repeat his earlier remark, as he lapsed into a brooding silence. Tom, what is wrong with you? After several attempts at conversation yielded no response, Lamya finally voiced her concern. I thought you found me to be aggressive. Tom's dark blue eyes were inscrutable. Lamya pressed her hands to her ears in distress. Tom, you are truly adept at interrogation. Suddenly, Tom grasped Lamya's hand, noticing the tiny wounds upon it. Miss Nocturne, cannot you even protect yourself? He squeezed her hand tightly, leaving a reddened mark on her pale skin. It was merely an accident. The wound did not heal swiftly. On the contrary, the red mark only grew more pronounced. Indeed, Miss Nocturne always has an excuse, be it for food or mishaps. Tom's gaze met hers, his blue eyes brimming with derision. No, Tom, cannot you speak with civility? Lamya attempted to free her hand, but Tom held it firmly, rendering her efforts futile. She longed to unleash her magic in frustration. Very well, but can Lamya speak the truth to me? Tom gently pressed a kiss onto her hand, reverent yet restrained. Lamya felt an uncomfortable heat radiating from her hand. The burning sensation left her desperate to escape. Enough, Tom, your behavior is utterly perplexing. Harry would not act this way, would he? Do you fancy him? Answer me. Tom tightened his grip on Lamya's flailing arm, imprisoning her within his embrace, forcing her chin upward to meet his gaze. Perhaps my magic will return by tomorrow. Just wait. Tom, I shall not let you off so easily. Lamya managed to utter this before her consciousness was yanked from the dream world. She found herself still nestled against Harry's chest, his rapid heartbeat resonating through her body. In a swift motion, Lamya slipped through the gap in the window, her dark wings melding seamlessly with the night. The following morning, Harry's first instinct was to reach for his chest, only to find it empty. Disappointment washed over him as he sat up, noticing Ron still soundly asleep in the adjacent bed. Immersed in his despondency, he remained oblivious to the passage of time. Merlin's beard. Harry, look at the time. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class is starting. Ron exclaimed, leaping from his bed. Brother, do not dawdle. Do you wish to lose points on the very first class? I am certain Percy would have my head. In mere moments, He donned his outerwear and yanked Harry from his stupor. By the time they reached the classroom, Professor McGonagall was absent, leaving only a cat with unblinking eyes staring at them. Slytherin and Gryffindor students sat divided, and amidst a sea of red, a solitary green figure stood out, Lamya, perched on the boundary between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall is not here. I would not know how to explain myself to Percy. You cannot fathom how much he values those points, Ron sighed, turning to Harry with a sense of relief. Perhaps I should transform one of you into a pocket watch. At least one of you would be punctual. Professor McGonagall transformed back into human form behind Ron, startling him into silence. Gryffindor loses 1 point. Now you two. Find your seats at once. Without a second thought, Harry seized Ron and sat next to Lamya. Hello, Harry, she greeted him with a smile. Hello, Lamya, Harry replied, his cheeks flushing as his fingers fidgeted aimlessly. Brother, could you not act so awkwardly? Ron chided him. At Ron's words, Harry's face turned even redder. Lamya, did you sleep well last night? Very well, thank you for your concern, Harry. Lamya responded politely, turning her head towards the back, where Draco gripped his quill tightly, his gaze piercing enough to almost penetrate the space between Harry and her. Lamya, unfazed, redirected her attention to the task at hand, casting a transfiguration spell on the handkerchief on the table. Her wand emitted a soft glow, transforming the handkerchief into a beautifully embroidered, cloud-like pillow. In truth, Lamya felt that she had hardly used her wand. The magic seemed to flow through her fingertips, rendering the wand more of a conduit. Splendid. Miss Nocturne, you are the first to succeed. Slytherin gains 5 points. Your pillow is simply exquisite. Professor McGonagall approached Lamya's desk, her wrinkled face alight with surprise as she examined the pillow closely. However, by the second class, circumstances took a turn. In Potions class, no one from Slytherin was willing to partner with her. Draco frequently glanced back, hoping that Lamya would take the initiative to join him. But Lamya would rather work alone than bow to Draco. The bloodline she belonged to was not entirely immune to illness. At times, she needed to brew potions herself. Lamya possessed a certain level of expertise, and heaven knew how disheartening it was to witness the naive, foolish gazes and chaotic attempts of the first years. She could understand why the professor at the front wore such a fearsome scowl. Lamya was resolute. She would absolutely not team up with them, at the very least. She would not allow her cauldron to end up with a gaping hole. Thus, when Harry extended his invitation to partner up, Lamya was about to politely decline when she caught sight of Harry Potter. Ah, the illustrious figure himself, with eyes that were hollow and indifferent, akin to the venomous gaze of a serpent. Harry, embarrassed by Snape's words, stammered, "No, sir." "No what? Are you not Harry? Or have you mastered the arcane intricacies of potion making without attending my class?" Snape approached Harry. "Then allow me to pose a question. What will result from adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort?" "Sir, I do not know," Harry replied, completely oblivious to the question's content. Snape curled his lip. "It seems your confidence far exceeds your proficiency in potions." Laughter erupted from the class, leaving Harry at a loss as he stood at his desk. Lamya raised her hand, but Snape disregarded her attempt, still fixated on Harry. "Sir, might I answer on his behalf?" Lamya could no longer bear to watch. She rose from her seat, for Harry was uncomplainingly serving as her scapegoat. As a master, how could she allow her servant to be bullied? "Miss, has no one taught you that unsolicited speaking is prohibited in my classroom?" Snape's gaze turned towards her, and in an instant, Lamya felt as though she had been ensnared by a venomous snake. "I apologize, sir. I merely thought it would save time," she replied calmly, while Draco behind her was nearly crushing his quill in agitation. "Harry, it appears you have wasted everyone's time, and Gryffindor will consequently lose a point." Snape swept back to the podium. The potions class continued, with Snape assigning them the task of concocting a potion for scabies. Lamya expertly manipulated the cauldron and its ingredients on her own. The potion-making methods in this world were almost identical to those she knew, differing only in the materials and sequence. Snape drifted through the classroom like a specter, clad in his sweeping black cloak, mocking each student's efforts, save for Draco, who seemed to have garnered Snape's favor. "Miss Nocturne, have you thrown all the knowledge imparted by your poor old professor into the cauldron?" Snape's derisive voice rang out behind Lamya. "I have never witnessed such a creative approach. I suggest you apply for a Muggle creativity contest, and your old professor would surely support you." Snape scoffed. "Potter, why do you not remind Miss Nocturne? Do you wish for her to err and regret not teaming up with you? Gryffindor will lose another point because of you." Harry stood beside Lamya, about to defend himself when Ron restrained him. "Don't say anything. He won't believe you." Harry felt despondent. He detested potions class. Yet, Lamya paid no heed to Snape or Harry. She remained focused on brewing her potion according to her vision. "Sir, perhaps I really could enter a creativity contest, albeit in the wizarding world." Lamya placed a beautifully crafted potion before Snape. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as a noxious green smoke erupted from the floor. Chapter 11. The Detention Room. Neville was drenched in scabies potion, wailing in agony. Foolish Gryffindor. Snape shouted as he swept the potion off the floor and dragged Neville upstairs to the infirmary. Frowning, he flicked his robe and forcefully pushed Seamus, who was standing nearby, out of the way. The classroom fell silent once more. To save your Potter, are you simply going to watch your classmate add hedgehog spines to the cauldron? And Miss Nocturne, why did you not alert him? His malevolent gaze swept over Harry and Lamya. Due to your selfishness, Gryffindor and Slytherin will each lose a point. Harry was genuinely incensed now, his face flushed with anger. That's not fair. Lamya was standing too far from Neville. Potter, do you believe your poor old professor is too senile to see clearly? Or do you think this professor should allow the fair savior to dictate terms? Snape stared directly at Harry, his eyes glinting with cold malice. No, I mean it shouldn't involve Lamya. Harry's voice dwindled, and Ron continued to tug at his sleeve. Very well, Harry Potter, Lamya Nocturne, you will serve detention in my office tonight at 8 o'clock. I suspect 2 buckets of slug slime will be more effective than my words. Lamya remained motionless at the edge of the podium. She could have easily cast a spell to save Neville. In fact, a multitude of incantations flashed through her mind the moment the incident occurred. But why should she save a mere human, especially a foolish, overweight one? She was far more interested in the unfolding drama. As for Snape's punishment, Lamya accepted it with ease. After all, 2 buckets of slug slime were hardly the most repulsive thing she had encountered. After class, as Lamya made her way to the common room, Draco suddenly jumped in front of her, blocking her path. Lamya, why did you help Potter? If you hadn't teamed up with him, Slytherin wouldn't have lost points. You needn't harbor such animosity toward Harry. He did nothing wrong, Lamya replied, her calm demeanor seeming to wound Draco even more. You've changed, Lamya, you weren't like this before. Draco was provoked by Lamya's attitude, tears shimmering in his gray eyes. Fine then, do you think I would beg you? The proud Malfoy appeared as a humble house elf before her, unable to accept this version of himself. Lamya, you will regret this. Draco ultimately delivered his harsh words, turning away with a decisive swiftness, yet his feet seemed rooted in place. If you apologize and promise to stay away from Harry, I will forgive you. His voice was faint, barely a whisper, as if it might vanish at any moment. Lamya, with hearing far superior to that of a human, caught his words but merely lifted her eyelids, her brilliant red eyes casting a scornful glance at Draco, offering no response as she turned to walk in another direction. Her silver hair fluttered slightly with her movement, briefly intertwining with his platinum locks before returning to its indifference. At 8 o'clock, Lamya arrived punctually at Snape's office door. Just as she was about to knock, a pair of hands suddenly pulled her into a shadowy alcove. Lamya, are you angry? Harry inquired, feeling the sweat in his palms. No, Harry, it's nothing. It's merely the jibes from Slytherin's little snakes. Ever since I cast Draco aside, the little snakes in the common room have acted as if given permission, transforming from indifferent to openly mocking. Lamya, however, remained unfazed. Their taunts were akin to ants attacking an elephant, merely amusing to her. What? Do you require your old professor to invite you in from outside? Suddenly, Severus Snape's voice echoed from within the door, startling Harry to the point where he nearly leaped from his feet. In contrast, Lamya remained remarkably composed. She raised her hand and rapped lightly on the door. Professor, may we enter? Come in. The cellar was damp and chilly, causing Harry to shiver several times as he stepped inside, while Lamya stood by, seemingly unfazed, awaiting Snape's words. Mr. Potter seems to be suffering greatly. Shall I fetch you a heater? Snape's demeanor was far from welcoming upon noticing Harry's presence. Professor, I believe we can commence. Lamya interjected, interrupting Snape's impending lengthy discourse, for she had yet to dine that evening and had no desire to linger in the cold. Nocturne, in such a hurry? Why not linger a few more hours to keep your poor old professor company? Snape redirected his ire towards Lamya. She surmised that his animosity was directed at her due to Harry's presence. Indeed, being in the company of the Savior seldom boded well, save for mealtimes. No need, Professor. Lamya maintained a polite smile, despite internally berating Snape multiple times. Very well, the slug is right there. When you finish, you may leave. With that, Snape buried himself in grading assignments. Lamya donned her gloves and, with an impassive expression, began to handle a slick slug, while Harry watched in astonishment, too daunted to take action. At that moment, a knock resonated from the door. Both Harry and Lamya froze, exchanging bewildered glances, surprised that anyone would visit Snape's office at such a late hour. Are you waiting for me to open the door? Snape's voice emerged from beneath a pile of assignments. Lamya swiftly removed her gloves and approached the door, opening it. Nocturne, it's late. Do you intend to stay here with Harry all night? Draco's tone was awkward, reminiscent of a wife in a cold war with her husband, marked by deliberate stiffness. Draco? What brings you here? Snape lifted his gaze from the assignments, spotting the platinum-haired boy at the threshold. Professor, I have a question regarding a potion, Draco lied without a flicker of hesitation. I am unsure how to further improve the scabies potion I brewed today. You truly must have been struck senseless by a troll if you need to ask me such a simple question, Snape replied, astonished that his prized student would utter such a thing. He had no intention of offering an explanation. It seems your potion knowledge is lacking, Draco. You shall remain here with them for detention. His tone was stern as he marked an F on a hapless student's paper. Very well, Professor, Draco replied, his voice subdued. Yet a smile betrayed his joy. Are you not going to start? Do you wish to spend the night here, Nocturne? Snape's sudden call startled Lamya, and she quickly regained her composure, focusing on the slug. Draco, having donned his gloves, stepped directly between them, pushing Harry aside. Draco, what are you doing? Harry exclaimed angrily. Potter, even the Savior cannot dictate where I stand, Draco replied triumphantly, as if he had achieved a great victory. Harry glanced at Lamya and angrily resumed handling the slug. He would not fall for Draco's antics, especially given that Lamya detested noisy individuals. Time passed, and Lamya felt her hands growing weary. The bucket of slugs finally reached its bottom, while Draco and Harry had begun to doze off, with plenty of slugs still remaining. All right, that's enough for today. Potter and Malfoy will continue tomorrow. Snape's voice crackled like lightning, rousing both Harry and Draco from their slumber. And what about Lamya? Draco asked quietly. She has finished. She need not return tomorrow, Snape clarified for the first time that night. After the three exited Snape's office, Lamya found herself flanked by the two boys. What are you two doing? Lamya attempted to navigate around them, but was blocked at every turn, feeling somewhat exasperated. Who do you intend to seek out tonight? Be clear. Their voices echoed in unison. Rest assured, I shall ensure both of you are satisfied, she assured them. Chapter 12, Lamya's Choice. Lamya. I've been eating well and feeling splendid lately. You may indulge as much as you wish. Can you not choose me? Harry, drawing from his own experiences, played the part of the forlorn suitor. Lamya, I offer you this one chance. Should you squander it, do not expect me to pay you any heed again, Draco asserted, though he struggled to conceal his anxiousness as fear flickered in his eyes. Why do you not trust me? I have promised to make you both content. Now return. Lamya said, playfully tousling Harry's unruly black hair. Then I shall wait for you, Harry replied, his cheeks flushed, departing with a gait laced with unmistakable excitement. Draco remained rooted in place, his eyes filled with anticipation, his fingers tightly gripping the hem of his clothing. How absurd that Potter allowed someone else to ruffle his hair. He loathed such behavior. Yet, despite his words, his platinum locks slowly inclined downward, fluttering in the breeze, as if mirroring his master's yearning for the touch of the one before him. Draco, I shall seek you out. You should head back now. Lamya initially did not wish to grant Draco a favorable countenance so easily, but she found herself missing his scent. Lamya gently placed a kiss on Draco's forehead. Wait for me tonight. He turned crimson as if plunged into boiling water, his body rigid. All right. Draco felt his heart racing before Lamya could utter another word. He clasped his chest and hurriedly fled, fearing that if he lingered any longer, she might discover his unhinged state. Harry lay in bed, pondering. Ron. Do I have an odd scent? He took a deep breath, detecting only the fresh aroma of his shower gel. By Merlin's sandals. Mate, you've bathed 3 times already. How could you possibly smell? Ron grumbled, covering his ears with a pillow, pulling the blanket over his head. Let me sleep. I've answered this question countless times. One might think you were preparing for a date. And no, Harry stammered, struggling to conjure an explanation. However, beside him, Ron had already succumbed to slumber, emitting soft snores. A gentle tapping against the glass interrupted the quiet. The sound was faint, yet Harry's eyes shot open, spotting the bat that had landed in his lap. A smile spreading across his face. Lamya, I thought you wouldn't come. Harry said with a hint of reproach. Please, do not seek out Draco. Lamya unabashedly transformed into her human form, reclining atop Harry. Harry, you have crossed a boundary. She traced a finger along his lips, caressing them. I'm sorry, Lamya. I was merely worried. I fear you might not want me anymore. Harry's urgency led him to grasp Lamya's hand, his brow furrowed, his green eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Do not fret, Harry. I am far from weary of you. Have faith in yourself. Lamya, as was her custom, relaxed the vessels in his neck. Harry, you smell like mint cake, and I quite like it. She inhaled delicately at the nape of his neck, her cool breath sending shivers down his spine. Lamya, could you refrain from being so close? Harry mustered the courage to speak, his eyes tightly shut, his cheeks ablaze, as though he had been subjected to relentless teasing. Do you not like it, Harry? Lamya inched closer, and Harry felt the chill of her form beneath the thin fabric. No, Lamya, Harry gasped. His mouth agape yet unable to articulate a single word, his body tense with trepidation. Lamya sensed the shift beneath her, momentarily taken aback. Before swiftly proceeding to the final act, sinking her fangs into the vulnerable flesh of Harry's neck, greedily siphoning his essence. Harry trembled involuntarily, his fingers turning white from the pressure of his grip. Lamya gauged the passage of time and her own appetite, retracting her fangs just as Harry's eyes fluttered open. Lamya, you're not particularly hungry tonight, are you? Lamya refrained from divulging the truth to Harry, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, such as being coerced into mediating disputes. Are you leaving? The motion of Lamya rising sent a wave of panic through Harry. She typically stayed with him every night, yet this time. Harry, get some rest. Lamya offered no explanation, planting a delicate kiss on the bridge of Harry's pert nose before transforming into a bat and vanishing through the window. Harry leaned against the windowsill, gazing into the pitch-black, frigid night, feeling despondent as he crouched on the floor, murmuring, Lamya, I wish I could possess you solely for myself. The glass reflected the youthful visage with flushed cheeks and eyes brimming with possessiveness and jealousy. After an extended flight, Lamya returned to the Slytherin common room, where the lights still glimmered. In a corner, she transformed back into her human form and opened the door, discovering Draco seated on the sofa, his posture impeccable, seemingly clad in a different outfit. Draco, why aren't you in your room? Lamya was taken aback to find him here. She had intended to go directly to his dormitory. I couldn't sleep. Upon seeing Lamya, Draco's lips curled into a smile, though his speech retained an awkward quality. Is that so? Then I shall take my leave. An idea struck Lamya, and she decided to tease the obstinately proud young man. She pretended to turn away, prompting Draco to stand up anxiously. Don't go. I've been waiting for you, all right? Lamya lost her balance and was pulled onto the sofa by Draco, whose momentum caused him to tumble alongside her. Draco's body pressed firmly against Lamya, his head resting on her shoulder, the uniquely youthful fragrance of his essence filling her senses, momentarily clouding her mind. Lamya surrendered to her desires, indulging in the pale skin of Draco's neck until his lips turned pale and a chill swept over him. Reluctantly, she withdrew her fangs, the crimson droplets staining his neck with vivid red. Sitting upright, Lamya felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. It had been long since she had felt this content. She licked her fangs and said, Draco, you have never disappointed me. Draco, pushed aside, wore a pale countenance, his gray eyes shimmering with fulfillment. He relished Lamya's demeanor. All right, we have classes tomorrow. You should rest. Lamya rose from the sofa, preparing to depart. But Draco grasped her arm, pleading, No, I don't want to sleep. He struggled to rise from the sofa, but due to his blood loss, he could only weakly collapse onto the floor. Lamya took a seat on the sofa, observing Draco kneeling before her. Why? You need to rest, otherwise you will bleed out. Lamya attempted to pull him up, but Draco shrugged off her hand. Will you promise to visit me more often? Draco nuzzled against Lamya's knee, cautiously inquiring, his eyes filled with longing and desire. Draco, please get up. It wouldn't be appropriate for someone to see us like this. Lamya extended her hand once more. I won't get up unless you promise to visit me every night. Draco perched on her knee, gripping her calf tightly. You promise, and I'll get up immediately. All right. Lamya acquiesced readily, having intended to do so all along. With that, she firmly pulled Draco up, as she needed to rest to digest. Lamya left Draco alone in the common room and returned to her dormitory, which still housed only her. The silence of the environment provided her with a comforting sigh. In the common room, Draco appeared to have discovered a new world, his complexion flushed with excitement. Realizing that this simple approach made Lamya considerably more agreeable. Harry, so this is how you managed it. Chapter 13, Unexpected Developments. The door to the common room was ajar. Shrouded in darkness, yet a pair of green eyes glimmered like radiant jewels, fixated on the departing Lamya. Their gaze smoldering with an intensity that seemed capable of burning a hole into her very being. Upon returning to her dormitory, Lamya lay down and quickly succumbed to slumber. Once immersed in her dreams, she found herself engulfed in darkness, her limbs bound and utterly immobile. Summoning the magic within her, she realized some changes had occurred. Yet she was still limited to the capabilities of an ordinary 11-year-old wizard, utterly unable to free herself from the unyielding chains. Tom, is that you? Lamya felt a serpentine, icy touch slithering over her, sending shivers down her spine. What are you doing? Tom. Receiving no response, Lamya struggled and squirmed, desperate to escape the source of her distress. Lamya, Tom's voice was hoarse and dark, as he removed the black cloth, revealing an entirely unfamiliar environment. You bear the scent of others. Will you confess it to me? Or shall I deduce it myself? He grasped her delicate chin, the roughness of his fingers leaving a crimson mark upon her skin. Tom, please, you must rise. I lack the strength to withstand you. Lamya's face flushed crimson, gasping for breath. Her current state resembled that of an ordinary girl, utterly subdued by Tom. A wise person does not falter in the face of immediate danger. After all, uttering a few kind words was something she had mastered since her inception. I'm merely hungry. They are merely sustenance. I harbor no feelings for them. Lamya's red eyes shimmered with sincerity, blinking innocently. Lamya, sweet words hold no sway over me. Perhaps you should demonstrate through your actions. Tom's gaze darkened, his fingers wandering aimlessly. Lamya felt utterly powerless. She could do nothing against Tom, straining to control her thoughts, ensuring he gleaned no information. It appears the other gentleman holds significant importance. Tom's fingers ascended, applying increasing pressure, causing blood to seep from Lamya's lips. I wonder, should I kill him? What would Lamya do? Would she weep for him? A ferocity flashed in Tom's eyes as he tightened his grip. Yet this very moment provided Lamya with an opportunity. She opened her mouth and bit down hard on Tom's finger. The result was that she expended all her strength. While Tom remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, the only alteration being the deepening of his gaze. Locking eyes with him, Lamya hesitantly retracted her teeth. You intend to inflict pain upon me in hopes of escaping, do you? Tom inserted his bloodied finger into Lamya's mouth, but she dared not bite down again. His stoicism instilled fear within her. What? Are you frightened? Lamya, tell me, who is the second gentleman? Tom disregarded his bleeding finger, forcing Lamya's averted head back towards him. Their faces impossibly close, his tone laced with a gentleness that felt suffocating, yet his dark, unfathomable blue eyes laid bare a jealousy and possessiveness he made no effort to hide. Tom, you are undeniably handsome. Lamya's sudden compliment caused Tom to withdraw from her, incredulous. Do you think I would let you go simply because of that? You must disclose the identity of the second individual. His voice remained steady, devoid of expression. Yet there was an undeniable flush of color to his ears. Tom, may I kiss you? Lamya refrained from answering his question, having discovered a way to deal with Tom. A child who had never received praise, one she was all too familiar with. Is that so? In your eyes, I am merely a child, am I? Tom's previously softened demeanor abruptly darkened, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. No wonder you would rather seek companionship elsewhere than cast a glance in my direction. Lamya longed to strike down the person who bestowed this peculiar ability upon Tom, ideally draining their blood before delivering the final blow. Immersed in her fantasies, she failed to notice Tom's increasingly grim expression and the pallor of his clenched fists. Is silence an acceptance? Very well, I shall show you how a child exacts revenge. Tom advanced step by step towards Lamya, his cold aura palpable, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Her wrist, already swollen and red, throbbed painfully. No, Tom. You are not this kind of person. You are intelligent, understanding, brave, and handsome. Lamya racked her brain for every compliment she could muster, regretting her lack of literary knowledge at that moment. But I do not believe you, Lamya. You have hurt me. Tom produced a gleaming dagger from somewhere, its sharpness glinting ominously. I must leave my mark on you. Otherwise, you may forget me. There's another, Draco. Lamya did not wish for that dagger to find its mark upon her, yet she had no alternative, fully aware that Tom would be furious. Indeed, a second person. Tom halted, laughter escaping him. However, Lamya discerned no mirth within, only a surge of rage and jealousy. Lamya, I am but a man, aware that you carry the scent of others, yet unable to distinguish the nuances. He smiled, yet his presence grew ever more sinister. You are indeed a disobedient one. He is toying with her. In that instant, Lamya comprehended, a wave of fury coursing through her. She had never been treated in such a manner before. Are you angry? Tom casually discarded the dagger. You have never spoken the truth to me. My actions are thus justified. He unshackled her chains. Disobedient children receive no favors. His bony fingers caressed the swollen marks left by iron, his touch almost tender. Tom, perhaps you could enlighten me on how to revert to our earlier dynamic, where you paid me no mind. Lamya massaged her aching wrist, regretting that a fleeting feeling had led her to provoke such a wretch. Lamya, do you harbor regrets? Tom smiled gently, his gaze softening. You initiated this, after all. You could have chosen to remain an observer like the others, yet you did not. He paused, seemingly lost in thought. I can assure you, you will never escape this in this lifetime. Tom's laughter grew increasingly carefree, as if Lamya were merely an object of his possession. Is that so? Tom, perhaps it is premature to assert that. What do you think? Seizing the moment of Tom's distraction, Lamya abruptly kicked out, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him as he recoiled, his face paling. Lamya swiftly rose and bolted for the door. The room was small, and she reached it swiftly. Tom did not pursue but leaned against the wall, watching her mockingly. Are you hungry? Would you care to sample my essence? You knew I would run, didn't you? No, this entire scenario was meticulously orchestrated by you. Lamya reflected on the unfolding events and realized there was a trail to follow. Those who bullied her were indeed summoned by him. And her leap into the lake was also part of his scheme, wasn't he, Tom? Lamya clenched her fingers, feeling a wave of belated realization wash over her. You are indeed clever, Lamya. You are correct. Otherwise, how could a handful of foolish, arrogant muggles ever hope to contend with me? He leaned against the wall, a mocking smirk gracing his lips, blood seeping from his fingers, staining his shirt. However, your leap into the lake was not part of my plan. The aftermath was my own improvisation. Are you satisfied? You are shameless. Lamya seethed at the thought of being so easily deceived by an 11-year-old boy. Shameless? Lamya, I believe it is not just I who sees us as kindred spirits. Tom's footsteps grew closer, until he pinned Lamya firmly against the door. Lamya, are you hungry? This time, Tom did not inquire further, instead positioning Lamya's head towards his long, pale neck. Tom, I have no interest in you. Lamya was aware that within her dreams, she bore no vampiric traits, turning her head away with a cold demeanor. Is that so? Perhaps you must try to realize that. Tom remained unfazed, exuding confidence. With a slight pressure, he drew Lamya's head closer to his neck. As the distance between them diminished, Lamya could sense her fangs becoming increasingly uncontrollable. She swallowed hard. Give it up, Tom. I genuinely have no interest in you. Lamya struggled to suppress the primal hunger that surged within her. Lying will bring punishment, Lamya. Tom drew the dagger across his palm, crimson droplets gushing forth, their intoxicating aroma enveloping Lamya, rendering her thoughts completely clouded. Would you care for a taste? Tom restrained the lunging Lamya, raising an eyebrow, delight evident in his gaze. I am hungry. I want a drink. Lamya's consciousness blurred, entirely consumed by her most primal instincts. Then drink, and you shall belong to me. How does that sound? Chapter 14, A Rift? Drink, and you will belong solely to me. Tom's voice was low and husky, laced with an irresistible allure. Drink. Lamya opened her mouth, ready to bite, but Tom held her eager head in place. I am so vulnerable. Would you not offer me even a guarantee? Tom allowed his wound to bleed freely, reopening it whenever the blood began to congeal, leaving a pool of red on the floor in a matter of moments. How can I guarantee that? Lamya could hardly contain herself. The torment of seeing something unattainable was unbearable, her crimson eyes shimmering, pupils now slitted. It is merely a simple ritual. Tom snapped his fingers, and the door swung open, revealing a dazed woman outside, seemingly under a dark enchantment, devoid of her own will, wielding a wand in her hand. You only need to repeat what you just said to me before her. Tom deepened the cut in his palm, their hands firmly clasped. The heady scent overwhelming Lamya's senses. No sooner had he spoken than a thin, dazzling tongue of flame erupted from the woman's wand, wrapping around their joined hands like a heated, red-hot filament. Very well, Lamya, drink. Tom no longer resisted, extending his palm towards Lamya, allowing her to lick. A novel sensation surged through Tom's soul, causing him to tremble as he fought against the urge to pounce on Lamya. However, Lamya soon grew dissatisfied with merely the blood from his palm, pinning his restless hand down as she suckled at his neck, the wound on his palm becoming increasingly grotesque as blood flowed freely. Lamya, you. Tom began to utter something, but his lips were caught by a soft bite, her fangs tearing at him, yet eliciting no discomfort. Tom obediently shifted positions, leaning against the now-closed door, his arms tightly encircling Lamya's slender waist, while her silvery hair cascaded over his chest. He sighed contentedly. Lamya, this is your own choice. Uncertain of the passage of time, Lamya awoke once more to find herself reclined upon a sumptuous bed, her body brimming with magical energy. Faint, nebulous fragments flitted through her mind, hinting at a dreamlike state. Though these snippets were disjointed, each one was sufficient to ignite a sense of embarrassment within her. You are awake. The voice of Tom, laced with mirth, broke the stillness beside her. It was only then that Lamya noticed him lying beside her, his complexion pale, yet his lips curving into an uplifting smile. What are you doing here? Lamya bolted upright, terror flooding her senses as she surveyed her surroundings. The room had transformed, yet it was not Hogwarts. She was still ensnared within a dream. What have you done to me? Have you already forgotten? You dragged me here. Tom feigned a wounded expression, yet the excitement and delight shimmering in his blue eyes were unmistakable. I drag you? Lamya strained her memory, acutely aware of being atop Tom, but hesitating to divulge more. You promised me you would come with me, Tom insisted, gesturing toward the bed beneath them. You must take responsibility for me. His cunning smile sent a chill down Lamya's spine. She had not forgotten the deeds he had committed against her. Do not speak nonsense. I have done nothing. Lamya remained resolute, confident that he possessed no evidence, and thus chose to deny it, for indeed, they had done nothing. Is that so? Tom appeared unfazed. You swore an oath to me. A breach of such a vow incurs the loss of life. Propping his head upon his hand, his azure gaze seemed intent on devouring her, a harbinger of irrevocable death. It was then that Lamia recalled the truth of his words, a scandalous betrayal. She clenched her teeth, resolute in her determination to survive. Cannot die? Then you shall belong to me, Lamia. In return, I shall permit you to consume me each day. He leaned closer, the space between them narrowing, and Lamia could feel the warmth of his breath upon her skin. Do you truly believe I would be subjugated by a mere vow? Lamia could endure no longer. The overwhelming humiliation constricted her breath. As a noble pureblood, reduced to a state of captivity and potentially losing her freedom. This fate was far more dreadful than death itself. I shall not belong solely to you. I am my own. Despite the intense discomfort coursing through her body, Lamia gritted her teeth, even if upholding her dignity meant courting death. Her breaths grew faint, her complexion waning, as though she were on the brink of unconsciousness. Lamia, are you truly forsaking your life? Tom could scarcely believe she would abandon existence for the sake of pride. Such an action was entirely foreign to him. You will never understand. My existence entails more than mere survival. Lamia's eyelids grew heavier, her final vision being Tom stumbling toward the exit, his presence a cacophony in her mind. Even as her consciousness slipped away, she could hear his desperate cries for help. Upon awakening once more, Lamia found herself once again upon her dormitory bed, drenched in cold sweat, the sensation sticky and uncomfortable. She approached the window, a gust of frigid air sweeping through, clearing her previously muddled thoughts. Initially, Lamia had been resolute in her acceptance of death, yet now she realized that no matter how vivid, it had merely been a dream, and even Tom's existence was uncertain. Shaking her dazed head, she sought clarity. The following day, Lamia arrived early at the Great Hall. Though she had no appetite, she felt compelled to maintain appearances. However, as she gazed upon the banquet laid before her, a wave of nausea washed over her, rendering her unable to lift a fork. Suddenly, a chicken leg appeared upon her plate. Turning to see Draco, who had dismissed everyone else to sit beside her, she remarked, I do not like this. I know, Lamia. I adore it. Draco lifted his chin defiantly. The things I love are the finest. His deliberate mimicry of Lucius's demeanor appeared somewhat ludicrous. Then you eat it. What does it have to do with me? Lamia blinked in confusion. Or perhaps you could return it. I want you to feed me. Draco hesitated, as if struck by a revelation. You drank so much of my blood last night that I had no strength to dress this morning. And now I lack the energy to eat. If you do not feed me, you may never taste my blood again. His once haughty expression was now replaced by a feigned fragility, trembling as if on the verge of fainting. You, very well. As Draco swayed toward her, Lamia reluctantly extended her hand to support him, yet he genuinely slumped into her embrace. The sound of a plate shattering echoed from the Gryffindor table, drawing Lamia's attention to Harry, who stood with a stormy expression, a mess beneath his feet. Lamia, what is wrong? A revived Draco inquired, his pallor suggesting his earlier feigned weakness was genuine. You fainted, Lamia replied tersely, attempting to extricate Draco from her grasp, but he clung to her waist like a limpet. I feel dreadful, Lamia. He resembled a forsaken puppy. I am hungry. Feed me, or I may perish in your arms. Draco, confident in her reluctance to resist, had long since discerned that Lamia responded better to soft persuasion than harshness. Fine. Lamia obediently brought the chicken leg to Draco's lips, the greasy aroma wafting into her nostrils, provoking a wave of nausea. Lamia, what ails you? Draco sprang to his feet, shedding his earlier frailty. You appear unwell. Let me take you to Madame Pomfrey. He leaned toward her, visibly anxious. The students in the hall had initially dined in quietude, yet the series of loud commotions drew their attention, culminating in murmurs of curiosity as they witnessed Lamia's retching. What is happening? Could she be pregnant? A male wizard at the Gryffindor table craned his neck to observe Lamia's predicament, inciting a flurry of gossip. Bang! Harry slammed his palm against the table, silencing the whispers as all eyes fell upon his perplexed expression, his hair a wild mess and his eyes rimmed in red, glistening with unshed tears. Lamia, I loathe you. Without regard for the onlookers, Harry stood directly before the hunched Lamia. I wish I had never met you. Then I would not be consumed with thoughts of you. As tears streamed down his face, Harry's heart raced in fear at the implications of the whispered speculation, propelling him to stand before Lamia. You detest me? Then let us pretend we are strangers. You need not regret having met me. Lamia wiped her mouth, devoid of any lingering sentiment. Harry, who had awaited her soothing words, froze at her response. He had prepared himself to forgive her at the slightest hint of remorse, but her words signified a resolute severance. His complexion paled. Lamia, are you certain? He clung to hope, unable to believe she could be so callous. I say, I no longer want you. Chapter 15, Flying Lessons. To Lamia, Harry was merely a compliant source of sustenance. Should that sustenance become obstinate, it could be discarded. Why? Harry clenched his fists, his emerald eyes brimming with hurt. This is unfair. Unfair? Harry, Have you not received enough? Lamya lounged in her seat, aimlessly swirling the cup filled with rich, sweet pumpkin juice. Her intentions to drink it non-existent. Thus, keep your distance from me. I owe you nothing. Lamya stifled a yawn, her eyes clouded with mist. All right. Harry paused for what felt like an eternity, the air around him heavy with sorrow, tears welling in his eyes, as if ready to spill over at any moment. Lamya, I will keep my distance as long as you don't cast me aside. Whenever you find yourself hungry, Harry, you may leave now. Lamya interrupted, not in need of a meal that had long lost its flavor. Bowing his head, Harry returned to his seat, utterly perplexed about what he had done wrong. Mate, what's going on? Your girlfriend seems off, Ron remarked, leaning in with a look of eager curiosity as soon as Harry had sat down. It's nothing, Ron. She's merely upset with me, Harry reassured him, as if attempting to comfort himself as well. Merlin's foul socks, this is beyond mere anger, Ron muttered, continuing to gnaw on a chicken leg. Meanwhile, after Harry's departure, Draco took the opportunity to draw closer. Lamya, you finally see Potter for the insufferable wretch he is. The exhilaration within Draco was palpable. Indeed, he is bothersome, Lamya responded coolly, yearning only to escape the relentless chatter of the hall that irked her. Lamya, don't leave. You haven't fed me yet. I'm still hungry. Have you forgotten about me now that you're full? Draco pursued her, his voice laced with exaggerated desperation. If you don't feed me, I shall refuse to eat, and you can forget about eating in the future. Realizing he could not catch up, he halted, stamping his foot in frustration. Draco, I dislike this side of you. Lamya turned to face him, her crimson eyes calm and unwavering. Aren't you the scion of the Malfoy family? What, do you fancy me? Her teasing tone sent a blush creeping into Draco's cheeks, already tinged with guilt. Don't say such nonsense. It's impossible. The future mistress of the Malfoy house must be of noble pure blood. Then what are you doing now? Lamya retorted, pulling the platinum-haired boy aside as she turned towards the exit, needing rest before their afternoon flying class. I merely wish to avoid dining alone, Draco insisted, his tone stubborn. In the afternoon, Gryffindor and Slytherin stood on the grass before the Forbidden Forest, each boy brimming with excitement as they discussed their aerial prowess. Lamya, however, found little interest, glancing skeptically at the broomsticks resembling withered branches. Could such instruments truly bear the weight of a human? Suddenly, as if sensing something, she turned to look in Gryffindor's direction, where a pair of striking green eyes were fixed intently upon her. Harry, his hair still disheveled, though his attire seemed freshly changed. Feigning ignorance, she withdrew her gaze, while Draco continued to regale her with tales of his supposed bravery, performing 360-degree spirals in the sky and narrowly evading Muggle helicopters. Though inwardly annoyed, Lamya offered him praise at every turn. Amidst the incessant chatter of the newcomers, a tall, slender woman with silvery hair emerged at the front of the line, her eyes sharp and commanding. Following Madame Hooch's instruction, Lamya and the first years shouted at the disarrayed broomsticks, up, desiring to remain inconspicuous. Lamya suppressed her inner magic as she called out, and indeed, the broomsticks remained firmly on the ground. Just as most of the newcomers succeeded, Lamya, as if struck with inspiration, swiftly seized a broomstick that leapt into the air. Everything seemed to fall into place, and as all the first years mounted their brooms, Neville's broom suddenly shot him upwards like a firework, eliciting a chorus of screams. True to form, Neville plummeted and broke his arm, prompting Madame Hooch to take him to the hospital wing. If only he had glanced at the memory ball, he would remember to land on his backside. Draco scooped up the glowing memory ball from the ground, laughter echoing from the Slytherins behind him. Draco, hand me Neville's memory ball. Harry stepped forward, reaching for it. Want it, Potter? Come and get it, Draco taunted, tossing the memory ball with a look of amusement. Without hesitation, Harry mounted his broom and soared towards the memory ball, glancing at Lamya as he passed her, seemingly resolving something within himself, and pulled her into an embrace. Caught off guard, Lamya found herself airborne, grasping the edges of Harry's robes. Harry, what are you doing? She exclaimed, sitting sideways on the broom, her silvery hair brushing against his cheek. You're acting childish. Though her tone suggested reproach, Harry felt a surge of joy. At least she was no longer icy towards him. Lamya, I merely wish to speak with you privately. In midair, Harry executed a flawless flip, causing Lamya to gasp as a glowing memory ball was thrust into her hands. I want to be with you, Harry hesitated, his voice faltering. I shall no longer inquire about others. Anyone will do, as long as you keep me. His tone was soft, almost pitiful. Suit yourself. The broom swayed in the air before finally descending to the ground. Lamya extricated herself from Harry's embrace, her silvery strands trailing across his shoulder. The first years on the ground erupted in cheers for Harry's flight, while Lamya navigated her way through the throng, only to find Draco standing in the open space behind her. His expression dark as he glared at the two descending from the broom, his gray eyes clouded with discontent. What a show-off, Potter. Crabbe and Goyle shoved through the obstructing newcomers, forcibly bringing Draco before Harry. I have been at Hogwarts for many years, and you are the first year to dare such a thing. Professor McGonagall arrived, breathless from her haste, her fury palpable even from a distance. Professor, it was Malfoy, enough. Mr. Weasley, no need for further explanation. Potter, come with me. McGonagall turned sharply and strode towards the castle, a crestfallen Harry trailing behind her. The attention-seeking savior Potter is about to be expelled. The foolish Gryffindor, Draco, and his two cronies smirked in triumph after Harry's departure. Draco, you do carry a certain weight. Chapter 16. The Duel. 1. Severus Snape, clad in his dark robes, had been lurking in the background for some time. Draco, your father would expect me to visit tonight. His countenance was somber, devoid of expression, leaving Draco momentarily speechless. Turning, he spotted Lamya standing nearby, watching him. I apologize, Professor. I was in the wrong, Draco mumbled, his eyes betraying a hint of unshed tears as he lowered his head in contrition. Yet Snape showed no inclination to depart, bypassing Draco to stand in the open space, silent, with an air thick with unspoken tension. Hey Ron, guess what? McGonagall, Harry, filled with excitement, was abruptly halted when Ron tugged at him, causing him to notice Snape on the field, his demeanor instantly stiffening with confusion over Snape's unexpected presence at the flying lesson. Look, the hero Potter returns. So, Mr. Potter, are you prepared to leave Hogwarts for violating school regulations? Snape's sardonic tone extinguished Harry's good spirits entirely. Mr. Snape, I believe I ought to heed Professor McGonagall. After all, she is our headmistress. Harry's calm demeanor only served to further infuriate Snape, who tossed his greasy hair back. Is that so? Then perhaps Mr. Potter should accompany me to the headmaster's office to explain himself to the headmaster. Professor, I think you have misunderstood, Harry Potter. You may relay your words to the headmaster. Snape dragged Harry towards the office, affording him no opportunity to continue his protest. It was only after Snape and Harry had completely vanished that Draco leaned towards Lamya. Why did you summon Professor Snape? Was it because my confrontation with Potter provoked you? Draco, blinded by jealousy, spoke hurtful words towards Lamya. That's not the case, Draco. Professor Snape was not called by me. Lamya had no desire to explain. The matter had nothing to do with her, and she didn't even wish to witness the unfolding drama. Yet, Draco relentlessly pursued her, seemingly unwilling to relent until he received an answer. Really? If you don't believe me, so be it. Lamya stepped into the crowd, pausing momentarily. Before long, Harry emerged from the headmaster's office. By Merlin's green stockings, mate, you actually escaped from Snape unscathed? Ron exclaimed, his disbelief palpable as he glanced at Harry, who was practically glowing with excitement. I'm really fine, Ron, and I've been exceptionally recruited to the Quidditch team. Harry exclaimed, his enthusiasm evident as he gesticulated wildly. Harry, that's incredible. No first year has ever been admitted to the Quidditch team. Ron's astonishment grew, his red hair bouncing with his movements. Harry was nearly knocked off balance by his exuberance, while Lamya, hidden in the crowd, observed the scene, recalling Harry's words to her while on his broom. Lamya decisively stepped back, wishing to conceal her presence behind others, striving to avoid being seen by Harry. She truly did not want to invest too much emotion in a mere acquaintance. Lamya, is that you? Harry, amidst Ron's shaking, caught a glimpse of silver and rushed towards Lamya as if he had discovered an oasis in a barren desert. Lamya, please don't go. Hi, Harry. Lamya, initially hoping to evade him, sighed and turned with a smile to greet Harry. Lamya, did you know I made the Hogwarts Quidditch team? Harry was brimming with excitement, his green eyes sparkling like stars. Congratulations, Harry. Lamya maintained her smile, offering a polite response. Are you not happy for me, Lamya? Harry's expression fell, his uncertainty palpable as he fumbled for words. No, Harry, I am genuinely pleased for you. Lamya, if you're unhappy, I can choose not to go. Would that mean we would have more time together? Harry swallowed the latter half of his sentence, fearing that uttering it would cause Lamya to walk away. There's no need for that, Harry. I am glad you are able to pursue what you love. Lamya gently pried Harry's hand from where it had unconsciously latched onto her. Potter, you must be quite pleased with yourself. Just wait. I shall inform my father about Dumbledore's blatant favoritism towards you, and you will undoubtedly be expelled. Draco shoved Harry aside, positioning himself next to Lamya. And you, a Gryffindor, ought to be with your foolish lion companions. Crabbe and Goyle joined in with derisive laughter, drawing a crowd of first years. Malfoy, do not overstep. Dumbledore knows the school rules better than you. Ron interjected, stepping in front of Harry with an air of defiance. You poor Weasley. Are you wearing hand-me-downs from the 8th owner? How else could I smell such a wretched odor? Crabbe, Goyle, do you smell it? Draco pinched his nose in disdain, while his two companions exchanged bewildered glances until Draco kicked them sharply, prompting their reactions as they too pinched their noses, feigning revulsion. Enough, Draco. Has the ground given you newfound courage? Harry tugged Ron, who was too stunned to respond, his clear green eyes sparkling with defiance, which Draco interpreted as a blatant challenge. Very well, Potter, a wizard duel tonight. Do you dare? By the way, you do know what a wizard duel is, don't you? Draco turned to share a laugh with his cronies, their mocking voices further inciting Harry, who glanced at Lamya, silently wishing she would not align herself with them. I certainly know. I am his assistant. Ron seized the opportunity to counter Draco's jibes. Ah, two opponents with nothing to lose. Midnight, trophy room. See you there. With that, Draco cast a glance at Lamya and departed with Goyle and Crabbe. What does dueling mean? And what is an assistant? Harry was left bewildered. An assistant means if you perish. I shall take your place, but fret not, mate. Given Draco's spellcasting abilities, he will likely just knock himself unconscious. But what if we can't defeat him? Harry still looked concerned. Then we'll knock him out with a punch, or simply deny it. After all, he hasn't specified what the punishment is. Ron shrugged nonchalantly. But only Harry was aware that there was a wager between himself and Draco, a secret known solely to them. An invisible war had long since begun, one that existed only between the two of them. Apologies for the interruption, but you absolutely cannot sneak out tonight to duel Malfoy. Gryffindor's points will be entirely deducted. It's utterly preposterous. Hermione could no longer contain herself, her frizzy brown curls bouncing as she stood before the two boys. This is none of your concern, Hermione, Ron shouted, with Harry nodding in agreement beside him. Then what if I seek you out tonight, Harry? Chapter 17. The Duel 2. Really, Lamya? Harry stepped forward incredulously, his brows lifting in delight. Of course not. Harry, I hope you enjoy your evening. Lamya replied with a smirk, waving her hand mischievously. Do not forget, I am a Slytherin. I knew it. There is not a decent Slytherin among them. Mate, I've told you before. Slytherins are the most prone to dark wizards. Look, after Lamya left, Harry's vacant stare incited Ron's irritation. One Malfoy, and now another Noxturn. Slytherin is truly that S enough, Ron. Lamya is not like that. Harry interjected, unwilling to endure any disparagement towards Lamya. You absolutely cannot go tonight. Hermione insisted, hands on her hips. Otherwise, Gryffindor will surely lose the House Cup this year. Her expression was grave as she spread her arms to block Harry and Ron, who were preparing to ignore her and leave. Mind your own business. Harry and Ron retorted in unison. That evening, Lamya sat by the window in the common room, her legs crossed, savoring the crimson liquid in her cup, black tea purportedly as flavorful as blood, provided by Draco. How is it, Lamya? Draco inquired eagerly from his seat nearby, his gray eyes sparkling with anticipation. Not unlike tea, rather reminiscent of blood tea. Lamya savored the lingering sweetness on her palate, fully aware that this was not mere tea, but rather a concoction made from Draco's own blood. It's delightful. I truly enjoy it, Draco. Lamya refrained from exposing the truth, for it bore no consequence upon her. Did it? Perhaps, Lamya, you might find yourself hungry this evening? Draco gazed at the girl beside him, her silver hair illuminated by the moonlight, his eyes drawn to her delicate profile. The remnants of crimson upon her lips added a touch of allure to her otherwise pristine indifference. Draco swallowed hard, savoring the moments of solitude with Lamya. I suppose you have an appointment to keep, don't you, Draco? Will you not attend? Lamya shook the cup in her hand, her gaze vacant, seemingly devoid of focus. Lamya, do you not find it more intriguing to watch as they are expelled? Draco had no intention of honoring the appointment. The ludicrous wager was merely a ploy to provoke Potter. He was acutely aware that Harry must believe he intended to use Lamya as a bargaining chip in their trivial bet. Precisely the temptation Draco had orchestrated to make it difficult for Potter to refuse. A smug smile graced Draco's lips, as he envisioned Harry slinking away from the school in disgrace. Wait, Lamya, where are you going? Draco was taken aback by her sudden departure from the common room. A wave of panic washing over him at the thought of her seeking Harry. Just taking a stroll outside, Lamya replied, her long, slender legs crossing the threshold of the common room. She was not inclined to meddle, yet a familiar and loathsome presence lingered within Hogwarts, prompting a furrow in her brow. Unbeknownst to Draco, she transformed, a sleek bat with ebony wings and white fur soaring through the night sky, seeking the suspicious aura. Meanwhile, Hermione stood guard at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, soon encountering Harry and Ron, who were sneaking out of their dormitory. I knew it. You cannot go out. Gryffindor must not lose the House Cup because of you, Hermione exclaimed, blocking their path. Goodness, how can a Gryffindor be so meddlesome? You're worse than a house elf. Ron grumbled, crossing his arms in discontent. Ignore her, Ron. Let us hurry, Harry urged, pushing aside the portrait of the fat lady and climbing through the hole. Hermione, you do not understand the gravity of the situation. He turned back, lowering his voice. No matter how grave it is, you cannot forfeit Gryffindor's points. It would affect all those who diligently earn points. It is unjust. You are being selfish, Hermione insisted, trailing closely behind them, her words flowing incessantly. Who do you think you are? Can you not mind your own business? Ron snapped, exasperated, clutching his head. Enough, let us move, Harry urged, grasping the irate Ron's arm. Signaling him to hurry. Hermione was left behind, and upon glancing back, she realized the fat lady had vanished, leaving her no choice but to follow the direction Harry and Ron had taken in frustration. As Lamya circled in the air, the presence she had sensed had dissipated, and no matter how diligently she searched, she could find no trace. She settled before a tranquil window, intending to rest, when suddenly she heard hurried footsteps from within. More than one pair. Instantly alert, she soon recognized the familiar essence of those inside, though it was not the one she sought. Inside, Harry and his companions were present. Oblivious to the black bat concealed by the window, rummaging through a room filled with various trophies in search of the elusive Draco. He may not even show up. This could merely be a ruse to entice you into breaching school rules, Hermione continued, her irritation palpable. And you do not heed my words and have harmed poor Neville. It is utterly selfish. Oh God, I cannot take it anymore. Do you only know how to repeat those same phrases? Besides, was it not you who knocked Neville out? Ron retorted, his brow furrowed in annoyance, dismissing her concerns. Shoo! Harry interrupted their bickering, their noise from the next room. The trophy room, especially quiet at night, allowed them to easily hear the distant sounds from the adjacent chamber. Someone is speaking, but it is not Malfoy. They might be hiding in the corner. Darling, you must listen closely and flush out the rule-breaking students. It was Filch speaking to Mrs. Norris. Harry, alarmed, waved frantically at Ron and Hermione, urging them to flee. Both were startled, their earlier quarrel forgotten as they followed Harry into hiding. The three dashed along a corridor lined with suits of armor, but in their haste, Ron accidentally knocked one over, producing a cacophonous clatter that echoed throughout Hogwarts. Run! Harry shouted. They dared not glance back to see if Filch was in pursuit, but focused solely on their footing as they sprinted away. Outside the room, Lamya cast a subtle spell, deftly evading Filch's line of sight, and entered the trophy room, yet Mrs. Norris's keen senses detected her presence. With eyes glowing a deep emerald in the darkness, she fixed her gaze upon Lamya, emitting a sharp cry. Darling, have you found something? Where is it? Filch bent down, following the cat's line of sight, only to find nothing but shadows. Look more carefully. He stroked Mrs. Norris's soft fur. Remaining in her bat form, Lamya folded her wings and landed on the ground. Mrs. Norris, undeterred, approached her with nimble steps. Suddenly, Lamya's eyes glowed red, and she let out a hiss. Instantly, Mrs. Norris puffed up, darting into the darkened shadows. Filch, alerted by the noise outside, hurried to the corner, gathering the startled cat and rushing towards the source of the sound. Lamya glanced in the direction Harry had vanished. Her interest piqued. She flapped her wings with great speed and soon found herself trailing behind the trio on the path. First-year students running amok. Chapter 18, A Nighttime Adventure. The sudden shrill voice startled them all, even Lamya, who flinched as her white fur bristled. It was Peeves, who had unexpectedly jumped out from a vacant classroom, now standing before them. Annoying little first-years, wandering the grounds at night, breaking school rules. You must be caught and punished, Peeves declared with a mischievous grin, his eyes spinning wildly. As long as you don't tell anyone, nobody will know. Peeves, please, Harry implored. Breaking the rules should be reported to Filch, otherwise. What are the rules for? It's all for the well-being of the students, Peeves replied, crafting a ridiculous justification, his expression one of delight. Damn it, move aside. Ron, already brimming with frustration, rudely shoved Peeves, igniting a chaotic scene. First years are not to be wandering. First years are not to be wandering. Peeves screeched, his piercing voice echoing, threatening to awaken the entire Hogwarts. Run. Hermione was the first to react, darting past the hovering Peeves and racing ahead. They reached a locked door at the end of the corridor. Open the door, Ron urged anxiously, glancing back, fearing Filch's footsteps were approaching. Harry hesitated as he drew forth the wand he had prepared earlier. Let me do it, Hermione exclaimed, snatching the wand from him with an assertive gesture. Alohomora. The lock clicked open, and before they could fully grasp the situation inside, the three of them surged in, with Lamya seizing the opportunity to slip through the ajar door. Once inside, they shut the door behind them, remaining utterly silent, pressing against the door as they listened intently to the sounds outside, oblivious to their surroundings. However, in the corner, Lamya noticed the formidable creature lurking behind them, a monstrous three-headed canine, oozing foul saliva and fixating its gaze on the trio that had intruded. Lamya's brow furrowed momentarily as she glanced at Harry, but she was soon startled by the unsettling thought that crossed her mind, the desire to save him. It was a frightening notion. Outside, Filch, drawn by the commotion, circled the area, failing to notice anything amiss before grumbling away in frustration. It's all right. It's all right. Harry sighed in relief, leaning against the door. He then turned to Ron, who had been tugging at his sleeve with urgency. Following Ron's gaze, Harry was confronted by the sight of 3 rancid dog mouths exhaling hot breath towards them, thick, viscous drool dripping from its yellowed teeth. Harry understood that the creature was merely bewildered by their sudden entrance. Trembling, he reached for the doorknob and turned it, preferring to face Filch over this beast. As the door swung open, they retreated step by step, slamming it shut behind them with a resounding thud before sprinting down the corridor at a speed akin to a Firebolt 2000, heedless of Filch. For death seemed a far graver threat. They did not stop until they reached the portrait of the fat lady on the 8th floor. I knew it. I told you so. Hermione panted, her voice punctuated with gasps, but Harry and Ron were well aware that she was chastising them. The fat lady returned to her portrait. Snorting indignantly, the group successfully entered the common room, where Neville awaited them, having not left. What on earth did you do? It was no wonder Neville inquired. For their appearance was quite disheveled. They were all drenched in sweat, their faces flushed, and their robes hung awkwardly from their shoulders. Don't ask, nothing happened. Harry swallowed hard, his body still trembling, evidently shaken by the ordeal. You never listened to me. Malfoy was deceiving you, Hermione exclaimed, her brow slick with sweat and lips parched, looking utterly distressed, yet still managing to admonish them. Harry and Ron collapsed into armchairs, exchanging glances that conveyed mutual understanding. They now recognized Hermione's correctness, but were reluctant to concede their error. What were they thinking, keeping such a monster in the corridor? This is Hogwarts, the so-called safest place in the wizarding world. Ron huffed after catching his breath, diverting the topic. What are your eyes for? Didn't you see what it was standing over? Hermione had little expectation that the two would apologize, but she frowned at Ron's abrupt change of subject. On the floor? I didn't notice. Harry racked his brain, but all he could recall was the stench of the dog's mouth. It was a trapdoor, Hermione said, her voice laced with irritation. It was clearly guarding something. She stood up, glaring at them with fiery eyes. We could have been bitten to death, or worse. Expelled from school. Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to bed. Who cares? As if we had any obligation to take you with us. Ron retorted with a dismissive pout. Hermione ignored him. She was utterly exhausted, while Harry pondered the object concealed beneath the trapdoor, as if a revelation was dawning upon him. Meanwhile, Lamya remained shut inside the room. Yet the 3-headed dog had not noticed the inconspicuous bat lurking in the corner, despite her white-tipped head. It once again lay atop the trapdoor, its enormous heads pressing down, yellowed eyes obscured by heavy eyelids. Seizing the moment, Lamya slipped out. As she soared just outside the door, Lamya sensed that familiar aura once more, and it was alarmingly close. Without hesitation, she flew towards the source of the presence. Master, I have found it. It was Quirrell. Lamya concealed herself behind a pillar, observing as Quirrell held a mirror, muttering to himself. While another terrifying face loomed on the back of his head. Behind you, a hoarse voice rasped. Quirrell quickly turned, finding nothing amiss. Nothing is happening, Master. Pillar. The voice of the Master seemed frail, struggling to articulate. Quirrell, sensing the tension, wrapped his scarf tightly around himself and cautiously approached Lamya's direction. As he drew nearer, the aura intensified, accompanied by an unpleasant scent of garlic. Lamya scanned her surroundings, failing to find a suitable hiding place, and as Quirrell approached ever closer, she hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal herself and take the initiative when another voice echoed from afar. Quirrell, what are you doing? Chapter 19. Familiar? It was Snape. He lurked in the shadows, his dark robe barely visible in the dim moonlight. Quirrell, so late at night, are you on night watch for Filch? I had no idea you possessed such dedication. Snape advanced slowly, the tip of his wand glowing faintly. Wait, Snape? I don't know what you're talking about. Quirrell stammered, reverting to his former self. I can't sleep at night. Quirrell, I am aware of your intentions. Snape narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him, scanning the vicinity, even inspecting the soles of his shoes. You'd best not let me catch you. Having discovered nothing, Snape swept away, soon vanishing into the night. Lamya remained hidden behind the pillar. Master, Snape has betrayed you. Shall I kill him? Quirrell brandished the mirror, making a feeble gesture toward his neck. Not necessary. Pillar. The Master's hoarse voice was undeterred by the earlier interruption. He did not intend to spare Lamya. Yes, Master. Not required. Lamya transformed into her human form. Stepping out from behind the pillar, her silvery hair trailing gracefully in the air, exuding an ethereal fragrance. I shall not meddle. Feel free to pursue your intentions. Lamya's crimson pupils reflected Quirrell's, turned back, a fearsome visage fixated upon her. You are not human, he stated. Is that so peculiar? Who decreed that Hogwarts students must be solely human? Lamya stood tall, the breeze lifting the edges of her robe, mirroring the imposing presence of Voldemort before her. Voldemort's gaze darkened, inexplicably finding the exquisite silver-haired girl strikingly familiar, especially with the unexplainable flutter within his heart that left him at a loss. Leave. Quirrell turned around. I shall remember you. The master allows you to depart, but should you disclose this matter, I will kill you. His expression was fierce, entirely devoid of the earlier tension he exhibited before Snape. After Quirrell left, Lamya carefully reflected upon the face she had just seen, which overlapped with the memory of a visage adorned with deep blue eyes, especially the way those eyes had scrutinized her. It was undeniably identical. How intriguing. It appears this is not merely a dream, Lamya mused to herself. She now comprehended that this so-called master was likely closely connected to Tom, perhaps even Tom himself. However, he seemed devoid of any recollections from the dream, yet he must possess some inkling of her presence. Otherwise, he would not have spared her, especially considering the perilous situation he had just orchestrated. Tom, you truly harbor many secrets, she thought. That night, Lamya transformed once more into a bat, for she had no inclination to sleep on an empty stomach, especially with a formidable confrontation awaiting her in the dream realm. To facilitate her endeavor, she stealthily infiltrated Draco's dormitory, assuming her human form upon landing on the floor. As the scion of the Malfoy lineage, he resided in a lavish single room, arguably the most opulent in all of Hogwarts, adorned with an array of expensive magical artifacts. How extravagant, she thought, an unfamiliar pang of jealousy stirring within her. Even as someone who had once lived in luxury, she tread softly upon the plush carpet, making her way toward the window, where a velvet blanket lay loosely draped over Draco, revealing only his platinum hair. His eyes were shut tight, lost in a deep and peaceful slumber. Lamya perched on the edge of his bed, her fingers gently caressing his eyelids and the smooth expanse of his forehead. Draco's lashes fluttered, as if on the cusp of awakening. In a moment of mischief, a smile crept onto Lamya's lips as she covered his eyes with her hands. Who is it? Draco grumbled, resentment lacing his voice as he attempted to pry her hands away from his eyes. In a flash, Lamya summoned her magic, binding his restless hands with ribbons from the nearby cabinet. What are you doing? My father is a board member. If anything happens to me, he won't let you off. Draco protested, thrashing wildly. Yet Lamya was no longer the powerless figure she had been in the dream. He stood no chance against her. She brushed her lips against his soft mouth, playfully biting down, and he responded as though struck by lightning, escalating his struggles. I won't let you go. His fury was akin to a sudden summer storm, striking unexpectedly. Lamya had not anticipated such a vehement reaction, even with him bound. She had merely provoked him without sensing his rage, until now. Is that so? She teased, sinking her teeth into Draco's delicate earlobe, nibbling softly, leaving only a sheen of moisture and a faint blush in her wake. Lamya? Draco stammered, his cheeks flushed and his lashes brushing against her palm. Yes, Lamya replied, releasing her hold. His gray eyes, brimming with unshed tears, locked onto hers, as if inviting her to continue. What? Not angry anymore? She teased, playfully tugging at his reddened ear. No, Draco murmured, awkwardly pulling the blanket higher to conceal his flushed neck and alluringly pale chest. I'm hungry. The emptiness in her stomach stirred a sense of urgency within Lamya. She could not wait for Draco's response and lunged at him. He barely had time to gasp before she pinned him down. After some time, Lamya finally lifted her head from his neck, affectionately nuzzling against him. Draco, I truly cannot be apart from you. Just as she intended to lift the blanket and settle down for sleep, a pair of veiny hands pressed her back onto the bed. Lamya, don't come so close to me. Draco's voice was strained, his body trembling, and he clutched the blanket tightly. Lamya had witnessed this scene before with Harry and, being considerate, reassured him, Fear not, I shall do nothing but sleep. No, it's not that. The situation is somewhat peculiar. Could you please just close your eyes? Draco's face grew even warmer, his tone pleading. Very well. No sooner had she spoken than she felt a garment draping over her head, exuding a refreshing scent unique to youth, obscuring her vision entirely. All she could hear was the sound of water. All right. Lamya was soon enveloped in the warmth of the bed, yet Draco beside her radiated a chill, even cooler than her own body. Let us sleep, Lamya. Draco removed the nightshirt that had covered her head and discarded it aside, then naturally wrapped his arms around her. Lamya then realized that Draco was bare from the waist up, his cheeks tinted with a rosy hue, his eyes deliberately shut, as if awaiting her initiative. Draco, you seem unwell. Do you require my assistance? No need. Lamya, you should rest. Draco's brows twitched in surprise at her concern, yet he resisted the urge to indulge, fearing it might frighten her. Is that so? Yet I feel quite uncomfortable. Lamya found herself tightly embraced by Draco, leaving no space between them, which was particularly unsettling given her recent meal. Oh, I apologize. Draco quickly released her, providing ample space while still encircling her slender waist. I am sleepy, Draco. Lamya's eyelids felt heavy, and a few tears slipped down her cheeks. Did I hurt you, Lamya? Draco inquired, his voice laced with uncharacteristic tenderness and concern. Anxiously awaiting her reply. No, I merely wish to sleep, she responded. As Lamya felt the steady rhythm of Draco's heartbeat across from her, she gradually drifted into slumber. The velvet blanket enveloping her completely, while Draco fought to keep his heavy eyelids open, his gaze fixated on her. Upon awakening once more, Lamya found herself in the boys' dormitory at Hogwarts, the decor appearing somewhat antiquated compared to what she had previously seen. As she stirred, a sound of water echoed beneath her. Reaching out, she discovered herself encased within a transparent box, her hands leaving vivid crimson imprints on its surface. In disbelief, Lamya gazed at her hands, drenched in a sticky, red liquid that slowly dripped down beneath her. To her astonishment, she realized she was submerged in a transparent coffin filled with blood. Moreover, based on her understanding, the blood was freshly replaced, the scent of iron thick in the air. Lamya attempted to shatter the coffin lid with her hands, but found herself still lacking in strength. She had not fully regained her powers, which boded ill for her precarious situation. The emotions stemming from Tom's feelings for her filled her with fear, compounded by the strangeness of her surroundings. Just as Lamya succumbed to despair, the door swung open, and a pair of polished leather shoes stepped into the room. It was Tom. He appeared remarkably composed, but upon seeing Lamya's eyes open, a wave of surprise and panic washed over his face. Lamya, you're alive. I knew it. Tom could hardly articulate the sheer terror he felt when he had lifted the unconscious Lamya. He could not hear a single heartbeat. Her icy form piercing his heart like a dagger, an endless pain radiating through his entire being. Tom could not recall how long he had held the frigid Lamya. Seeking the counsel of numerous healers, each one delivering the same grim news. She was dead. Yet, a persistent voice echoed in his mind. Lamya is not dead. She merely lies in slumber, awaiting your call to awaken her. This voice fortifies his determination to revive Lamya, prompting him to disregard the opinions of others and insist on placing her in his own chamber, where he tenderly changes her garments and cleanses her. He is acutely aware that Lamya is no ordinary human, and he discovers that her body shows no signs of decay, further solidifying his conviction that she is alive. Initially, Tom intended to wait indefinitely, until one day, a man with a long black beard, claiming to be a professor from a magical academy, arrived. He informed Tom that he possessed magical potential and needed to attend Hogwarts for his education. Tom had already sensed his own burgeoning abilities the moment Lamya first wielded magic, realizing he could do so as well, and even surpass her. I shall not go, he declared, turning to gaze at the quietly resting Lamya, who seemed to be in a deep sleep, exhibiting a docility that was uncharacteristic of her, and he found it displeasing. What if Hogwarts could restore her? Indeed, Dumbledore proved to be the wisest of wizards. With a mere glance, he discerned that the deceased maiden was the undoing of the handsome youth before him. Thus, Tom hastily gathered his belongings and followed Dumbledore to the magical school he spoke of, a grand and enigmatic castle. However, Tom soon realized that Dumbledore had deceived him. He had no means to resurrect Lamya. You have misled me, Tom seethed, his fingers clenched into fists, his eyes aflame with fury. Tom, you are exceptional. Hogwarts will help you become even better. I confess to having concealed the truth, but it was for your own good, Dumbledore candidly admitted, showing no signs of remorse. Aware that he could not contend with Dumbledore, Tom feigned understanding of his well-meaning intentions and smiled, promising to diligently study magic. Once Dumbledore received the desired response, he departed, leaving Tom standing in a daze, still smiling. From that moment on, Tom transformed. He played the role of the ideal student in Dumbledore's eyes, ever eager to assist, diligently pursuing his studies, and even wearing a warm smile in solitude. Yet, if Lamya were to witness him, she would see that his smile mirrored the one he wore when facing strangers, artificial, yet convincingly real. A turning point emerged when Tom inadvertently stumbled upon the restricted section of the library. He had never ceased his quest to find a way to awaken Lamya, yet the tomes of Hogwarts contained no references to resurrection or death until he heard of Horcruxes and death from Professor Slughorn. Tom felt as if he had been reborn. Under the cover of night, he located the book that held his sole hope, and, following its instructions, poured nearly 2/3 of his own blood into a prepared transparent coffin. I should have realized, you are not human. Thankfully, I hope it is not too late, Tom murmured, collapsing to the floor from blood loss, frantically consuming blood-replenishing potions. After regaining some strength, he repeated the process of bleeding until the blood within the coffin enveloped half of Lamya's form. In the ensuing days, Tom became increasingly occupied. He had to focus not only on his studies, but also on concocting enough blood-replenishing potions to replace his lost blood. Although there were many other students' blood available within the academy, Tom refused to allow Lamya to bear their scent, opting instead to solely use his own. The thought that, upon awakening, Lamya would carry only his essence thrilled him, causing the corners of his mouth to rise in excitement. "Lamya, you must awaken soon," he whispered, holding her slender, pale hand, wiping away the bloodstains with a towel. As time passed, it marked the third year of Tom's stay at Hogwarts. He continued to repeat the methods from the forbidden texts, yet Lamya remained unresponsive. One day, as Tom returned to his dormitory after class, intending to change Lamya's blood, he was taken aback to find her, once lifeless, now gazing at him with deep crimson eyes. He could hardly contain his exhilaration. Yet he paused to straighten his somewhat disheveled attire before approaching her, anticipating the first words she would speak to him. Lamya regarded Tom as he approached, her heart fluttering. He was entirely unlike her imaginings. His stature was more upright, and the youthful face she remembered had matured. Her memories were trapped in the moments of her captivity, and a flicker of fear urged her to instinctively recoil. This motion caused Tom, who had been brimming with excitement, to halt abruptly. In his gaze, Lamya sensed neither disappointment nor anger, only an overwhelming sense of possession and desire. Lamya exhaled softly, understanding everything, realizing Tom would not harm her again. The faint trepidation within her dissipated gradually. She sat up in the coffin, intentionally ignoring the halted Tom, her fingers brushing through her damp hair. She furrowed her brow, propping herself up, and walked toward the shower, entirely disregarding Tom's presence. The sound of rushing water echoed from within, igniting a surge of excitement in Tom, who had stealthily moved to the door. He understood that Lamya's actions signified her true awakening. "As long as you awaken, we will have all the time in the world," he mused. Chapter 21. Return to Hogwarts. After rinsing away the sticky blood, Lamya scanned her surroundings, finding only a seemingly clean towel. Despite her aversion to this unknown object, she had lost her magical powers and could only use it to dry her hair. The shower door creaked open, releasing a wave of fragrant steam that enveloped Tom's face. Lamya, barefoot and clad in the blue silk nightgown he had prepared, stepped onto the soft carpet with her delicate, pale toes, her silver hair partially dried, yet still dripping. Lamya felt discomfort coursing through her. Since awakening in the coffin, her body temperature had been steadily rising, and even her previously dormant heart now thumped with life. However, her magic remained dormant. All these signs conveyed to Lamya that she was no longer the proud, noble pure blood she once was, at least not in this place. It was difficult for her to articulate her current emotions. They weighed heavily upon her, as if she had swallowed a giant troll, nauseating and oppressive. From a young age, she had been instilled with the consciousness of nobility, yet now her identity had been reduced to that of the most abject human, a lowly creature regarded as mere sustenance. She could not accept this fate. Tom stood silently beside Lamya, watching as she sat in a chair, grasping the towel that belonged to him. Staring vacantly at her dripping hair, he could sense the despondency emanating from her. "Lamya, allow me to help you," he offered gently, taking the towel from her hands and drying her hair. "I know you are in pain, but could you find it within yourself to be a bit happier for my sake? I cannot lose you." A flicker of stubbornness danced in his deep blue eyes before quickly retreating. "This is Hogwarts. Even without magic, I will not allow them to cast you aside." Lamya remained silent, permitting Tom to touch her hair. Her hair had long since dried, yet he did not withdraw his hand, his rough, warm palm continually rubbing her scalp. An unexpected irritation welled within her. "Tom, you have never asked me." "Lamya, given your circumstances at the time, I had no other choice. Even if you do not understand my intentions." Tom reluctantly withdrew his hand, opting instead to lean on the armrest of the chair. He lowered his head, their proximity almost intimate, as Lamya seemed to nestle within his embrace, enveloped momentarily by the warmth of his masculine presence. "I have granted you a second life. Will you remain by my side forever?" The warmth of his breath brushed against Lamya's forehead, creating an atmosphere steeped in complexity. "Tom, I will not belong to anyone." "You do not understand," she retorted, lifting her gaze to meet his gentle yet shadowed eyes. It was akin to plunging into an unfathomable abyss, where every threat lurked beneath the surface. "I do not need to comprehend. As long as you stay with me, I care not for anything else." Tom straightened, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "You have always been resolute. I shall never hold a place in your heart. Lamya, even against your will, I shall not release you. You are mine. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I understood that in this lifetime, you would only belong to me." His tone sharpened as he turned away. "Hogwarts is not as safe as you imagine. I regret that I must confine you here." With a flick of his wand, he conjured a chain woven from magic that ensnared Lamya's frail ankles, penetrating her skin, its other end drawn into his palm, swiftly vanishing. I shall visit you daily. You will not go hungry. He uttered this before departing, not daring to glance back, his movements swift and controlled, revealing an underlying fear of confrontation. Lamya remained composed, sitting in silence. Though she felt something for Tom, it was not enough to surrender her freedom. She waited until twilight deepened, then summoned the remnants of her nearly depleted magic to transform into a bat. The bat, with its white fur, took flight from the chair. Tom was currently beyond her reach. Her only recourse was to flee. As for the chain, she believed that if she hid well enough, he would not find her. Leaping from the window, the wind howled around her, and the night at Hogwarts felt as frigid as a world encased in ice, causing her teeth to chatter. She concealed herself beneath the branches of the whomping willow, hoping it might offer safety. As the temperature continued to plummet, Lamya was no longer the icy vampire she once was, and fatigue began to wash over her, her vision blurring. Eventually, the small bat succumbed to sleep, its heavy eyelids fluttering shut. Not long after, a resigned sigh escaped Tom as he stood opposite the whomping willow, clad in dark robes. With a mere flick of his wand, he effortlessly blocked the tree's attack. He approached the trunk and crouched down, observing the bat, which slept soundly, its silver lashes quivering gently, its white fur tousled by the night breeze. You are quite disobedient, he murmured, gently pinching the bat's wing before cradling it in his palms. He could feel Lamya's temperature was unusually high, almost feverish. Unaware of how pale he had grown, Tom frowned as he mounted the broomstick parked nearby. In an instant, a blurred shadow sped past, stirring the grass below. Back in his dormitory, Tom placed the bat into a basin filled with warm water, and Lamya felt herself enveloped by warmth, stretching her wings in comfort. A light chuckle resonated from above. Tom rested his chin on his hand, intently watching the little bat luxuriate in the water. Perhaps it is time you learned a lesson. He extracted the bat from the water, dried it, and tossed it onto his bed. The bat flapped about anxiously, its wings beating furiously, even its white fur bristling in distress. Yet, regrettably, Tom's hand felt as unyielding as stone, pinning most of the bat's body down. Transform back, he commanded, lowering his head close, his mouth moving as if he might devour her whole. Disobedient? Then I shall take matters into my own hands. Tom raised an eyebrow, the tip of his wand glowing. Lamya felt a chill envelop her, and then she discovered herself utterly unclothed. Ah, she gasped, hastily diving into the nearby blankets. You are shameless. Her cheeks flushed, not from embarrassment, but from indignation. My apologies, Lamya. You know my control has always been lacking, or else you would not have escaped so many times, Tom said, his tone casual, a mischievous smile curling at his lips. Get away from me. Where to? This is my room. Tom had not seen such vitality from Lamya in a long time, and it exerted an irresistible allure over him, compelling him to lean closer. Lamya, you are hungry. And so am I. Chapter 22, An Irresistible Descent. Tom's exquisitely handsome face drew nearer, his eyes dark and profound. Tonight, drink as much as you desire. His powerful arms restrained the struggling Lamya, confining her much like she had been with Harry and Draco. Tom, I am not hungry. Please don't do this. Lamya struggled feebly, but it was futile. She could only endure as Tom lavished attention upon her neck, his warm tongue trailing downward, bringing with it a wetness that ignited a wave of humiliation within her. Tom groaned softly, tightening his grip on the resisting Lamya. Do you not enjoy this? Do you not wish to be proactive? He brushed aside her silvery hair, revealing her tightly shut eyes, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, falling onto Tom's veined hand, igniting a moment of panic within him. Lamya, what is wrong? He cradled the soft form of Lamya in his arms. She lay there like a broken doll, devoid of life. Trembling, Tom wrapped her in a thick blanket from the cupboard and hurried toward the infirmary. I was wrong. Lamya, please wake up, he implored, his eyes glistening with fear as he shouted before reaching the infirmary. Calm down, what is all this fuss about? Do you not know the time? The door to the infirmary swung open, revealing a young woman in a pointed nightcap, rubbing her bleary eyes. Please, you must save her. Tom clutched Lamya tightly, who remained unresponsive, her eyes shut, lips pale, and hair a tangled mess against his shoulder. Come in, Madame Pomfrey motioned, opening the door wider and flicking on the lights, flooding the room with brightness. Place her on the bed, let me examine her. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Madame Pomfrey swiftly prepared a bed. As Tom was about to release her, he caught sight of Lamya's exposed pale shoulder, and his grip tightened once more, pulling her close, his chin resting against her head. No, you cannot examine her like this. Madame Pomfrey furrowed her brow, ready to scold him, but was startled by the murderous glint in his blue eyes. You may hold her, but do not obstruct my work. Her heart raced, surrendering to his wishes. She is merely exhausted from depleting her magic and slightly malnourished, Madame Pomfrey said, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. Since assuming the role of school nurse, she had never encountered a student who exuded such an overwhelming presence. She will recover with a few days of rest and proper nourishment. I understand. Tom gazed at the serene girl in his arms, releasing a soft sigh. Though he still bore an expression of worry. Once you leave her here, you may depart. Madame Pomfrey rummaged through the nearby apothecary, assuring, I shall take excellent care of her. However, upon finding the potion, she turned around only to discover the room devoid of life, as if caught in a dream, with only the gently swaying door affirming the reality of the recent events. Such unruly students, she muttered, placing the potion back in its rightful place. Meanwhile, Tom gently laid Lamya upon the bed, covering her with a blanket, then retrieved several vials of soothing and restorative potions. Lamya, wake up, it's time for your medicine. He spoke with a tenderness that could almost drown one. Yet Lamya remained unresponsive. She had actually regained consciousness upon her arrival at the infirmary, but was at a loss on how to face Tom, so she feigned sleep, fortunate that he had not noticed. Now, however, she was uncertain whether to open her eyes. Gripped by genuine fear, Tom was no ordinary man. Still not awake? Then I shall have to employ my own methods to administer your medicine. Tom's coarse fingers caressed Lamya's pale chin, his gaze shadowed. Noticing no signs of awakening, he uncapped a vial of soothing potion and poured its contents into his mouth. Leaning closer to Lamya's pallid lips, the warm liquid gradually seeped from between her teeth, flowing down her throat until not a drop remained. Slowly he lifted his head, and as his lips parted, a soft popping sound echoed in the stillness of the night, difficult to overlook. Wiping away the remnants of the silvery potion from his mouth, he reached for another vial of restorative potion. Finally, Lamya could no longer contain herself. Tom, I'm awake. She opened her eyes, her dark red pupils reflecting Tom's handsome visage and his glistening lips. Her cheeks flushed, eyes shimmering with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. You are quite excessive, she remarked. I was unaware that the soothing potion took effect so swiftly. Lamya, Tom replied, his eyes narrowing, a dangerous curve gracing his lips. You have deceived me. It's not as you think. I only just regained consciousness in the infirmary. For some reason, Lamya felt an ominous dread that if she did not speak the truth, dire consequences would ensue. Very well, then let us continue. Tom grinned as he toyed with the vial of restorative potion. That's unnecessary. I'm awake now and can drink it myself. Lamya felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Just as she reached out to seize the vial, she suddenly recalled her state of undress, hastily retracting her hand. Hand it to me. I shall drink it myself. She extended her delicate hands from beneath the blanket, her well-rounded nails glimmering with an enticing pink hue. I believe human blood is far more nourishing, don't you? Tom cast aside the vial of restorative potion with casual disregard and slowly approached Lamya on the bed. She felt the weight of his solid form pressing down on her waist, yet he supported himself with his hands, preventing her from experiencing the same suffocation as before. Forget it, Tom. I do not wish to drink blood, Lamya murmured weakly. Then allow me to assist you. Tom casually sliced his arm, letting crimson blood flow freely, the metallic scent quickly enveloping them both. Instinctively, Lamya's pupils dilated, her fangs subtly emerging as she curled up in pain. Two conflicting forces within her body waged war, the excruciating agony swiftly consuming her consciousness. Driven by instinct, Lamya began to lick at Tom's arm, her tongue stained red. Little deceiver. Initially concerned, Tom felt an unusual satisfaction as he observed Lamya unguardedly gnawing at his arm. Under Tom's deliberate orchestration, Lamya reclaimed the initiative, throwing herself against him, inhaling deeply at his neck, searching for the most suitable point to sink her teeth. Tom's hand glided over Lamya's smooth back, the softness of her youthful skin captivating him, as he explored downwards until her back flushed crimson, at which point he ceased his ministrations. Lamya, too, progressed to the final act, sinking her fangs into Tom's pulsing carotid artery, the scorching blood surging like a torrent against her sharp teeth. Are you satisfied, Lamya? Would you care for something even better? Chapter 23, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Tom's dark hair brushed against Lamya's neck as he whispered, Would you like to taste? His voice, hoarse with suppressed desire, carried an ambiguous implication. Having vented her frustrations, Lamya regained some clarity. No. Their noses nearly touched. Her melodious voice reached Tom's ears, causing his expression to falter. You may be at ease, yet I find myself quite uncomfortable, he lamented, a hint of grievance in his tone. What do you wish for, then? Lamya, slightly dazed, found Tom effortlessly seizing the upper hand. May I hold you while you sleep? Would that be acceptable? Tom paused, gently pressing his palm atop Lamya's head, slowly guiding her down until she was nestled against his broad, warm chest. Lamya, promise me. Strangely enough, as she listened to the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat. Lamya felt an unfamiliar desire to lean on him. It was utterly surreal, as her nature was never one inclined to such dependency. Fear gripped her heart. She was terrified that Tom's actions might lead her to lose herself, to forget her original self. Initially, Lamya had regarded this dream as merely an experience. But now she realized that everything within this dream was subtly transforming her. Do not fret, Lamya. I perceive this as a fortuitous development. Tom placed a kiss upon her neck and held her waist tightly. I am truly happy. His tone was remarkably tender, marking the first time Lamya consciously acknowledged feelings for him beyond mere affection. Tom, you do not comprehend. My feelings for you are intricate and cannot be simplistically categorized as attachment. Lamya suddenly recalled that Tom could hear her innermost thoughts, amplifying her sense of absurdity in this dream world. I do not understand, Lamya, but I can sense your happiness. Tom, what you have done to me does not bring me joy. This is not love, Lamya asserted. I have never been taught love, Lamya. I do not even believe in it. You are the one who has awakened in me the desire to be together forever. That is love. Tom's conviction was unyielding. Yet a closer look would reveal the turmoil and confusion in his eyes. This is not love. It is possession. It is selfishness. Lamya ruthlessly shattered Tom's solitary illusion. Then will you teach me? Show me what love is, he implored. Lamya remained silent, fully aware that it was impossible to teach someone who had never felt love what it truly meant. Akin to explaining the vastness of the ocean to a fish that had spent its life in a pond. The two fell into silence. Tom comprehending Lamya's unspoken thoughts, yet demonstrating his resolve through action. He embraced her tighter, as though wishing to meld her very being into his own. Lamya lost consciousness in Tom's warm embrace, only to awaken once more to find herself back in reality. Lamya, you are awake? Draco's hoarse voice inquired. Have you not slept all night? I couldn't bear to sleep. You have never been this close to me before, Lamya yawned, noticing the redness in Draco's eyes and the dark circles beneath them. May we share such moments more often? Draco nuzzled his fluffy platinum head against Lamya's neck, yearning for more instances like this in the future. I shall visit you often. Lamya felt a sudden pang of guilt, as if she were a heartless manipulator of emotions. Draco, don't we have class today? She was feeling a bit urgent, yet Draco remained unmoving, his gray eyes fixed intently upon her. Indeed. We have Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts class in the morning and Professor Flitwick's charms class in the afternoon. It seemed Draco was oblivious to Lamya's hints, continuing to stare at her after speaking. Perhaps we should prepare to rise now. After all, you wouldn't want to be late, would you? Lamya suggested. Yes. We certainly cannot afford to be tardy like the Weasley, as that would be a grave disrespect to the professor. If my father were to see, Draco began. But Lamya interrupted his impending tirade. Draco, could you please close your eyes? All right. Draco blushed deeply, promptly shutting his eyes. Only then did Lamya emerge from beneath the covers, her disheveled appearance a stark contrast to the dignified image she had always maintained as a noble. Her white shirt was carelessly open at the collar, revealing her fair skin. You may open your eyes now, Lamya announced. Upon doing so, Draco was greeted by the sight of Lamya, now properly dressed, her silver hair secured with a red ribbon, a color she seemed particularly fond of. He mused silently. Draco, what are you thinking about? Lamya, having received no response, approached the bedside and gently patted his head. Huh, what did you say? Draco snapped back to reality, a suspicious flush adorning his cheeks. Your face is quite red. What's wrong with you? And nothing, he stammered, throwing off the covers and feeling a wave of warmth wash over him. Draco hastily retreated to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face as he processed his earlier thoughts. He yearned to spend his life with Lamya, ideally raising a few daughters together. He found himself smiling dreamily at his reflection, envisioning daughters as beautiful as Lamya. Draco, are you ready? We'll be late. Lamya's voice called from outside the door, pulling him from his reverie. All right. The two, now prepared, made their way to the defense against the dark arts classroom on the 4th floor of Hogwarts. As they entered, Lamya was immediately hit by a pungent aroma of garlic. Though unlike the vampires of this world, her kin did not find it repulsive. Professor Quirrell ought to be buried in the ground. He smells like a sentient clove of garlic. Draco grimaced, pinching his nose tightly. Lamya stole a glance at the grumbling Draco, noting his evident distaste for the odor. The classroom was sparsely populated, with most students scattered about, each wearing a look of distaste, leading Lamya to believe they too detested the smell of garlic. After finding their seats, Harry and Ron hurried into the classroom. Harry immediately spotted Lamya sitting in the front row to his right, her silver hair neatly tied back, stray strands casually tucked behind her ears. As she laughed and conversed with Draco, disheartened, Harry lowered his head, guided by Ron to sit behind Hermione on the left. Merlin's beard, mate. You look like you've seen a ghost, Ron exclaimed, shaking Harry's shoulder, but Harry could only turn to watch Lamya and Draco, who were deep in conversation. Moments later, Professor Quirrell entered, reeking even more of garlic. Miss Lamya, where's your textbook? Quirrell inquired, his disdain for her evident. Professor, I apologize. I left my textbook in the dormitory, Lamya replied, standing with an air of composure, as if discussing an entirely unrelated matter. Why you are showing disrespect to the class? Slytherin loses a point, Quirrell declared, refusing to allow Lamya to sit before walking to the lectern to peruse his notes, seemingly intent on ignoring her. Draco felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He knew Lamya had come directly to class that morning without time to retrieve her textbook from his dormitory, and he felt responsible for her predicament. Lamya, I'm so sorry, Draco said, grasping her hand. You needn't worry. I shall inform my father that Quirrell is deliberately targeting you. Such behavior is unbecoming of a professor, he added, anger bubbling within him. It's fine, Draco, Lamya replied, unbothered by Quirrell's obvious bias. In her heart, she had already resolved to no longer be the Lamya who was helpless in dreams. Meanwhile, Ron had a firm grip on Harry, who was about to rise in defense of Lamya. Calm down, mate. Harry ultimately remained seated, as Lamya chose to sit down again. Lamya, I didn't mean for you to sit down. Professor, I believe standing would disrupt my classmates behind me, Lamya calmly stated from her seat. Then, you shall stand at the lectern, Quirrell insisted, intent on teaching her a lesson, the classroom being the most opportune place for him to do so. Professor, perhaps you misunderstood. I mean to say, I will not stand, Lamya replied, her smile still in place, but her crimson eyes glinted dangerously, as if slicing through Quirrell's facade. How utterly unacceptable. I am the professor, and you dare defy me. Quirrell had never before been so challenged by a student, though he often feigned timidity. It did not mean he would tolerate open defiance. I will inform your head of house. Just you wait. Quirrell stormed out of the classroom in a huff, leaving the students in a state of uproar. Draco was equally astonished by how Lamya, who appeared so gentle, could provoke such a reaction. Meanwhile, as Quirrell exited, he suddenly recalled that Lamya's head of house was none other than Severus Snape, the one person he dreaded encountering. He hesitated, glancing back at the classroom. His expression conflicted. To avoid disrupting the lesson, I shall let this slide this time. True to Lamya's expectations, Quirrell returned to the classroom, lacking the backbone to follow through on his threats. Very well, Professor, Lamya replied with an even broader smile, her demeanor now significantly more buoyant. Let us commence the lesson. Quirrell cleared his throat, feeling the weight of the students' gazes upon him. Please turn to your textbooks. Dark arts is a fascinating subject, he began. But then his eyes fell upon Harry. I suppose, Harry Potter, you don't require my instruction, do you? Caught off guard by the sudden address, Harry stood, stammering, Professor, I don't know. Sit down, Quirrell instructed, leaving Harry bewildered as he returned to his seat. Quirrell continued to call on Lamya multiple times throughout the lesson, and to his chagrin, she answered each question with aplomb, leaving him without an opportunity to impose any punishment upon her. At long last, the class came to an end. Draco seized Lamya's hand, determined to storm into the headmaster's office to demand an explanation. How infuriating. I have never encountered a professor so devoid of ethical integrity. He should be called a beast. Never mind, Draco. Lamya withdrew her hand, for she doubted Severus would come to her defense, as he harbored the same disdain for troublesome students as Quirrell did. This is simply intolerable. Draco's cheeks puffed up in indignation, resembling a weasel stuffed with food. Do not fret, Draco. What gift do you desire? Lamya's sudden question left Draco momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, he replied, What do you mean? Have you forgotten? Christmas is just around the corner. What would you like for a gift? Lamya found Draco particularly endearing, especially as he gazed at her with that dazed expression reminiscent of the younglings of her kin she had once cared for. Anything. Draco's face flushed once more. Of course not. You need my approval. You have but one choice. Otherwise, I shall choose something at random, Lamya asserted. Then I wish to spend a day alone with you. Draco had conjured his gift almost instantly. That is acceptable. The time and place shall be revealed to you in due course, Draco hastily added. After parting ways, Lamya returned to her dormitory, lying on her bed and staring at the ceiling in deep contemplation. She needed to devise a plan to escape Tom's control within her dreams. After much deliberation, Lamya concluded that regaining her magical powers was paramount. Glancing at the time, she realized class was imminent. Grabbing her textbooks, she hurried to the charms classroom. Professor Flitwick was brisk and efficient. After a brief demonstration, he urged the students to practice the levitation charm. Every first-year student was brimming with excitement, except for Neville, whose poor toad was sent soaring chaotically by Professor Flitwick. The students were paired off, and Lamya was assigned to an uncommunicative Slytherin boy whose name she did not even know. Get up. Not. That's my seat, Draco proclaimed haughtily. The dark-haired boy, his eyes obscured by his bangs, paused momentarily before wordlessly relocating to another seat. Draco, you are being rude, Lamya admonished him as if he were a younger sibling. My apologies, Not, Draco replied begrudgingly, yet he remained in Not's seat. I'm sorry, but you'll be paired with Pansy. Thank you, Lamya offered with a kind smile. Not remained silent, but his gaze pierced through his hair as he looked at her, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Liar, he murmured, though his voice was too soft for anyone else to hear. Lamya continued to lecture Draco. Not's dark eyes, hidden beneath his hair, fixed on Lamya without any pretense. Wingardium Leviosa. Following Professor Flitwick's instructions, Lamya and Draco flicked their wrists, causing the feather on the desk to float gracefully into the air. Splendid. Miss Lamya is the first. Slytherin gains 5 points. Professor Flitwick led the applause, though his stature only permitted him to clap 3 times. After class, Lamya found her path obstructed in the corner by Harry. Is there something you need, Harry? Lamya suppressed her growing irritation, managing a smile. Lamya, what gift do you want? Harry asked nervously, his green eyes eagerly fixed on her, filled with unspoken anticipation. Harry, I believe gifts should be a surprise. I would be pleased with whatever you choose. Lamya replied dismissively, her thoughts already drifting towards the library in search of information to resolve her troubles. Is that so? Lamya, I will prepare something special. Harry's eyes widened with excitement as he scampered off, reminiscent of a puppy receiving affection from its owner. Just as Lamya was about to leave, she felt a tap on her shoulder. Is there something else, Harry? She assumed, not looking back, thinking he had returned. I am not Harry. A low, husky voice emerged from behind her. Lamya turned in surprise to find Not, his eyes still hidden. It's you. What do you want? Lamya endeavored to maintain a friendly demeanor, for a gentle and kind persona served her well, and she had no intention of relinquishing it. You do not appear at all sincere. Isn't it exhausting to keep up such a facade? Chapter 25, Halloween Night. Mr. Not, I fail to comprehend your implication. Lamya smiled, her crimson eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an enigmatic danger. Have I miscommunicated, Miss Not? Theodore's tall figure stepped forward, the dim evening light casting shadows on his gaunt face, evoking an inexplicable urge to flee. What I mean is, I can understand you, or rather, I hope you need not disguise yourself in my presence. For the first time, Theodore revealed his striking black eyes from beneath his dark fringe, glimmering with a dangerous allure. Both terrifying and undeniably captivating. I do not believe I am disguising myself, Lamya replied calmly, then suddenly laughed. But you, Mr. Not, truly consider yourself quite the character. The girl's clear, mocking laughter reached Not's ears, stirring ripples in his previously placid mood, akin to a stone cast into still waters, causing the surface to boil. If there is nothing more, could you kindly step aside? Lamya's smile persisted, yet her tone remained cold and distant. You do not trust me. Theodore took a long time to reply, long enough for Lamya to think he would remain silent. On what basis, Mr. Not? Lamya was not one to suffer fools gladly. She maneuvered around the obstructing Not. As she passed him, a gust of wind lifted her robe's hem, and she turned her head with a mischievous glint in her eye. I detest slovenly, timid individuals, like you. Theodore was momentarily taken aback. His appearance was among the finest in his family, and it was the first time anyone had called him slovenly. As he prepared to turn and confront her, he was left only with the lingering scent of her silver hair, carried away by the wind. Slovenly? Theodore incredulously touched his smooth face, pondering Lamya's words. Meanwhile, Lamya had long since dismissed the incident and had already taken her revenge. Where is it? Lamya murmured, her eyes swiftly scanning the open pages of the book in her hands. As the sun outside fully set, casting the surroundings into darkness, Lamya still had not uncovered the means to restore her magical powers. The complexities of her dreams weighed heavily on her, leaving her somewhat disheartened. After a brief respite, Lamya resolved to leave the library for some fresh air. She figured she could bow her head. After all, Tom would never harm her, and she would devise a plan. Lamya, a gentle whisper emerged from behind, prompting Lamya to turn around and discover Harry, accompanied by a complex-faced Ron and book-clutching Hermione. Harry jogged up to Lamya's side. Lamya, it's been far too long since you last sought me out. His small face contorted in a display of grievance, his tousled black hair appearing somewhat lackluster. Harry, I've been exceedingly busy lately. Perhaps next time? Lamya replied, suppressing her irritation. But remember to prepare a gift for me, he added, his youthful innocence shining through as he swiftly forgave her, though Lamya suspected this was the true motive behind his visit. After soothing Harry, Lamya found herself at the edge of the Black Lake, where the winter winds howled, imparting a peculiar sense of detachment, as if everything around her were entirely unrelated to her existence. System, you haven't spoken in ages. Can I return? This world did not belong to her. nor did it bear any connection to her. She felt profoundly lonely. Theodore, who had been secretly trailing Lamya, spent the afternoon trimming the hair that obscured his vision, revealing his exquisite dark eyes. Clad in a fitted suit, with polished shoes gleaming beneath him, he had come to demonstrate his neatness. Yet at that moment, he stood behind a tree, hesitant to approach. The silver-haired girl by the lake embraced herself, as if this gesture could provide the warmth she desperately craved. Her hair danced in the wind, yet remained bound by a red ribbon, while the moonlight reflected off the lake, casting a celestial glow upon her. This scene profoundly affected Theodore, as if his heart had been struck by a stone. He trembled, clutching his chest, inexplicably pained by the utter fragility radiating from Lamya. "What have you endured, Lamya?" No one answered him. Lamya was entirely enveloped in a despair of abandonment. Taking a deep breath, she forcefully suppressed the tumult of negative emotions within her, resolving to head to the great hall for the Halloween feast. She had no reason to abstain from attending. "Lamya." Theodore emerged from behind the tree, fearing that if he remained silent any longer, she would leave. "I'm not messy." He finally expressed the words he had held in all afternoon. Lamya paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Theodore had indeed changed remarkably, particularly with his revealed handsome visage. Lamya considered him to be the second most attractive individual she had ever encountered. "Good evening, Mr. Knott," she greeted him, her smile radiating warmth. Lamya had always possessed a fondness for beauty, unabashedly indulging in this characteristic of hers. "Good evening, Miss Lockett," he replied, finally seeing Lamya in her entirety, without any obstructions. He had always known her to be beautiful, yet now, with the lingering solitude surrounding her, she exuded an aura of mystery. The two exchanged few words as they hurried toward the great hall, time pressing upon them. Upon entering, Lamya and Theodore walked side by side, discovering that the hall was already filled with guests, nearly devoid of available seats. Draco waved from across the room, and Lamya noticed an empty seat beside him. "I shall go ahead," she said with a polite smile, making her way toward Draco, while Theodore silently followed. "You've arrived rather late, Lamya," Draco remarked as she settled into her seat, taking her hand into his grasp. "And who is that standing beside you? What does he amount to?" Draco's thoughts turned to Lamya's smile directed at Theodore, igniting his ire. Lamya looked up to find Theodore seated diagonally across from her, his lips curling into a smile upon noticing her gaze. She returned the gesture with a polite nod. Draco, incensed, tightened his grip on Lamya's hand. "Are you still looking at him?" "I'm angry now." His gray eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Draco, he is merely a classmate. It's normal to greet one another politely," Lamya reassured him. "Then you must not smile at him," Draco retorted, on the verge of tears, his eyes filled with yearning. "Do not sulk, Draco," Lamya frowned, concerned that she may have indulged him too much. At that moment, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, his scarf askew and a look of terror etched upon his face. All eyes turned to him as he stumbled a few steps before collapsing and shouting, "A troll!" In the dungeons, the hall erupted into chaos. Even the first-year students knew the dangers posed by trolls, and panic swiftly ensued. Draco turned pale, screaming as he leapt into Lamya's embrace. "Lamya, I'm so scared. The troll is coming." "Do not worry, Draco. The professors will handle everything," Lamya comforted him, gently patting his back with a soothing tone. He quickly calmed, though his grip on the fabric of her clothing remained firm. Dumbledore remained composed, organizing the professors to attend to the dungeons, while the students were ushered back to their dormitories by their respective prefects. As Lamya prepared to return to her dormitory, a pair of icy hands seized her. "Lamya, can you help us?" It was Harry, appearing particularly frantic. "What is it, Harry?" Lamya discerned something amiss. "It's Hermione. She's hiding in the girls' restroom, and Ron and I are quite worried about her." Harry cautiously observed Lamya's expression, relieved to find no anger there. "I'll go with you to check on her," Lamya declared, having always possessed a high tolerance for food-related matters, especially concerning a girl she held dear. "Hermione, are you in there?" The trio called out at the restroom door. "I'm here," Hermione's voice emerged from within. Just as Lamya prepared to enter, Hermione exclaimed, "Don't come in. There's a troll." Her voice trembled with fear, urging them to find a professor. Shortly thereafter, the sound of objects being smashed echoed from within, startling the three into action as they stepped inside. "Merlin's foul socks," Ron blurted, stepping in first, his shock palpable. Lamya understood his astonishment was not exaggerated. The sight was utterly horrifying. The troll towered 12 feet high, with dull, lifeless skin, its massive nostrils dripping with foul mucus, emitting a putrid stench. "Hermione," Ron shouted, noticing Hermione crouched beneath the sink, perilously close to being struck by the troll's swinging club. His cry drew the troll's attention, which swung its club toward the trio. Lamya, loathing the stench emanating from the creature, summoned her magic. A searing fireball erupted from her fingertips, striking the troll and causing it to leap in agony, dropping its club as it swatted at the flames engulfing its body. Seizing the opportunity, Hermione dashed toward the group, yet slipped on the thick mucus trailing from the troll. Just as the troll seemed about to extinguish the flames, Lamya dashed to Hermione's side, pulling her into her embrace, then swiftly dodging the troll's retaliatory strike while hurling an even larger fireball. This time, the troll failed to extinguish the flames in time, collapsing to the ground as the narrow space filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh. "Are you all right?" Lamya inquired, gazing at Hermione, who was lost in a daze in her embrace. At that moment, Hermione felt an unprecedented sense of security enveloping her, although her surroundings were not warm. They made her yearn to remain there forever. "May I stay a little longer?" Chapter 26, Quidditch. Hermione was startled by her sudden words, never expecting to voice her innermost thoughts. "I'm sorry, Lamya, I didn't mean to." "Oh dear." Hermione was at a loss for words. Hurriedly rising from Lamya's embrace and retreating to a corner, her face flushed with a suspicious hue. "It's all right, Hermione, as long as you're fine," Lamya said with a smile, thoughtfully conjuring a fireball to warm the shivering Hermione, who was damp from the giant's destruction of the water basin. "Thank you, Lamya." Shortly thereafter, the professors, alerted by the commotion, arrived at the girls' restroom. Professor McGonagall nearly shrieked at the sight within. The pipes had burst, and the floor was awash with water. Remnants of the shattered basin scattered about, while the most alarming sight was the charred giant lying on the ground. What on earth happened? Professor McGonagall approached the four, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "Professor, it was me," Harry began to explain, but was interrupted by Hermione. He listened in shock as Hermione calmly fabricated a lie. "I saw the giant in a book and thought I could defeat it. They were drawn into this because of me." Hermione stepped forward, taking full responsibility. "You did this? You first-year students defeated a giant?" Professor McGonagall asked incredulously. "No." Hermione wanted to reveal the truth but feared implicating Lamya, looking to her for help. "Professor, yes. We worked together to defeat the giant," Lamya stated. "Consider yourselves fortunate not to have been killed. Why didn't you remain safely in your dormitory?" Snape's serpent-like gaze swept over the four, resting on the arrogant Gryffindors, and then on Lamya, enveloping her in a chill. "Please don't do this, Professor." "They came to find me," Hermione said weakly. "You have greatly disappointed me, Miss Granger. Gryffindor will lose 5 points. If you are unscathed, please return to Hogwarts Castle." Professor McGonagall replied. "As for you, consider yourselves lucky. It is unheard of for first-year students to defeat a fully grown giant. Each of you will earn 5 points for Gryffindor and Slytherin, respectively. Now, you may leave with Miss Granger." "Gryffindor only gained 5 points," Ron muttered. "Stop it, Ron," Harry retorted, then followed Lamya ahead. "Lamya, the Quidditch match is in a few days. Will you cheer for me?" "Harry, I am in Slytherin," Lamya replied. "Nevertheless, I will still support you. You are remarkable." Lamya tousled Harry's messy hair and smiled. After parting ways, Lamya made her way to the common room when a pair of warm, soft hands tugged at the hem of her robes in a dark corridor. "Lamya, it's me." Hermione emerged from the shadows, her eyes red from what seemed like recent tears. "Is something the matter, Hermione?" Lamya asked. I am very sad. But no one is willing to listen to me," Hermione said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Perhaps you could share your thoughts with me." Lamya felt this was an opportunity, a chance to savor a new experience. "Would you think I am meddling?" Hermione looked up, anxiously meeting Lamya's gaze, her fingers gripping tightly. "No, Hermione, you are an exceptional witch. Do not heed others' opinions, just be yourself." Lamya stepped closer, gently pressing Hermione's frazzled hair into her embrace. "From now on, I will be by your side. Do not be afraid." Hermione closed her eyes in comfort, yet the tears flowed more freely, soaking Lamya's chest. In a few days, the Quidditch match commenced. During this period, Hermione sought out Lamya almost daily, insisting on taking her to the library to study. "Hermione, we could actually engage in other activities, like a stroll," Lamya said, rubbing her tired eyes. "Don't you enjoy being with me, Lamya?" Hermione asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. No, that is not it," Lamya quickly clarified. The two took their seats in the stands, but Hermione remained less than cheerful. The match unfolded spectacularly, with Harry performing exceptionally, yet Lamya found herself unable to focus. Just as Ron noticed Harry's broom seemed to be acting erratically, he exclaimed, "Lamya, Hermione, look, Harry's broom is out of control." Harry was suspended in midair, his broom seemingly refusing to obey him. "What do we do?" Ron fretted, glancing around anxiously. "It's Snape," Hermione declared. "He has been fixated on Harry. He only needs to focus when casting a spell." "No, look at Quirrell. He is also watching Harry," Lamya observed, having been targeted by Quirrell before and recognizing him immediately. Before Ron could devise a plan, Hermione dashed to the seats occupied by Quirrell and Snape, drawing her wand. Flames igniting fiercely. Blue flames erupted beneath Quirrell's feet, causing him to bow his head in discomfort, while Harry's broom regained its normal function. The match concluded with Harry catching the golden snitch, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Even Lamya clapped, much to Draco's disdainful glare. Lamya, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that earlier. You have your own pursuits, and I cannot monopolize you. Hermione sincerely apologized after the match. It's fine, Hermione. Other activities can be quite enjoyable. You just haven't experienced them yet, Lamya replied. Really? Then will you join me? Chapter 27. A Turning Point. Of course, Hermione. How could I refuse you? Lamya smiled, smoothing Hermione's fluffy hair. The two exchanged glances, sunlight bathing them in a warm glow, faint yet sufficient to warm their spirits. Lamya turned as Harry, still clad in his match attire and broom in hand, raced toward the two in the stands, his nose rosy from the cold. Yet his face beamed with joy. Lamya waved and smiled back, but Hermione seemed oblivious to Harry's approach, still entranced by the silvery-haired girl glowing in gold. My Merlin. Harry, you were incredible. You have no idea how worried I was. Snape and Quirrell cast spells on you. Ron suddenly appeared, squeezing between Lamya and Hermione. Ron was indeed filled with malice toward Snape, despite knowing it was Quirrell who had cast the spell on Harry. Harry, as long as you're fine, congratulations. Lamya said with a smile. Thank you, Lamya. Harry shyly ruffled his hair, then, as if struck by a sudden thought, furrowed his brow. I just saw Snape limping by. I can't shake the feeling that he was bitten by the three-headed dog on the 4th floor. The wound looked quite severe. Perhaps he even let the troll in. But for what purpose? Ron queried in confusion. Who would dare provoke such a creature? I know. It's the thing the three-headed dog is guarding. Snape wants to obtain it. Harry exclaimed, suddenly animated, convinced he had uncovered the truth. Not necessarily, Lamya interjected. Both of us witnessed Quirrell casting a spell as well. After a long silence, Hermione slowly began to speak. This is different, Hermione. Professor Quirrell is far too timid to approach a three-headed dog, Ron countered loudly. I refuse to believe Snape is behind this. After all, he is a professor, Hermione retorted, her eyes widening as she gestured towards Lamya, who stood quietly to the side. The three of them turned their gaze towards Lamya, whose expression remained serene, as if the individual they discussed was not her head of house, but a complete stranger. It's all right. You need not consider me, Lamya said softly. I believe we should investigate further. It is imperative to ascertain what the creature is guarding to understand their intentions, Hermione suggested, with both of her companions nodding in agreement. The trio unanimously decided to inquire with Hagrid, as Harry suddenly recalled the mysterious item Hagrid had retrieved from the Wizarding Bank at the start of the term. Lamya had initially intended to return to her quarters for a rest, but Harry and Hermione insisted. You must come, Lamya. Without you, our little team is incomplete. Hermione clutched Ramya's arm tenaciously. Lamya found herself bewildered at how she had joined this so-called team, which sounded more like a child's game. Reluctantly, she was dragged to Hagrid's hut. How did you know about Fluffy? Harry explained their situation, prompting Hagrid to put down his teacup and inquire loudly. Fluffy? Ron frowned, perplexed. Indeed, he is mine. I acquired him from a Greek chap I met last year at a hotel. I lent him to Dumbledore for safekeeping, Hagrid replied. What? Harry asked eagerly. Never mind. That's enough questions for now. Hagrid said brusquely. That is classified information, understand? But Snape intends to steal it. Harry persisted. Nonsense, Hagrid shot back. Snape is a teacher at Hogwarts. He would never do such a thing. But he and Quirrell are trying to harm Harry. Hermione exclaimed loudly. They don't even know who cast a spell on Harry's broom, nearly causing him to fall from the sky. That is utterly impossible. They are both professors and would never resort to such actions against Harry, Hagrid insisted, unconvinced. Yet the three of them stared at Harry, unblinking. I read in a book that only dark curses would cause such a thing. Hermione slammed her fist on the table. Hagrid jumped slightly. All right, enough of this. Forget about that great dog. It is not your concern. This is a matter for Dumbledore and Lamya. Who? Lamya? Harry suddenly grasped the significance. However, Hagrid grew visibly annoyed and began to usher them out, even forgetting Lamya, who had been quietly standing in the background. Once outside the hut, the group made their way to the library, where Hermione felt she had seen that name somewhere before. It's not in the great wizards of the 20th century, nor in contemporary notable wizards, and I can't find it in major discoveries in modern magic or studies in recent witchcraft development, she noted. Ron, exasperated, exclaimed, Well, it seems I've had enough of this. All right, Ron, we will find it. I swear. I've definitely seen it in a book, Hermione declared, rifling through her thick tome without lifting her gaze. Even Lamya had been handed a book, yet she felt that their search would yield no results. Having perused most of the texts in this library while seeking ways to restore her magic, perhaps there might be clues in the restricted section? Harry unconsciously wandered towards the forbidden area, where books required a professor's signature for access. Don't even think about it, Harry. That would violate Hogwarts rules, Hermione admonished. Yet Ramia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She had never ventured into the restricted section, and perhaps it contained the solution she sought. Disheartened, the group exited the library. With Hermione still rambling, I swear I've seen it somewhere. Where could it be? Yes, you've seen everything. It seems every book in Hogwarts wishes to be perused by you, Ron quipped sarcastically. You've read 10 times more today than you ever have. The halls of Hogwarts were noticeably quieter as Christmas approached, with many students opting to return home for the holiday to ensure they wouldn't miss breakfast the following day. I truly pity some of them, having to remain at school for the holidays because their families do not wish to see them. The group remarked upon entering the Great Hall, where Draco Malfoy's mocking laughter reached their ears. Draco had become increasingly insufferable since the Quidditch match, his demeanor dark and brooding. Many admired Harry for his composure on the out-of-control broom, even catching the golden snitch, and Lamya had applauded him, which only fueled Draco's jealousy and ire, leading him to mock Harry's family mercilessly. Harry paid him no mind, instead noticing Hagrid struggling to move a massive fir tree. Need a hand? Ron stepped forward. No. Thank you, Ron, Hagrid puffed. Are you so poor that you need to earn Hagrid's money, Weasley? Draco's snide voice came from behind them. Indeed. Hagrid's hut resembles a castle compared to your home. Goyle and Crabbe snickered in unison. That's enough, Draco, Lamya interjected. Lamya, are you going to side with them against me? Draco's face flushed with anger. I merely left you unattended for an afternoon, and now you've been swayed by them? That is exceedingly rude. Lamya stepped forward, firmly taking Draco's arm and insisting he apologize to Ron. Feeling the unexpected softness of her grip, Draco's inner turmoil gradually subsided, and he found himself awkwardly uttering an apology. Lacking sincerity, yet all present gaped in disbelief. After Lamya led Draco away, Ron finally regained his composure. Did I hear correctly? Malfoy actually apologized to me because of Ramya's words? He pointed at himself, his red hair swaying gently as if affirming his own disbelief. Despite his incredulity, Ron felt a swell of pride, even growing fonder of Lamya. Yet Harry regarded their departing figures with a grave expression, his fingers clenched tightly, his green eyes betraying a subtle sense of loss and jealousy. Chapter 28, Christmas. Christmas break soon arrived, with Hogwarts adorned in a thick blanket of snow. The fir trees bedecked with colorful lights and ornaments, lending the campus a desolate beauty. Everyone buzzed with discussions of the holiday and their anticipated gifts, while Harry and Lamya remained free of such concerns, as it was a foregone conclusion that they would be staying at school for the festivities. Ron also prepared to stay at Hogwarts, as Mrs. Weasley intended to visit Charlie in Romania during the holidays. Lamya, do you truly not wish to return home with me? Hermione inquired, her tone tinged with reluctance at the thought of Lamya spending Christmas alone at Hogwarts. However, she had to return. Her Muggle dentist parents had not seen their daughter in far too long and were eager to confirm that she had not been harmed by her magical studies. Thank you, Hermione, but I believe your parents would prefer to spend the holiday with you, Lamya replied. Hermione, ever astute, quickly grasped Lamya's subtle refusal. Very well, Lamya. Should you receive any news, do write to me. If you don't, you may still write, Hermione said, her cheeks flushing. All right, Hermione, I shall write to you. And here, a little something for you, Lamya said, presenting a beautifully wrapped Christmas gift to Hermione, urging her to open it later. She winked. In the dormitory, Lamya surveyed the mountain of gifts with a sense of dread. Out of politeness, she felt obliged to return each one, even before they departed from school, which felt daunting. The thought of Harry already asking her for a gift, along with Draco's eager gaze as he prepared to leave, prompted Lamya to decide to send them gifts first. She would send Harry's directly to the dormitory, while Draco had already provided her with his address, requesting at least one letter every 2 days. What to prepare? Lamya pondered as she glanced around the dormitory, regretting only having prepared Hermione's gift in advance. After deciding what to send, she made a special trip to Diagon Alley, even transforming into a bat for speed. For Harry, she chose a simple feather quill that would write automatically according to its owner's thoughts. It appeared unassuming, but it cost her 3 galleons, leaving her only able to afford a lavish yet unremarkable emerald brooch for Draco. It was then that Lamya realized the importance of money. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Lamya knocked on the door of the Gryffindor common room, where Harry was engaged in a game of wizard's chess with Ron, using the set that Seamus had left him. The pieces were decidedly untrusting of Harry, who was still honing his skills. They clamored at him with various objections, causing a cacophony of confusion. Don't send me there. Didn't you see his knight? Send him instead. It won't matter if he sacrifices himself. Lamya's unexpected appearance was a relief to Harry, who was not particularly fond of chess. What brings you here? Lamya? Harry exclaimed, surprised, as he thought she might be hungry, recalling how she had sought out Draco during her previous days of hunger. "This is for you, Harry," Lamya said, handing him the box. "Thank you. Have you opened the gift I sent you?" Harry replied, clutching the box to his chest, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Yes I did. I liked it very much, Harry," Lamya said casually. "That is good to hear. I was afraid you might not like Quidditch," Harry sighed with relief. "I was right, wasn't I? No one can refuse a Christmas gift related to Quidditch, especially a glowing golden snitch." Ron's triumphant voice chimed in from behind them. After exchanging gifts, Lamya swiftly returned to her dormitory, unwrapping one exquisite present after another while carefully packaging the brooch, which projected a dragon shape. To send to Draco using an owl that resembled Hedwig, purchased by Harry. As she surveyed the pile of gifts on her bed, she found several that she truly cherished, such as the ruby necklace from Draco, a color she had always adored. Holding the necklace up before the mirror, she admired its brilliance. At that moment, she recalled the restricted section of the library and decided to visit it that night. After all, she had avoided Tom for so long that sleep had eluded her, fortunately. As a blood witch, she did not require constant sleep and would not fall into unconsciousness unless she had fed sufficiently. Resolute, Lamya transformed into a bat and flew toward the library, the night at Hogwarts eerily quiet, save for the sound of the wind settling upon the thick snow. Successfully infiltrating the restricted section, Lamya landed and reverted to her human form. Just then, a pair of warm hands suddenly grasped her, startling her so much that she conjured a fireball in her palm. "It's me," Harry's voice came, deliberately lowered, as he pulled back his invisibility cloak to reveal himself. "Lamya, are you also here for the information on Nicholas Flamel?" he asked, holding up an oil lamp that flickered with a soft, yellow light. "Yes," Lamya replied nonchalantly. "Then let us hurry. We must not be discovered by Filch." Lamya and Harry split up, though their objectives differed. Harry soon uncovered information about Nicholas Flamel and was on his way back to Lamya when she had yet to find what she sought. Just a few steps later, Filch's voice rang out from outside. "I will catch you, you sleepless troublemaker." Harry gasped, quickly draping the invisibility cloak over both himself and Lamya. In his haste, he accidentally knocked the lamp to the ground, producing a sharp, cracking sound. Filch's footsteps quickened. "I see you in there, troublemaker. Come out now." Harry led Lamya to a corner, pressing her against his solid chest. Lamya noticed how the boy she remembered had quietly matured, and his heart raced with anxiety, causing her to feel a surge of nervousness as well. "Do not fret. He won't find us," Harry assured her, trying to maintain a facade of calm despite his own tension. "Harry, you're quite adorable," Lamya remarked. "Please, you cannot say that, Lamya." Harry's face flushed crimson, his long fingers gripping the cloak as his head inched closer to hers. "What should I say then?" Lamya's icy fingers danced across Harry's face, leaving a tingling sensation in their wake. "Lamya, Harry stammered, but before he could finish, Lamya's slender, pale fingers slipped into his mouth, enveloped by the warmth of humanity, prompting a contented sigh from her. "Please, don't do that," Harry mumbled, his eyes glistening with tears. "Do you not like it, Harry?" Lamya withdrew her hand, several silver strands entwined within her fingers. "I do, but we should return." Harry swallowed hard, his cheeks aflame, his fingers trembling incessantly. "Harry, isn't this lovely?" Lamya leaned closer, her scent reminiscent of a winter fir tree wafting into Harry's nostrils, prompting him to inhale deeply. Moonlight poured in unbidden, casting their intertwined shadows upon the floor. "I see you," Filch's voice echoed, accompanied by Mrs. Norris, as he scoured the surroundings, his murky eyes darting back and forth. Lamya winced, pulling away. I'm sorry, Lamya," Harry said, looking helplessly at her as she covered her mouth. "That hurt, Harry." "Your teeth are sharper than mine," Lamya complained, her tongue tasting blood. "Dearest, can you smell it? Let us embark on a thorough search. Any student who refuses to sleep must surely be expelled by Dumbledore." The footsteps of Filch grew ever closer. Harry extended his arm, and the previously exposed corner of Lamya's robe was instantly drawn into his embrace, plunging the air into silence once more. Lamya evaded Harry's gaze, her heart softening at the sight of his captivating green eyes. If looks could speak, Harry would likely spend a lifetime apologizing. As Filch approached, Harry and Lamya deftly maneuvered their way out, but the astute Mrs. Norris caught their scent. "Meow?" She halted before them. Filch soon arrived at their previous location, murmuring in confusion. Meanwhile, Harry and Lamya had quietly opened the door and slipped outside, finally free from him. Phew, that was no easy feat. Harry cast a glance at Lamya, attempting to initiate conversation. "Lamya, I think I'll head back to sleep now." Although her expression betrayed nothing, Harry sensed her irritation. "I'm sorry, Lamya, I was in the wrong. Please grant me another chance. I assure you, I shall make it worth your while." Harry grasped Lamya's wrist. I forgive you, Lamya replied lightly, slowly retracting her hand. Really? Then would you promise to give me another opportunity? Harry gazed imploringly, as though he would not let her depart unless she acquiesced. At that moment, a wooden door at the end of the corridor creaked open silently. They exchanged a glance, and Harry quickly draped the invisibility cloak over both of them. After waiting in place for what felt like an eternity, with no sign of anyone emerging, Harry lifted the cloak. How about it, Lamya? Initially, Lamya had merely acted on a whim, not contemplating the consequences. Sure, there will be other opportunities, she nonchalantly agreed. But if given another chance, Lamya would undoubtedly refuse Harry. She could swear that no one could endure it. Why don't we go inside and take a look? Harry, reluctant to part ways with Lamya, finally conjured a reason that was not too abrupt. However, Lamya had no such inclination. She merely wished to separate from Harry and return to the restricted section in search of a way to restore her magic. No, Harry, it's dark in there. And I'm afraid. Lamya lied, her face betraying no emotion. You're afraid of the dark? Harry responded incredulously, but you were out at night. His myriad questions were silenced by Lamya's feigned fear. How could she possibly deceive him? He thought to himself, patting her back reassuringly. It's all right, Lamya. I will protect you. Harry, convinced of his gallantry, received a significant eye roll from Lamya. Lamya, are your eyes bothering you? Did a bug get in? Harry leaned in anxiously, their noses nearly touching, an enchanting atmosphere enveloping them. Lamya merely shook her head, her silvery hair brushing against Harry's face, igniting a warmth within him. I'm glad to hear that, Lamya. I hope you sleep well. Harry's head spun, utterly oblivious to his own words until Lamya chuckled softly. You wish me to sleep? What? And no, nothing. Wow, there's a giant in that room. I must go take a look. Harry finally snapped back to reality, feeling as if his face could scorch Hagrid's rock cakes. Lamya observed Harry's hasty retreat into the open room, the teasing smile on her face vanishing almost instantaneously. She was always astute in distinguishing urgency. If she could not drive Harry away, she might be stuck with him all night. Cautiously, Lamya transformed back into a bat and retraced her steps to the restricted section, where Filch had evidently vacated, leaving the space as silent as a potions class without Hermione. Lamya quickly resumed her human form and began rummaging through the books in the restricted section, most of which dealt with dark magic, many of which she had never even heard of. Where could it be? Lamya blinked relentlessly, having flipped through a substantial number of books, yet finding no leads. Growing increasingly anxious, she was on the verge of surrendering to a long sleep when an old book with a green title caught her eye. This was likely the last volume, and Lamya picked up the book that had been used as a prop. A thick layer of dust covered it, and after blowing it away, the book visibly appeared thinner. The once green lettering emitted a dim glow, beckoning her to peruse its contents. With a final glimmer of hope, Lamya opened the book, and a long-buried scent of decay wafted forth. Revival, immortality, Horcruxes, the theft of magical power. Lamya's gaze deepened, and she swiftly skimmed through the text. After a considerable time, she closed the book, a slight smile curving her lips as she envisioned Tom being outsmarted by her. Tom, the wheel of fortune turns. It is my turn now. Her red eyes sparkled with excitement and the satisfaction of impending revenge. Meanwhile, Harry entered the room, the window left ajar, causing the curtains to flutter wildly. It was the wind that had pushed the door open. Harry removed the invisibility cloak, initially seeking refuge from Lamya, but now he found himself reluctant to leave. In the mirror before him stood his parents, alongside her. Harry gazed intently at the image in the mirror. His mother beamed with gentle warmth. His father bore an uncanny resemblance to him, and most thrilling of all, he had grown up, with the beautiful Lamya beside him, cradling their son, a striking boy with silver hair and green eyes. Harry felt an overwhelming joy, as if he might burst with happiness, sitting on the floor, lost in his reverie, occasionally emitting soft chuckles, especially when Lamya leaned in to kiss him. Harry felt his heart race as if it were in distress. Harry, are you in there? After leaving the restricted section, Lamya felt a pang of hunger and, with a sense of curiosity, entered the last room where Harry had vanished. Immersed in his delightful illusion, Harry did not hear Lamya call out. He wished to remain there forever. Harry, what are you looking at? Lamya spotted him sitting on the ground, transfixed by the mirror, and approached to pat his shoulder. Ah! Harry startled, looking up. Lamya, weren't you making breakfast? What are you talking about, Harry? Lamya regarded him as if he were daft. Today marks our 10th wedding anniversary. You promised to make me breakfast. Chapter 30, The Illusion. What nonsense are you spouting, Harry? Lamya was entirely bewildered, yet Harry remained in a daze, seemingly unable to extricate himself from the illusion. Lamya furrowed her brow and shook Harry's shoulders vigorously. Wake up, Harry. Feeling it was insufficient, Lamya stood directly in front of Harry, blocking his view of the mirror. Lamya, it's you. Harry rubbed his eyes, feeling a bit embarrassed. He recalled everything that had just transpired, and now, seeing Lamya in her student form, he felt a twinge of shyness. "Lamya, I saw you in the mirror. It seems Harry trailed off, his head nearly buried in the floor. "What?" Lamya turned her gaze to the plain mirror, which appeared chaotic. Wisps of mist continuously emerging. Suddenly, Lamya felt as though the scene before her was shifting, and in a daze, she found herself back in the vampire castle. "Lamya, my daughter, what occupies your thoughts?" inquired the benevolent patriarch of the bloodline, taking a sip from the crimson chalice before him. "Father?" Lamya replied, disbelief etched across her features. "What is amiss? The ancestors did not forewarn of any adverse effects from the inheritance. Why do you appear so unwell?" Braden Nocturne expressed his confusion. "I have acquired the power of inheritance." Lamya extended her hands, palpably feeling the surging vitality within her. "Indeed, not only that, but the position of clan leader is also yours. I hope you will lead the bloodline to seize dominion over the world and subjugate all humanity." Braden's eyes gleamed with unmasked ambition. However, Lamya sensed an unsettling discord from a young age. She had been adept at reading emotions and understood just how weak her father truly was. He even pitted humanity, preferring to feast upon filthy beasts rather than raise a hand against them. Yet, to hear her typically timid father utter words of enslavement towards humankind was shocking. And in spite of her awareness of its falsity, Lamya felt a surge of exhilaration. She longed to grasp what would transpire if her visions were indeed realized. "I shall do so, father." Lamya's crimson eyes sparkled with determination. In the days that followed, Lamya meticulously prepared for the ritual of succession. Unexpectedly, although this was merely an illusion, it bore a striking and terrifying reality, as her brother, who had consistently opposed her, emerged to contest her. "Brother, why can't you simply remain at peace?" Lamya, clad in black boots that echoed with each step, approached the young man with golden hair. Prior to the commencement of the ceremony, she had confined her brother, Alaric Nocturne, atop a high tower, even utilizing chains seized from hunters, yet he had somehow escaped. "Lamya, you cannot ascend as clan leader." Alaric appeared agitated, a faint trace of worry flickering in his pale blue eyes. "You must be cautious." "Enough, Alaric. What right do you, a filthy changer, have to lecture me?" Lamya interrupted, her irritation bubbling to the surface. "I never realized you held such thoughts of me." Alaric's handsome visage betrayed a hint of helplessness, his once lustrous silver brooch now dulled. He ceased speaking, turning away without casting another glance at Lamya. Standing upon the elevated platform befitting her station, wielding the scepter that signified her authority, memories flooded back to her youth. She recalled the first time she met Alaric. He had not yet been transformed into a vampire, but was merely a human boy of similar age, with hair that gleamed like gold and eyes reminiscent of sapphires kissed by sunlight. Their father had brought him home from an unknown place, hiding him away, while Lamya, being the one who understood their father's heart best, recognized the boy's significance to him. Thus, she approached him, deliberately showcasing her warmth and kindness. Lamya's efforts bore fruit. Their father grew to trust her more, even transforming Alaric in her presence. "Lamya, from now on, Alaric shall be your brother," he declared. Lamya smiled sweetly, albeit with a sense of revulsion at the notion of having this brother. Newly sprouted fangs, Alaric knew nothing, relying solely on the sister he trusted most. "Brother, he stole my possession. Will you help me eliminate him?" "Brother, I am hungry. I desire fresh human blood." Regardless of the request, Alaric never refused Lamya, even when it meant slaying his former kin. Yet, at that time, Alaric remained oblivious to her manipulations. She had even divulged everything to their father, believing that sincerity would eventually be reciprocated. "Why?" The golden-haired youth's eyes glistened with unshed tears, confusion etched upon his face. "Because I despise you, brother." Lamya replied with a malicious delight, clutching the golden brooch bestowed upon her by Alaric. And this, how utterly repulsive. The thought of the silver brooch she had given Alaric made her stomach churn. "But you clearly harbor feelings for me. I can sense it. Why have you changed so suddenly?" Alaric clenched his fists, raising them high before slamming them down in frustration. "Oh, brother, do you not realize that everything can be feigned?" Lamya laughed until tears brimmed her eyes. "How naive you are. It is no wonder father favors you. Is it because of father that you have treated me so kindly?" Alaric's voice trembled, laden with emotion. "You are correct, but alas, father now favors me most. I have no reason to endure your repugnance any longer." Lamya playfully winked, her crimson eyes glinting with malice. Alaric fled in disarray, the golden brooch beneath the feet of the silver-haired girl remaining trapped, powerless to escape. Subsequently, in Lamya's recollections, this so-called brother consistently opposed her, publicly refuting her every proposal, while their father always favored him, driving Lamya to the brink of hatred. Yet, anyone could see that Alaric merely sought her attention. Tragically, Lamya remained oblivious. Could a stray dog, abandoned time and again, ever receive love again? Would it still believe it was worthy of love? Alaric knew not the answer, and he would never come to know it. As Lamya emerged from her reverie, she discovered Alaric had long vanished, a heaviness settling in her heart, yet she swiftly regained her composure and proceeded with the ceremony. Let us welcome our clan's 59th leader, Lamya Nocturne. Enslave all humanity. In a flowing black gown, her silver hair billowed in the air as she raised the scepter high. In Chapter 31, Lost, Lamya successfully imprisoned all humanity according to her plan, having eliminated all dissenters until none dared to speak the truth. Seated at a lavish long table adorned with elegantly dressed bloodline elders, she addressed Dars, who still harbored remnants of the hunters. Dars explained to me why. Lamya's fingers rapped against the solid wood table. Though her voice was soft, it thundered in Dars' ears. Leader, it is my failure. Please allow me to enlist another to assist me. Dars stammered, sweat cascading down his face as he lowered his gaze, akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting judgment. What use are you then? Lamya retorted, casually discarding Dars, who perished before he could even utter a scream. Muli, the task your brother failed to complete is now yours. The consequences of failure have already been made clear to you. Lamya's crimson lips parted and closed, sealing Muli's fate. Go to hell. Muli's eyes bulged with rage as he brandished a silver crucifix, disregarding the bloodied state of his hands, and lunged towards Lamya. Overreaching, Lamya did not even rise from her seat, yet Muli, as if controlled by an unseen force, plunged the crucifix deep into his own chest. Begone, you useless waste. After expelling everyone from the chamber, Lamya sat alone in the pitch-black room, perplexed as to where she had erred. After all, it was all for the future of the bloodline. Lamya, are you satisfied now? The door swung open, and Lamya shielded her eyes from the sudden influx of light. Coming face to face with the visitor, it is Alaric. He appears to be in excellent condition, with a hint of something extra in his light blue eyes. What brings you here? Lamya inquired brusquely. To behold the dismal consequences of your failures, my dear sister, Alaric retorted, stepping forward in his white boots, towering over Lamya with an air of superiority. You seek death. Lamya's pupils constricted suddenly, her deadly strike coalescing in her hand. Do not be so irascible, sister. Alaric replied nonchalantly, effortlessly binding Lamya's hand with an invisible force, rendering her motionless. What have you done? Despicable. Lamya felt an overwhelming agitation, bewildered by her own state. I have done nothing, merely won the admiration of our ancestors, who have bestowed upon me their full powers, including yours. Alaric lowered his head, inhaling the familiar scent at the nape of Lamya's neck, intoxicated by it. Impossible. You are merely a changer, Lamya protested, struggling to comprehend the situation. Nothing is impossible, Alaric asserted, his tone casual, as if killing a human were a trivial matter, yet he alone knew the immense price he had paid, believing it all worthwhile if he could save her. Speak, what is your purpose? Lamya gradually regained her composure, skeptical of Alaric's claims, but recognizing the need to stabilize the situation, seeking an opportunity to strike decisively. What purpose could I have but to share a world for two with you, Lamya? Alaric exclaimed, invoking a name from their shared memories, laden with nostalgia. Do not call me that. Lamya frowned, her disdain piercing Alaric's heart. Do you truly despise me so? He asked, tightening his grip on her chin, leaving red marks in his wake. Have you not always known? Lamya smirked mockingly, her crimson eyes brimming with malice. Alaric ceased to speak, his handsome visage looming larger before Lamya, his potent vampire essence enveloping her like an invisible cage, rendering her powerless in his embrace. His touch was gentle, as if handling a rare treasure, his head lowering slowly, his gaze darkening. Lamya, I love you. He lunged at her, like a beast of prey on the savannah, fierce yet restrained. Get away, you filthy changer, do not touch me. Lamya screamed, her fingers clawing wildly, drawing blood from Alaric's sturdy back. Your strength is considerable. Perhaps I have not been forceful enough. He licked his bloodied lips and intensified his grip. Do you enjoy this, Lamya? Alaric's voice was hoarse, imbued with an indescribable yearning. Get away. Lamya's voice matched his rasp, yet to him, it resonated with an irresistible allure. Call me brother, Alaric urged. Lamya swiftly clenched her lips, refusing to yield. Call it, and I shall release you. Alaric's cold lips brushed against Lamya's cheek, igniting a tingling sensation. Impossible. Lamya could not contain her outcry, unwittingly playing into Alaric's hand. He seized the moment, pressing his lips against hers. If you do not speak, I shall continue. Lamya panicked. Brother. Her voice was hoarse and fragmented, imbued with a sense of fatal resolve. Excellent. Alaric rose, his spirits visibly lifted, his lips glistening with a sheen of satisfaction. I like it. Lamya allowed him to carry her back to her chamber, which appeared unchanged, yet she sensed an unsettling presence. "I shall return to see you tonight." Alaric gently laid her upon the bed, bestowing a kiss upon her forehead. "Rest well, my beloved." His tone was devoid of desire, pure and sincere. After Alaric departed, Lamia quickly leapt from the bed, searching for an escape route. She had been confined once more. It was peculiar that she thought to use the term again. Her mind raced, her subconscious whispering that this was all an illusion, yet she was at a loss for how to flee. After thoroughly searching the room, Lamia found no hiding place or means of escape, and just as despair began to take hold, the wardrobe door suddenly swung open. Patriarch, a figure cloaked in black, face veiled, emerged. "I am here to rescue you." "Who are you?" Lamia questioned, her hands poised to strike, eyes sharp with vigilance. "I am 01. "Ah, it is you. 01. How splendid. You have finally arrived." Lamia's expression transformed to one of surprise and relief, but just as the shadow believed success was within reach, her form shifted. The shadow collapsed to the ground, dissipating as if it had never existed. "Why disguise yourself?" 01 has long since perished, Lamia remarked, brushing off her cloak, regarding the fading shadow with indifference. 01 had been her loyal subordinate, but regrettably, she had slain him just days prior for his incompetence, right within this very room. Lamia waited outside for a while, yet no second figure appeared. Doubt lingered in her mind. Casting a pillow inside yielded only the sound of it hitting the ground, nothing more. How trusting, sending but one to eliminate me. Lamia stepped into the darkness, the room barely illuminated enough to see her feet. Alaric. Is this a new game of hide and seek? Chapter 32, Escape. Upon successfully navigating through the passage, Lamia spotted Alaric waiting outside, a smile gracing his features as though he had been waiting for an eternity. "Indeed, how was your experience?" Alaric's voice was calm, leaving Lamia uncertain of his true intentions. "I was utterly delighted, brother," Lamia replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes, her words laced with barbs. "As long as you are happy. Then return with me," Alaric said, casting a wary glance at the rustling grass, his expression darkening. Lamia was pulled back by him, oblivious to the bloodstains on his concealed hand. Once again imprisoned, Lamia remained unaware of the events unfolding outside. Deducing from the increasingly potent scent of blood emanating from Alaric that his situation was dire, perhaps even catastrophic, she recognized that the aroma belonged to the Blood Hunters, a relentless adversary of the vampire clan, a lineage she could never fully eradicate. Alaric's condition had worsened, with several deep lacerations visible, some so severe that bone was exposed. "Is there anything I can do to assist you?" Lamia inquired, reclining on the soft bed, her silver locks entwined around Alaric's neck. "No need. Your mere presence is assistance enough," Alaric replied amidst his myriad of tasks. Lamia continued to lie in wait, seeking an opportunity to escape, but a mere glance to the side sent a shiver down her spine. Outside the window, several pairs of eyes, each brimming with murderous intent, had appeared. "Look outside," Lamia urged, striking Alaric's back. He halted his movements, yet did not glance toward the window. "Do you think of me, Lamia?" His light blue eyes bore into her flushed face. "Forget it." He chuckled at himself, slowly rising to arrange his disheveled attire. "Lamia, I hope you remain forever joyful. Come back." Lamia shouted at Alaric, who was turning to leave. She noticed that the eyes outside the window had vanished after his departure, instinctively sensing something amiss. Lamia leapt from her bed, donned her garments, and rushed outside, only to find Alaric, blood-soaked and standing in the shadows, his once pristine white attire now stained. A sudden pang of anguish gripped Lamia's heart. "Alaric." As Alaric turned to face her, he opened his arms wide. Lamia threw herself into him, and they both tumbled to the ground. "I'm fine, Lamia," Alaric reassured, gently stroking her hair, trying to console the frightened girl. "You scared me to death," she cried, vigorously pounding his shoulder. "Shoo, it's all right now," Alaric chuckled, tightening his embrace around her. "What happened?" Lamia inquired. "Nothing, it's all over now. The Blood Hunters are dead. It was merely a minor scheme, and they fell for it," Alaric replied nonchalantly. Later, Lamia would learn that the minor scheme he spoke of involved using himself as bait and single-handedly eliminating the remaining Blood Hunters. "I don't mind as long as you are happy," Alaric responded casually to her probing questions. "But what if you die?" Lamia asked. "I have prepared a way out for you. You will carry my love with you as you continue to live," Alaric said, resting his forehead against hers, feeling their shared warmth. "Thank you, Alaric." Lamia's gaze was complex. "It's all fine now, Lamia. We will be together forever. In Alaric's embrace, Lamia's eyes wandered. Under Alaric's rule, the Blood Clan thrived. That day, the entire Blood Clan castle buzzed with excitement, as it was the centennial sacrificial ceremony, where all clan members were required to pay homage before their ancestors' coffins. Lamia made a rare appearance before her former subordinates, clad in a resplendent red gown, both flamboyant and regal. Lamya, come here, Alaric beckoned, pulling her beside him, standing at the forefront of the Blood Clan, a position reserved solely for the clan leader. With no dissenting voices. As the ceremony reached its climax, Lamya suddenly leaped into Alaric's arms. Brother, what is wrong, Lamya? Alaric, drained of strength by the ancestral forces, had pale lips yet continued to caress her head. You should die. Lamya struck swiftly, just as she had done to her father. Alaric collapsed, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to fathom that the beloved partner he had shared his life with for a decade would pierce his heart. Indeed, Lamya had performed an elaborate act for a full 10 years. After he had slain all the blood hunters, she realized she was no match for him, and thus, she resolved to exploit his weaknesses, of which she was well aware. Every moment with you disgusts me. Lamya bent down, methodically smearing the blood on Alaric's pristine white suit. Alaric said nothing, closing his tear-filled eyes, slowly dissipating before her. The world trembled, and Lamya was thrust from the illusion, awakening to find Harry before her, along with a white-bearded old man behind him. You're finally awake, Lamya, Harry exclaimed joyfully, leaping into her embrace. Ahem, children, perhaps you should take a look behind you. I'm still here, Dumbledore said awkwardly. Sorry, Professor, I was just too excited, Harry replied, scratching his head as he approached Dumbledore. Child, I believe you must have many questions. This mirror before you is called the Mirror of Irresistible. It reflects your innermost desires, though it can also tailor beautiful illusions. I assume you have experienced that, he said, winking mischievously. But this illusion is not beautiful, Lamya remarked, feeling as though a piece of her heart was missing, leaving her uncomfortable. Indeed, my dear. Fortunately, you altered the pleasant ending, which enraged the Mirror of Irresistible, causing it to expel you. Otherwise, you would have been trapped inside forever, Dumbledore said kindly. Lamya's lips twitched, unable to muster a smile. All right, I will have this mirror removed tomorrow. It may affect the student's mental health, Dumbledore announced. No, Harry interjected vehemently. I haven't said goodbye to my parents yet. He hung his head, looking dejected. Harry, the influence you've experienced is beyond my imagination. This mirror can only tempt you. It lacks any other function, Dumbledore sighed. Lamya quietly stood by, listening to Harry and Dumbledore argue their points. Lamya, what about you? Speak up. Do you want the mirror to be removed? Lamya was taken aback. Chapter 33, Lurking 1. Harry, this mirror indeed brings us only harm. I believe it should be removed, Lamya said calmly, suppressing the fleeting pain in her heart. All right, Lamya, you're right, Harry said, pouting as he gazed at the mirror, his eyes reflecting reluctance. Well then, children, it's quite late. I hope you managed to get a good night's sleep, Dumbledore said with a gentle smile, casting a warming charm over Harry and Lamya, though it was of no use to Lamya. After parting ways with Harry, Lamya returned to the Slytherin common room, sitting there for a long while until fatigue overtook her, and she finally lay back down, surrendering herself to the realm of dreams. Upon reopening her eyes, Lamya found herself back in a familiar place, but her mindset had shifted. Now, she possessed a trump card. As soon as her magic was restored, she would ensure Tom understood what true punishment entailed. Is it so, Lamya? Tom's amused voice sounded from beside her. And only then did she notice him lying on the other side of the expansive bed. Lamya stifled her rising panic. What? Lamya, you needn't prepare. I will cooperate with you. Tom leaned closer, his warmth enveloping her, and she could almost hear him swallow. No, that's unnecessary. Lamya found herself cradled in his arms, her hands suspended in the air, too afraid to place them anywhere. Aren't you tired? Tom turned to look at her, his azure eyes so clear they beckoned to kiss. Kiss him. I consent. Tom grinned wider. Do you think we need boundaries between us? His large hand caressed Lamya's head, pulling her closer to him by her neck. Lamya, taken by surprise, pressed her hands against his chest, which was resilient and soft like Draco's velvet quilt. Do not think of anyone else. Tom lowered his head, biting down hard on Lamia's earlobe, causing her to cry out in pain. What are you doing? You. Tom leaned down, pressing against her, and Lamya shuddered, loathing the feeling of being subdued. Not fond of it. Then you come. Tom reluctantly rose, relinquishing the position of power to Lamya. He relished the authority, yet he was willing to remain beneath her. In this manner, Tom firmly ensnared Lamia's slender waist, his coarse hands marking her skin with crimson traces. I will not let you go, he declared. Lamya could no longer maintain her facade. That scoundrel Tom. Though she appeared to hold the upper hand, she was, in fact, completely at Tom's mercy, unable to break free. Do you not like it? Tom lifted his buried head, his gaze obscured, lips glistening, his dark hair tousled by Lamia's grip, a few strands still clasped in her hand. I do not like it, Lamya shouted, her emotions finally surfacing. I do, Tom replied with a mischievous grin, burying his head once more, his strong hands supporting Lamya, alleviating her fatigue. I hate you, Tom, Lamya exclaimed, her head raised as she shouted at the ceiling. Shout louder. I quite enjoy it, Tom rasped, his voice laden with indescribable emotion. Call me Lamya. He forcibly turned her head, compelling her to gaze down at him. Time slipped away silently, and when Lamya awoke again, Tom was staring at her. She could not tell how long he had been doing so. Awake? Are you hungry? Tom's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and Lamya instinctively knew what he was thinking. I am not hungry. She turned her head away, her voice muffled. Are you angry? Tom embraced Lamya, kissing the nape of her neck. I was wrong. I should have considered you yesterday. Lamya was indeed upset, feeling degraded as a pure-blooded vampire. Endowed with immense power, yet reduced to a state where even a lowly human could bully her. Tom fell silent, fully aware of Lamya's inner turmoil. Yet he had no intention of releasing her. He rose from the bed and dressed. Lamya, it's time to get up, shall we? His voice was gentle, reminiscent of soothing a child, as he held the clothes he had just removed. I can dress myself. Lamya turned her head deliberately, avoiding Tom's gaze as she donned her garments beneath the covers. Tom, however, was dissatisfied. You're wearing it wrong. Lamya felt a pair of hands slip beneath the covers, the rough touch sending shivers down her spine, reminiscent of the previous day's domination. This will do. Satisfied, Tom withdrew his hand, playfully pinching Lamya's cheek. You look lovely. Let us go. He held her hand tightly, purposefully leading her forward. Where to? Lamya believed her legs were long enough, yet being pulled along by Tom proved somewhat taxing. To class, of course. I am still a student, Lamya. Tom blinked innocently. Do you mean to say you only want me to exert myself? Unwilling to assist me with this minor task? Absolutely not. Lamya's face flushed at his words, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before relaxing. Lamya herself was unsure of her feelings. Perhaps it was because she had never interacted with male humans before. That's good, Lamya. Tom pulled her back into his embrace, slowing his pace significantly. Lamya could finally keep up. It was now midday. What class are you attending? She could not comprehend why there were classes scheduled at noon, especially ones that could accommodate her, devoid of magic. Potions. I was too exhausted last night. If I arrive late, the professor will understand, Tom said nonchalantly, as if he had accomplished something monumental. Your professor truly possesses a sympathetic heart, Lamya quipped dryly. You will see for yourself. Professor Slughorn will take a liking to you. Tom seized the opportunity to ruffle Lamya's hair. My apologies, Professor. Tom calmly led Lamya to the classroom door. Tom, I thought you wouldn't come. Please, come in. And this is... Professor Slughorn appeared neither displeased at the interruption nor surprised by Tom's arrival. My girlfriend, Lamya Nocturne. Professor, she was ill recently. Tom guided Lamya to his side, affectionately draping his arm over her shoulder. A chorus of gasps erupted in the classroom, accompanied by a few shrill cries from female classmates. Silence. Slughorn called out, turning back to Tom. Ah, I see. However, I believe Professor Dumbledore is already aware of this matter, correct, Tom? Slughorn glanced between Tom and Lamya, at a loss for words. I am uncertain, but Professor Dumbledore knows. I believe he will inform the headmaster, Tom succinctly explained, donning a polite smile at the door. Very well, then, please enter, Tom, along with your girlfriend. Slughorn faltered, momentarily forgetting Lamya's name. Lamya Nocturne, Tom repeated, his displeasure evident. All right. You may enter as well, Miss Nocturne. The two took seats at the back of the classroom, and Lamya wondered why Tom had chosen such a secluded spot, where they could barely see the professor. You will soon find out, Lamya. Chapter 34, Lurking, 2. You cannot do that. This is a classroom. Lamya immediately understood Tom's implication and angrily turned her head away. I said nothing, Lamya. Tom chuckled lightly. I meant you could eat here. I brought pumpkin pasties. Do you not wish to try? Tom produced a fragrant pastry from seemingly nowhere, grinning mischievously. Lamya had long desired to sample human food, ever since her time in the orphanage. I want to eat. She gazed at the alluring golden pastry in Tom's hand. But I am hungry too. Shall we share? Tom hid his hands behind his back, a smile playing at his lips. You do not appear to be hungry at all, Lamya remarked. I am quite adept at disguising it, Tom hinted. What do you want then? Lamya felt she could never outsmart Tom, at least not until her magical powers were restored. You will feed me. Tom placed the pastry in Lamya's palm. Here. Lamya took a bite, discovering it was not as delectable as she had imagined. It resembled the gummy worms she had tried before, its cloying sweetness making her reluctant to take a second bite. Not to your liking? Tom frowned slightly. Then I shall forego it. He casually tossed the pastry, which fortuitously landed on the desk of a boy exuding a chilling aura. Antonin, my apologies. Tom chuckled as he patted Antonin Dolahov's shoulder. No problem. The dark-haired youth turned, revealing brown eyes, in which the disdain dissipated the moment he recognized Tom. Take this. A pale, slender hand offered a sandwich, and Lamya caught a whiff of the smoked ham inside. Run off and ate this. Ron, another one. Lamya, you certainly know many people. Tom's eyes narrowed, his voice elongated, and Lamya felt an unsettling sensation. Tom, he is just an ordinary classmate, Lamya weakly protested. But her explanation did little to quell Tom's suspicions. What you mean is, even an ordinary classmate, you can remember what he often eats, correct, Lamya? Tom's hand on her thigh twitched restlessly. Then what do I like to eat? Speak, Lamya, speak, and I shall let you go. Tom's actions grew increasingly audacious. Yet he restrained himself, fully aware that they were in a classroom. How would I know? You've never eaten anything in front of me, Lamya retorted, her frustration palpable. Then you should observe me closely. I might pose questions at any moment, she added, incredulous that Tom would so easily let her off the hook. Meanwhile, Antonin Dolohov, seated across from them, was entirely overlooked. His arm, weary from holding a sandwich, ached as he felt the heat of embarrassment from their bold interactions. Fortunately, his naturally pale complexion made it less conspicuous. Do you want some? He weakly inquired. Yes, of course. I want to know if Ron's favorites are also to your liking. Lamya replied. Tom fixed his gaze on her as he accepted the sandwich from Antonin's hand. Tom, I need my personal space, Lamya frowned, feeling suffocated by his overwhelming presence. Suffocated? That can be discussed after you've tasted the sandwich that Ron adores. Tom slowly unwrapped the sandwich, sending a chill through Lamya. That's not what I meant. Ron doesn't actually like this. It's just something his mother makes frequently, she interjected, hoping to clarify that her relationship with Ron was merely that of ordinary classmates. So, you've been to his home? Tom asked, amusement lacing his voice as he gripped the sandwich more tightly, the crisp sound drawing the attention of their classmates. Enough, Tom. Lamya murmured, rubbing her aching temples. Did I hit a nerve? Tom's expression betrayed a hint of jealousy he seemed unaware of. That's not true, he said it himself. Lamya snapped, exasperated. Is that so? Then why don't you try this and see if you like it? Tom offered the sandwich to Lamya's lips. The soft bread, accompanied by crisp vegetables and flavorful ham, was undoubtedly superior to pumpkin pie. It's not good. It can't compare to pumpkin pie, Lamya said begrudgingly. Yet this time Tom seemed oblivious to her true feelings, as he often was. Lamya chewed contentedly, relishing the taste. It's nothing special. Pumpkin pie is certainly far better, Tom remarked, taking a hearty bite from the spot where Lamya had just bitten. Yes, indeed, she replied dismissively, swallowing the last morsel. But we can't waste food. Since it's not delicious, we must find a way to make it palatable. Tom paused, holding the sandwich. You feed me. Will that really make it taste better? Lamya questioned skeptically as she lifted the sandwich to Tom's mouth. Not like that. Think again, he replied, maintaining his steady gaze on her. What do you want me to do? Lamya shrugged, her expression one of indifference. If you guess correctly, I'll take you to Hogsmeade. Tom proposed a tempting condition. Knowing she needed to leave Hogwarts to gather the essentials for restoring her magical abilities, Hogsmeade, a place she had heard of, might hold what she required. What do you say? Tom was inwardly certain, but still sought Lamya's verbal agreement. All right, Lamya replied. Then begin. Tom settled into a comfortable position, ready to enjoy Lamya's next move. She tore off a piece of the sandwich, gently caressing Tom's face, the tender, slow motion sending him into a flurry of confusion. No, Lamya, he thought, but he suppressed his emotions, responding softly. Lamya quickly withdrew her hand, leaving Tom feeling a pang of loss. After much contemplation, Lamya finally grasped Tom's intentions. Finding his behavior quite despicable, unable to hold back, she cursed under her breath. Have you finally understood? I thought you would keep up the pretense until sunset, Tom mocked. The sunlight streaming in through the window, his sarcasm cutting deep. I would never do that, Tom, Lamya retorted, tossing the sandwich into his lap. Do as you please. Eat it or don't. She resolved to find another chance. That won't do. Wasting food is unbecoming of a good student, Tom insisted, shoving the sandwich back into her hands. You must think carefully. This is your only opportunity, his voice low and enticing. Lamya remained unconvinced. She could not take such a risk. Resigned, she took a bite of the sandwich, leaning closer to Tom. It's too far. I can't reach. Tom deliberately shifted away, causing Lamya's red eyes to widen with anger. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Tom leaned in, capturing the lips he had long desired, and indeed, the flavor improved significantly. He savored the taste. Is that better now? Lamya wiped her mouth, wishing to erase the sensation from her mind. Not quite. Look, there's still so much left, Tom pointed out, indicating the sandwich in her hand. By the way, do you want your pumpkin pie? Chapter 35, The Lurking, 3. Lamya and Tom turned their attention to the source of the voice, Antonin. His voice immediately dropped in volume. I asked several times. I thought you hadn't heard. No thanks. Antonin. Lamya doesn't like it, Tom replied, his smile gentle yet somehow chilling to Antonin, who shivered involuntarily before turning away. Classmates, that's enough theory for today. Pair up. You'll be brewing the antidote we just discussed. Excellent performance will be rewarded, Professor Slughorn announced. The students in the classroom sprang into action. Just as Tom finished tidying up their table, a sweet-faced girl approached him. Lamya barely glanced at her, then feigned ignorance. Tom, may I partner with you? Aurora actually pretended not to notice Lamya beside him. Perhaps you should ask my girlfriend? Tom, initially inclined to refuse, suddenly became curious about Lamya's reaction and shifted his response. My apologies, Mr. Riddle, Aurora said, her tone lacking any hint of contrition. Miss, I am Aurora Axley of the illustrious Axley family. May I inquire how you prefer to be addressed? She smiled condescendingly at the quietly standing Lamya. Just call me Lamya, she replied, recognizing Aurora's intent to belittle her through her lineage, but Aurora's scheme was doomed to fail. Miss Lamya, may I join your group? After all, you've never studied potion making. I wouldn't want you to injure yourself. Aurora made her intentions clear, convinced that Tom would not forsake her for Lamya. Lamya did not outright refuse, but glanced at Tom, noticing his lack of willingness to agree, before stating, No, we have enough people. Find someone else. Miss Lamya, I believe you may have misunderstood. Tom will lose this potion competition because of you. Aurora assumed Tom was merely shy to comply. You needn't worry, Miss Axley. I'm well aware that Tom won't be upset over such trivial matters, Lamya retorted, striking a nerve with Aurora. Then it should be Tom who speaks. Who do you think you are? Aurora was taken aback, her anger flaring as she realized she had been outdone by a muggle devoid of magical prowess. Her wand was raised high in indignation. My girlfriend. Do you wish to engage in battle? Very well, let us meet in the dueling arena. Lamya bypassed the obstructive Tom, striding directly towards Aurora, who brandished her wand, ready to launch a surprise attack. You a muggle, how audacious. I shall enlighten you on why wizards are called wizards. Aurora, her teeth clenched in fury, could not fathom how a muggle like Lamya dared to challenge her. Consumed by her emotions, she failed to realize how improbable it was for a muggle to know the location of the dueling arena. Tom, initially poised to play the gallant hero, found himself sidelined before he could utter a word. He shook his head in resignation, fully aware of Lamya's formidable prowess, and thus felt no concern for her well-being. His attention swiftly reverted to the cauldron, determined to complete the potion before Lamya's return. Meanwhile, having gained a sufficient distance, Lamya sensed the opportune moment had arrived. Seizing the chance while the hastily advancing Aurora was distracted, she transformed and discreetly veered off in another direction. Aurora, furiously seething, felt an indignation that stemmed from her lineage as a pure-blood heir. Though her family was waning, she had never endured such humiliation. Lamya, you shall come to regret this, she vowed, tightening her grip on her wand as she contemplated which unforgivable curse to employ. Lamya, having successfully reached Hogsmeade, found herself immensely grateful to Ron's brothers. Were it not for Fred's guidance regarding the secret passage to Hogsmeade, her journey might not have been so seamless. Good morning, beautiful miss, greeted the young proprietor of the Dervish and Banjas shop, located at the end of the main street in Hogsmeade, his demeanor warm and inviting. Hello, Lamya replied softly. How may I assist you? The owner emerged from behind the counter, revealing a black tailcoat and a wide-brimmed hat adorning his head. I require phoenix tears and dragon bones, Lamya stated, requesting the most elusive items. If he possessed these, her magical powers would soon be restored. May I inquire about the purpose of such rare items? The proprietor asked, scrutinizing the elegantly attired Lamya with uncertainty. Your concern is unwarranted. Simply procure them and hand them to me, Lamya retorted. Casting a fleeting glance back towards her path, anxiety etched in her eyes as she pondered how much longer Tom would take to arrive. Very well, please hold on, the proprietor replied, moving to rummage through a nearby cabinet, the sounds of his search echoing. At that moment, Lamya's keen senses detected a dark figure approaching in the distance, and her pupils dilated. Tom. How could he arrive so quickly? Panic surged within her as she paced anxiously, resolutely determined to keep him from discovering her current lack of strength to confront him. Have you found them yet? She inquired, though her urgency remained concealed. Almost. This item is so rare that I hardly know why I still have it, the proprietor mumbled, dusting off his once pristine attire. You just mentioned its rarity. How could it be so carelessly placed? Lamya glanced back repeatedly, watching Tom enter one shop after another. She realized that from a distance, Tom could only approximate her location, not pinpoint it precisely, which provided her with a slight sense of relief, considering the shop was located at the end of the main road, taking him some time to reach. At last, I found it. Rare as it may be, no one seems to want it. Who would purchase such items when they are of little practical use? The proprietor rolled his eyes. 10 galleons. Though Lamya recognized the proprietor was attempting to take advantage of the situation, she had no choice but to offer the necklace Tom had gifted her as collateral, in exchange for the seemingly mundane phoenix tears and dragon bones. Why are these phoenix tears black? Upon receiving the items, Lamya noticed something amiss. No wonder the proprietor had been so secretive earlier. All sales are final. I did inform you of their rarity. Naturally, there would be something unusual, he grumbled, inspecting her valuable necklace with a magnifying glass. Lamya's frustration bubbled over. A casual glance over her shoulder revealed that Tom had somehow made his way to the wizard's clothing store, only a few hundred meters away. Without a second thought, Lamya ducked into a nearby pub, seizing a bottle before pouring its contents down her throat. Welcome to the Three Broomsticks, dear guest. Please enjoy your stay. Amidst the clamor, Tom approached the unconscious Lamya, sprawled across the table. I have finally found you. Chapter 36, Lurking, 4. Initially intending to feign drunkenness, Lamya was unprepared for the potency of the liquor she had consumed. Just a few sips had rendered her lightheaded, and now, as someone lifted her head, she felt dazed. Tom, you've come. This drink is delightful, she mumbled, hazily extending the enormous bottle towards him. Here, drink. It's for you, she slurred, pouting adorably. Tom felt as though a bucket of cold water had extinguished the fiery frustration within him. Do not drink any more, Lamya. Come back with me. He gently pinched her flushed cheek, appearing somewhat helpless. No, it's too much fun here. I refuse to leave. Lamya clung to the bottle, resembling a playful kitten. Tom's heart melted at her endearing demeanor. And what of me? Will you abandon me here? He said, feigning a pitiful tone. I want to abandon you. Stay here with me. Lamya, in her stupor, wrapped her arms around his waist and nestled against him. I want a drink. Very well. Tom sat down, ordering another identical bottle of liquor. Would you like some? He waved the bottle enticingly in front of her, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Yes. Lamya's eyes sparkled, fixated on the bottle. I never knew you loved drinking so much. Tom had never seen this side of Lamya. A peculiar feeling enveloped him, and he wished to keep her in his thoughts forever. I love it. I want a drink. Lamya stood, attempting to snatch the bottle from him. Tom rose as well, creating distance between them. She lost her balance and stumbled towards the ground. Lamya instinctively shut her eyes, but fell into a familiar embrace. She instinctively squeezed, relishing the soft, resilient touch. How delightful, she murmured, burying her head in his chest. What do you find delightful? Tom's voice, laced with pride, drifted down from above as he securely held the girl in his arms, captivated by her fragrant hair. Tom, promise me you will persist in your training, Lamya implored, quickly burying her head again after speaking. Tom wore only a thin undershirt, which to Lamya felt as though he were not wearing anything at all. She easily felt the warmth of his soft skin through the fabric. So delightful, she murmured, nibbling playfully, the thin cloth quickly becoming damp. Tom remained still, allowing her to explore him freely. Can we return now? Lamya, weary, lay her head against Tom's chest, her eyes fluttering shut, oblivious to his voice laced with desire. Tom closed his eyes, suppressing the turmoil within him, and lifted the delicate girl into his arms, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. I will take you home, Lamya. Tom's steps were remarkably steady, yet not slow, allowing him to return to his room before Lamya had awakened. He gently placed the girl in his arms onto the bed and whispered, Wait for me, Lamya. He then proceeded to shed his clothes and made his way to the shower. Lamya, who had been feigning sleep, heard the sound of running water and cautiously opened her eyes. Tom, who typically eschewed cleanliness, only afforded her the opportunity to conceal her belongings during his bathing. Yes, Lamya had been performing, pretending to be inebriated. She would never get drunk from just a few sips, as this was merely an excuse for her to venture out and to give Tom an easy out. The subsequent antics were purely improvised, though she had evidently overdone it. Tom's demeanor was quite off, and Lamya had to hide her things in the shortest time possible. Where to hide them? She murmured, scanning her surroundings. Before long, Lamya identified a superb hiding place, the crevice beneath the bed, where Tom would never suspect that a crucial element of his fate lay concealed. After stashing her belongings, she returned to her previous position, feigning sleep by letting out a few soft sounds. After a while, the sound of water ceased, and Tom approached the bed, clad only in a towel around his waist, his dark hair still dripping. As he drew nearer, Lamya caught the scent of his masculine pheromones, and an unexpected fear washed over her. Lamya, are you awake? Tom leaned down, his voice soft as a feather brushing against her ear. A drop of water fell from his hair onto her eyelid, startling her awake, and their mismatched gazes, one red, one blue, locked. Good morning, Tom. Lamya managed an awkward smile. Tom raised an eyebrow and glanced at the clock on the wall. Following his gaze, Lamya realized it was now 11 o'clock at night, and her embarrassment deepened. Awake? Let us get you cleaned up. You smell of alcohol and must have slept uncomfortably, he declared, lifting her effortlessly without waiting for her response, and carried her toward the shower. No, it's unnecessary, Tom. I can manage myself, Lamya protested in a panicked struggle, but Tom held her firmly. leaving her with no way to escape. "No, you're still intoxicated, and I'm worried you might faint in there," he replied with a smile, tightening his embrace. Lamya felt as if she were ensnared by a cold, constricting serpent, an atmosphere of danger and suffocation enveloping her. "Absolutely not." Lamya firmly rejected Tom, a rare display of defiance that immediately halted him in his tracks. "Why?" Tom queried, perplexed, as they were quite familiar with one another, and this hardly seemed significant. "I cannot accept it. Besides, I have already sobered up," Lamya retorted, her cheeks flushed as she clutched Tom's chest tightly. "Easy now." Tom winced slightly but did not release her. He merely set her down on the table, which bore a freshly purchased bottle of alcohol. "Then let us drink again," he said, twisting off the cap, releasing a waft of intoxicating aroma that made Lamya's heart sink. "But I don't want to drink," she said, retreating as she avoided the glass he offered. "Keep retreating, and you'll fall," Tom warned. Yet Lamya remained unaware, continuing to back away. Tom ceased speaking, extending his hand, and she found herself perched in his palm, his fingers twitching, causing her to shudder. Now, Lamya had nowhere to run, and she could only submit as Tom forced the drink into her mouth. "No more drinking," she insisted. "Weren't you enjoying yourself outside? Or is it that I dampened your spirits?" Chapter 37, Repercussion 1. Tom spoke with a smile, yet inexplicably, Lamya felt goosebumps rise on her skin. "Tom, I promise I won't go out drinking again. Can you let me off the hook today?" Lamya curled up, resting motionless in Tom's embrace, her red eyes brimming with silent sorrow. "Lamya, you should not abandon me," Tom said, setting down his glass with a heavy thud, tightly embracing the trembling girl. He could not bear to recall the pain that had spread from his heart when Lamya had not returned. Initially, Tom had assumed Lamya was merely throwing a tantrum. After spending so many days together, he believed he understood her well enough. Thus, he immersed himself in potion making, hoping to win Professor Slughorn's praise upon her return and gain entry to his esteemed club. However, as the class ended and all his classmates awaited his potion, Lamya still had not returned. "Tom, where's your potion? I saw you finished it ages ago," Slughorn inquired, puzzled as he approached Tom's desk, and indeed, he spotted a flawlessly brewed awakening potion. "I dare say even I could not concoct such a perfect potion," he exclaimed. "Tom, you are simply a genius." Slughorn raised the shimmering vial, declaring, "Classmates, there is no doubt that Tom's group is in first place." Thunderous applause erupted in the classroom, yet Tom, the center of attention, remained fixated on the door, scrutinizing every passerby. Tom, as a reward, I will invite your group to attend Saturday's gala, featuring notable figures in the wizarding world or those on the cusp of fame," Slughorn announced, expecting to see shock on Tom's face, but Tom seemed oblivious, his focus solely on the entrance. Tom, I mean, your group is the only one qualified," Slughorn insisted, but Tom remained unresponsive, prompting him to glance back at his astonished classmates. "Such an honor, right?" Slughorn beamed as he ascended the podium. "That concludes today's lesson. Your assignment is to write a short essay on the method of brewing the awakening potion," he instructed. Once all the students had departed, Tom turned as if awakening from a dream. "Professor, I apologize," he bowed to Slughorn, who was tidying up at the podium. As Tom stepped out of the classroom, he immediately felt the connection with Lamya, yet the distance rendered the sensation faint and indistinct. He sought out Aurora, who was venting her frustrations in the dueling arena. "Where has Lamya gone?" Tom suppressed his unease, convincing himself that Lamya had hidden away due to being bullied by Aurora. "I want to know too. An odious coward. How could Slytherin allow such a muggle to remain here? No, she shouldn't even be at Hogwarts. She should be thrown out." Aurora fumed, slamming her wand against the ground. "I have no time for your ramblings. I ask you, where has Lamya gone?" Tom's expression darkened, a chilling aura of menace surrounding him. Aurora had never seen Tom in such a light. The Tom she remembered was handsome, refined, of noble lineage, and immensely powerful. How could he have transformed into this demon? "Don't come any closer. I don't know. She didn't even come to the dueling arena with me." Aurora shrank back in fear, shielding her head with her hands, her complexion pale. "Stay away from me, you ugly woman," Tom icily declared before turning and walking away in another direction, devoid of any plan. Like a homeless child wandering aimlessly down the street, Tom ascended floor by floor, his quest seemingly endless, until he reached the pinnacle of the 8th level, yet still found no trace of Lamya. Remarkably unfazed by fatigue, he pressed onward, displaying no inclination to rest despite the passage of time. From the 8th floor, he meticulously descended to the ground level, yet Lamya remained elusive, her absence weighing heavily on his heart, which felt as cold as winter's chill, akin to swallowing a block of ice, enveloping him in a bone-deep chill. A troubling thought crossed his mind. What would he do if Lamya never returned? "I shall not let you slip away, Lamya." Tom concentrated all his magical energy into his palms, a silver chain of magic flickering into existence, ultimately pointing towards Hogsmeade before vanishing as swiftly as it appeared, no matter how much power he exerted. Lamya, I will find you. Tom clutched his chest where a sudden pain surged, a ghastly smile blossoming on his pale lips, sending shivers down one's spine. He retrieved a vial of restorative potion, downing it in one gulp, gradually regaining his strength. As he traversed the seemingly interminable path, his thoughts were consumed with how to punish Lamya into submission. You should remain forever imprisoned within me, Tom wickedly mused. Easily infiltrating Hogsmeade, Tom found this task trivial for a top scholar. However, lacking knowledge of Lamya's precise whereabouts, he entered shop after shop in search of her. The cheerful chime of wind bells greeted him at the door, a warm voice welcoming him within, contrasting with the frigid air outside. Excuse me, madam, have you seen a silver-haired girl? Tom inquired politely, his azure eyes sparkling with sincerity. Few young women could resist the charm of such a handsome boy, even those married. Mrs. Binreese, seated at her sewing machine, adjusted her spectacles perched precariously on her nose, and replied, I'm afraid she hasn't been here. A frown of regret crossed her face, as if lamenting her inability to assist him. No matter, I wish you well, Tom replied with a courteous smile, turning to leave for the next shop when his gaze was caught by a dark red wizarding dress trimmed in gold, reminiscent of Lamya's beguiling eyes. Madam, could you kindly fetch that dress from the window for me? Tom requested, turning back. Of course, dear. It's my pride and joy, Mrs. Binreese exclaimed, springing from her seat, her earlier fatigue forgotten. Your taste is impeccable. Your beloved will surely adore it. With nimble hands, she retrieved the dress. Tom held it up against himself, recalling Lamya's figure. It seemed tailor-made for her, clad in a black robe that contrasted beautifully with the crimson gown. The reflection in the mirror was striking, as if he and Lamya were perfectly matched. Beloved, I hope this sentiment is not one-sided. Chapter 38, Repercussion 2. Oh, my dear sweetheart, that's simply not true. With such striking looks, how could any girl resist you? Mrs. Binreese, noticing the boy's sudden despondency, hurried to console him. She will surely appreciate the dress. No girl can resist a beautiful gown. If you gift it to her, she might be overjoyed. Her words struck Tom like thunder, rekindling his spirits. Really? She would be happy? He asked, tightening his grip on the dress, leaving faint creases upon its surface. Yes, dear child, but don't crumple the dress. Hand it to me. I'll wrap it up for you. Mrs. Binreese observed the gown beginning to wrinkle in his grasp with concern. Go forth, my child. May you win her heart. She handed him the carefully wrapped dress. With a nod, Tom felt for the first time that perhaps he had misjudged the situation. If Lamya wished to be free, he pressed a hand to his chest, the dull, searing pain within rendering him speechless. I will not let go. Calming himself, Tom resumed his walk along the main road of Hogsmeade, sensing the distance between himself and Lamya diminishing, his heart seemingly rekindling its rhythm. Upon entering the dark and magical goods shop at the road's end, a wave of anxiety washed over him, yearning for Lamya's presence while simultaneously wishing to conceal his own vulnerability. After a deep breath to steady himself, he stepped into the shadowy interior where no one appeared to be present, yet an unmistakable familiar scent lingered. Lamya. Despite his thorough search, he found no trace of her. Hello? Is there something I can assist you with? Called the shopkeeper from behind the counter, prompting Tom to approach. I was wondering if you've seen a silver-haired girl? He inquired. Oh, you mean her? She just left in quite a hurry, though I couldn't tell where she went. The shopkeeper replied, recalling her distinctly as such occurrences were rare. What did she buy? Tom's excitement was barely contained as he pressed for details. That's private information. I can't disclose that, the shopkeeper said, covering his mouth while casting a furtive glance at the dusty magical artifacts lining the shelves. I'll take all of it, Tom declared, tossing a bag of gold galleons onto the counter with a crisp sound, his wealth ample. Well, she purchased a vial of phoenix tears and dragon bones. She rushed off right after. The shopkeeper recounted vividly, even recalling which foot Lamya had entered with. Tom chuckled at his own folly. He knew Lamya had seen him. Exiting the shop, Tom instinctively glanced to his right, where a popular tavern for Hogwarts students stood. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure, silver hair cascading lazily over her shoulders. A bottle in hand, pouring its contents into her mouth with a pained expression, initially intent on confronting her. Tom's thoughts shifted to a desire to tease Lamya. Misbehaving troublemakers deserved severe consequences. With a plan in mind, he feigned ignorance, approaching Lamya from behind. Lamya, he softly called, lightly tapping her shoulder. Reeking of alcohol, Lamya clutched an empty bottle, having snuck out solely for this indulgence. Tom chuckled as he cradled her limp form in his arms. Lamya's dulled senses oblivious to the coldness in his gaze. You've had too much to drink, Lamya, let us go back. He pressed her head into his chest, gently biting her earlobe, eliciting a slight shiver from her, before she slumped against him, seemingly asleep. with the recently ordered bottle of wine in hand. Tom carried the soft Lamya toward Hogwarts Castle. The path felt unchanged, even colder, yet he appeared impervious to the chill. His expression tender as he enveloped Lamya in his dark robe. The comforting surroundings lulled Lamya into a peaceful slumber, her eyes closing completely. Sleep well. Tom's voice seemed to echo in Lamya's ear, yet she had long lost her consciousness of speech, instinctively tightening her grip around his solid, powerful waist. The sudden embrace enveloped Tom in an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Lamya had never depended on him to this extent before. Not even when he had exerted himself in the past. You always managed to brighten my mood effortlessly, he thought, as he gently patted the girl's back and planted a kiss in her hair. But I truly enjoy it. Upon returning to the dormitory, Tom was already damp, for he had never favored the use of magic. Wait for me. He placed Lamya back on the bed and stepped into the shower, opting for ice-cold water to wash away his fatigue. Countless droplets cascaded from his hair, tracing paths down his chest before falling to the floor with a rhythmic patter. After a prolonged period, Tom emerged from the bathroom, noticing the gentle flutter of Lamya's eyelashes. You're deceiving me again, he chuckled, leaning closer to the bedside, intent on startling this mischievous girl. Perhaps the chill radiating from him had provoked her, for her body quivered slightly. You're awake, Lamya. He leaned in, and as she opened her eyes, their gazes locked, igniting a spark that made Tom feel flushed. Would you like a drink? He queried, watching as she quickly averted her eyes. No more drinking, Lamya replied, her tone tinged with guilt. Yet you reek of alcohol. Allow me to assist you in cleansing yourself. Tom lifted Lamya, preparing to carry her back to the shower. No need. I can manage, she protested, struggling with a grimace. Tom's previously buoyant spirits fell at her resistance. You only behave sweetly when you're not clear-headed, he remarked. Then let us ensure you are once again inebriated. He poured an entire bottle of liquor down Lamya's throat. She initially resisted, but ultimately succumbed to Tom's enticement, draining the bottle completely. Good girl, wash up and then retire. Cradling the now slumbering Lamya, Tom effortlessly made his way into the shower. After adjusting the water temperature, he gently placed Lamya inside. If only this could last forever. I'd prefer you to remain in this eternal slumber. Chapter 39, Counterattack. After Lamya fell asleep, she nestled closer to Tom, who pondered. How powerful must I become to keep you here forever? After laying her on the bed, Tom quietly exited the room. Yet, the Lamya who should have been asleep abruptly opened her eyes, uncertain of Tom's whereabouts, but recognizing this as her opportunity. Supporting her slightly dizzy head, she acknowledged her inebriation, though she concealed it well. Unsteadily, Lamya leaned down, retrieving a hidden stash from beneath the bed, pouring its contents into her mouth. The bitter taste nearly brought tears to her eyes. She suspected the vendor had sold her expired Phoenix tears, as the flavor resembled that of Ron's foul socks. Before long, she felt something within her break free from its shackles. A warmth surged in her lower abdomen, as if something were flowing through her. Clean slate, Lamya murmured. Casting a small spell upon herself, her disheveled hair began to tidy itself, and even the stains on her clothes vanished. With newfound certainty, she realized her magical powers had fully returned, yet the underlying threat remained. She remained oblivious to the cause of her previous power loss, aware she could lose her magic at any moment. Who could it be? Lamya frantically recalled every acquaintance, even though she had met only once. Lamya, why are you up? Just as she stood frozen in place, Tom suddenly entered, carrying a glass of lemonade. Deceiving me again. Tom approached slowly, his shoes clicking against the floor. Since you're awake, drink this. He bore no expression, the overhead light casting shadows that accentuated his chiseled jawline and flickering gaze. Fine. Lamya accepted the glass, took a sip, and instantly spat it out. The sugarless lemonade was as unbearable as one could imagine. No spitting, swallow it all. Tom pinched her chin, forcing her to gulp down the sour liquid. Enough, Tom. Lamya tugged at his wrist, easily breaking free from his grasp. Lamya, your magic has returned. Tom seemed to have anticipated this, even clapping his hands in delight. So, Tom, you no longer hold authority over me. She pushed him onto the bed, her black high heels poised to strike his head. To her surprise, Tom made no attempt to evade, instead smiling as her foot hovered near him. Do you not comprehend the situation? Why don't you dodge? Lamya tightened her grip around his neck until his face turned crimson, finally releasing him. Are you pleased? You used to treat me this way. She savored Tom's disheveled coughing with a malicious grin. Delighted, Lamya, I adore you like this. Tom's expression brimmed with satisfaction, his eyes wide with excitement. Lamya froze momentarily. In that instant, Tom seized the opportunity to pull her onto the bed. Now it's your turn to take the lead. Lamya's nose brushed against Tom's lips, the warmth eliciting an involuntary nuzzle. Yet, his subsequent action made her want to flee. He audaciously licked her nose. What are you doing? Lamya scrambled away from him, touching her damp nose in confusion, for no one had ever dared such a thing. "You're simply too adorable. I can't resist," Tom replied, innocently batting his eyelashes. His jacket lay discarded, revealing the tantalizing skin beneath an open collar. Lamya turned her head away. "Put your clothes back on." "Not fond of this." Tom exaggeratedly widened his collar, showcasing his toned chest and a particularly reddened area. "Lamya, would you like to touch?" He guided her hand towards himself, declaring, "You are the first." "Don't do that." Lamya broke free. "You've truly changed. It displeases me." Tom lowered his head, his pale neck exposed before Lamya's gaze. She found herself fixated, unable to divert her eyes. It dawned on her that her bloodlust was entwined with her magic. "So that is how it is. Then you should drink." Tom chuckled lightly, parting his collar to reveal the pulsating veins that exuded a lethal allure. "No, don't trust him." Lamya screamed internally. Yet her narrowing pupils and lengthening fangs betrayed her desire, which was becoming increasingly hard to suppress. "Do not resist, Lamya. I permit you to act this way towards me." Tom slowly led Lamya to lower her guard, his fingers caressing her neck, poised to assist her with a final push. Lamya felt as if she were walking on clouds. Her senses dulled, her vision filled with Tom's intoxicating presence. "Come now, Lamya, you must be famished." Tom's voice reverberated in Lamya's ear, akin to a devil's whisper. At long last, unable to suppress her burgeoning desires, Lamya pounced upon Tom, indulging in a fervent embrace as she savored the warmth of his neck. "Good girl, splendidly done." Tom's hand caressed the top of Lamya's head repeatedly. When Lamya regained consciousness, she was alarmed to realize that her magical essence was swiftly depleting. Frantically, she gazed at her hands, understanding the gravity of the situation. She abruptly turned her attention to Tom, who lay on the other side, still in slumber, seemingly exhausted from the previous night. "Tom, you had better remain oblivious." With the last vestiges of her power, Lamya transformed Tom into a serpent. "This is your punishment, Tom. Relish it." A wave of satisfaction washed over Lamya. While she could not end Tom's life, she could certainly toy with him. The small serpent on the bed seemed to sense something amiss, slowly opening its pitch-black eyes. Lamya lowered her head. "Tom, do you loathe me now?" "Ha ha. You must be itching to kill me, right?" The mere thought of Tom's ire filled her with glee. Yet, the ebony serpent merely flicked its tongue, climbing up her arm until it reached her shoulder, where it paused, sending a gentle ripple of sensation akin to the delicate chill of its scales. It was Tom, nuzzling against Lamya. To her surprise, Tom appeared not to be angered at all. Rather, he seemed to genuinely enjoy her taunts. "Just wait, Tom. I have plenty of ways to deal with you." Lamya felt deceived by Tom. He would rather remain by her side forever. Now, transformed into a serpent, he was not easily displaced. Even if she tried to cast him away, he would simply return. "Don't do that, Tom." Tom's increasingly audacious movements left the sensitive Lamya flustered. She grasped the serpent's head, extricating the wriggling Tom from her bosom, locking eyes with his dark pupils. "Can you not behave?" However, the serpent form of Tom showed no inclination to heed her words, burrowing deeper into her embrace, his smooth scales making it impossible for Lamya to maintain her grip. In that moment, Lamya's magical energy was entirely spent, rendering her spells ineffective, and Tom instantly reverted to his original form. Instead of fleeing, Lamya found herself paralyzed, facing Tom, who stood bare before her, while her own garments lay tattered and scarcely concealing. This predicament was entirely Tom's fault. He had leapt into her clothing the moment he transformed back, predictably tearing her attire apart. "Isn't this delightful?" Tom remarked unabashedly, his cerulean eyes gazing affectionately at Lamya. "You should really put on some clothes." Lamya's cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze, overwhelmed by Tom's nakedness. "No rush. You turned me into a snake precisely for this moment. I must first indulge you." Tom advanced slowly, cornering Lamya against the wall. "Lamya, it seems you enjoy me this way." Chapter 40, Dumbledore. Just as Lamya braced herself to acquiesce to Tom's advances, she awakened from her dream, returning to Hogwarts. Strangely, she found herself in the infirmary, with a platinum blonde head resting beside her. "Draco." Lamya's dry voice was barely a whisper. Yet Draco sprang up in an instant. "Lamya, you are finally awake." His eyes were bloodshot, and Lamya felt bewildered. She distinctly remembered sleeping soundly in bed, wondering how she had ended up in the infirmary. What on earth happened? She took a sip of water from Draco, finding relief in her throat. "Lamya, you slept for 3 whole days. I couldn't enter the girls' dormitory, so Pansy had to bring you out." Draco's expression betrayed his lingering fear. His gray eyes filled with apprehension. "It's all so bizarre." Lamya couldn't recall anything, save for the ineffective warming charm Dumbledore had cast upon her, prompting a grave expression to cross her face. "Has anything significant transpired recently?" Lamya inquired. "Nothing at all." Draco hastily replied, his eyes downcast, unable to meet Lamya's gaze. Lamya. Before she could press further, Harry's voice echoed from outside the door. Lamya sat up, and Draco thoughtfully placed a pillow behind her. Harry, what brings you here? Madame Pomfrey only allows one attendant. I didn't wrestle Draco for the privilege. Harry shot a glare at a smug Draco. Before Lamya could voice her concerns, Harry recounted the recent events in detail. Lamya, Draco had promised to venture into the Forbidden Forest to gather potions for you, but he didn't go. He brought Filch, which led us to be escorted by Hagrid to patrol the Forbidden Forest. You cannot imagine how perilous the forest is at night. Harry's expression turned serious. If I hadn't been scolded for my language, you might never have seen me again. Voldemort, the Dark Lord, yet lives. Quirrell sought the Philosopher's Stone to resurrect him. During Lamya's extended slumber, Harry and his companions had successfully gleaned vital information and uncovered Quirrell's secret. Nonsense. Potter, I was indeed present. Filch was not summoned by me. Draco retorted angrily, pushing Harry aside. Lamya, do not believe him. I was there too, and was punished for patrolling the Forbidden Forest. Malfoy, cease your evasion. Had Professor McGonagall not discovered you, you would never have emerged. Harry seemed genuinely concerned that Lamya might not trust him. Enough, I believe you both. Lamya interjected, glancing at Harry. And then what, Harry? The Dark Lord was drinking unicorn blood. He was gravely weakened. Harry replied, I am relieved you are safe. Lamya smiled. And what about me, Lamya? Aren't you worried for my well-being? Draco's handsome face loomed close to Lamya, tinged with evident resentment. I am concerned for you too. Lamya affectionately ruffled his hair. The two looked at her like obedient puppies, their eyes brimming with anticipation. All right, you both may leave now. I am weary. After their departure, Lamya meticulously restructured all the information she had acquired in her mind. She was certain Draco had not lied. Then how had Filch discovered Harry and the others? Setting up such a trivial punishment, fortuitously leading Harry to encounter Voldemort? Lamya was skeptical of the notion of fate. To her, everything was traceable. Dumbledore's final warming charm had made him the prime suspect. Suddenly struck by a thought, Lamya comprehended the entirety of the situation, yet she could not divulge it easily. This was still Dumbledore's domain. If her suspicions were correct, she must not reveal anything to anyone. It seemed a visit to the headmaster was in order for tomorrow. Lamya absently toyed with a strand of her broken hair. Once more, we meet, my child. The sudden voice startled Lamya, prompting her to scan the room cautiously. Only to discover Dumbledore standing at the door, clad in a well-fitted wizard's robe, his white beard as long as she remembered from their first encounter. I am delighted to see you awake so promptly. Dumbledore smiled. As for the reason behind my fainting, headmaster, I believe you are the most knowledgeable about this matter. Are you not? Lamya quickly regained her composure, her hands crossed. It appears you have deduced the truth. You are quite clever, my child. Dumbledore approached Lamya, his eyes twinkling, extending his hands to reveal several yellow candies. Care for a taste? Lemon sherbet, quite delectable. No, thank you, sir, Lamya replied, shaking her head. A pity, Dumbledore said, unwrapping a candy and popping it into his mouth. I did indeed cast a spell upon you, but it poses no harm. You appeared quite fatigued the other day. He said kindly. And what of the Forbidden Forest incident? Hush, that is a secret, my child. Dumbledore winked, conveying an unspoken message. And Lamya's intuition confirmed her suspicions. This was all a trial for Harry, and she need not intervene. Rest well, dear child. Dumbledore soon departed, leaving Lamya solitary in the room. As for the unfolding drama, Lamya had no intention of becoming entangled. She did not desire Dumbledore's undue attention, for that was hardly a favorable circumstance. Chapter 41. The Dinner, 1. Lamya sat at the edge of her bed, placing her pre-prepared items beneath the pillow, simultaneously casting a spell she had stumbled upon in Snape's office, one that could transport real objects into dreams. Lamya found herself in a rather dire situation within the dream realm, one she could scarcely accept. Even Alaric had never subjected her to such. Tom, I shall ensure you pay for this. Lamya lay back upon her bed, closing her eyes. When she opened them again, Tom's face was nearly overlapping with hers. Move away. Lamya forcefully pushed Tom, who had been leaning against her, away. She leaned against the wall, panting as if she had just exhausted all her strength. Lamya, did you just return? Tom smiled, interpreting her resistance as playful, his fingers toying with the loose strands of hair at her forehead, though his gaze remained serious. Did you not already know? Lamya replied calmly, seemingly oblivious to the danger lurking in his eyes. Very well, if you are unhappy, then I shall cease this. Tom held the strands of hair to his nose, inhaling deeply, a smile adorning his face. Do you have no classes today? Lamya impatiently yanked her hair away, her tone icy. Lamya, you've changed quite a bit since your last visit, Tom remarked, unperturbed, as he grasped the lock of hair once more. Have you devised a means to deal with me? Yes. Lamya had not anticipated such ease. The items that could restore her magic lay nestled within her embrace. And Tom was indeed perceptive. I have nothing to say. Lamia was acutely aware that Tom was perpetually eavesdropping on her thoughts, her heart brimming with disdain. Lamia, do you think I wish to listen? Tom chuckled derisively, his grip tightening, causing Lamia to furrow her brow. Release me. Lamia understood Tom was angered. Yet she had no intention of conceding. She would not perpetually yield to him. Just because you need me, Lamia. Tom bit his finger, crimson liquid seeping forth. So, as a devotee, is it not acceptable for you to bow down? Lamia's throat went dry, and she averted her gaze. What do you want? Lamia longed to fully restore her magic and confine Tom, forcing him to endure the torment of being drained to the last drop of blood. That will not do. You may confine me, but you cannot drain me. Tom's mood suddenly brightened. Do you have no personal matters to attend to? Unable to withstand Tom's unabashed scrutiny any longer, Lamia reluctantly spoke. Indeed, it concerns us. Tonight, Professor Slughorn's dinner, you must accompany me. Tom cornered Lamia against the wall, his voice dripping with an unnameable allure. Why? I am not yet a student of Hogwarts. Lamia lifted her eyelids, her crimson eyes brimming with confusion, appearing utterly adorable. Tom unabashedly expressed his fondness, sinking his teeth into her cheek. You are simply charming. I ask you, why did you bite me? Lamia winced, covering her face, her leg instinctively kicking towards Tom's abdomen. Tom swiftly dodged. Lamia, you are a student now. As long as I am at the school, no one shall expel you. Tom's gaze darkened, a cruel smile tugging at his lips as he recalled certain obstinate old fools. But I do not wish to go. Seizing the opportunity, Lamia made her way to the bed, hastily concealing the items within her quilt as Tom turned to gaze out the window. Though she had not paid close attention to Tom's words, she truly had no desire to attend such a ludicrous dinner, a mere gathering of so-called notable figures. Why would she wish to partake? It is different, Lamia. Those who attend are Professor Slughorn's prized students. We require their assistance. Tom insisted. But what does that have to do with me? Lamia apathetically observed her increasingly elongated fingernails. It has everything to do with you. You and I are one. Our objectives should align. Tom rummaged through the cabinet, then returned to sit beside Lamia on the bed. I must become powerful enough to protect you. Tom gently placed Lamia's fingers in his palm, carefully trimming her nails with a nail clipper. I do not need your protection, Lamia said sullenly. She had grown up amidst competition. If she did not strive to earn her father's favor, she would face her family's abandonment. She was indeed a pure-blood aristocrat. Yet she was not the sole descendant of her father. Lamia recalled how she had once gone to great lengths to gain her father's scant attention, yet had never relied on anyone else. This is my choice, Lamia. Tom embraced her tenderly, pressing a kiss to the nape of her neck, sincere and devoid of any ulterior motive. For the first time, Lamia felt the desire to reciprocate, and she indeed did so. Tom felt the soft arms encircling him from behind, akin to a water mine dropped into the ocean, causing his mind to boil with fervor. He trembled as he pulled Lamia into his embrace, until they both lost themselves, collapsing onto the soft bed. Let us change locations, Lamia murmured indistinctly. Without hesitation, Tom effortlessly lifted Lamia and carried her to the sofa. It was not until nightfall that Tom released his hold on her. We must prepare to leave. He softly whispered in her ear. Perhaps you should go on your own, Lamia grumbled, rubbing her aching eyes. No, I cannot be without you, Lamia. Tom lifted her, producing the evening gown he had meticulously prepared, an elegant black dress adorned with dark golden embroidery, while he himself wore a sharply tailored tailcoat, his cuffs matching her gown. Do you like it? Tom carefully dressed Lamia, guiding her to stand before the mirror. It's acceptable, Lamia replied nonchalantly. Yet her gaze was riveted upon the reflection of the two of them. Tom chuckled softly, choosing not to expose Lamia's clumsy deception. As long as you are satisfied. It was worth my efforts to scour all of Hogsmeade. There is another witch's gown. I adore it. Wear it for me when you return. Tom pointed to the bag placed in the cabinet, the one he had purchased from Mrs. Binns. Nonchalantly, Lamia arranged her silvery locks, adorning them with a dark crimson silk rose, nodding in satisfaction. You look magnificent, Lamia. Tom embraced her, and they appeared as a pair of lovebirds, sweetly entwined in their affection. With a flourish, Tom drew his wand, guiding Lamia towards the banquet. The Hogwarts of the evening was typically tranquil. However, tonight, the banks of the Black Lake were bustling with students, vibrant colors dancing in the air. Lamia had never beheld such a wondrous sight. Lamia, it's still early. You may gaze as long as you wish. What is this? I have never seen anything like it, Lamia exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the dazzling lights in the night sky. Magical fireworks, resplendent yet fleeting. Following Lamia's gaze, Tom observed the emerald pattern shimmering above, the emblem of Slytherin. Sometimes, beautiful things do not endure. The reflected green light danced in Lamia's red eyes, and Tom found her even more enchanting than the fireworks themselves. On the contrary, Lamya, beautiful things ought to be grasped tightly. Only then can they truly belong to you. Tom's gaze was unwavering as he spoke. So, do you intend to capture the fireworks as well? Do not be so stubborn, Lamya replied. Do you deem it impossible? With a gentle flick of his wand, the green fireworks reappeared in his palm. What do you think? Not impressive, Lamya responded. Though curiosity about Tom's trick flickered within her, she was unwilling to indulge his pride. Merely an illusion. Tom chuckled, dispelling the charm and causing the fireworks to erupt once more in the night sky. Yet, I indeed accomplished it, did I not? That constitutes cheating. Yet it counts as me having captured it. And you, Lamya, would you be willing to be captured by me? Chapter 42. The Banquet, 2. Not at all. Lamya averted her gaze from Tom's earnest expression. Then I wish to be captured by you, Tom murmured, burying his head amidst her tresses. The fireworks burst forth again, their brilliance cascading behind the embracing couple, as if they were the only two souls in existence. After a while, Tom took Lamya's hand, and they strolled into the lavishly adorned room prepared by Professor Slughorn. The opulence was tinged with a sense of stillness. No one spoke. All were surreptitiously scrutinizing one another, with occasional whispers breaking the silence. Lamya linked her arm with Tom's, offering a polite smile to each person who approached to greet them. In truth, Lamya had long grown numb. She had attended far grander banquets than this. Ah, Tom, you've arrived. Slughorn, who had been jovially conversing with others, approached Tom with a beaming smile. Miss Nocturne, good evening. He greeted Lamya courteously, his regard for Tom evident in his demeanor. Good evening, Professor, Lamya replied, her warm and polite manner eliciting a satisfied grin from Slughorn. Then, as if choreographed, with merely a glance, Tom followed Slughorn as he visited various wizards, maintaining a constant smile, his expression nearly identical throughout. Lamya cast a fleeting glance, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. At this distance, Tom surely could not hear her inner musings. Turning back to Tom, she saw him attentively listening to a middle-aged wizard's boastful tales, nodding in apparent agreement. Oblivious to Lamya's gaze. Finally, Lamya felt a sense of relief, strategizing how to discreetly consume the item she had brought from reality, intending to restore her magical powers. She would find a way, even if it meant seeking out a few humans. This time, she would not be swayed by Tom's charms. Unbeknownst to her, Tom's seemingly casual glance towards her was laden with possessiveness, unmasked and palpable. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, Professor Slughorn announced, sensing the gathering had reached a satisfactory number. He ascended to the central platform. The feigned exuberance within the crowd swiftly quieted, each person fixated on Slughorn, as if he were a succulent morsel, eager to extract some advantage from him. I sincerely appreciate your presence at this banquet. Without further ado, let us have my most esteemed student, Tom Riddle, and his companion, perform the opening dance for our soiree. The room erupted in thunderous applause. Slughorn clapped gleefully, casting an encouraging glance towards Tom. You didn't inform me about this, Lamya said, maintaining her smile, though her eyes brimmed with reproach. It's quite all right. If you dislike it, we can leave right now. Tom unabashedly intertwined his fingers with hers, his ambitions already realized. It wouldn't be long before he was contacted. This is improper. Lamya gracefully followed Tom onto the stage, the spotlight illuminating her skin like fresh snow, ethereal as a winter sprite, breathtaking beyond compare. The enchanting music resonated with their movements. Lamya danced in perfect harmony with the rhythm, her grace invigorating Tom, who grew increasingly animated. Their synchronization was impeccable, as if rehearsed countless times, and after the performance, applause thundered from the audience. Lamya adjusted her skirt and smiled as she descended from the stage, only to be drawn into a secluded corner by Tom. Lamya, I regret preparing this dress for you. Tom shielded her completely, rendering it impossible for anyone outside to discern that two individuals occupied the space. Why? Is it unflattering? Lamya gathered her loose strands of hair, but I adore it. No, you look splendid, Lamya. Tom handed her a glass of champagne. You're too stunning. I dislike it. They do not deserve to gaze upon you. The memory of the envious stares from the audience darkened his expression. He had memorized every face, and they would certainly come to regret their actions today. Ah, Tom, I thought you would be pleased. Lamya sipped her champagne, a small amount clinging to her lips, causing Tom to swallow hard. After all, you brought me here for this, did you not? She shot him a scornful glance. It dawned on her that Tom feared he could not attract every wizard's attention, which was why he had brought her along and orchestrated such an opening dance with Slughorn, a concept she had never encountered before at a banquet. You misunderstand, Lamya. Tom sighed in exasperation. I was unaware of this in advance, and Professor Slughorn invited our group, which includes you. As for using you to draw their gaze, I possess neither such ambition nor do they merit it. Tom embraced Lamya tightly, as though this was the only way to alleviate his discomfort. All right, release me. I trust you, Lamya replied casually. Good evening, beautiful miss. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Just as Lamya escaped Tom's embrace and stepped into the center of the hall, a polished young man obstructed her path. I am Flavius Macmillan. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Flavius lowered his head, kissing the back of Lamya's hand, his golden eyes glimmering with insatiable ambition. Apologies, she is mine. Chapter 43, The End of Term. Tom emerged from the shadows, assertively draping an arm over Lamya's shoulders, and the atmosphere momentarily stiffened. My apologies, sir, but I arrived first. Vlas, with hair slightly lighter than his eyes, swept back and a smile gracing his lips, appeared considerably gentler in contrast to Tom's frosty demeanor. If you cannot comprehend my words, perhaps you should consult this, he continued, for no one appreciates a lustful giant. Tom waved his wand with a delicate flick, sending a hefty dictionary tumbling into Vlas's arms, causing him to stagger slightly before regaining his balance. Unable to restrain herself, Lamya chuckled. Tom had never behaved this way in front of strangers, especially in such a dignified setting. She eagerly anticipated Tom's next move. Would he yield due to this man's status? No. Tom abruptly turned his head, challenging, or perhaps you've softened. His azure eyes darkened suddenly, imbued with an unspoken peril. Lamya met his gaze and, sensing the gravity of the moment, answered truthfully. And as for you, sir, I trust you see that my beloved and I both find your presence rather superfluous. Tom tucked one hand into his pocket, while gripping Lamya tightly with the other. Vlas's smile faltered, yet he remained undeterred, reaching into his coat to produce a rose. Presenting it to Lamya. This is for you, beautiful miss. I believe you, like this rose, should find the one who truly belongs to you. Vlas's words bore an implied glance towards Tom, standing beside Lamya. She disapproved. Tom swiftly snatched the rose, its vibrant petals appearing fragile in his grasp. Sir, as a gentleman, your current behavior strikes me as offensive. At the very least, I am not the one meant to receive this rose. Vlas's patience, even in the best of times, was nearing its limit. You tell him, Tom scoffed, crushing the rose in his palm, petals scattering to the ground. Lamya was acutely aware that she had no choice but to stand firmly by Tom's side at this juncture, yet she could not entirely offend the Macmillan heir, for she might require his assistance later. However, Lamya dared not dwell on this thought, knowing Tom could hear her thoughts. Stealing a glance at Tom, who was fixated on Vlas, she realized he was entirely absorbed in his own emotions. I apologize, Mr. Macmillan. The rose is lovely, but I cannot accept it. Lamya feigned indifference while subtly indicating her predicament to Tom. Vlas, perceptive to her hint, suddenly brightened. No worries, miss. The rose shall not vanish. It will find a better place. With that, he gathered the scattered rose fragments from the ground and, right before Lamya's eyes, restored them to their original form. How utterly unoriginal. Tom's expression darkened further, particularly as Lamya conversed amicably with Vlas. Might I be fortunate enough to learn your name? Vlas disregarded Tom and raised the rose. Lamya Nocturne, thank you for the rose. Lamya did not accept the flower. Her objective had been achieved. Surely, it would not be long before she could. Lamya hesitated, daring not to think further. Could what? Tom tightened his grip on her hand, eliciting a wince from her. I ask you, could what? Ignoring Vlas's presence, Tom pulled Lamya into his embrace. You would do well not to entertain such thoughts. Otherwise, I cannot predict what I might do. No, Tom. I merely thought perhaps he could assist you. Lamya suppressed the pain in her hand and gently caressed Tom's gaunt cheek, hoping to soothe his temper. It would be best if it were so. Tom relaxed his grip, relishing Lamya's touch. Are you not departing? He asked, casting a triumphant glance that made Vlas clench his fists. Regretfully, Vlas turned away, his gaze leaving Lamya feeling somewhat awkward. How did she sense salvation within it? Tom's emotions were palpably unstable. Lamya suspected this was tied to his recent practice of dark magic. She had read that such sorcery could alter one's spirit, consuming them with darkness. With a soft sigh, Lamya contemplated this. Tom remained oblivious, his eyes fixed on Vlas's departing figure. Suddenly, she felt pity for Vlas. But this only underscored his ineffectiveness. Lamya was not one to show compassion for the ineffectual. After the banquet concluded, Tom escorted Lamya back to his room. Throughout the journey, they exchanged scarcely a word, each harboring their own secrets. Lamya dared not think too deeply, fearing Tom would uncover her plans, while Tom appeared embroiled in a troubling dilemma, thus remaining silent. Lying in bed, Lamya felt unusually unaccustomed to not being held by Tom. She quietly turned, discovering he had already closed his eyes and seemed to be asleep. She lay there until reality brought her back. Upon opening her eyes, the cacophony outside jolted her awake. Rising from her bed and after a brief wash-up, she found the corridors deserted, yet the common room remained abuzz with noise. Upon entering, Lamya realized a multitude of Slytherin students filled the space, each brimming with fervor, some even flushed with excitement. Draco stood at the forefront, proclaiming, "The glory of Slytherin cannot be tarnished by anyone." Upon his declaration, Crabbe and Goyle set down their croissants, rising in unison to echo him. A few oblivious first-years craned their necks, eager for explanations, and Lamya quickly grasped the situation. Draco and Harry had made a wager regarding their upcoming final exam scores, with Lamya herself serving as the stake. However, Draco had unilaterally escalated this bet to encompass the entire Slytherin house, even suggesting that Professors Snape and McGonagall had given their tacit approval. The thought of the two headmasters vying against each other made Lamya believe this rumor bore some truth. Yet, the final exams at Hogwarts were notoriously varied, and Lamya had never encountered such peculiar assessment criteria. Professor Flitwick had them each enter the classroom to see if they could make a turnip walk the length of the room on tiptoe. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall required them to transform a worm into a tie, with an emphasis on sophistication. As for potions, no one could maintain their composure under Snape's piercing gaze. Even Lamya found it impossible, with him standing directly behind them, scrutinizing every action, ready to unleash his venomous wrath. Lamya feared he might approach her at any moment and overturn her cauldron. The defense against the dark arts assessment was refreshingly straightforward, an essay of 3 feet in length. Yet Quirrell was notably absent from the examination room. Lamya suspected he was overwhelmed, perhaps due to his master. Alongside these practical assessments, there was an array of written tests, such as History of Magic, where they were required to answer using anti-cheating quills on anti-cheating parchment. Lamya had diligently studied late into the night, for the entire Slytherin house had taken up the challenge against Gryffindor, and as a Slytherin, she could not afford to lag behind. Thankfully, the final exams eventually concluded, and a collective sigh of relief swept through everyone, including the professors, as the influx of visiting students from the two houses had nearly worn them down. As the final parchment was collected, an exuberant cheer erupted from the gathered crowd, granting them a week of unrestrained revelry before the final results were revealed. Particularly overwhelmed with excitement was Ron, who could scarcely contain himself. "Merlin, Harry, please stop betting with Malfoy. You have no idea how insufferable Hermione has been lately. She even forbade me from having dinner." The mere thought of their previous hardships rendered Ron's chicken leg tasteless. Harry, too, felt regret, never anticipating the magnitude of Malfoy's antics. The campus was abuzz with warmth and joy. Even the giant squid, usually languishing at the bottom of the Black Lake, had emerged to bask in the sun, while a group of Gryffindor students playfully tugged at its tentacles. Yet amidst the merriment, Lamya stood solitary beneath a tree, observing the vibrant life around her. Though invitations to join in the festivities poured in, even from Pansy, Lamya declined them all. With the impending departure from school, she knew Dumbledore would seize this opportunity. Hogwarts was on the brink of a significant spectacle, and she had no desire to play a part in it. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Harry rushed towards her from the Forbidden Forest, the trio successfully reuniting. "This is bad. We must inform Dumbledore." Hagrid revealed the method to the hooded figure. It could very well be Quirrell. Ron interjected, speculating that it might also be Snape, clearly still irked from the potion examination. The three were oblivious to Lamya's presence as they hurried toward the headmaster's office. Once they departed, Lamya stepped out from her hiding place, keen on minimizing her presence. However, fate often has its own designs. "Miss Nocturne, I regret to inform you that you must accompany me," came a voice from behind. Turning, Lamya found Dumbledore winking at her, as he too sought to evade Harry and the others. "What do you mean by that, headmaster?" She crossed her arms, harboring suspicions yet still inquiring. "It is precisely as you suspect, my child. I am truly sorry, but for the sake of my plans, you must remain in my office until Harry arrives." Dumbledore expressed this with no intention of soliciting Lamya's opinion, and with a mere parting of his lips, her holiday was stripped away. Lamya had anticipated that Dumbledore would not permit her, now privy to the truth, to linger near Harry, but she had not foreseen him confining her directly to his office. "Are you bullying a poor student, sir? Surely the ministry would not care?" Lamya retorted, her voice laced with indignation. Why should she sacrifice her own interests for others? Yet she understood Dumbledore would insist on keeping her close, though this did not prevent her from seeking benefits. No, my dear child, you misunderstand. I shall compensate you. Consider it as employment here, with no duties required," Dumbledore hastily clarified, Lamya noticing his beard had become somewhat entangled. "Then I demand the tears of Fawkes daily," she stated bluntly. "I cannot guarantee that, but I will provide you with a salary equivalent to the highest position within the ministry." Dumbledore sighed in relief, popping a pink candy into his mouth. "Would you like some, child?" "No, thank you, sir," Lamya declined, shaking her head. "Very well then, follow me," he beckoned, leading the way. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Lamia noticed the mirror of Ariste had been relocated there. Standing before the mirror, she was puzzled as it did not reflect the usual image, glancing curiously at Dumbledore. I cast a small spell, he explained, rummaging through a drawer for a handful of colorful candies, stuffing them into his pockets, and feeling slightly embarrassed as he caught her gaze. Moments later, the figures of Harry and his companions appeared in the mirror, unaware of Dumbledore's presence. Harry, taking decisive action, aimed to acquire the items needed by the Dark Lord ahead of time. Lamia quickly deduced that Dumbledore had stationed her by the mirror to keep watch over Harry, ensuring he would be alerted the moment he was injured. She had initially thought Dumbledore merely sought to confine her. Little did she know there was an additional task at hand. Truly, he was cunning. Nevertheless, Lamia focused intently on the mirror, as the remainder of the room offered little intrigue. Within the reflection, Hermione petrified Neville, the group racing to the 4th floor where the low growl of Fluffy could be heard through the door. Snape must be inside. We need to stop him, Ron urged. Upon entering, they discovered Fluffy had closed its fearsome eyes, a harp resting beside it, with the trapdoor pinned beneath it, showing no signs of having been opened. Someone has been here, Harry noted. The trio quietly approached the trapdoor while Lamia, watching the mirror, felt her heart race. For they had not noticed the harp's music had ceased, and Fluffy stood right behind them. Lamia swiftly roused Dumbledore, who had dozed off at the table. Your precious Harry is in trouble. Startled awake, Dumbledore replied, My apologies. I haven't slept well these past few days. He approached the mirror, observing for a moment before waving his wand, causing the image to shift. Lamia saw Harry and his friends successfully navigating the devil's snare. Dumbledore lingered a moment longer, deeming it safe, then bid Lamia farewell before heading out, intending to catch up on sleep, having been exhausted from shuttling between Newmontgard and Hogwarts. Lamia returned to her vigil by the mirror, her gaze unwavering. Soon, Harry and the others encountered the second challenge, a room teeming with winged keys. Harry mounted his broom, darting through the air, sustaining several cuts on his face and arms. Luckily, he swiftly identified the correct key, just as Lamia felt assured that no major issues would arise. Harry suddenly screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching his neck in evident distress. She recognized that area all too well, the very spot she often nibbled. Harry's torment seemed genuine, his complexion drained, on the verge of fainting, while Hermione and Ron frantically searched for a solution. Lamia regarded this as an emergency, and with Dumbledore absent, she found herself hesitating. Harry's condition was clearly the result of the factor she had previously marked. What was meant to be merely a marker had unexpectedly been activated. Perhaps she should intervene to save Harry? As Harry's situation worsened and Dumbledore showed no signs of arriving, Lamia transformed into a bat and flew through the mirror to his side. By the time she reached him, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. With Hermione and Ron desperately seeking an exit, while Dumbledore, convinced Lamia would come to Harry's rescue, had not even set up an emergency exit. Lamia was reluctant to reveal herself before the trio. She could not bear the thought of being recognized as a Slytherin in the company of Harry and his friends. Should Dumbledore's plan indeed come to fruition, she would inevitably become a pitiful victim amidst the fierce rivalry between the two houses. Lamia fluttered to Harry's shoulder, gently puncturing his skin with her sharp fangs and injecting a potent liquid. Harry let out a soft groan as his heavy eyelids gradually fluttered open. Seizing this moment, Lamia swiftly darted away, leaving Harry with only a fleeting shadow passing before him. Hermione, Ron, Harry seemed to regain his vitality, as though the fainting spell had befallen another person entirely. Merlin's socks. You nearly scared me to death. Ron stumbled over, his socks caked in dirt, evidently the result of a failed attempt to scale the wall. Harry, what just happened? Why did you suddenly faint? Hermione, with great care, touched Harry's forehead and found everything to be normal. Even his flushed cheeks from the earlier heat had returned to their usual hue. I don't know, but thankfully, I'm fine now. Harry had his suspicions, but wisely chose not to voice them, recognizing that Lamia had deliberately stayed hidden, implying she did not wish for them to know. Lamia, returning to her position before the mirror, nodded in agreement. This was precisely why she had chosen to save Harry. He had always understood her thoughts intuitively. With the trio's crisis averted, they pressed on, and upon successfully opening the door, they found themselves in a vast chamber resembling a life-sized wizard's chessboard. On the other side, Dumbledore ambled in wearing a blue nightcap and pajamas, yawning as he caught sight of Lamia, momentarily taken aback before recollecting everything. My apologies, dear child. I was so exhausted I quite forgot you were here. Dumbledore approached the table, pouring himself a steaming cup of rich hot milk. Would you care for a cup? He bore a ring of white stains around his mouth. No, thank you, sir. I think you ought to take a look. Your Harry seems to be in trouble, Lamia said earnestly, gesturing toward the mirror. Dumbledore appeared unfazed, as if everything lay well within his control. He glanced at the mirror, Oh, indeed, that is rather perilous. Adjusting his slightly askew nightcap, he continued, however, I believe Harry will manage. We should have faith in him, should we not? Dumbledore settled onto the sofa. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the mirror, his cup of hot milk untouched. Ultimately, Harry made a choice, and poor Ron was soon toppled to the ground. Swiftly losing consciousness, Hermione remained behind to tend to Ron, leaving only Harry to advance. Lamia cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore. He seemed pleased with Harry's actions as he sipped his now lukewarm milk. Suddenly, Lamia pondered the consequences should Dumbledore discover her actions concerning Harry. Would he condemn her? She dared not dwell on the thought, for it was clear to her that Dumbledore would not hesitate to take drastic measures. What troubles you, child? Dumbledore inquired. Noticing Lamia's dazed expression, she had been staring at him for no less than 3 minutes. He even felt his beard, suspecting it might be adorned with remnants of confectionery. My apologies, sir, Lamia murmured, lowering her gaze. The two fell silent, their attention captivated by the unfolding scene in the mirror, where Harry had successfully entered the final chamber, facing Quirrell adorned in a turban. In the end, Harry triumphed, using his own blood to incinerate Quirrell's visage, the grotesque face hidden beneath the turban escaping his body and passing through Harry, who at that moment felt engulfed by a chilling dread. Dumbledore had been prepared all along. Standing before the mirror, waiting for the precise moment to step inside, with Lamia trailing closely behind. In the next instant, they found themselves beside Harry. Voldemort, as ever, burst forth from Dumbledore's wand, while Lamia, hiding behind Dumbledore, was met with a pair of once clear blue eyes now clouded with something else. She was momentarily stunned as Voldemort hesitated, then dissolved into a wisp of black smoke. Lamia was certain that the Tom in reality lacked something, and where she once believed the two Toms to be identical, uncertainty now clouded her mind. His gaze was filled with confusion and rage, yet devoid of possession. The situation grew increasingly enigmatic, but the most pressing concern was undoubtedly Harry, who lay unconscious on the ground. Dumbledore cradled Harry and carried him to the infirmary, entrusting him to Madame Pomfrey. Lamia followed closely behind Dumbledore, believing her task was at an end, only for Dumbledore to request she remain to watch over Harry and Ron. Lamia suspected Dumbledore's motives were deliberate, perhaps in retaliation for her earlier refusal to help him carry Harry, which had resulted in a strained back. Inside the ward, Hermione rested her head in her hands, gazing at Harry and Ron, who lay side by side, fatigue etched across her face, her curls appearing somewhat disheveled. As Hermione was lost in thought, Lamia quietly took a seat beside her. Hermione, I can take over, you should go rest. Lamia whispered close to Hermione's ear, her breath tickling. Then I entrust it to you, Lamia. Hermione yawned, clearly wearied. If they awaken, you must let me know. Her eyes were sincere, and Lamia felt compelled to agree with a nod. As Hermione stood, her legs, stiff from prolonged sitting, faltered, and she stumbled. Lamia, quick to react, caught her slender waist. Ah! Hermione gasped, gripping Lamia's shoulder tightly, their proximity suddenly intimate. Lamia felt a strange urge to embrace her, but she restrained herself, steadying Hermione before stepping back to restore some distance between them. Hermione blinked in surprise, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably. Thank you. She shyly covered her face, unable to meet Lamia's gaze. Concerned that Hermione might fall again, Lamia maintained a safe distance, following her until she disappeared into the Gryffindor Tower, before returning to the infirmary. Inside, Harry had awoken at some point, his green eyes sparkling with delight as he gazed upon Lamia's entrance. Lamia felt an inexplicable sense of guilt as she touched her nose, uncertain of how much Harry had witnessed. Lamia, did you come specifically to see me? A hint of weariness softened Harry's brow, yet a smile emerged. Yes, Harry, how are you feeling? Lamia took a seat on the chair Hermione had just vacated, still warm from her presence. I'm fine, Lamia, but I have something I wish to ask you. Harry fidgeted with the bedclothes, appearing hesitant. Did you come looking for me? Though he had not intended to voice the question, he felt a pressing need to ascertain his significance in Lamia's heart. Yes, Lamia acknowledged, aware that Harry had been awake at the time and had no desire to conceal the truth. Harry exhaled softly, his green eyes brightening. Lamia, you have no idea. He began recounting his recent experiences, oblivious to the fact that Lamia had witnessed the entirety of the events unfold. Lamia fixated her gaze upon Harry throughout his storytelling, imparting upon him an immense sense of gratification that compelled him to stretch the narrative a tad longer. However, by dawn, he found himself concluding the tale. Lamia inquired, Harry, are you hungry? I am. Ron, who had awoken at some point, bellowed with a face full of resentment. Lamia and Harry turned to him, noting the prominent dark circles under his eyes. I've been unable to sleep since you two started your ruckus. Madame Pomfrey ought not to allow patients to have companions. Ron grumbled, exuding an air of palpable grievance. Ron, Why didn't you tell us? Harry awkwardly replied. Merlin, only a ghost knows how many times I've said it. Not a single word reached your ears. Ron lamented further, burying his head beneath the covers. Harry and Lamya exchanged glances, realizing they had indeed not heard a thing. Ultimately, Ron was appeased by the 6 generous chicken legs Lamya had brought. Yet, he still lodged a complaint against Madame Pomfrey, and amidst the excitement, Lamya and the bewildered Hermione, who had just arrived, were ushered out. It was not until the subsequent end-of-term feast that Harry and Ron were liberated. Chapter 46, The End-of-Term Feast. As Lamya entered, the Great Hall was abuzz with discussions surrounding Harry. The entire school was aware of the events regarding the Philosopher's Stone and the culpability of their defense against the dark arts professor. See, I knew it all along. Quirrell hardly looks trustworthy, Draco bragged from the Slytherin table, having previously targeted Lamya. Even if Potter doesn't defeat him, I will intervene. Upon finishing his declaration, Goyle and Crabbe dutifully applauded as if programmed. Lamya, however, seemed oblivious, engrossed in her steak. Shortly thereafter, Harry and his companion strode in, and someone initiated a round of applause. Harry, bashfully bowing, took his seat at the Gryffindor table. The din of discussion and applause surged at the Gryffindor table, while Slytherin remained eerily silent, having refrained from applauding Harry. Surrounded by admirers, Harry exchanged a smile with Lamya before casting a mildly provocative glance at Draco, who sprang from his seat, poised to hurl his fork. However, before he could act, Dumbledore entered, silencing the hall instantly. Another year has passed. Dumbledore exclaimed joyfully. Before we indulge in our delectable feast, I must trouble you all with the musings of an old man. This year has been nothing short of spectacular. And with the entire summer ahead of you, you can fully digest it and make room for the knowledge of the next term. Now, we shall commence with the presentation of the House Cup. The scores for each house were announced. Gryffindor in 4th place with 312 points, Hufflepuff in 3rd with 352, Ravenclaw with 426, and Slytherin with 472. A cacophony of cheers erupted at the Slytherin table. Draco was banging his goblet against the table vigorously, while Goyle and Crabbe put down their stakes to join their leader in casting derisive glances at Gryffindor. Harry and Ron averted their eyes in disgust. Draco had a knack for inciting loathing. Lamya, however, remained indifferent, as if the world had shrunk to just her and the fragmented steak on her plate. Dumbledore, stroking his beard with a knowing smile, added that recent events would also be factored in. The hall grew hushed. Even the small snakes stilled their breaths. All eyes trained on Dumbledore, while Hermione anxiously calculated the scores. Dumbledore cleared his throat, heightening the anticipation among the students. I have a final few points to award. He scanned the room, his voice booming. First up, Mr. Ron Weasley. Ron's face flushed crimson, resembling a sun-dried carrot. He has bested one of the most thrilling chess games in Hogwarts history, and for this, I award Gryffindor 50 points. With a grand gesture, Dumbledore enveloped Ron in the stares of his peers, who he dared not meet. Percy loudly proclaimed to the other prefects, "That's my brother, you know, my youngest brother," utterly losing his usual composure in exuberance. Following that, Dumbledore awarded Harry and Hermione 60 and 50 points, respectively. Lamya paused in her cutting of steak, feeling as if they were merely playing house. It was clear Dumbledore favored Gryffindor, or rather, Harry. Students from both houses held their breaths. Their scores were now tied. Hermione nervously pinched her fingers, wishing she had answered one more question correctly in class to surpass Slytherin. As Lamya pondered how Dumbledore might facilitate Harry's victory, he continued, "To confront an enemy requires extraordinary courage, yet to stand firm before friends also demands great bravery. Therefore, I shall award Mr. Neville Longbottom 10 points." Lamya waited, but her name was not called. It seemed Dumbledore was determined to ensure Harry's triumph. Although she was indifferent to which house claimed the cup, it did not deter her from seeking a raise in her own rewards, especially since she had received none. The entire Gryffindor table erupted with joy. The hall's original green decor transformed into vibrant red. At that moment, Lamya caught Dumbledore's gaze and understood. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore spread his hands in resignation. "Fawkes has been reborn. I'm afraid your reward will have to wait until next time." Lamya did not respond, approaching the table where a pile of embered ashes lay. "It's no trouble. I can wait here for a while." She was not about to squander this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who knew if Dumbledore would recall her later? Especially since he seemed to prioritize Harry. "Suit yourself, child," Dumbledore said, exiting with his cup in hand. "Would you like a cup of hot cocoa?" He suddenly turned back to ask. "No, thank you, sir." Dumbledore had not informed Lamya of the time required for the Phoenix's rebirth, thus she unabashedly settled into Dumbledore's chair, prepared for a lengthy wait. Strangely, shortly thereafter, sparks of light emerged from the ashes. "Dumbledore, this is going to cost you dearly." Chapter 47, Fawkes. Lamya stared unblinkingly at the ashes before her, noting a rhythmic movement, as if something were about to emerge. Indeed, moments later, a bare little bird's head protruded from the ashes, its eyes still closed, its form faintly resembling that of a phoenix. Curiously, she reached out to touch the unsteady little creature, only for it to tumble directly into her hands, accompanied by a sharp chirp. Lamya felt the warmth in her palm as the fledgling fox nestled within, sniffing curiously, seemingly fond of this first human contact. Lamya rummaged through Dumbledore's desk and soon discovered a well-prepared bottle with a bird's beak and an unidentified crimson liquid. Swiftly, she filled the bottle and began to feed it to Fox, and just as she was engrossed in her task, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Fox, who had opened its eyes and was now blinking its dark, bean-like eyes at her. Lamya placed Fox back into its original nest, but it seemed fearful of being abandoned. Flapping its scantily feathered wings and leaping onto Lamya's collar, nuzzling its soft head against her chin. After some effort, Lamya managed to set it back onto the table, and Fox understood her intention, remaining perched there with its gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. "It seems Fox has taken quite a liking to you," Dumbledore remarked, having appeared at the doorway, a steaming cup in hand. "But fret not, this is merely the fledgling's infatuation. Once it sees me, it shall cease to trouble you." He approached slowly, placing a finger gently upon Fox's head, his tone affectionate. It was always like this. Yet, contrary to Dumbledore's expectations of Fox's affection, it promptly nipped at him, its tender beak not inflicting any harm, but nonetheless breaking the skin slightly. Lamya felt a pang of embarrassment for Dumbledore, especially as Fox hopped back into her palm, chattering animatedly at him. Though the words were indecipherable, the sentiment was unmistakably unfavorable. "Shall I step outside for a moment?" Lamya sensed an unmistakable tension in the room. Just as she took a step back, Fox leaped into her collar once more, this time burrowing directly inside. Lamya cast an awkward glance at the silent Dumbledore before contemplating. "Perhaps it is feeling cold?" Dumbledore chuckled softly. "It appears it has chosen you as its master. No one has witnessed its rebirth before. You share a unique bond. Then I shall take it back with me. Once it matures and regains its memories, I will return it," Lamya proposed, envisioning the most advantageous outcome for herself, as this would allow her greater access to Phoenix tears. Dumbledore's lips twitched in surprise at Lamya's audacity, yet he ultimately acquiesced, realizing he had no immediate solution to keep Fox. Lamya had initially intended to seize more Phoenix tears while Dumbledore was absent, but she had not anticipated being claimed by the Phoenix. Even as she settled back onto her bed in her dormitory, she remained dazed by the recent events, while Fox appeared to have adapted to its new surroundings. Bouncing curiously around the room. Having never owned a pet, Lamya followed Dumbledore's instructions to the letter, preparing a nest of cotton and placing a few twigs atop it. Yet, it seemed Fox preferred her collar, frequently leaping up when she was distracted and refusing to be shooed away. Over time, Lamya grew accustomed to having a warm little being nestled in her collar. That night, Lamya lay in bed with Fox still nestled in her collar. Thankfully, her sleeping posture was typically good, alleviating any concerns of harming it. In the familiar scene, she turned her head to see Tom lying beside her, his brow furrowed tightly, revealing that he had been troubled by many worries of late. Lamya felt the Phoenix tears she had brought with her. Having discovered through her various attempts that the key to restoring magical power lay within these tears, while Dragonbone merely served to accelerate the process. However, the timing was not yet right. She needed to lower Tom's guard first, aiming for a single successful attempt before devising a way to escape his control. After formulating a simple plan, Lamya quietly rose and made her way towards the door, guided by the moonlight. She kept a vigilant eye on the slumbering Tom, reassured by his deep sleep as she slipped out of the room. Before long, she found an excellent hiding place within the Whomping Willow's hollow. Transforming into a bat allowed her to easily evade the tree's attacks, and hiding her belongings there made it unlikely for anyone to discover them. In all of Hogwarts, few would dare approach the Whomping Willow. After brushing the dirt from her hands, Lamya stealthily returned to Tom's room, where he remained in the same position. She let out a sigh of relief and slowly climbed into bed, gently pulling the covers over herself. However, just as she closed her eyes, believing all to be well, Tom suddenly spoke. "Where did you go?" His voice was soft yet sent an inexplicable chill through Lamya. She opened her eyes to see Tom's eyelids tightly shut, as if he had not just spoken. "I went out for some fresh air. It was a bit stuffy," she replied casually. "Liar." Tom's eyes snapped open, pulling Lamya into his embrace, forcing her to face him. "I am not lying. I truly just went out for some air." Lamya believed that as long as she remained steadfast, Tom would find no evidence against her. "Stop pretending. I followed you outside. I know what you did. You had better clarify." Tom's blue eyes were scrutinizing, locking onto Lamya with a serpent-like intensity. "Really, I did not do anything. I merely walked by the lake for a bit." Lamya bit her lip, her complexion pale. "I hope what you say is true." Tom's expression softened as he stared intently at Lamya's long, pale neck. Lamya finally felt a wave of relief. She understood that Tom was merely testing her. Though he had not fully believed her, he lacked evidence to prove otherwise. Tom continued to grip Lamya's chin until he finally released her, although he quickly lessened his hold. A horrific bruise remained on her jaw, and her lips bore an unusual crimson hue, a result of his earlier force. Fresh blood seeped from a small tear in her skin as Tom's rough fingers rubbed against her lips, wiping away the blood. "Are you hungry?" His gaze was murky, shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. Not particularly. Lamya dared not admit her lack of hunger, aware that Tom's temperament had shifted dramatically, as if he were an entirely different person. "Yet I hope you are." Without consideration for Lamya's feelings, Tom pushed his fingers into her mouth, teasing her soft tongue. Lamya dared not close her mouth. Her sharp teeth quickly filled her mouth with the metallic taste of blood alongside a familiar sweetness. "Is it to your liking?" Tom's voice had grown more gravelly. Lamya had clearly been stirred by his blood, losing her sense of conversation as she succumbed to a frenzy of craving. Tom reclined on the bed, allowing Lamya to indulge her desires, and even enticing her to continue once she grew weary. Ultimately, Lamya felt utterly spent, collapsing onto the bed as if she had run a marathon. Initially, she had only intended to take a few sips from Tom's neck, but she had not anticipated his myriad of approaches. Though she could not articulate her feelings, the memories remained vivid, and the thought of what she had just experienced made her wish she could end Tom's life at that moment. "I adore you immensely, Lamya. Promise me you will never leave me." Tom lay entranced against her waist, his lips glistening with a dewy sheen. Lamya, utterly exhausted, lacked the strength to respond, closing her eyes heavily as Tom enveloped her in his embrace, binding her tightly to him. When Lamya awoke once more, Tom had long since departed. Ignoring the dryness that plagued her throat and suppressing her discomfort, she rose. Recently, Tom had been increasingly occupied, and Lamya harbored an unsettling premonition that something significant was imminent. She needed to prepare for her plans without delay. After a brief moment of composure, she transformed into a bat and soared low over Hogwarts, attuned to the chaotic scents in the air, in search of that elusive individual. Chapter 48, Scheme. Flas Macmillan, with his golden hair, was brooding by the Black Lake, perplexed as to why everyone seemed to adore Tom. He had merely taken a semester off, and upon his return, it appeared that Tom had eclipsed everyone in their eyes. Flas angrily pounded the ground, entirely oblivious to Lamya's presence behind him. "Mr. Macmillan, I wonder if you remember me?" Lamya spoke softly. Flas jumped in surprise, but upon recognizing the enchanting Lamya, his discontent vanished instantly. "Of course I remember, beautiful Miss Nocturne," he replied, reverting to his customary gentlemanly demeanor. Lamya felt a twinge of discomfort. She had never lowered herself in such a manner, yet she quickly regained her composure. A light laugh escaped her lips. "I wonder if you might assist me with a task?" "It would be my utmost pleasure, Miss Lamya. Your exquisite visage makes it difficult to refuse," Flas declared, his eyes alight with admiration, his golden irises reflecting the silver-haired maiden's radiant smile. "What if I were to ask you to help me escape from Hogwarts?" Lamya inquired, twirling a silvery lock of hair, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Flas. "That would be exceedingly simple, Miss Lamya. I have even contemplated your destination," Flas replied, demonstrating the shrewdness of a nobleman. Lamya understood that to gain his assistance, she must remain in close proximity to him. Internally, she scoffed at the notion, though her outward demeanor remained composed and smiling. "That would be splendid, Mr. Macmillan." They established a secret signal, upon Lamya sounding the whistle of their family. Flas would await her at the gates of Hogwarts and escort her away. After finalizing these arrangements, Lamya returned to Tom's dormitory, where he was still absent. Calculating the time, she realized that her experience in the dream world had spanned nearly a day. Barring unforeseen circumstances, she would awaken shortly. Indeed, just as Lamya lay down, she found herself back in reality. Hogwarts was alive with the joyous laughter of students, their exuberance almost causing them to forget that examination results had yet to be announced. Fortunately, they all achieved satisfactory scores, with Hermione rightfully claiming the top spot in their year, thanks to a last-minute revision just days before the exams. Lamya also managed to secure a result that met her approval. However, the entirety of Slytherin was enveloped in a cloud of discontent, as if every little serpent mourned their defeat to Gryffindor, except for Lamya. Draco, in particular, had not left his room for 3 days. When Pansy informed Lamya of this, she was taken aback. No wonder Draco had not sought her out lately. "Draco, are you all right?" Lamya gently rapped on the door, but silence reigned within. What if something has happened to him? Pansy, who had dragged Lamya along, anxiously knocked harder on the door. Still, there was no response. "Perhaps he is merely asleep," Lamya reassured her. "Impossible. With such a racket, how could he possibly sleep?" Pansy exclaimed. "No, You should go in, she insisted after several more knocks. Me? Why? Lamya replied. Perplexed. She understood Draco well. He might simply wish to heal in solitude, preferring the absence of company. Draco would never permit us entry into his room, but you may. Pansy argued adamantly. But don't get too proud. I shall be the future mistress of the Malfoy estate. With little choice, Lamya was pushed into the room. And once she entered, Pansy promptly shut the door behind her, winking at her. The room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of even a solitary candle. Relying on her faint memory, Lamya approached the window and pulled back the curtains, allowing a faint light to filter in, revealing the outline of a figure on the bed. Draco sat there, disheveled, seemingly unaware of her presence. Lamya approached and sat at the bedside. Draco, are you all right? She asked softly, placing her hand over his bony fingers. Draco seemed to awaken suddenly. Upon recognizing Lamya, he collapsed into her embrace, weeping openly. Lamya, I lost you. I'm so sorry. His voice was muffled, laden with profound sorrow. I am right here, Draco. How could you possibly lose me? After her time spent training with Tom, Lamya had mastered the art of uttering gentle words with an impassive countenance. I did lose you. I made a bet with Harry and lost. I can no longer seek you out. Draco, comforted by Lamya's tender words, revealed the reason behind his distress. That does not count, Draco. Even if you cannot come to me, I can still seek you out. Lamya gently patted his back, whispering in his ear. Really? Draco asked, his surprise evident. Yes. So please do not be sad, all right? Lamya cooed, as one might comfort a child, ruffling Draco's platinum hair. With Lamya's soothing presence, Draco gradually regained his composure, finally noticing his unkempt hair and the clothes he had worn for days. With a startled scream, he buried himself beneath the covers. What is it? Lamya asked, bewildered. Having thought she had calmed him. Could you please step outside for a moment? Draco's voice emerged muffled from beneath the blanket. All right, Lamya conceded, rising to leave. But return in 3 minutes, he added hastily. Lamya shook her head in exasperation but complied with Draco's request, only re-entering after 3 minutes had passed. Upon her return, she was greeted by a refreshing scent of cologne, and Draco was now neatly dressed, his hair slicked back. The room was dimly lit, creating an intimate atmosphere. Lamya raised an eyebrow and approached him. Draco's hands tightened into fists beneath the covers, betraying his nervousness. I am ready, Lamya, he declared. Chapter 49, Summer Vacation. Lamya stood before Draco, observing his anxious yet expectant expression, and let out a soft laugh. Draco, I am not hungry. In an instant, his face fell, and he shot her a mournful glare before retreating beneath the covers. Realizing she had inadvertently hurt the young master yet again, Lamya rushed forward. Draco, I will come to visit you during the summer. Her words acted as a lifeline, and Draco's spirits lifted instantaneously. If you insist, you need not come. Although his words suggested indifference, the look in his gray eyes clearly expressed, if you agree, I shall be furious. Lamya chuckled softly, suddenly recalling something, and pulled out Fox, who had been nestled in her collar, asleep. Fox was sound asleep until suddenly yanked awake, letting out a series of sharp, displeased cries. How unsightly, a wretched plucked chicken. Draco covered his ears, grimacing at the sight of Fox in Lamya's grasp. Draco, it's actually a phoenix. Lamya chuckled at his remark, gently poking the little creature. How could this possibly be a phoenix? Draco was clearly skeptical, believing Lamya was merely jesting. She refrained from elaborating, fully aware that no one would believe such a featherless bird could be a phoenix, especially one she had supposedly acquired from Dumbledore. Fox, however, seemed to comprehend Draco's sentiments, furiously flapping its wings in an attempt to peck at him, only to be thwarted by Lamya's intervention. After calming Draco, she stepped out of the room, only to be met by Pansy, who was bombarding her with questions. What happened? Is Draco all right? Pansy inquired anxiously. Yes, fine. Just asleep, Lamya fabricated a response, convinced Draco would prefer to keep this discreet. That essay relief, Pansy sighed, placing a hand over her heart. It was as if, all of a sudden, they had entered summer vacation, their wardrobes were emptied, and all students received a notice from the Ministry of Magic prohibiting the use of magic during the break, subsequently boarding the Hogwarts Express in droves. Lamya had nowhere to go other than the orphanage, and she couldn't think of a second destination. However, the orphanage was filled with muggles, making it quite inconvenient for her. As she pondered where to spend the long summer, Harry and Ron approached her. Lamya, Hermione called out excitedly. Oddly enough, even though Harry was also calling her, she could only hear Hermione's voice. Lamya, where will you be spending the summer? Hermione rushed over, panting slightly. I'm not sure, Hermione, Lamya replied, having previously mentioned her time in the orphanage to them. Why don't you come to my house? Hermione hesitantly suggested, her cheeks flushing. To your house? Lamya contemplated the feasibility of this idea. Hermione's home was just with her two muggle parents, which would be quite convenient for her. However, she recalled that they were dentists and worried about what they might think if they discovered the state of her teeth. Never mind, Hermione, your parents must surely miss you. I wouldn't want to intrude. Lamya declined the offer, not wishing to take that risk. You won't be intruding, Lamya. My parents would be thrilled to have you. Hermione insisted quickly. But we've never met, Lamya pointed out with a smile. Ah, that's true, but I've mentioned you to them, Hermione explained. What if you come with me? Harry suddenly interjected, his voice trembling without his own realization. Your family wouldn't welcome me, Harry. Lamya recalled Harry's grievances about his aunt and uncle, deciding to reject the offer. That's true, Harry's head drooped, visibly disappointed. But don't worry, Harry. I'll write to you over the summer, and perhaps I'll even come visit. Lamya comforted him with a pat on the shoulder, encouraging him to cheer up. As they stepped together through the brick wall back into the Muggle world, they heard a female voice call out. It was Mrs. Weasley, holding the hand of a little girl. It's Harry Potter, Mom, Ginny exclaimed excitedly. Mrs. Weasley approached the four of them, greeting them with a warm smile. Hello, children. Lamya was quite taken with this amiable lady. Her voice always seemed to bring comfort. Mrs. Weasley, thank you for the sweater and the candy. I truly appreciate it. Harry said cheerfully. I'm glad you like it. Who is this young lady I've not met before? Mrs. Weasley's attention was instantly drawn to Lamya, who stood beside Hermione, her striking features captivating. She intended to gesture for Ron to introduce her, but Ron appeared oblivious, engrossed in conversation with Ginny. Hello, ma'am. I'm Lamya Nocturne, Lamya said with a gentle smile. Mrs. Weasley instantly took a liking to this sweet girl, who embodied the very essence of politeness. Hello there, dear, she said, enveloping Lamya in a warm embrace and gently patting her back. Lamya was taken aback, having never been treated as a child before. It felt as though she were enveloped in cotton, a warmth stirring within her heart. Why don't you all come to my house? Ron suggested. Lamya shook her head almost immediately. Despite her fondness for Mrs. Weasley, she did not wish to be surrounded by a cacophony of noise for the entire summer, especially with the Weasley twins, who were notorious for their mischief. Let us forget that, Ron. Why don't we let Lamya come to my house? Hermione interrupted, taking Lamya's hand. Lamya, come home with me. My parents would be delighted to have you. Ultimately, Lamya found herself trailing behind Hermione with her suitcase, inexplicably unable to refuse her. Remember to write to me, Harry called out loudly just as Uncle Vernon, with his rotund visage, ushered him away. Behave yourself, kiddo, Uncle Vernon admonished, giving Harry a firm pat on the back and tugging at his ear. Lamya and Hermione exchanged glances, each reflecting their concern for Harry. Before long, they arrived in front of Hermione's parents, who appeared exceedingly amiable, especially Hermione's mother, who spoke with a gentle warmth, making Lamya feel as though they were not meeting for the first time, their words imbued with familiarity. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, Lamya greeted politely. Hello, dear child. You'll love our home. Come along with us, Mrs. Granger said, her heart aching for Lamya as she enveloped her in a hug. Soon, they arrived at Hermione's home, a cozy little house in London. Stepping inside, Lamya was greeted by a scene that matched her expectations of bliss. Hermione's mother had already prepared a soft bed for her, conveniently located next door to Hermione's room. Mom, can I move Lamya's blanket into my room so we can sleep together? Hermione pleaded, clinging to her mother's arm. Well, you must ask Miss Lamya. If she is willing, I can help you. Mrs. Granger chuckled at Hermione's antics. So, Lamya, would you like that? We can read together at night and brew potions. Hermione exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Of course, Hermione, Lamya smiled, feeling that this was a trivial matter. Thus, Lamya watched as Mrs. Granger moved her bedding into Hermione's room. Thankfully, the bed was large enough to accommodate both of them. The weather in London had not been particularly pleasant. Even though it was summer, there had been few days of clear skies. Today was no exception. As Lamya pushed open the window, she was met with a rush of moisture-laden air, confirming yet another rainy day. Hermione remained in bed as Lamya left the window slightly ajar and settled into a chair by the window, enjoying the gentle breeze mixed with humidity. Children, are you awake? Breakfast is ready. Madame Granger gently rapped on the door. Very well, madam, we shall be with you shortly, replied Lamya, as she approached the bedside and pinched Hermione's nose. Ugh, Lamya, Hermione groggily awoke, swatting away Lamya's hand that rested upon her face. What time is it? She stretched languidly. It's already 8 o'clock, Lamya chuckled. What? Why didn't you wake me earlier? It's all over, the plans are ruined. I shall never converse with you at night again. Hermione exclaimed in a flurry as she scrambled out of bed. Lamya listened to Hermione's complaints while handing her a toothbrush and towel, a routine she had adopted nearly every day since arriving in London. Although Hermione often voiced her grievances, she invariably clung to Lamya by nightfall. Today, they had decided to visit the zoo, and Hermione had meticulously planned every minute of their excursion. Once the topic of plans arose, Lamya was reminded of her own aspirations. For the past few days, she had scarcely glimpsed Tom in her dreams. It seemed he was preoccupied with some pressing matter. Are we ready? We should be at the zoo entrance by now, Hermione shouted, hastily stuffing a piece of bread into her mouth and shouldering her backpack that she had prepared the night before. All right, Lamya said, swiftly packing a portion of breakfast into her own bag. Mr. Granger happened to be heading to work, and Lamya and Hermione seized the opportunity to ride with him to the zoo. The zoo was surprisingly empty, with barely a soul in sight. Hermione, seemingly well acquainted with the place, began to elucidate its various attractions. This is the panda exhibit. The pandas here hail from the ancient East and are adored by all. And this, Lamya was genuinely impressed by Hermione's wealth of knowledge. There was scarcely anything she did not know, even the names of the most peculiar animals. Look, Hermione, that creature resembles Ron, Lamya exclaimed. That is a red-haired hyena. It's best to keep your distance, Hermione replied. That animal has such a long neck. Can it see its own feet? Lamya queried. That's a giraffe. It should be able to, Hermione responded. That creature looks quite strange. Oh, it can breathe fire. That is Run, Lamya. Hermione grasped Lamya's hand, and they dashed away as the fire-breathing creature pursued them relentlessly. Initially, Lamya thought this was a special performance at the zoo, but soon realized the gravity of the situation. She prepared to cast a spell, but then recalled, no, we cannot use magic during the holidays. Gasping for breath, Hermione led her to hide in the bushes by the roadside, while the creature showed no signs of retreating. Its vision appeared poor, as it remained oblivious to their concealed presence. What do we do now? Hermione gripped Lamya's hand nervously, her lips quivering. It's all right, Hermione. It may leave soon, Lamya reassured her, gently patting the back of Hermione's hand. Unfortunately, although the creature had not detected them, it had no intention of departing, standing guard at their only escape route. As dusk descended, Hermione's legs grew numb, and she leaned uncomfortably against Lamya. Take a moment. When I act, do not look back. I will be fine, Lamya urged, supporting Hermione to alleviate her weight. No, I cannot leave you alone. Hermione immediately protested. Do not worry, Hermione. I promise I shall be safe. Lamya gently lowered Hermione and bent down to emerge from the bushes. At that moment, rapid footsteps echoed from a distance, followed by a man with a freckled face and slightly curly hair running towards them, dragging a suitcase. Oh no, Newt shouted, drawing the creature's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Lamya helped Hermione escape to a safe distance, where they observed the peculiar man and the creature. Upon opening his suitcase, the creature seemed to be ensnared by an unseen force, struggling futilely before being confined within. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Newt keenly noticed the two girls peering from their hiding place. You're not muggles, are you? He approached with a smile, exuding an air of innocence. Who are you? Hermione demanded, instinctively shielding Lamya. Newt's commander, fret not, ladies. I am just like you, he announced, extending his arms to indicate he bore no wand. I came to capture these creatures, but a few days ago, they accidentally escaped. Hermione relaxed, though she still did not allow him to approach. I am Hermione Granger. This is Lamya Nocturne. Do not come any closer. Lamya noticed Hermione still fretting over the strange creature in the suitcase, her arm trembling incessantly. Mr. Scamander, perhaps you should explain why your pet has been wreaking havoc in the Muggle world? Lamya interjected, tapping Hermione's arm. All right, that is indeed my fault, Newt admitted, opening his suitcase. How about I take you inside to have a look, as my apology? Chapter 50. Capturing Magical Creatures. 1. The man before them was so harmless that Lamya and Hermione felt no inkling of suspicion. They exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Under Newt's guidance, they successfully slipped through the gap in the suitcase, with Hermione securely positioned behind Lamya. Suddenly, they felt a dizzying whirl. And when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an unfamiliar world. The sky here was in stark contrast to the overcast outside, shimmering with radiant light. And even the clouds appeared to dance. Below them lay an endless expanse of lush green grass, where the fire-breathing creature they had encountered earlier frolicked. Mr. Scamander, what is the name of that creature? Lamya inquired, hesitant to approach, glancing at Newt, who was pouring tea. Just call me Newt. That one is called Dougal, a baby fire dragon. But do not worry, it won't harm you, he replied, pulling Dougal from the grass as it flapped its small wings in a futile attempt to escape, emitting fearful cries when it realized it could not flee. Lamya gazed at the transformed fire dragon, yearning to reach out and touch it. It was utterly different from what she had seen outside. While the external Dougal was adorned with fangs, this one merely flapped its wings. There are many magical creatures here. I am specifically tasked with studying and protecting them. However, a few days ago, my suitcase was attacked, and the creatures escaped, Newt lamented, scrunching his nose in frustration. Moreover, The sudden influx has caused a temporal disruption. I must swiftly round them up, or the consequences will be dire. Newt offered warm red tea to Lamya and Hermione, but I am unfamiliar with this era. Might I request your assistance? He found himself troubled at the thought of being lost upon his arrival. Count on us. Hermione readily accepted, not waiting for Lamya to respond. Lamya furrowed her brow at her friend's eagerness, realizing that she would indeed struggle to work alongside the selfless little lioness. But after all, she was Hermione. After Hermione finished speaking, she belatedly glanced at Lamya, who smiled and gave a nod. Thus, they arranged to meet at the zoo entrance the following day to embark on a quest for other magical creatures. Once Hermione had left, Lamya intercepted Newt, who was about to return to his quarters, and requested a reward for her assistance, for each task completed. He was to provide her with a pouch of dragon bone powder, for, after all, a Slytherin would never engage in endeavors devoid of personal gain. Though Newt felt quite conflicted, he ultimately acquiesced to Lamya's demands, as he genuinely required help. Wait a moment, Lamya, is that a phoenix nestled in your collar? Newt called out to the departing Lamya, his tone imbued with anticipation. Indeed, Lamya replied, producing the slumbering fox from her collar. He had grown significantly and sported a short tuft of feathers. Splendid. We shall need his assistance, Newt exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Apologies. But there is a creature that has a penchant for phoenixes and excels in camouflage. Perhaps we can lure it out. Noticing Lamya's peculiar gaze, Newt chuckled awkwardly. As long as it poses no harm to him, I can agree, but that will require an additional pouch of dragon bone powder, Lamya said gently. Newt was genuinely taken aback. He had never anticipated that such a tender-hearted young girl could possess such, well, resourcefulness. Lamya waved her hand and cheerfully stepped outside, where she immediately spotted Hermione waiting for her. Lamya, why are you so slow? I was beginning to worry something had happened to you, Hermione said. Concern etched on her face. I merely had a brief conversation with Newt. Everything is fine, Hermione. Lamya approached and affectionately tousled Hermione's curly hair, offering her the breakfast she had packed. You must be famished. You hardly ate anything this morning, Lamya remarked. Hermione accepted the sandwich, initially hesitant, but her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she began to eat voraciously. Lamya stood by, smiling, holding a bottle of opened mineral water, which she offered to Hermione when the latter began to choke. After a while, Mr. Granger arrived in a black car and pulled over. Children, I'm here to take you home, he called out, lowering the window. Hermione waved at him and, together with Lamya, returned home. As soon as they entered, Lamya was greeted by a delightful aroma. Mrs. Granger had already prepared dinner, and even Lamya, who typically abstained from human food, felt a pang of temptation. It had been quite some time since she had consumed blood, particularly since her arrival at Hermione's home. On one hand, Hermione had been persistently engaging her, and on the other, the Muggle cuisine here was rather unpalatable. Lamya had learned to control herself quite well, yet her instincts led her to gaze longingly at Hermione, who was seated at the dining table. That night, as Hermione and Lamya lay in bed, they initially covered themselves with separate blankets. However, as time passed, Hermione tossed her blanket to the floor and nestled into Lamya's. Lamya, do you think we will find the magical creatures Newt mentioned tomorrow? Hermione inquired, resting her head on Lamya's shoulder and blinking her round eyes. I believe so, Lamya replied, her gaze fixed intently on Hermione's delicate neck, her eyes tinged with crimson as she contemplated indulging in just a single taste once Hermione fell asleep. Hermione was utterly exhausted and soon closed her eyes, drifting into a deep slumber in Lamya's embrace. At that moment, Lamya's previously rigid body sprang into action. She swiftly sank her fangs into Hermione's neck. Having never tasted the blood of a girl before, she was astonished by its sweetness, accompanied by a delightful fragrance. Lamya closed her eyes, savoring the warm blood flowing into her body, completely unaware of the subtle tremor in Hermione's eyelids and the pale fingers gripping Lamya's collar. Reluctantly, Lamya withdrew her fangs. Hermione remained with her eyes shut, seemingly in a deep sleep. For the first time, Lamya felt an unusual exuberance after drinking blood. Previously, consuming the blood of male wizards would leave her lethargic. It dawned on her that the blood of male and female wizards affected her differently. Gently, Lamya lifted Hermione from her embrace and stood by the window, observing the cars passing below while once again calling out to the system. System, when will I be able to return? Lamya inquired. Still, there was no response. Just as she began to lose hope, believing she was to remain here indefinitely, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed. Host, I apologize. I could only communicate with you now that my energy has been restored. Due to the previous overexertion, I lack the power to transport you through time and space, and can only do so once the rescue mission for this timeline is triggered. The system's mechanical tone remained cold, yet Lamya felt a swell of joy, for it indicated she still had a chance. Thus, her wait was not in vain. "How can I expedite your energy restoration?" she asked. "I'm afraid not. I can only recharge within the system's space. But do not worry, host. I still possess the energy to report and settle tasks for you." After that, regardless of Lamya's inquiries, the system ceased responding, and Lamya suspected it had fallen back into slumber. Looking out the window once more, Lamya's mindset shifted entirely. Meanwhile, Hermione, unbeknownst to her, had opened her eyes at some point. She touched the damp remnants of the wound on her neck, lost in thought. As dawn approached, Lamya's emotions gradually stabilized, and she returned to bed, where Hermione almost instantly nestled into her embrace. Were it not for Lamya seeing Hermione's eyes still closed, she might have thought Hermione had also spent the night awake. Not long after Lamya lay down, Mrs. Granger knocked on the door. Lamya opened her eyes and responded. Just as she was about to call Hermione, she noticed Hermione was already staring at her. "You woke up quite early today," Lamya remarked, raising an eyebrow as she pried Hermione's arm from around her. "Your mother is calling us to get ready. Quickly change your clothes." Lamya fastened the button that Hermione had undone, giving her a gentle pat as she remained lost in thought. Hermione appeared as if electrified, gazing at Lamya in shock, before swiftly leaping off the bed, her movements agile and uncharacteristic of her demeanor the previous day. Lamya looked at her own hands, slender and clean, her nails trimmed just right, utterly perplexed by Hermione's reaction. Even during breakfast, Hermione behaved entirely differently. For the first time, she did not offer Lamya anything from her plate, even devouring the fried egg Mrs. Granger had served. Throughout the meal, Lamya enjoyed her food immensely. She had never been fond of human cuisine, and previously had to eat everything Hermione placed on her plate out of courtesy. Now, not only was she free from that obligation, but Hermione also helped herself to a substantial portion. Lamya had not considered any other reason. She simply assumed Hermione was extremely hungry and even offered her the remaining sandwiches from her plate. Hermione, clutching her painfully full stomach, glanced at the sandwiches with hesitation, sighed deeply, and, with a look of resignation, forced the sandwich into her mouth. "Slow down, I have plenty to share," Lamya said, transferring the contents of her plate to Hermione's, propping her head up with a smile as she watched Hermione, who looked on the verge of tears. Hermione ultimately waved her hand, shifting the plate in front of Mrs. Granger, for at that moment, the mere thought of speaking made her feel nauseous. Mrs. Granger looked at her with a puzzled expression, wiping the plate clean. "Hermione, aren't you full after eating so much?" Hermione remained silent, fearing that speaking would cause the contents of her stomach to erupt. Lamya intended to pack some food for Hermione, but upon noticing that the dining table was nearly barren, she relinquished the idea and simply took a bottle of milk, joining Hermione in Mr. Granger's car. Throughout the journey, Hermione leaned against the glass, her eyes tightly shut. Lamya sensed something was amiss and gently rested Hermione's head on her shoulder, hoping to provide her with some comfort. "Hermione, are you all right?" Lamya furrowed her brow, noticing Hermione's pallid complexion. "I'm fine," Hermione replied, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Although she could now muster the energy to speak, her stomach still felt unsettled. Mr. Granger, visibly worried, kept glancing at her through the rearview mirror. "Shall I take you to the hospital, Hermione?" "No, Dad, I'm all right. We have an appointment with someone," Hermione insisted, forcing herself to sit up and managing a weak smile. Mr. Granger eventually relented, saying, "All right, but if anything is wrong, do let me know. I'll be nearby." The two disembarked by the roadside, with Lamya supporting Hermione until Mr. Granger's car had driven away. Hermione then slumped against Lamya, exclaiming, "I feel dreadful, Lamya," as beads of sweat streamed down her forehead. "Then we should go to the hospital immediately," Lamya said gravely, lifting Hermione in her arms as they made their way to the nearest hospital. "No, we promised Newt we would at least meet him and inform him," Hermione insisted. Lamya paused, seemingly weighing Hermione's words. "All right, but I'll carry you so you won't feel as miserable." Lamya turned and walked briskly toward their rendezvous with Newt, her steps both swift and steady, ensuring that Hermione felt no jostling at all, and even her stomach felt somewhat more at ease. "Newt, we want to be able to join you today. Hermione needs to go to the hospital," Lamya announced, spotting Newt waiting quietly. After delivering her message, she prepared to depart with Hermione. "Wait," Newt exclaimed, glancing at Hermione and swiftly blocking Lamya's path. "I have a way to help you," he said, quickly producing an unknown potion from his pocket. "Drinking this will do the trick." He offered the potion to Lamya, explaining, "Some creatures have voracious appetites, and I developed this to aid their digestion. Hermione only needs to take a sip." Upon hearing this, Hermione shrank back awkwardly into Lamya's embrace, feeling utterly embarrassed at the thought of needing a potion meant for animals. Lamya poured a portion of the potion into a small bottle she always carried and administered it to Hermione. After she drank it, Hermione indeed stopped sweating, her complexion gradually returning to a healthier hue. "Lamya, please set me down," Hermione requested from Lamya's arms. Lamya scrutinized Hermione's face for a moment, ensuring she was truly all right before gently placing her down. Hermione cleared her throat a few times and said, "Newt, thank you for the potion. What magical creature are we capturing today?" "It's a Niffler, Hermione, and we'll need Lamya's assistance. They are quite skittish, so we must maintain our distance," Newt replied as he rummaged through his suitcase, retrieving a large transparent bowl and 3 colorful glasses. "Lamya, please place Fawkes into this bowl," he instructed, handing the bowl to her and gesturing toward her collar while donning a pair of glasses. Without hesitation, Lamya carefully extracted the sleeping Fawkes from her collar and placed him in the bowl, causing him to awaken abruptly, flapping his wings in a frenzy. It was only when Lamya placed her hand inside the bowl that he settled down, gripping her fingers tightly. Meanwhile, Hermione gaped in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Lamya's claims were true, and that the creature she casually set beside her pillow was indeed a phoenix. Lamya waited until Fawkes fell back asleep before retreating to the hiding place with Newt and Hermione. The 3 donned their glasses, gazing at Fawkes, who appeared to float in midair, the bowl blending seamlessly into the surrounding environment. They remained in silence for what felt like an eternity, and Lamya soon grasped that Newt's description of the creature's timidity had indeed been an understatement. After a while, movement finally occurred, and Hermione, exhausted, rested her head on Lamya's shoulder. In the distance, a transparent creature was slowly approaching, pausing briefly with each movement. Thanks to the glasses, they could see it clearly, and the Niffler was entirely oblivious to their presence as it inched closer to Fawkes. Just as it neared Fawkes, the bowl suddenly expanded, forming a transparent barrier that encased the Niffler completely, while Fawkes was fortuitously left outside. Is this really happening? Chapter 52, Visiting Harry. The trio emerged from the underbrush, their first instinct being to stretch their numb limbs. Newt placed the struggling Niffler into his suitcase, while Lamya carefully returned Fawkes to her collar. "So we actually captured the Niffler?" Hermione asked, somewhat incredulous. "If it weren't for Lamya having a phoenix, it might not have been so easy." "The Niffler is indeed very timid and wouldn't have come out otherwise," Newt chuckled, his freckles dancing charmingly on his face. "You'll need to assist me further, and I promise to take you on a tour of various magical creatures." Hermione, fascinated by magical creatures, readily agreed. After arranging a time, Lamya took Hermione away, while Newt returned to his suitcase, requesting some galleons from Hermione to be brought the next day. "Why does Newt want me to bring him galleons? Does he need money?" Hermione inquired, puzzled. "Perhaps," Lamya replied, equally uncertain. Over the following days, despite adhering strictly to Newt's plan, they still failed to capture the Niffler, which had an unusual affinity for shiny objects. "Perhaps there is something else that attracts it more," Newt mused, sheepishly rubbing his nose. "Have you noticed any news about a bank or a home being robbed?" Lamya shook her head. She had not paid attention to the news, nor did she typically watch it. "I think I saw something in my dad's newspaper this morning about a bank that lost a significant amount of galleons, but I can't recall which one." Hermione strained her memory, but to no avail. "No worries, we'll let it go for today, and I'll investigate further." Newt smiled, bidding them farewell as he left with his suitcase. After returning, Lamya and Hermione realized they had forgotten to send the letter they had written to Harry, which was quite unfortunate, as Harry would surely think they had forgotten him. "Don't worry, Hermione. We can go find Harry and explain in person, and also deliver these letters to him." Lamya quickly devised a solution. After speaking with Mr. and Mrs. Granger, they set off together. By the time they finally arrived at number 4, Privet Drive, after numerous obstacles, it was already the following day. Lamya found herself utterly baffled by the Muggle transportation technology. Although it was significantly faster than flying, she couldn't make sense of it at all. Throughout the journey, Hermione remained rather distracted, her mind occupied with worries about the abruptness of their visit, having arrived at someone's home without even a proper greeting. "Do not fret. Perhaps they would prefer we did not announce our arrival in advance. Harry's aunt and uncle are likely weary of receiving owls," Lamya reassured her. Nonetheless, Hermione's anxiety persisted as she rehearsed her words in her mind. Before she could articulate her thoughts, she spotted Harry in the garden, diligently weeding, his brow glistening with sweat, and his face and neck flushed from the sun, appearing rather pitiful. "Harry!" Hermione and Lamya cried out in unison, their voices swiftly reaching his ears. He lifted his head, squinting against the sunlight until he could finally discern Lamya and Hermione. His green eyes brightened instantly as he bounded over the fence, rushing towards them. The 3 embraced under the warm sun, their clean clothes soon speckled with dirt and grass. "Brat, what on earth are you shouting about?" Uncle Vernon stormed out of the house, his face dark with displeasure, clutching a newspaper. Upon seeing Lamya and Hermione, his already purplish complexion deepened to an ominous shade, as he huffed with the fury of an enraged bull. How dare you bring these freaks to my home? I command you to send them away, immediately. Uncle Vernon fumed, hands on his hips. Before long, a thin woman, flustered, emerged from the house wielding a frying pan. Followed closely by a short, pudgy boy. Mom, look. Harry S. brought his freakish friends. They're all monsters. Dudley shouted. Oh my God, come here. Dudley, get over here. Aunt Petunia glared at Lamya and Hermione with a mix of suspicion and revulsion, wrapping her arms protectively around her rotund son. Uncle Vernon joined her, and the entire family collectively conveyed their disdain and apprehension towards Lamya and Hermione. It seems we have arrived at an inconvenient time, Harry, Hermione remarked. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Do not mind them, Hermione. I am simply delighted to see you both, Harry replied with a smile, positioning himself in front of them to shield against the hostile gaze of his relatives. Lamya, who had remained silent, handed Harry the letter she had been holding. I'm sorry, Harry, we forgot to send you the letter. It's quite all right, Lamya, Harry said shyly, accepting the letter and tucking it close to his heart. By the way, Harry, perhaps you could introduce us to your relatives? Lamya stepped forward, chin raised, exuding an air of nobility, though she rarely acted this way. The behavior of Harry's family displeased Hermione, and she felt compelled to confront them. They are the Dursleys, my Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Cousin Dudley, Harry explained, albeit somewhat uncertainly, yet he complied with Lamya's wishes. Dudley's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Lamya, suddenly recognizing her. Ignoring Aunt Petunia's protests, he crossed the fence and approached Lamya. I've seen you before. I even saved you, remember? Dudley exclaimed, an unwitting glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Lamya pondered for a moment before recalling his pudgy visage in her mind's eye. Ah, it's you, she said, casting him a dismissive glance as she theatrically produced a useless wand from her pocket. You're the one who always bullied Harry, aren't you? I've just learned a spell that supposedly causes spots to erupt all over a person. Care to be my test subject? No. Get away, you freak. Dudley yelped, stumbling backward in fear. Aunt Petunia, trembling, dropped the frying pan and shielded her son, while Uncle Vernon quivered in fright, abandoning his dignity to cower behind Aunt Petunia. However, I'm not entirely heartless, Lamya mused, toying with the tip of her wand as if poised to act. If you vanish from our sight, I may have to let you go. Uncle Vernon, daring only to glare menacingly at Harry, ultimately retreated with his family into the house, slamming the door behind them with a resounding thud. Lamya snickered derisively, returning her wand to its place, only to turn and find Hermione and Harry staring at her, wide-eyed. Lamya, you're incredible, Hermione exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, while Harry clapped in agreement. Perhaps you would like to see my room? Harry suggested, ruffling his disheveled black hair. With no seating available in the yard, the trio had been standing for some time. That would be wonderful, Harry, Hermione replied, feeling fatigued but hesitant to voice her thoughts. But how do we get inside? Harry shrugged helplessly, indicating he had no key. Lamya patted Hermione's shoulder reassuringly and approached the door, where the Dursleys were peering through the peephole. Unbeknownst to them, their eyes met Lamya's crimson gaze. Ah! Uncle Vernon jumped back, retreating to the fireplace. Open the door, Lamya's voice cut through the thick barrier, icy and commanding, sending a shiver down Aunt Petunia's spine while Dudley hid beneath the sofa. Chapter 53, An Unexpected Letter. Aunt Petunia, steeling herself, cracked the door open slightly. What do you want, freak? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Her eyes bulged, and her voice dripped with malice, yet the tremor beneath betrayed her true feelings. Ignoring the middle-aged woman brandishing a frying pan, Lamya thrust her hand through the gap and pushed the door wide open. Let us go in, Hermione, she declared, stepping boldly inside. Aunt Petunia, Hermione stammered, her cheeks flushed, unable to maintain the composure Lamya exhibited. After all, she was merely a young girl. Aunt Petunia's mouth twisted in disgust, brandishing the frying pan threateningly towards Hermione. Get away, you wretched freak, I won't be fooled by you. Lamya, who was leading the way, shot Aunt Petunia a sharp glare, causing her to retreat a few steps, though she did not lower her weapon. Still holding onto that pan. Are you planning to cook us lunch? Lamya asked sweetly, though the tone startled Aunt Petunia into dropping the pan with a clatter. That is splendid. We happen to be quite hungry. Thank you very much, she said, disregarding any potential protests and dragging Hermione up the stairs. Meanwhile, Harry deliberately avoided the Dursleys' malevolent gazes. Lamya, take care. My room is quite small, and you might bump your head, he warned as he hurried to catch up, completely oblivious to Uncle Vernon emerging from the fireplace. Mom, are you really going to make them lunch? Dudley finally crawled out from his hiding spot, running to Aunt Petunia's side in tears. A bunch of freaks. It'll serve them right if they get sick. Uncle Vernon coughed violently before managing to speak, his form covered in soot, even his breath carrying the black residue. Am I supposed to cook? Aunt Petunia stood at the kitchen entrance, her face a crumpled mask, eyes sunken as if 2 holes had been carved into a withered tree bark. "We can't indulge them. We're not to be trifled with." Uncle Vernon finally managed to dislodge the cobwebs from his head. "Go ahead, add extra salt. Let them choke on it." Aunt Petunia, momentarily believing Uncle Vernon had finally grown a backbone, shot him a skeptical glance before retreating into the kitchen. Uncle Vernon plopped himself onto the sofa, his beady little eyes darting about with mischief, a wicked scheme lingering on the tip of his tongue. "Dudley, my dear, go to the door and eavesdrop on what they are saying." He forcefully nudged Dudley, who lay sprawled on the floor. "No, Dad, I'm scared." Dudley squeezed himself beneath the sofa, but his considerable girth made it impossible to fit, leaving him protruding like an overinflated yogurt pouch. "There's nothing to fear, my good son. As long as you remain undetected, all will be well." Uncle Vernon grasped Dudley's exposed waistband, attempting to drag him out. However, his excessive effort made his face turn an alarming shade of purple, gasping for breath like a short-winded hippopotamus. "I won't go, Dad. They'll kill me. Can't you go instead?" Dudley was on the verge of tears, clinging to the leg of the sofa, stubbornly resisting Uncle Vernon's pulls. With a mighty tug, Dudley's belt snapped in two, sending Uncle Vernon crashing heavily to the ground. "What is going on? Is there an earthquake?" Aunt Petunia, brandishing a spatula, rushed out of the kitchen to witness the absurd scene. Dudley, with his trousers in hand, sobbing with a face streaked with snot, while her husband lay on the floor like a turtle turned upside down, utterly unable to rise. "Help me up, Petunia," Uncle Vernon pleaded, waving his hand in distress. Once he managed to scramble to his feet, he discovered to his mortification that his trousers had split entirely along the seam, exposing his garish floral underpants for all to see. "Dudley, you must go. Come out, you wretched little boy." Uncle Vernon bellowed impatiently, his dignity in tatters. "Do not raise your voice at my darling son. It's none of your business. If you want him to go, you go yourself," Aunt Petunia snapped, her anger flaring as she struck Uncle Vernon's back with the spatula. The commotion from their household was so raucous that even the 3 individuals in the small attic could hear it clearly. "Lamya, should we go down and see what is happening?" Hermione's face flushed crimson. She had never been so audacious. "It's fine, Hermione, pay them no mind." "Harry, continue with your story about the zoo," Lamya replied, gently ruffling Hermione's hair while focusing intently on Harry's childhood tale. "Oh, right, I went with Dudley and the others. There was a massive python at the zoo." Harry gestured animatedly, his eyes wide with excitement. "At first, I thought it was asleep, but then I realized I could actually converse with it," Harry recounted, using exaggerated gestures to recreate the scene, as if to bring them into the moment. "And then what happened?" Hermione asked, captivated by his narrative, resting her chin on her hand with a serious expression. "Then the glass vanished, and Dudley fell into the pool." Harry chuckled, covering his mouth while stealing glances at Lamya, who was also smiling. "Harry, that's quite an amusing story, but have you noticed anything peculiar here?" Lamya's gaze swept the window, sensing the presence of other beings, innocuous yet distinctly unfamiliar. "Not at all, Lamya. I've been alone here the entire time," Harry replied, glancing around the meager attic, which had consistently housed just him. "Oh, I see. Perhaps I misjudged," Lamya said, though her eyes remained vigilant, scrutinizing every detail in the room. Harry dismissed it, continuing with his tale of first meeting Lamya. Just then, a dull thud echoed at the door. Harry sprang up to open it, only to catch a glimpse of Dudley fleeing down the stairs in utter disarray, resembling a hairless, frenzied boar. "What is going on?" Hermione and Lamya emerged, but Harry swiftly shut the door, shaking his head. "Unclear. It was Dudley," he replied. "Perhaps lunch is ready. Your aunt is quite industrious." Harry, Lamya winked at the two, prompting them to share a knowing smile, especially Harry, whose grin stretched from ear to ear. "Indeed, my aunt is always diligent," he replied in kind. Hermione, however, wore an uneasy expression, feeling as though she were a thief. Lamya noticed Hermione's anxiety and gently patted her hand. Just then, a loud thud resounded against the window, and all 3 turned to see a sleek owl colliding with the glass. Lamya rushed to open the window, and the owl dropped a letter into her palm before swiftly taking flight. To Lamya Nocturne and Hermione Granger, 4, Privet Drive Attic. Upon hearing her name, Hermione leaned closer, and upon deciphering the contents of the letter, she realized it was from Newt, informing them of the discovery of magical creatures and urging them to return to London for assistance. "I'm sorry, Harry, but it seems we must leave," Hermione said apologetically. "No worries, Hermione. Off you go," Harry waved his hand dismissively. Thus, Lamya and Hermione hurriedly departed without sparing a glance at Aunt Petunia's meticulously prepared lunch. While Harry knew the Dursleys wouldn't save any for him, Uncle Vernon tearfully consumed the plate of bacon, which had been doused with an entire bag of salt. Chapter 54, Capturing Magical Creatures, 3. Lamya and Hermione returned to London the following evening, arriving promptly at the zoo where they had previously met Newt, only to find he was not there. Perhaps we arrived too late. Newt must have caught them himself, Hermione suggested. Don't fret, Hermione. We'll return tomorrow morning. Newt may have simply gone elsewhere, Lamya reassured her. They took a cab back home, and although Mr. Granger had mentioned they would be on holiday, the empty villa left them both astonished. Well then, let us just sleep, Hermione declared, surrendering to exhaustion as she flopped onto the bed. After several days of relentless activity, Hermione fell asleep almost instantaneously, her soft breathing filling the room. Lamya gently closed the wide-open door and ventured into the kitchen, knowing Hermione would surely be hungry upon waking. It must be said, Mrs. Granger was an exemplary hostess. The food in the fridge was arranged meticulously, with even the edges of the bread facing the same direction. Mimicking Mrs. Granger's meticulousness, Lamya prepared a sandwich for Hermione. She carried the plate to the bedroom, where Hermione was still in slumber. And soon Lamya found herself drifting off as well. Initially, Lamya assumed Tom would be preoccupied with his own affairs, neglecting her as before. However, upon opening her eyes, she was surprised to find him there. What are you doing here? Lamya quietly shifted Tom's head from her shoulder. I'm tired, Lamya. Let me rest a while. Tom murmured, wrapping his long arms around her and pulling her close, their faces mere inches apart. Lamya could even count the lashes on his eyelids and discern the faintest trace of sweat on his brow. She observed Tom intently until his blue eyes slowly opened, a flicker of contentment passing over his face before returning to calm. Lamya, it's wonderful to see you first thing, Tom sighed, his slightly longer black hair brushing against her neck. They hadn't shared such an intimate moment in a long time, and Lamya felt a twinge of awkwardness as she furrowed her brow. Tom, aren't you busy today? She asked, attempting to shift the topic. Today, with little to occupy my time, I can accompany you. Tom sat up, cradling Lamya in his arms, yet he advised, you would do well not to venture out alone afterward. His large hand enveloped Lamya's, rhythmically kneading her palm, his gaze shrouded in ambiguity. Though Tom refrained from disclosing his intentions, Lamya was acutely aware that significant events loomed over Hogwarts. She must seize this opportunity to escape. Upon exiting, Lamya discovered Hogwarts remained blissfully unaware of the impending turmoil, the air devoid of foreboding as laughter graced the faces of students. It was not until they reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest that they paused. Throughout their journey, they encountered serpents, yet Tom appeared oblivious, allowing them to follow in their wake. When Lamya glanced back, she was startled to see a multitude of snakes trailing behind, rising partially as they flicked their tongues, producing a disconcerting sound. Never had she witnessed such a spine-chilling sight, and she instinctively tightened her grip on Tom's hand. With a sidelong glance, Tom murmured a string of cryptic incantations, and the serpents seemed to receive an unspoken command, retreating into the surrounding underbrush, vanishing from sight. Lamya was astonished yet maintained an outward calm. She dared not inquire, for Tom would neither reveal his secrets nor fail to suspect her curiosity. They traversed for what felt like an eternity, to the point where Tom ultimately carried Lamya home, her feet blistered from the journey. After leaving behind a vial of potion, Tom swiftly departed, leaving Lamya alone in the room. She poured the potion onto her wand and lay there, awaiting her return to normalcy. Upon her return, dawn had broken, and Lamya discovered that the sandwich she had placed on the bedside table had been devoured, with only crumbs remaining, and Hermione was nowhere to be found. Rising, Lamya searched the house for Hermione, only to find her in the study, engrossed in writing. Hermione, we can go find Newt. Perhaps he will be waiting for us today. Lamya knocked on the open door of the study. Oh, certainly, Lamya, Hermione replied nonchalantly, tucking the letter into an envelope before sending it off with the owl perched by the window. I wrote to Harry, asking him to apologize to the Dursleys. Hermione, it seemed, still struggled with her feelings about being rude to an innocent Muggle family. Lamya did not comment further as they changed clothes and made their way to the zoo's entrance. Upon arrival, they spotted Newt, dressed in an eccentric outfit. OMG, Newt. You are blinding me. Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, and Lamya could not help but agree. Newt resembled a golden beetle, adorned entirely in gold, even wearing a golden mask that concealed all but the lower half of his face. Oh, it's nothing to fuss over, as long as I can capture the Niffler. This little rascal has caused considerable trouble. Newt shrugged, his exasperation palpable. Didn't you say you found a trace of the Niffler? Where is it? Hermione struggled to suppress her laughter. It's a bit far, but that's no matter. I can use magic, Newt replied. Hermione questioned, do we still need to prepare gold coins? I think that one be necessary. The allure of gold has waned, Newt admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Why? Hermione inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. She had intended to fetch coins from home. I tried it, Newt hastily explained. omitting the part where he had been mistaken for a lunatic at the bank, a rather embarrassing experience. Following Newt's instructions, the three joined hands, forming a circle, and with a decisive incantation of apparate, they were suddenly spun through the air. When they finally landed, Hermione felt nauseous, while Lamya, accustomed to flying, remained unfazed. After Hermione gathered herself, they arrived at the opulent entrance of a bank, where patrons donned vibrant attire. Newt intended to stand boldly at the entrance to attract the Niffler, but Lamya intervened, leading them into the woods, emerging only after dusk had fallen. Now we can begin. Lamya designated the center to Newt as she and Hermione concealed themselves once more, waiting for the Niffler to present itself. Why not capture it at dawn? It's too dark now, Hermione questioned, though she trusted Lamya and voiced her concern. There are too many people during the day. The scents are too muddled for the Niffler to appear. It's less likely to notice us at night, Lamya succinctly explained, her focus unwavering on the bank's entrance. As Newt cast several glittering charms upon himself, the Niffler finally could no longer resist the temptation and emerged. About the size of a cat. It was cloaked in shimmering black fur that reflected hues of green, blue, and purple in the light, reminiscent of iridescent feathers. I see it, Hermione exclaimed, ready to leap from the grass, but Lamya grasped her arm, cautioning, wait, Hermione, the Niffler hasn't fully emerged yet, we mustn't frighten it. Once the Niffler scuttled far from the bank's entrance, Lamya and Hermione sprang into action, swiftly casting a binding spell. Hermione's incantation was quick and precise, ensnaring the Niffler in place. My goodness, I forgot about the magical restrictions. I hope the Ministry hasn't noticed, Hermione fretted. Don't worry, Hermione, no one saw, reassured Lamya. Newt, visibly relieved, ceased his chaotic spells, holding the struggling Niffler aloft. With a cheerful sound, a cascade of dazzling coins and gold trinkets tumbled to the ground. When nothing more could be retrieved, Newt deposited the Niffler into his case, exclaiming, wonderful, this little troublemaker. Yet, Newt still needed to return the lost items to their rightful owners, ever the diligent caretaker. We can't let him go alone, Lamya. Who knows what he might do? Muggle police wouldn't believe him. Hermione recalled Newt's unfortunate first impression, prompting her to join Lamya in the endeavor. Thus, their quest to return the lost items transformed into a trio. Chapter 55, Malfoy Manor. However, the situation was not as Hermione had envisioned. Newt had anticipated nearly everything, even carrying ample bags to accommodate the entire bank's contents. The three wandered through the streets of London, dragging the bags behind them, and to an onlooker, it would appear they had just committed a bank heist. This is too conspicuous, Newt. Hermione covered her face in exasperation, unable to withstand the judgmental glances of passers-by who hastily distanced themselves, as if they were dangerous criminals. Oh, Hermione, it's nothing to worry about. They're merely curious. Newt dismissed her concerns, shrugging the bag over his shoulder. Newt, I believe Hermione is right. Perhaps you should shrink the bag? Lamya suggested, noting how no one dared approach them, the size of the bag suggesting it contained a person. I told you not to make a fuss. They're just muggles. This reaction is utterly normal, Newt insisted, yet he raised his wand, preparing to reduce the bag's size. Stop. Get down and cover your heads. Now. A sudden clamor of footsteps surrounded them, and the trio found themselves encircled by a group of Muggle police officers. I told you so. Newt, this is too conspicuous. Someone would call the authorities. Hermione lamented loudly, crouching down with her head in her hands, while Lamya mirrored her, sinking to the ground beside her. Newt, seemingly incredulous, insisted. Officer, I believe you've made a mistake. We are law-abiding citizens. He continued to plead, yet it was evident that the Muggles remained unconvinced, choosing only to believe what their eyes beheld. Crouch down and cover your heads, commanded the lead police captain, an experienced figure who swiftly seized the bag from Newt's back, its contents spilling across the ground, dazzling the captain with a burst of gold. However, he quickly regained his composure, barking into his radio, extreme danger at 223, London Street. Requesting backup. I repeat, extreme danger at 223, London Street, requesting backup. Over. The situation escalated rapidly. Newt had never encountered such a predicament. Surrounded by a dark mass of police officers brandishing firearms. What do we do now? My parents will surely go mad, Hermione exclaimed. She noticed that journalists had accompanied the police, their cameras flashing incessantly. We did not rob a bank. These items were found. We were merely returning them. Newt shouted in desperation, only to receive a curse and a warning shot in response. There's no time. We must not resist, Lamya whispered urgently. As the trio made no threatening moves, the officers swiftly locked them up in the vehicle. Lamya winked at Newt, who instantly understood. Feign unconsciousness. Disillusionment charm. They chanted simultaneously, causing the lone police officer in the car to collapse, leaving only 3 pairs of handcuffs behind. This is disastrous. We left the stolen items behind, Newt lamented, raking his fingers through his hair. How could someone have called the police? We haven't done anything. The police will return them for us. Our mission is complete. Lamya reassured him, brushing dust from her robe. Newt, do you realize we might as well be holding a sign that reads we are robbers? Who carries such a large bag filled with so many things? Hermione scolded as she rose from the ground. At that moment, a massive owl swooped down from the distance, its amber eyes locking onto Lamya before dropping a crimson letter at her feet. As she reached to collect it, Newt restrained her hand, cautioning, that S.A. Howler. You might want to cover your ears. The letter opened and promptly ascended into the air, Malfoy's sharp voice echoing from within. I knew it, Lamya. You must have forgotten our agreement. You haven't replied to a single letter I've sent. Summer is nearly over, and I haven't even caught a glimpse of you. Once the voice faded, the red letter disintegrated into fragments. She had indeed forgotten, but it was not too late. What just happened? Why would Malfoy send you a howler? Hermione asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. I stood him up, but it's all right. We can head over now, Lamya replied calmly, casting a glance at the dazed Newt, seemingly unfazed by the howler. Newt, can you take us to Malfoy Manor? I can, but your friend is rather bold, he remarked, with another dizzying sensation. Lamya and Hermione opened their eyes to find themselves at Malfoy Manor, set amidst a meticulously manicured garden and towering trees. The main structure was a magnificent stone mansion, exuding a solemn and austere aura, as though sculpted from the hardest rock. Lamya approached the door with Hermione and rang the bell. Moments later, a platinum-haired figure emerged from within. Oh, look who's here. I thought your mind was consumed with that filthy mudblood. Draco sneered, opening the door. And upon seeing Hermione beside Lamya, his tone sharpened further. What a delightful pair of sisterly sweethearts you are. Am I interrupting? Draco, calm down, Lamya interjected, pulling Hermione behind her with a frown. Why should I calm down? Just because I said one thing to her? Draco retorted, his anger palpable. Malfoy Manor doesn't allow half-bloods inside. Let her stay outside. Then I won't go in either, Lamya declared resolutely. No, you promised me. I haven't stepped outside all summer, not even when my father went on holiday to Europe. You can't do this to me. Draco's face flushed red as, trembling, he finally relented and allowed them entry. Malfoy Manor epitomized luxury, every corner reflecting opulence. Dobby, we have guests. Come and serve them, Draco called into the house. But only silence answered. Damn it, I will tell my father. He stomped his foot, summoning another house elf with large eyes and pointed ears. I'm sorry, young master, but the master's orders dictate that I can only serve the Malfoy family. Dobby was clad in rags, hardly qualifying as clothing. I command you to serve our guests, Draco said, arms crossed, gesturing impatiently. As you wish, master. Dobby will attend to the guests. Hermione was taken aback by the scene, unable to comprehend how Malfoy could so casually exploit a poor house elf. This is absurd, Malfoy. How can you treat a poor elf like this? Hermione stepped in front of Dobby, her expression one of shock. He doesn't even possess a single complete garment. This is illegal. Poor elf, tell me, how much do you earn? She halted Dobby, who was about to pour tea, adopting a protective stance for him. Enough, Granger, do you think you're a saint? Come on, there are no laws regarding this. Dobby, tell this young lady if you're satisfied with your current life. Draco scoffed, nonchalantly toying with a badge in his hand. As you wish, my esteemed young master, Dobby replied, bowing low, finally giving Hermione his full attention. Dobby is quite content with his current life. His voice was weary and mechanical, devoid of vitality, as if his soul had been siphoned away, leaving only a lifeless shell. Hermione's eyes brimmed with tears of anger. Draco, you are coercing him. I will not let this go. The poor elves deserve their rights. Infuriated, she shoved Draco, who recoiled in surprise. Look at that, Miss Granger, always thinking she can save everyone, yet she can't even save her own lunch, Draco retorted, regaining his composure. Enough. Draco, you have gone too far, Lamya interposed, placing herself between them to quell the rising tension. She had initially wished to remain uninvolved. It was evident that Hermione and Draco belonged to entirely different worlds, one brimming with idealism, the other steeped in extreme self-interest. It was difficult to find common ground between them. Yet she couldn't simply stand by and watch them bicker endlessly. Thus, she decided to sever the source of their conflict, urging them both to quiet down, so she wouldn't have to endure the headache. Lamya, you always side with that wretched Gryffindor. I've had enough. You must stand with me unless you're not a Slytherin, Draco shouted angrily, pointing at the turned-back Hermione. Draco, stop throwing a tantrum. Hermione hasn't done anything wrong. Lamya clutched her head, desperately in need of earplugs, preferably those that could insulate her from all sound, as Draco's incessant clamor became unbearable. Am I throwing a tantrum? Lamya, think clearly. This is Malfoy Manor. You came here to find me. I am of utmost importance. Not her. What is Hermione to me? Draco suddenly rose from his chair, striding toward Lamya. Disbelief etched across his features. Lamya took a few hesitant steps back, feeling as if she were a groom caught out on the wedding night. Draco, please calm down. I cannot calm down unless you send her away. Draco stood defiantly, insisting that Lamya choose between him and Hermione. Then perhaps I should leave, Lamya suggested. Realizing she was utterly unable to make a choice and had to fabricate an option of her own, though it was evident that her choice held no validity. In a fit of rage, Draco slammed the door of his bedroom, leaving Lamya with a cold silhouette of his back. With a sigh, Lamya acknowledged that the child had grown too independent for her to control. What could she do but soothe him? Hermione, please don't be angry. Draco is simply too hasty. He still welcomes you. Lamya offered Hermione a glass of cooled tea. Drink some water, take a moment to rest. Hermione sipped the water, her expression softening slightly. Yet she remained silent. Lamya tentatively ventured, how about we ask the house elf to bring you something to eat? You haven't had much today. Lamya, are you also going to encourage this trend? What has the house elf done wrong, and why do you all take it for granted? Hermione set the cup down with a thud. All right, I'll fetch it for you, Lamya hastily replied, feeling utterly speechless. No matter how one looked at it. She was a noble, accustomed to commanding others, and now here she was, eagerly volunteering to serve. Lamya couldn't comprehend when things had taken such a turn. Perhaps she had begun to assimilate into this world, or perhaps it was the oppressive weight of Tom's influence in her dreams that had altered her perception. As Lamya entered the kitchen, she found only the house elves busily toiling away, each silent and mechanically fulfilling their tasks. Even when she spoke, they ignored her. After several attempts to gain their attention, she suddenly recalled Draco's commanding gesture to Creature. House elves of the kitchen, I, as a wizard, command you to prepare 2 individual lunches for me. Mimicking the gesture from memory, she watched as the house elves sprang into action as if they were robots receiving orders. In no time, Lamya held 2 exquisite plates of lunch in her hands. Very well, you may continue, she nodded, placing the plates on the table and handing one to Hermione. Please eat. I know you are feeling quite unwell, but this is not something that can be resolved overnight. It requires your effort. Her voice was gentle, akin to soft hands soothing Hermione's troubled heart, bringing tears to her eyes. I knew you would stand by me, Lamya. You will help me, won't you? Hermione burst into Lamya's embrace, releasing her pent-up emotions. Yes, Hermione, Lamya could only say at that moment, yearning for a return to their previous harmonious existence. At that instant, an elderly owl, disoriented, collided with the glass wall of Malfoy Manor, convulsing briefly before plummeting to the ground. Where did that owl come from? Lamya and Hermione exclaimed in surprise, the impact having been quite loud. The poor creature must have been dazed. Upon venturing outside, they discovered a disheveled owl, its feathers in disarray, lying with its feet in the air, one claw still twitching. Though they had never encountered this unfortunate owl before, it bore a letter tied to its leg, suggesting it had come bearing a message. Clearly, its owner had underestimated its age and the duration of its flight to reach them. Goodness, it's Errol from the Weasley household. This is dire, Lamya. We must go to Harry's house immediately. He's in trouble, Hermione exclaimed, having quickly read the letter. Don't panic, Hermione. Let me have a look at the letter, Lamya reassured her, gently patting her back as she took the letter. The note was from Ron, evident from the handwriting, and it expressed his concern about not receiving a reply from Harry since the summer began, fearing that Harry might be locked up by his aunt and uncle. Had they not visited Harry's home, they might have entertained the notion that he was indeed imprisoned. However, having already intimidated the Dursleys, Harry's silence was inexplicable. It seemed he was indeed in peril. We must head to number 4, Privet Drive, at once, Lamya, Hermione insisted, rushing toward the door. But we can't get there immediately. Newt isn't here, Hermione muttered to herself, pacing restlessly. Perhaps we could use flue powder? Lamya suggested casually, recalling that Harry's home had a fireplace. She suddenly remembered her first visit to Harry's house, when Vernon had hidden in the fireplace. Yes, Lamya, you're brilliant. Let us go, Hermione exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Lamya requested flue powder from the house elves, placing the lunch she had prepared for Draco at his door before departing. Even though her knocks received no response, there was no time to waste. Number 4, Privet Drive, Lamya announced as she stepped into the fireplace for the first time. Almost instantly, green flames enveloped her from head to toe, and she vanished in a heartbeat. Hermione followed suit, using the flue powder right behind her. Chapter 57, An Accidental Entrance into the Ministry of Magic. Back at Malfoy Manor, Draco heard a knock at the door. He knew it was Lamya, but his anger compelled him to let her wait outside for a while longer, at least beyond 2 minutes this time. After a few seconds of deliberation, Draco sauntered to the door with a sense of triumph, thinking, This time it's fine. Next time you must accompany me. Yet, as he opened the door, he was met with an empty threshold. Lamya had vanished. Draco searched around outside, even peeking behind the door, but found no sign of her. It dawned on him that Lamya had truly abandoned him to follow Hermione. Hermione Granger, you filthy mudblood, how dare you take Lamya away? He seethed. I will not let this go. My father will have you expelled. In a fit of rage, Draco overturned the plate of food Hermione had left on the table, stomping on it viciously. Creature, no curly-haired individuals shall enter Malfoy Manor ever again. Draco roared, his fury echoing throughout the estate. Only after Lamya and Hermione landed did they realize they were nowhere near Harry's house. Instead, they found themselves in a somber corporate setting. People hurried past, clad in suits, their expressions devoid of emotion, hardly sparing a glance for the two of them, resembling automatons acting solely on command. Excuse me. Hermione attempted to inquire but was met with indifference, her questions falling on deaf ears. No wonder they are so cold. Look, these fireplaces resemble a Muggle production line. How could anything human emerge from such a place? Hermione grumbled, gesturing toward the neatly arranged fireplaces. Perhaps we can seek assistance from someone. Surely there must be someone willing to listen to us. Lamya burst into laughter, while Hermione resembled an agitated goat, eager to overturn everything in her path. A stark contrast to her previously composed demeanor. You still find this amusing? Harry is in grave danger. We must rescue him immediately. Hermione shot a frustrated glance at Lamya, her impatience evident as she continued to seek a way to communicate. Perhaps we should search for an exit. Surely, there must be a way out of here. Lamya surveyed their surroundings, noting the oppressive black walls that loomed around them, solemn yet stifling. Once we are outside, we can devise a plan to reach Harry's home. Trust me, Hermione, we still have time. Lamya grasped Hermione's trembling hand, which betrayed her anxiety. Damn it, why are there walls everywhere? Where can we possibly find an exit? Hermione fretted. Hello, children. A warm greeting resonated like a spring thunderclap. Lamya and Hermione turned to see a middle-aged man with red hair and a prominent belly. Though I do not know him, he must be related to Ron. We are saved, Lamya whispered excitedly to Hermione, her dull gray eyes sparkling with hope. Sir, do you know us? Hermione stepped forward, her tone polite. Of course, my dear children. I am Arthur Weasley, Ron's father. He often speaks of you, especially you. Arthur gestured towards the silver-haired Lamya. However, I cannot divulge the details. You know how verbose Ron can be. Arthur's expression grew slightly peculiar, yet Lamya refrained from probing further. It was evident that Ron had likely complained about how she had taken control of Harry, a topic he seemed to discuss incessantly. But enough of that. What brings you here? This is the Ministry of Magic, hardly a place for children. It is quite amusing. Arthur patted his belly in understanding. Mr. Weasley, we have encountered some difficulties. We intended to go to number 4, Privet Drive, which is Harry's home, but for some reason, the flu powder brought us here. Could you assist us in getting there? Hermione succinctly conveyed their predicament, casting a hopeful glance at the rotund Arthur Weasley. Flu powder cannot take you there. That is a Muggle residential area, and their fireplaces do not connect with those of wizards. The Ministry's fireplace is the closest, so it's quite normal to end up here. Fortunately, you have encountered me. Do not worry, I shall escort you, Arthur declared as he reached into his pocket for the car keys. My vehicle has been modified to achieve speeds comparable to Muggle aircraft. We can reach you there in less than 10 minutes. That sounds splendid, Mr. Weasley. Harry will be most grateful. Lamya expressed her gratitude with a smile. However, Lamya's smile soon faded when Arthur turned his entire pants pocket inside out, revealing no sign of the keys. How odd. Where could they have gone? I distinctly remember placing them in this morning, Arthur remarked as he removed his coat, rummaging through its pockets. It was then that Lamya noticed he was wearing a tattered shirt, save for the collar, which was intact. Regrettably, children, my keys are lost at home. Perhaps I could take you back there first, and then escort you. Arthur wiped the sweat from his brow, hoping it wasn't too late. That will have to suffice, Mr. Weasley, Hermione replied, her spirits visibly dampened. The two followed Arthur back into the fireplace. Children, be sure to pronounce the burrow clearly. I will demonstrate. Arthur took a handful of flu powder, declared, the burrow, and with a swift motion, disappeared into the hearth. Lamya and Hermione mimicked him, successfully arriving at the burrow. Ron's home. Lamya found it difficult to articulate her surroundings. It was a crooked, magical abode with a peculiar exterior and intricate structure, each floor seemingly tilted at varying angles, as if it could collapse at any moment, yet miraculously, it stood firm. Welcome to the burrow, children. As Lamya and Hermione followed Mr. Weasley into the magically constructed house, the interior was utterly unlike what she had imagined. The walls were a patchwork of bricks, wood, and various recycled materials, giving it a somewhat worn appearance. Yet it exuded a warmth of home. Oh, children, welcome. Mrs. Weasley emerged from the kitchen, her face beaming as she embraced Lamya and Hermione. It's wonderful to see you. You should have come much sooner. She placed tender kisses atop their heads. Lamya was taken aback by Molly's sudden display of affection. Though she understood it stemmed from fondness, she instinctively stepped back, creating distance between them. She found it challenging to forge such intimate connections with strangers. Sweetheart, you are far too thin. Make sure to eat well tonight, Molly remarked, oblivious to Lamya's discomfort as she held Hermione's hand with genuine concern. Hermione nodded appreciatively, feeling as if Molly were a motherly figure, so gentle and nurturing. And you, lovely girl, why are you all so thin? You must finish your dinner tonight, Molly playfully admonished, ensuring she had not forgotten Lamya's presence. Mrs. Weasley, I'm afraid we cannot stay to enjoy your carefully prepared dinner. We must go find Harry. Lamya initially intended to speak candidly, but Molly's increasingly furrowed brow and worried expression prompted her to reconsider. Oh, that is quite all right, dear. You can bring Harry along to dine with us. I can prepare more. It's no trouble at all. Molly quickly relaxed, smiling as she patted Lamya's shoulder. However, just as Lamya was about to decline, Hermione tugged at the hem of her garment. Then we would be most grateful, ma'am. Hermione interjected before Lamya could voice her hesitation. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Lamya concurred with a nod. But we will need to borrow your car. Harry's home is quite far from here. Found it, children, Arthur exclaimed, emerging from the room with a black key in hand. Quickly, off you go. Oh wait, you can't drive. That complicates things. Arthur slapped his forehead, realizing the girl's itch. I haven't finished work yet. I need to return immediately. He glanced at Molly for assistance. What about George and Fred? Perhaps they could take the girls. I don't think that's necessary. Why not let Lamya and Hermione stay the night? Tomorrow, you can take them yourself, Molly suggested, waving her hand as a frying pan magically began to fry eggs. Children, what do you think? Arthur hesitated, seeking input from Lamya and Hermione. Having sensed their urgency at the ministry, perhaps we should find George and Fred. We want to reach Harry's house quickly. Hermione nervously clutched her clothing. Hermione had understood long before Lamya refrained from mentioning Harry's potential peril. Lamya wished to spare Mrs. Weasley any concern. She too felt the same. Molly was exceedingly kind. And Harry might not be in danger. Perhaps Hedwig had merely decided to be lazy, yet they still needed to check. Of course, sweetheart, I will call them right away, Molly said without further inquiry, shouting towards the inner rooms. What is it, Mum? The door quickly opened a crack, revealing two identical red-haired boys peering out. Come out. We need your help. The two red-haired youths emerged from the room in unison, glancing at Lamya as they approached. Did I not see correctly? There is a snake in the burrow, exclaimed Fred and George simultaneously, their voices remarkably in sync. Enough, Fred, do not be so rude, Molly scolded, delivering a firm slap to the nearest red-haired youth. Wrong, Mom, I am George. My apologies, George, please apologize to Lamya. Ah, so your name is Lamya. I am sorry. And, Mom, I am actually Fred. Fred playfully dodged Molly's incoming swat, seeking refuge behind Arthur. George, hurry, the silver-haired snake will devour you, he called to George, who was scrutinizing Lamya. The Weasley twins showed no regard for Lamya as a guest, even disregarding Hermione, much to Molly's embarrassment as she offered a strained smile to the pair. Yet Lamya bore no ill will from their jest. She politely greeted them. Hello, George, Fred. I am Lamya Nocturne, pleased to make your acquaintance. She approached them, sequentially enunciating their names. Goodness, she actually got your name right, George. And yours too, Fred. The two red-haired boys exchanged incredulous glances, rapidly shifting positions several times. Now guess who is Fred? They teased Lamya, convinced she had merely guessed by chance. You are Fred. Lamya accurately pointed to the boy on the left. Incorrect, I am Fred. The boy on the right laughed heartily. No one can tell us apart, not even Mom. However, Lamya remained unmoved, standing resolutely before Fred, a slight smile curling at her lips as if she were enjoying their performance. All right, you guessed correctly, I am actually George, he admitted, unable to deceive Lamya, shrugging in resignation. How did you discern our identities? It's unbelievable. The twins crowded around Lamya, each speaking in turn, causing her to close her eyes in exasperation. You two look nothing alike, Lamya remarked casually. In truth, they were indistinguishable in appearance. Yet Lamya did not rely on looks to recognize individuals. She identified them through scent, as each person bore a unique aroma, even if they appeared identical. We do not look alike. That is impossible. The twins implored Hermione to guess, and as expected, she failed, as did Arthur. We look entirely, completely the same. Fred and George chattered incessantly behind Lamya, regarding her as if she were an extraterrestrial. All right, Fred, George, take Lamya and Hermione to Harry's house, Molly instructed, shoving them outside while tossing the keys into their hands. What about Ron? Where did he go? Hermione, trailing behind, inquired of Fred, who was opening the car door. Ron? He is not at home. Mum sent him to help the neighbors, Fred replied as he started the car. With a roar, the vehicle lifted gently into the air. Hurry up, George. George leapt into the passenger seat, while Hermione stood awkwardly on the ground, unable to reach the door due to her height. Fred, George, lower the car. Don't you see Hermione and Lamya haven't gotten in yet? A worried Molly stepped out of the burrow, spotting Lamya and Hermione standing on the ground. Lamya was able to reach the door, but that would be rather rude. Fred and George, however, had evidently developed mischievous intentions. Instead of descending, they ascended higher, leaving the little snake and traitorous lion behind. Their voices were filled with the glee of successful mischief. But Lamya certainly could manage. Lower the car. And I will tell you how I distinguish between you, she said. Though her voice was softer than Molly's, Fred quickly brought the car down to the ground. Flinging open the doors, Lamya swiftly pulled Hermione into the car, shutting the door behind them. Tell us, little snake. Both boys turned their heads in unison. First, take us to number 4, Privet Drive. Such a cunning Slytherin. Indeed. Lamya closed her eyes, treating the boys as mere air, only comforting Hermione beside her, ignoring everything else. Fred drove remarkably well, ensuring neither Lamya nor Hermione felt a single jolt. We have arrived, little snake. It is time to tell us. Lamya opened the car door. And after Hermione alighted, she turned to the eagerly awaiting boys and said, I will tell you when we return. Devious. I shan't trust you again. Lamya did not respond. Winking mischievously, her smile radiant like lilies blooming in summer, pure and resplendent. Soon, Lamya had escorted Hermione to Harry's residence. Meanwhile, Fred and George remained in the car, exchanging a knowing glance, noticing the shared flush on their cheeks, and silently turned away, closing their mouths. Chapter 59, Saving Harry. Lamya approached the door and knocked. Soon, heavy footsteps echoed, and Uncle Vernon opened the door. Oh, it's you wretched freaks. He quickly recoiled, alarmed, granting Lamya and Hermione entry. They had no time to deal with this foolish muggle. Harry's situation was uncertain, and they didn't spare him a glance as they ascended the stairs. Once they were upstairs, Uncle Vernon bellowed at them, as if that was the only way to vent his fear. Lamya and Hermione knocked on Harry's door several times, growing increasingly anxious when no response came. Hermione, more anxious than ever, began stamping her feet. Harry, open the door. It's us. She knocked forcefully while shouting. Inside, hurried footsteps approached, and finally, Harry opened the door, bleary-eyed, his glasses askew on his nose. Lamya, Hermione, what are you doing here? Harry appeared to have just awakened, looking bewildered at the sight of them. Harry, it's a relief to see you well. Lamya and I were worried sick. Hermione sighed deeply, clutching her chest in relief. Lamya, you were worried about me? Harry's eyes lit up, his lips curling into a joyful smile. It must be said, Harry's ability to grasp key phrases had significantly improved, entirely overlooking Hermione. Lamya's mouth twitched, but she remained silent, simply nodding. I am fine, Harry insisted, growing more excited. Come in. I was waiting for you to write to me, and then you just showed up. A letter? Ron and I wrote to you, especially Ron. He sent you many letters, and when you didn't reply, he thought something was wrong and wrote to us, prompting us to come find you. Hermione began explaining as she stepped into the room, barely taking a moment to sit down. How could that be? I never received a single letter. Harry exclaimed, moving aside the table behind him which held nothing but homework and a quill. This is quite strange. We clearly sent you letters, Hermione said, rummaging through the desk. Finding nothing at all, the two individuals remained oblivious to the peculiar expression on Lamya's face as she surveyed the surroundings of the room. She was convinced that other beings were nearby. Previously, she had dismissed them as mere animals. However, after her visit to Malfoy Manor, she could ascertain that these beings were indeed house elves. Do not fret. I believe I have a solution, Lamya declared, recalling Draco's gestures. Her fingers deftly maneuvering to intercept the letter intended for Harry, commanding, as a witch, I summon you. Reveal yourself. No sooner had Lamya uttered her command than Harry turned to his bed, where a house elf with large ears and vibrant green eyes materialized out of thin air. Instantly, Harry recognized those eyes as the ones he had seen peering at him from beyond the garden hedge that morning. Esteemed Miss Wizard, Dobby has heeded your call. The elf announced as he slid off the bed, bowing deeply, his elongated nose nearly grazing the carpet, though it was evident he was reluctant to do so. Are you the one who intercepted my letter? Harry exclaimed angrily, grasping the tattered pillowcase that Dobby wore, the holes in it having been torn wide open. Harry Potter. Dobby squeaked in excitement, causing Harry to startle and instinctively release his grip. Dobby has longed to meet you, sir. It is a great honor. Embarrassed, Harry stepped back, evading Dobby's outstretched hand. Return my letter, he demanded. No, Dobby cannot give Harry Potter his letters. Dobby must ensure Harry Potter does not return to Hogwarts. Harry Potter must remain in a safe place. I belong to Hogwarts. Give it back, Dobby. Harry insisted. No, there is a conspiracy. This year. The most dreadful events will transpire at Hogwarts, Dobby whispered, his voice trembling. What conspiracy? The trio collectively inquired, and Dobby cast a fleeting glance at them. Choking back his words. Bad Dobby, he lamented, repeatedly banging his head against the wall. Stop it, Dobby. Hermione urgently grasped Dobby, and Harry joined in, pulling him away. I command you to cease harming yourself. Lamya gestured once more, and Dobby obediently halted. Tears welled in his tennis ball-sized green eyes as Dobby stood still. But he could not divulge information, nor could he speak of it to anyone. Harry pressed him repeatedly for useful information, but Dobby remained unyielding. Seeking assistance, Harry turned to Lamya and Hermione. Let me try. Perhaps I have a better understanding of him. Lamya stepped forward, causing Dobby to flinch, seemingly intimidated by her presence. Dobby, you need not respond verbally. Simply blink, once for yes, twice for no. And under no circumstances must you harm yourself, understood? Chapter 60, The Truth. This was the second time Lamya had encountered such a remarkable creature. The house elves at Malfoy Manor were all obedient, devoid of any independent thought, yet Dobby was different. Lamya could sense his uniqueness. Thus, she resolved to ask him directly, hopeful that Dobby might reveal unexpected insights. Dobby, you have a master, do you not? Lamya tentatively inquired. Dobby quickly blinked once. Excellent. Then you came to find Harry because your master is aware, correct? Dobby's expression morphed into one of terror as he blinked twice, and Lamya, quick to react, thought he might be having a spasm. Meanwhile, Hermione and Harry, who had been attentively listening, could hardly contain their laughter. In contrast, Lamya diligently comforted Dobby until his fear subsided, continuing her inquiry. Dobby, do not worry, no one will find out. Dobby's eyes glistened with tears, and he nodded vigorously. Now, let us proceed, Dobby. You intercepted Harry's letter to protect him, did you not? Lamya draped a blanket over the trembling Dobby, who froze momentarily, tears streaming down his face as he whimpered, yet he realized he could not speak, merely gazing at Lamya in astonishment. Dobby, is it because there is a conspiracy against Harry at Hogwarts? Dobby trembled even more violently, but managed to blink slightly. Harry is in danger. Hogwarts is no longer safe. Did you discover this from your master? Dobby could no longer contain himself, screaming frantically as he banged his head against the wall, blood splattering forth. Bad Dobby, bad Dobby. Stop, Dobby, Lamya commanded, gesturing for him to cease his self-harm, realizing her questions had exceeded what Dobby could answer. Ever since entering this literary realm, Lamya felt for the first time that her kin were excessively benevolent. They merely confined human slaves without mistreating them. After all, only the blood of happy and joyful humans is the most delectable, yet the treatment of their slaves here was starkly different. Many, like those at Malfoy Manor, lacked even a single complete garment. After a lengthy moment of contemplation facing the wall, Dobby turned to Lamya. Miss, you are the kindest person Dobby has ever met. No one has ever offered Dobby a blanket or comforted him. Bad Dobby, bad Dobby. Dobby wept openly, using his tattered pillowcase as a handkerchief, and continued, Dobby is sorry. Miss, Dobby cannot allow Harry Potter to fall into danger. Lamya gently stroked Dobby's smooth head, and he looked up at her, his eyes brimming with sorrow. Do not worry, Dobby, Harry will not be in danger. I promise you, she assured him with a warm smile, so comforting that Dobby momentarily forgot he was still clutching the blanket. He was so moved that he once again used his tattered pillowcase to wipe his nose. Lamya suddenly pondered whether Dobby had perhaps torn his own clothing. Dobby wishes to apologize to Harry Potter. He never expected Harry Potter's friends to be such kind individuals. That is quite all right, Dobby. As long as you cease obstructing my return to Hogwarts, Harry said, awkwardly rising from the bed and mimicking Lamya's gesture by patting Dobby's small head. However, Dobby recoiled slightly in disdain. Harry sheepishly withdrew his hand, realizing he was ill-suited for sentimental gestures. Even Dobby found his affectionate gesture unwelcome. At that moment, a sharp crack echoed as the door swung open, snapping in two. Two similarly plump figures tumbled through the doorway, with the comparatively smaller Dudley being forcefully pinned to the ground by the clumsy Uncle Vernon, whose face turned a ghastly shade of red from the pressure. Meanwhile, Dobby vanished the instant the two entered. Ah, get up, Dad. Dudley struggled, but he was trapped beneath the weight of his uncle, who resembled a mountain. Uncle Vernon appeared utterly dazed, seemingly oblivious to the plight of his rotund son, who was jolted awake by Dudley's voice. In a flurry, he attempted to rise from the ground, but alas, the accumulation of his girth rendered him as immobile as a toppled weeble. What are you standing there for? Harry, quick! Lend a hand. And those freaks too. Uncle Vernon bellowed, his tone a blend of desperation and rudeness, despite the obvious plea for assistance directed at Harry. Harry, unwilling to witness his only relative suffocate, rushed forward, gripping Uncle Vernon's short, stout arm with all his might, his face flushed with exertion. Yet, even with his efforts, Uncle Vernon merely lurched forward slightly, only to rebound back after Harry relented. Dudley, who had been afforded a brief respite, once again rolled his eyes back in his head, resembling a caterpillar being mercilessly rolled about by a stick. Put in some effort, you wretched boy, Uncle Vernon croaked, proving utterly useless, his incessant complaints akin to a croaking frog. Frustrated, whether with anger or something else, Harry abruptly released his grip and retreated to the side of Lamya and Hermione, who were standing aloof, unwilling to intervene. I'm sorry, Uncle, I can't help you, Harry murmured, his palm trembling, marked with crimson lines from the pressure. Very well then, let us depart. Fred and George are awaiting us. Lamya noticed the chill that had settled over Harry. Harry, we will be at number 12 until school begins. Mrs. Weasley will be delighted to see you. All right, Harry responded quietly, casting one last glance at the cursing Uncle Vernon and the slightly revived Dudley before resolutely stepping out. Once they departed, Aunt Petunia hurriedly bounded up the stairs, reaching Harry's room in the blink of an eye, only to find the two hefty figures entangled in a heap. Oh, Dudley, my darling, Aunt Petunia exclaimed as she hurled the frying pan down the stairs, then rushed toward Uncle Vernon. Though merely an ordinary woman, her arms significantly less robust than Vernon's, she managed to pull him away from Dudley with surprising strength. Gasping for breath, Dudley felt a sense of relief as his insides finally had space, tears streaming down his cheeks, while Aunt Petunia tenderly embraced him, inadvertently neglecting the still prone Uncle Vernon. Lamya had seen Harry stealthily enter the kitchen, as well as the flustered Aunt Petunia, but Harry said nothing, and Lamya chose to feign ignorance. However, both she and Hermione understood that Harry would not abandon his family in distress. You lot decided to return after all. Fred thought you had been captured by muggles, George remarked, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he leaned out the window of the car. Lamya found the scene amusing. They were uncannily similar to Ron, especially when it came to their teasing. George, you drive, Fred instructed, effortlessly lifting Harry, who was seated in the back, while addressing George outside the vehicle. George drove steadily, and Hermione was nearly dozing off, while Lamya and Hermione in the back felt quite at ease. In fact, it seemed that every occupant of the car was in high spirits, save for Harry. Fred, put me down, Harry protested, his face flushed as he dangled from the window, a position that was already humiliating, particularly with the presence of the girl he fancied. Desperately, he struggled, angling his head forward to shield his mortification from Lamya. Come on, Harry, cut me some slack. There's no room for you in the back, Fred yawned. This spot suits you perfectly, George chimed in while driving. Initially, Lamya thought Fred was merely teasing Harry out of boredom, but when she saw Hermione settle in beside her, leaving scarcely any space in the back seat, she realized Fred's considerate nature. Reflexively, Lamya glanced into the rearview mirror, catching Fred's playful wink. Their eyes met through the glass, but ultimately, Fred was the first to look away. Before long, Harry caught a glimpse of the roof of number 12 through the car window. They had finally arrived. A barely audible sigh of relief escaped his lips. Chapter 61, Ginny. After disembarking from the car, Harry stretched his sore shoulders and cast a reproachful glance at the leisurely Fred. Could you not leave me a shred of dignity? What? Fred feigned ignorance. Nothing, Harry replied, glancing at Lamya's approaching figure, ultimately swallowing his words. Fred exchanged a triumphant grin with George as they strolled past Lamya, playfully bumping into her. Little snake, don't forget your promise. Without waiting for Lamya's reply, they entered the house and shut the door behind them. Lamya and Hermione followed suit into number 12, while Harry trailed behind, weighed down by fatigue, his legs feeling as if they belonged to a crab scuttling across the beach. Merlin's beard. Are you putting on a performance, Harry? Ron's voice rang out from the doorway, a half-eaten pie in hand. Lamya and Hermione followed his gaze, noticing Harry's peculiar posture. Thus, Harry found himself surrounded by laughter. He was too embarrassed to move forward. Though Lamya did not laugh aloud, her eyes sparkled with amusement. Mortified, Harry could hardly muster the courage to look up, mentally cursing Fred repeatedly. As if receiving Harry's silent thoughts, Fred and George emerged from the house, Fred quipping, "You are incredibly creative, Harry. Let us hang Ron out the window next time." George, spotting the awkward Harry, roared with laughter despite his fresh attire. "Good idea, George. Let us add lace to little Ronnie." Fred chimed in with mirth. Ron, incensed, abandoned his pie to chase after Fred, exclaiming, "I'm your brother. Little Ronnie is angry." Fred run. George sat back, enjoying the spectacle, pie in hand. The farce ultimately culminated in Molly serving up a honey pudding. "Children, dinner is served. Ron, call Ginny to eat." Molly placed the last pudding on the table. "Understood, Mom," Ron replied obediently, making his way towards Ginny's room. Casting a glare at Fred as he ascended the stairs, Fred responded with a cheeky grimace, igniting Ron's desire to leap down and confront him. Moments later, a red-haired girl with a ponytail bounded down the stairs. "Harry Potter!" she shrieked, covering her face before scampering back upstairs. "Dinner is ready, Ginny," Molly called up. But Ginny did not respond. "That child," Molly sighed. "Ron, go check on her." Ron was reluctant this time. He was eager to snatch the extra milk pudding from Fred, knowing he stood no chance against him, given Fred's 4 hands. "Mom, Ginny will come down," Ron grumbled, increasingly irritated, feeling that Fred did not regard him as a brother. "Oh dear, little Ronnie is upset," Fred taunted, laughing heartily while taking large bites of pudding. As Ginny descended once more, Arthur returned, while Ron furiously sliced the innocent pork chop on his plate, his expression a mask of fury. Initially intending to maintain a semblance of decorum, Ginny, startled, exclaimed, "Ron, what is your problem now?" Then, recalling that Harry was still present, she added, "Brother, your shoelaces are undone." Embarrassed, Ginny took a seat beside Harry. "I don't have shoelaces," Ron mumbled, glancing down to discover he was in flip-flops, devoid of any laces. Yet, Ginny offered no response, gently cutting her meat. Confused, Ron scratched his head and glanced over at Fred and George, who were attentively serving Lamya, and at Lamya, who casually transferred food onto Hermione's plate, his bewilderment deepening. "Are you all playing house or something?" he asked, taking a bite of the pork chop and speaking through his mouth full. Regrettably, no one provided an explanation, not even the well-informed Weasley parents, who feigned ignorance. Poor Ron remained blissfully unaware as he finished his dinner. When bedtime arrived, Harry was led to Ron's room, leaving Lamya, Hermione, and the elegantly dressed Ginny in the hall. "Hello, Ginny. I am Lamya Nocturne," Lamya introduced herself, feeling it necessary to clarify despite Molly having already mentioned her name. "Hi. I'm Ginny Weasley," Ginny replied somewhat awkwardly, yet courteously. Lamya noted Ginny's demeanor. She was perfectly amiable towards Hermione, but appeared somewhat resistant towards herself. Intrigued, Lamya recalled the events at the dinner table and Ginny's hasty change of attire, gradually piecing everything together. It seemed to stem from the sandwich Harry had offered her, prompting a knowing smile from Lamya. "Ginny, you fancy Harry, don't you?" Lamya decided to address the matter directly. Beating around the bush would only complicate things further. "I do not," Ginny retorted, believing Lamya was mocking her. "That is quite unfortunate," Lamya replied. Ginny, perplexed by Lamya's words, asked, "What do you mean? Don't you like Harry?" "I certainly do not," Ginny responded firmly. "But he served you food, and you both seem to have a good rapport," she added somewhat forlornly. "Ron and I are like that too. Do you think I fancy Ron?" "All right," Ginny's expression brightened. "No one would ever like Ron," she whispered. "My room is upstairs." Ginny beckoned the two, leading them to her quarters. Thus, the 3 girls truly forged a friendship. Chapter 62, The Mystery. Lamya and Hermione followed Ginny to her room, and the simple yet cozy atmosphere earned Hermione's admiration. "Ginny, your room is far nicer than mine." Ginny smiled bashfully. "I'm glad you like it. But the bed is a bit small. We may not all fit." Ginny paused, then dashed out, and soon a commotion erupted outside. "Hey, that's my blanket, Ginny," Ron shouted, his trousers hastily pulled up, following Ginny in a furious tirade. "Enough, Ron, you miser. Mom would let me do this," Ginny shouted back, clutching a brand new blanket as she rushed to close the door, panting heavily. Both Lamya and Hermione were momentarily taken aback. Ginny was even more endearing than they had imagined. The red-haired girl, unbothered by the slight sheen of sweat on her forehead, blushed adorably as she began to lay out bedding beside the bed. "I'll sleep here." "Or no, that is not acceptable. Mom said everything must prioritize the guests, and you two look like you should be pampered. As for me, it's no trouble." Ginny interjected with genuine seriousness, cutting off Hermione's protest. That evening, the 3 of them lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling and engaging in light conversation. "Hermione, Ginny, you're so fortunate." "Why?" Ginny queried. "I think this is simply the life of a typical wizard, especially with my several annoying brothers." As if recalling someone, Ginny's brow furrowed tightly. "Oh, Harry will surely think you're bragging," Hermione sighed, though she quickly stifled a laugh. "Harry? I couldn't care less what he thinks." Ginny's cheeks flushed, yet she maintained a proud pout, secretly relieved it was night, and that Harry wasn't present to witness her embarrassment. "Really?" Hermione giggled more heartily, bringing a smile to Lamia's face as well. It must be noted that the girls' nights were always lively and brimming with vitality. They never lacked for conversation. At that moment, they found themselves discussing everything from Harry to Snape's shampoo brand. "Hermione, I would certainly list that brand among the most dangerous items." "Goodness. It's simply dreadful." "Lamya, don't say that. Perhaps Professor Snape uses conditioner instead," Lamya jested. "Ginny, you must be referring to that poison snake Ron talks about incessantly. He once claimed Snape hadn't washed his hair in at least a year. According to him, you have no chance, Hermione," because Snape might not even possess shampoo. If Fawkes were to breathe fire on him, Hermione turned to Lamya, and they exchanged a knowing glance, erupting into laughter. Speaking of Fawkes, Lamya had left him at Hermione's home. He was too small to withstand such frequent movements. Their laughter resonated, gradually lulling them to sleep, until only the gentle breaths of the girls remained in the room. Upon awakening, Lamya rose from Tom's bed to find herself alone. Tom had left a breakfast with a warming charm and a note on the table. "Good morning, my sweetie." Lamya glanced at it briefly, her expression calm as she tossed the note into the trash. She was not an ordinary human girl. Tom's gestures paled in comparison to tangible benefits, which she would at least accept. Taking a sip of milk, Lamya found it peculiar. Although she could only be considered human at present, she still struggled to accept the odd taste of milk. After tidying up, she stepped out of the room. Tom had not set any restrictions, allowing her to easily traverse the Hogwarts campus. Wandering about, she noticed the atmosphere was markedly different from before. Every student was accompanied by a companion, and solitary figures were scarce. Furthermore, each person appeared anxious, seemingly apprehensive of some dreadful entity. "Don't go into the corridors, and avoid the potions classroom." Several Hufflepuff girls exchanged worried whispers, their faces reflecting a shared trepidation as they muttered prayers. After a short walk, Lamya discovered a crowd gathered ahead. Upon inquiring, she learned that Tom had established a club, the Slytherin Society, claiming its members were exemplary upper-year Slytherins who would protect every member, regardless of blood status. Upon hearing the commotion behind her, Lamya realized that this was an unequivocal deception. She could hardly believe that Tom would engage in such treachery. It served him no beneficial purpose. Thus, there could only be one motive. Tom craved power, or rather, he sought followers, who would inevitably become expendable pawns. Indeed, throughout these days, it was the half-bloods of Slytherin who had gone missing most frequently. Nevertheless, the students remained fervently drawn to the club. Lamya shook her head. The participants were bewildered, while the onlookers saw clearly. Those who were not directly affected would remain oblivious, and these students would never comprehend that their choices hastened their demise. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Lamya ultimately blew the whistle that Florrie had left for her. Time was of the essence, based on her understanding of Tom. Hogwarts was on the brink of chaos, and this presented her with an opportune moment to escape. Lamya had even devised a plan. Upon her exit, she intended to eliminate Florrie Macmillan and reclaim her life until she could find a means to extricate herself from this odious nightmare. Soon enough, Florrie Macmillan arrived at the designated meeting point, standing on tiptoe and searching for Lamya's presence. Just as Lamya prepared to approach him, a distant voice caught her attention. Lamya, surely, cannot control the scapegoat. Lamya could only discern fragmented snippets, yet she was certain her name was uttered, and the voice was one she recognized all too well. Quietly, Lamya crept closer and discovered none other than the furtive Antonin, who seemed to have just concluded a conversation and was now peering cautiously into the shadows. After a moment's hesitation, Lamya resolved to follow him, ready to strike first if necessary. Antonin led her through a labyrinthine path to the entrance of the girls' lavatory, where the dim light barely penetrated, and the sound of dripping water echoed ominously. Antonin lingered at the door, showing no intention of entering, while Lamya remained concealed in the shadows, vigilant of his every movement. However, she was so engrossed that she failed to notice a dark figure emerging behind her, a hand raised ominously towards her neck. By the time Lamya realized the danger, consciousness slipped away, and all she saw were a pair of ink-stained eyes. Chapter 63. Lockhart. Lamya jolted awake from her dream, sitting upright abruptly, her movements awakening the slumbering Hermione beside her. Rubbing her weary eyes, Hermione inquired, "Lamya, what is the matter?" Lamya did not respond, still lost in the reverie of that haunting gaze, devoid of any recollection of its owner's identity. "Lamya?" Hermione asked, perplexed, waving her hand in front of her. "I am fine, Hermione," Lamya finally replied, casting a glance at her friend before lying back down. "Lamya, you appear quite disturbed. What has transpired?" Hermione asked with concern, placing a hand on Lamya's shoulder. "I am fine." Lamya's tone betrayed an irritation she was unaware of. No one could aid her. This was her punishment. Yet Lamya remained oblivious to her transgressions, finding the punishment excessively harsh. Sensing Lamya's distress, Hermione ceased her inquiries, instead gently patting her back in a comforting gesture. Moments later, Molly knocked softly on the door, her gentle voice drifting in. "Darlings, rise and shine. Breakfast is ready. We shall be heading to Diagon Alley shortly." Ginny mumbled something as she opened her eyes, noticing that Lamya and Hermione were already dressed and tying their shoelaces. Hermione cast worried glances at Lamya from time to time. Ginny, ever perceptive, noted the tension but wisely refrained from questioning. Clearly, the two had not quarreled, indicating it must be a private matter, unfit for inquiry. As the three emerged from the room, they found Molly tugging at Ron's ear, with a bewildered Harry standing nearby. Ron, how could you let Harry sleep on the floor? Let alone use your old blanket? That's not how it happened, Mom. Ginny took my blanket. Besides, I can't very well share a bed with Harry, can I? Ron winced in pain, casting furtive glances at Harry. Still lying, are we? There are more than enough blankets in your room. Even so, you should have been the one on the floor. Harry is a guest. How could I have raised you like this? Molly was genuinely upset. Please don't be angry, Mrs. Weasley, it was my fault. Ron was supposed to sleep on the floor, but I refused. Harry interjected, taking Ron's side. Molly finally released Ron, though her disbelief lingered, suspecting that this was merely to spare Harry's feelings. Just as Harry sighed in relief, George and Fred approached, chuckling. Little Ronnie's crying. Harry's been ratted out by Mom. Their teasing brought a flush to Ron's cheeks, and he retreated into the room, feeling wronged. Harry anxiously knocked on the door. That's not how it went. Ron didn't lie. I spilled milk on my blanket, and I was using his. I truly didn't want to cause any trouble. Molly, enraged, sent George and Fred downstairs. Then turned to Ron with an apologetic tone. I'm sorry, little Ron. I misjudged you. You're truly a well-behaved child. Come out. I've made your favorite pumpkin pasties. Her voice was laced with remorse. Hermione and Ginny joined in comforting Ron, while Lamya emerged from her emotional turmoil. She couldn't let a mere dream shatter her reality. After receiving comfort from everyone and hearing the apologies from George and Fred, Ron slowly emerged from his room. Although his eyes were still red, he appeared significantly brighter. I suppose I can manage to forgive you, Ron declared, raising his chin in a manner reminiscent of Draco. You look just like Draco now, even more insufferable. Harry teased with a laugh. Ron grimaced. I'm nothing like him. Yet he quickly lowered his chin. Once they finished breakfast, the children lined up in the fireplace in an orderly fashion. Children, remember to clearly state Diagon Alley. Do not mispronounce it. Or who knows where you might end up. Merlin himself wouldn't know. Molly cautioned repeatedly, anxious about the little ones getting lost. Understood, Mum. You've said that countless times. Ron, growing impatient, covered his ears, muttering that even Neville had memorized it. After George and Fred successfully left, it was Ron's turn. He grabbed a handful of flu powder and, after a few stumbles, finally managed to pronounce Diagon Alley, causing Molly to clutch her chest in fright. Next time, I shall reiterate this many more times. She called out to Ron, who was still in the process of vanishing. The remaining trio, Lamya, Hermione, and Ginny, had a smooth journey, especially Lamya, who articulated Diagon Alley clearly and disappeared in an instant. They emerged from the fireplace at the leaky cauldron, with Ron covered in soot, undoubtedly having brushed against the fireplace. The group had agreed to meet at Flourish and Blots before parting ways. George and Fred were eager to check out the latest prank products, while Mrs. Weasley planned to take Ginny to the robe shop and wand store, as they had numerous purchases to make. Before they departed, she reiterated her warnings against venturing into Nocturne Alley. The area is teeming with perilous dark magical artifacts. Among the largest establishments is Borgin and Burke's, which offers an array of sinister items, including shrunken heads, enormous black spiders, withered hands, and poisonous candles. Each of these items poses an extreme danger that these young wizards cannot possibly contend with. Lamia learned of this from Draco, who reportedly frequented the shop for business dealings. She felt that Draco placed too much trust in her, sharing everything with her. At some point, Harry procured 4 butterbeer ice creams, distributing one to each of them. The quartet strolled down the street, marveling at the dazzling shop windows and the vibrant magical trinkets. Hermione acquired an entire set of notebooks and an assortment of colorful inks, claiming they were perfect for highlighting different points in her books. Ron scoffed, suggesting it would be wiser to purchase some jelly beans, which would be far more useful. Indeed, they could serve to silence you, Hermione retorted. After a while, they made their way to Flourish and Blots, only to be startled by the throng outside. The store was packed to capacity, with a large crowd gathered outside, eager to squeeze in. A massive banner was unfurled before the upstairs window, Gilderoy Lockhart signing his autobiography. Magical Me, 12:30 p.m., 5:30 p.m. It's Lockhart. I've read his books. Our reading list is filled with them, she exclaimed. Lamia was forcibly pulled into the bookstore by Hermione, where Lockhart's dazzling white teeth stood out prominently. His greasy smile was ever present. Lamia noticed Mrs. Weasley fussing with her hair, oblivious to their presence. Mum, Ron shouted. Mrs. Weasley remained unaware, while Ginny tugged at her sleeve. Lockhart scanned the crowd, his gaze eventually landing on Harry. Isn't that the illustrious Harry Potter? The raucous crowd quieted, turning to look, and at last, Mrs. Weasley noticed them. Lockhart, with his shoes polished to a shine, forcibly introduced Harry to the reporters, announcing his impending role as the new defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Harry, standing beside him, felt utterly mortified, wishing he could bury his head in the ground. The farce concluded with Lockhart distributing a complete set of his books. Chapter 64, The Diary. Harry finally managed to escape Lockhart's clutches, his hands sore from the numerous handshakes, with some individuals even seizing the opportunity to embrace him. He harbored an intense resentment towards Lockhart's antics, eager to extricate himself from the crowd. "Harry, over here," Hermione called, standing on tiptoe and waving her arms. With Lockhart's entire collection of hardcovers in his arms, Harry stumbled as he approached, his glasses askew and sweat beading on his forehead. "Lamya, did you buy any books?" he asked, setting the books down to wipe his brow. "No," Lamya replied nonchalantly, dismissing the notion that she could glean any knowledge from those tomes. In her dreams, Tom frequently practiced dark magic, and she was somewhat aware of its intricacies. It was a profound discipline, whereas Lockhart seemed merely a braggart, much to Hermione's misguided admiration. "Well then, I'll give you this set, so you won't need to buy any," Harry grinned foolishly, adding, "I'll carry it to school for you." Unbeknownst to them, Draco had arrived and stood behind them, witnessing Harry's sycophantic behavior with a smirk that seemed to threaten to drop to his collarbone. "Attention-seeking Potter. Look at you. Even at a bookstore, you need to be front-page news. Do you think you're special? I could gift Lamya a cartload of books. She wouldn't want your pathetic collection," he sneered. The group turned to see a scowling Draco, his face adorned with an irksome smirk. "Shut up. He doesn't want that," Ginny retorted. Had Hermione not restrained her, Lamya believed Ginny would have charged at Draco. "Potter, I see you found yourself a girlfriend," Draco drawled, casting a smug glance at Lamya, who appeared utterly bewildered. Ginny's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly hid behind Hermione. "Don't be ridiculous, Malfoy. Ginny is Ron's sister," Harry hastily defended, glancing at Lamya, anxious to avoid any disappointment in her eyes. But Lamya remained aloof, standing silently beside Hermione, oblivious to Harry's gaze. "Malfoy, you should leave, you pitiful little boy who can't find his father," Ron interjected, mimicking Draco's tone to bolster Harry. "Weasleys, a family of paupers, starved all summer just to afford this semester's textbooks. Paupers and orphans, how fitting. Huh, the famous Potter's girlfriend is a Weasley pauper. This is headline news for the Daily Prophet." Draco guffawed, his demeanor condescending. He seemed unfazed by Ron's words, which only served to infuriate Ron and Ginny further. Ginny, incensed, was ready to pounce on him, but Hermione nearly tore her clothing, trying to restrain the bull-headed girl. "Shut your mouth, Malfoy," Harry snapped, equally irate, his previously calm demeanor now seething. "What is going on?" Arthur Weasley, arriving from the Ministry, immediately spotted the heated exchange, flanked by the curious twins. "Oh, look who it is, the bigwig from the Ministry, Arthur Weasley. What's this? The big shot is buying his children second-hand robes? Perhaps I should gift her a new set?" Lucius Malfoy remarked, placing a hand on Draco's shoulder. Both father and son sharing a mocking expression as they regarded the flustered Ginny. "Lucius," Arthur called out stiffly, but Lucius paid him no heed. "Look at these books. All second-hand," Lucius continued, casually picking up the worn and yellowed tomes from Ginny's basket, feigning regret. Yet the Weasley family was well aware that Malfoy had no genuine kindness in him. As anticipated, Lucius's next statement made Ginny lower her head in shame. "If you apologize to Draco and promise not to oppose him in the future, I will gift each of you a complete set of new books and new robes." His voice lingered as he glanced at the downcast Ginny, setting the second-hand books back in the basket. The group was drawn in by Lucius's words, failing to notice his actions. However, Lamya observed that among the discarded books, there was a black diary, conspicuously new. Lucius effortlessly turned with Draco, unaware that the Weasley family charged forward. "How dare you?" Lucius clutched his face, disbelief evident as he gazed at Arthur Weasley, who had just thrown a punch. I didn't expect you wouldn't dodge," he hesitated to say. "Arthur Weasley, you will regret this. Just wait. You will never have the chance to linger at the Ministry again. I will ensure your family has no income." Lucius, furious, wiped the blood from his lip and stormed out of the bookstore, indifferent to whether Draco followed. "Dad, I'm not caught up yet," Draco exclaimed, engaged in a scuffle with Harry and Ron, only to turn and find his father had already left, clutching his face. Draco, in a fit of anger, shoved Ron and Harry aside, brushing off the dust from his robes as he hastily pursued Lucius. "Never associate with them again." Lucius's face was swollen on one side, his words slurred. "Understood, Father." Draco cast a fleeting glance at Lamya before trailing closely behind Lucius. Malfoy halt. Ron was not about to let Draco escape so easily. He lunged towards him, followed closely by Ginny, who discarded her book basket, exhibiting no semblance of femininity. "Stop fighting," Hermione exclaimed, rushing forward to separate the three, just as Ron received a solid punch from Draco. "Get away, Weasley." Draco attempted to catch up with Lucius, but was ensnared by Ron's persistent grasp. In a fit of irritation, he kicked Ron, which incited Ginny to retaliate fiercely, leaving Harry momentarily dumbfounded. At that moment, Lamya quietly seized the diary from Ginny's book basket, inexplicably drawn to its aura of energy. Ultimately, Draco could not shake off Ron and the others. "Father, come save me," he shouted as Ginny tugged at his collar, struggling to turn back. Alas, Lucius had already vanished from sight, oblivious to his son's plight. It was Lamya who finally intervened, pulling Ginny away. "I'll let you off this time. Go find your father, poor diapered boy." Though Ginny released her grip, she shot back a biting retort. Upon returning to her room, Lamya began to delve into the diary, but to her dismay, no matter her approach, she gleaned nothing of value. Chapter 65, Unusual. Regrettably, after much perusal, Lamya discerned nothing particularly remarkable, save for the distinctive bat-shaped emblem that captivated her interest. "Where did you acquire that diary?" Hermione entered with 3 cups of milk, setting the tray down before glancing at Lamya. "Did you buy it today?" Lamya was at a loss for words, merely murmuring a response. She could hardly admit it was obtained from Lucius, as Hermione would not believe her, not to mention it rightfully belonged to Ginny. "It looks rather special," Ginny remarked as she sat up, offering a compliment. Lamya nodded silently, closing the diary and placing it back in the drawer. As the girls prepared for bed, a cacophony erupted outside. "It's so loud, I can barely fall asleep," Ginny exclaimed, startled and irritable. "I don't know," Hermione replied, her eyes half-lidded, stifling yawns. "I'll go check," Lamya declared, her alertness contrasting with the others as she threw off her covers and stepped outside, where the Weasley twins and a gooey Ron awaited. "Fred, George, I'm telling Mom," Ron wailed, his fingers stuck in his hair, a comical sight as he stood at the door, half a slipper dangling from his ankle. Lamya cast a dispassionate glance before attempting to shut the door, but Fred caught sight of her. "Hey, little snake, come here. We need you." Fred and George beckoned her, poised to invade if she did not comply. Lamya had no intention of engaging with them. She retreated further into her room. "Who is it?" Hermione poked her head from beneath the covers. "Nothing," Lamya replied, ready to close the door, but a hand slipped in, halting her. "Don't shut the door, little snake. You Haven T told us how you distinguish between us." Fred pushed the door open, revealing their identical red-haired heads. "We'll discuss it tomorrow," Lamya stated nonchalantly, pressing against the door. "No, we want to know now, or we'll come in," Fred and George chorused. "Don't let them in, Lamya," Hermione shouted, retreating into her blankets in fright. "Get out, or I'll break your legs tomorrow," Ginny bellowed, perfectly embodying Mrs. Weasley's fierce demeanor. "Ginny, can't you act a bit more ladylike?" "Yes, just be a girl," George mocked, dismissing Ginny's threats entirely. Ultimately, Lamya managed to close the door. She was no ordinary girl, possessing strength far exceeding theirs. Meanwhile, everyone overlooked the poor Ron, who sobbed for a long time without receiving any comfort, even from Harry. Leaving him to sulk back to his room, where he found Harry peacefully asleep, his eyes reddened with frustration. Back in the girls' room, they had already returned to bed. With Ginny fast asleep, Lamya lay down and soon succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, she discovered herself confined in a pitch-black room, though her sight was obscured. She discerned through touch that this place did not align with any room she recognized, suggesting it was perhaps not even within Hogwarts. Lamya contemplated whether Flass Macmillan had rescued her, but she quickly dismissed that notion, as he had no reason to imprison her. She had promised him. Though she did not intend to fulfill that promise, he would remain unsuspecting. "Is anyone there?" Lamya called out, only to be met with an echoing silence. She groped her way to a chair, awaiting the appearance of her captor. Surely they would not have abducted her without tending to her needs. As a typical kidnapper would not behave so carelessly. As anticipated, her intuition proved correct. Footsteps soon echoed outside the door, followed by a soft click as it swung open. "Who are you?" Lamya squinted into the darkness, retreating until her back met the cold wall behind her. The figure approaching did not respond, but drew nearer, instilling in Lamya a chilling sense of familiarity. She should have anticipated this, for only he possessed the capability to orchestrate such an event within Hogwarts. "Tom, what do you want?" Lamya gathered her wits, striving to suppress thoughts of her previous plan, well aware that Tom could hear her innermost thoughts. "Lamya," Tom's voice sounded different, more rigid, as if he had not spoken in a long time. It carried an unfamiliarity. "I hope you do not leave me." "Why?" Lamya retorted, "By what right?" Although she knew Tom would not genuinely harm her, her tone grew increasingly defiant. Yet unbeknownst to her, she was subtly swayed by Tom's presence. The Lamya of months past would never have dared to act so boldly, for an unknown adversary must never be underestimated, lest one find themselves in peril. And so it transpired. Tom's grip tightened around Lamya's throat, the veins on his forehead bulging as he seemingly grappled with his own inner turmoil. "Lamya, I need you to promise me." His fingers remained unyielding, clutching her delicate neck with unwavering force. "Impossible." Lamya declared, unwilling to concede this time, if necessary. She would perish in this dream, for she would not truly die, and Tom would not allow her to meet such an end. Then you shall remain here forever. Tom cast Lamya to the ground, where she gasped for breath, desperate to reclaim the oxygen she had missed. By what right, Tom? What gives you the authority to confine me? Lamya poured the tears of the phoenix from her embrace into her mouth. Her magical power had just begun to recover when she cast a spell at Tom, causing him to collapse momentarily. However, to her dismay, Tom merely waved his wand lightly. Emerging unscathed, Lamya, you truly are quite disobedient. I shall make you understand, he declared, as a burst of green light emanated from his wand. Lamya felt as though her very bones were being crushed, agony coursing through her, causing beads of sweat to form on her brow. Tom inflicted but a mere second of excruciating torment before retracting his wand, gazing at Lamya, yearning to hear her plead for mercy. Yet, she allowed herself to fall to the ground in silence, an act that only served to infuriate him further. Very well, Tom remarked, casting another spell, this time lasting a full minute. Lamya's complexion turned ashen, as though she might faint at any moment. Perhaps unbeknownst to him, Tom's fingers trembled slightly around his wand. Chapter 66. Concession. Ultimately, Tom refrained from continuing. Lamya was in a pitiable state, her silver hair matted with sweat against her face, yet she defiantly held her head high, resembling a tenacious rabbit, fully aware of the futility of her resistance. Tom withdrew his wand and forcefully poured his blood into Lamya's mouth, uttering not a word before turning to leave. Only after he departed did Lamya expel the blood from her mouth, though she had swallowed some, feeling her magical essence wane. Nevertheless, she felt no remorse for her earlier actions. Tom's mood was volatile, capable of exploding at any moment, yet she needed to provoke him thus, to ascertain his limits, and gradually make him recognize her standing in his perception until he ceased to raise his hand against her. Lying flat on the floor, Lamya contemplated the increasing proficiency of Tom's dark magic. She needed to act swiftly. As for Antonin Dolohov, she decided to set him aside for now, intending to investigate once she and Flass Macmillan had devised a plan. With her resolve firm, Lamya rose from the ground. Tom had left the door unlocked, perhaps incited by her earlier provocations, yet she could not dwell on it. Time was of the essence. As she traversed the campus, not a soul crossed her path. Hogwarts enveloped in an eerie silence. Upon blowing her whistle, she quickly concealed herself, sensing that something was amiss. However, after a considerable wait, Flass's figure remained absent, stirring a sense of worry within her. Yet, she doubted that Tom could exercise control over the entirety of Hogwarts with so many professors present. She blew the whistle once more, but Flass still did not appear. Instead, a group of wizards adorned in green robes approached her, their direction unmistakably aimed at her hiding spot. Lamya furrowed her brow. Something was decidedly off. She recognized them as members of the Slytherin Club, their robes emblazoned with bat and serpent motifs. Strangely, they seemed to know precisely where she was hiding, making their way directly to the thicket in which she concealed herself. The leader was none other than Antonin Dolohov, though he appeared markedly different now, his skin even paler, dark circles under his eyes. With her magic depleted, Lamya was helplessly escorted into Tom's chamber. Antonin thrust her into the room and locked the door behind him, ignoring her desperate cries. Stop shouting, he cannot hear you. Behind her, Tom advanced step by step. Lamya was taken aback by his sudden appearance, instinctively retreating until her back met the cold wall. You are exceedingly disobedient. Such a rudimentary test, yet you refuse to indulge me. TSK, is it your foolishness that blinds you? Or, Tom's sharply defined jaw flickered in and out of the shadows. Even if it is a trap, you are determined to seek that man. He grasped Lamya's chin tightly. What will you say? Do you not already possess the answer? Lamya replied with an indifferent tone, her aloof expression only serving to infuriate him further. His countenance twisted, and the next moment, he laughed. Lamya, what do you think you are? Do you believe I could be toyed with at your whim? Tom's teeth ground together, his eyes bloodshot, showing no intention of releasing her. Lamya pushed against him, as expected, failing to budge him. Very well, do as you please. Flass Macmillan was likely already ensnared by Tom. Her plans had unraveled. Indeed, I killed him, just after you followed Antonin away. Huh, I severed his fingers one by one. Would you like to see? Tom's cruel smile revealed a bloody truth in his clear blue eyes. So he was speaking to you. Indeed, I have long seen you. Lamya, you are ever so radiant. Tom suddenly shifted, taking a strand of her hair to his nose, intoxicated by its scent. You are truly repugnant. Lamya disdainfully yanked her hair free, her expression piercing Tom's heart, leaving him frozen in place, clutching the severed lock. Tom could no longer feel his heartbeat, only an infinite pain spreading throughout his being, a torment surpassing even the agony of his fractured soul. I am repugnant. And what of you, Lamya? Do you think your deeds go unnoticed? Tom's wicked smile returned. Do you believe yourself pure? You are, in truth, no different from me. I have never claimed to be pure. I hold no guilt, Lamya replied coolly, her gaze hollow, akin to that of a lifeless corpse. This elusive quality drove Tom to madness. You hold no guilt? Ha ha ha. Then tell me, do Aurora Yaxley and Namra Eversley know? Do not forget, they perished by your hand. Or rather, they succumbed to your bloodsucking. Are you innocent? Lamya, you and I are the same. You ought to understand me. Tom extended his arms wide. I am not like you. They are your kin, not mine. Lamya felt no anxiety over her secrets being discovered. She had never anticipated maintaining the facade for long, and Tom likely knew long before, though she could not fathom how he had discovered her. Having disposed of them so cleanly, even casting them into the Black Lake, they should have remained undetected. You disposed of them quite neatly, yet I have not observed you for a single second less. Lamya, you exist within my gaze. Tom stated. Realization dawned upon Lamya. It was no wonder Tom possessed such knowledge. Her plans had likely been revealed long ago. What do you wish? Lamya sighed, a sense of despair washing over her for the first time. You know, Lamya, you know what I desire. Tom's expression returned to its veneer of gentleness. Yet beneath that gentle facade lay an unfathomable abyss. I understand, Lamya nodded, falling silent. However, Tom was evidently dissatisfied, yet he did not compel Lamya. His objective had been achieved. She would come to realize they were of the same ilk. No one knew how delighted Tom felt upon witnessing Lamya, under the cover of his slumber, disposing of their corpses into the Black Lake. After Tom departed, Lamya remained in the room, reflecting on the events that had transpired. Her initial intention had merely been to test whether the blood of others would affect her magic as it did Tom's, never anticipating murder. However, fate was not on her side. That night, she only encountered Aurora Yaxley, whose constitution was too fragile. Lamya merely inhaled a bit too deeply, and she fainted. Lamya could not drag her back, and thus had no choice but to end her life. As for Namra Eversley, she could only lament her misfortune. After all, she happened to cross paths with Lamya. With a sigh, Lamya acknowledged the grim reality. Another lifeless body now weighed heavily in her hands. She had prepared her lines for when the Academy discovered their absence, yet regrettably, until Tom exposed her, no one had inquired about them. Reflecting on this, Lamya understood that her lack of suspicion was largely due to Tom's machinations. He truly had a hand in everything. Lamya now felt an overwhelming regret for entangling herself with such a madman. There was no way to evade him, nor to shake him off. Chapter 67. An unexpected turn of events. Lamya refrained from venturing out, remaining in her room until she awoke from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she felt less refreshed than before. Instead, a sense of fatigue enveloped her. Lamya attributed this weariness to the mental exertion of outsmarting Tom in her dreams. Outside, the dawn was just breaking, and beside her, Hermione and Ginny were still fast asleep. As Lamya lay there, her gaze fell upon a peculiar light emanating from the wardrobe, as if someone were beckoning her. Stunned, she opened the wardrobe. The source of the light was none other than that diary. Upon extracting it, the diary's brilliance dimmed, reverting to its previous inky darkness. With the diary in hand, Lamya stepped outside her room, and aside from the initial glow, the diary exhibited no further signs of activity. Turning her attention to Ginny's old desk, she noticed several quills that had long been untouched, alongside a pot of dried ink. Approaching the desk, she opened the diary and placed it atop the surface, attempting to dip a quill into the reconstituted ink, inscribing the word hello. In the next moment, several lines of text appeared on the diary's pages, as if someone were writing from the other side. Hello, I am Tom, pleased to meet you. Lamya paused. And just then, Hermione's voice echoed from within the room. Swiftly, she closed the diary and tucked it into her cloak, turning just in time for the door to swing open, revealing Ginny and Hermione, both dressed and ready to go. Lamya, what are you doing here? Hermione inquired, glancing around in confusion, not detecting anyone else. Oh, nothing much, just woke up, Lamya deflected. Well, let us head downstairs. Mum should have breakfast ready. Today, I'm going to Hogwarts with you, Ginny exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Lamya regarded her. Ginny had made an effort to look presentable, and the already exquisite girl appeared even more radiant, particularly her long, flowing red hair cascading behind her, alive with vitality. Upon descending the stairs, they encountered the silent Weasley twins, a dejected Ron, and a fuming Mrs. Weasley, while Harry sat awkwardly to the side. Fred, George, how could you torment Ron like this? He spent 3 hours washing last night. Mrs. Weasley held up 3 fingers, as if to poke them in the eyes. Mom, we were just joking with Ron, Fred protested. Yeah, just a joke. Ron's used to it, George chimed in, as they pulled Ron into a faux brotherly embrace. Ron, clearly uncomfortable, was silenced as George covered his mouth. And what about the guests in our home? What if you frightened a few young ladies? Mrs. Weasley trembled with indignation, hurling the spatula onto the plate. Hermione cleared her throat awkwardly, prompting Mrs. Weasley to turn around. Upon seeing the girls, her demeanor softened instantly. Sweethearts, you're so good to have risen without needing to be called. The Weasley twins exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into smirks. Lamya feigned ignorance, settling at the table behind Hermione. Mrs. Weasley's rapid change in expression left Ron momentarily stunned. Mom, you still haven't punished them. Enough, Ron. Don't disturb the girls while they're eating. Mrs. Weasley shot him a disapproving look, forcing him to silence, while the twins' unabashed mockery deepened his discomfort. Children are up quite early. Arthur Weasley arrived, holding a newspaper. Ah, Harry, today's headline features you and that Lockhart fellow. Arthur chuckled lightly, not noticing Molly, who was busy serving breakfast. Who would have thought? You're quite photogenic, far more handsome than that greasy Lockhart. He resembles a greasy pork chop. He glanced at Molly, who was placing the last plate of breakfast in front of him. What are you talking about, Arthur? Molly queried, setting down the final dish. Oh, just the headline. Arthur replied, spreading the newspaper across the table. Lockhart's large portrait nearly consumed the entire page, while Harry's image was reduced to a mere fragment. Oh my, it's Lockhart. And Harry, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, seizing the newspaper for a closer look. Indeed, Harry's relegated to the corner, Arthur muttered under his breath. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, the Weasley twins maneuvered Ron aside and seated themselves next to Lamya. Little snake, you're a trickster. Tell us, how do you distinguish between us? Lamya cast them a glance. You all have different scents, she replied succinctly. Scents? What do I smell like? And what about me? They persisted with their inquiries. Lamya, anticipating such questions, had no intention of answering. Come on, little snake, do tell us. I don't know, she finally replied, growing exasperated by their persistence. The twins turned to whisper among themselves, stealing glances at her, while Lamya chose to ignore them, preferring to be left undisturbed. After breakfast, Arthur left for work, and Mrs. Weasley escorted them to King's Cross Station. Children, don't be afraid, just like you did before, she encouraged. Fred, you go first. One of the twins dashed forward, running straight into the wall and vanishing. Following him were George and Percy, who had just arrived at the platform. Once Ginny entered, Mrs. Weasley spotted a familiar face, exchanged a few words with them, and wandered off to chat. All right, it's our turn. Harry eagerly pushed the luggage trolley, gathering momentum before colliding with the wall. To his dismay, he crashed directly into it, the trolley toppling over, scattering belongings everywhere. Oh no, the passageway is closed, Hermione shouted. Lamya glanced at the clock on the wall. They still had a full quarter of an hour before the passage would close, indicating something was amiss. Hey, what are you doing? This is a wall. A station attendant approached them, questioning their adult companions. The group was at a loss for words, but Hermione managed to apologize to the attendant, leading the others in search of Mrs. Weasley. Unbeknownst to them, Mrs. Weasley had vanished, and they searched the entire station in vain. Is that Harry? A soft, gentle voice called from behind them. As several individuals turned around, they discovered a young girl pushing her luggage. She possessed long hair reminiscent of the color of a lamia and mysterious violet eyes. Greetings, I am Luna. Chapter 68, The Night Steeds. Ron, the impulsive one, blurted out Luna's nickname before quickly covering his mouth, embarrassment etched on his face. Hello, Luna, I am Hermione. And this is Lamya, Harry, and Ron. Hermione nudged Ron playfully before smilingly introducing everyone. Are you heading to Hogwarts? Luna, seemingly unfazed by Ron's comment, disregarded the nickname. Although she disliked it, she sensed no malice behind it. Why not go inside? Luna pushed the luggage trolley toward the wall. Be careful, Hermione cautioned, covering her eyes, fearful of witnessing Luna's potential fall. However, Luna, upon feeling the trolley collide with the hard wall, halted just in time, realizing something was amiss. Strange. It's not yet time, she said, pulling out an unusual pocket watch adorned with colorful birds. She stared at the dial for a while, perplexed and considering trying again. This time, Harry stepped in front of her. I've tried. Look, he said, pointing to the swelling on his forehead, which ultimately dissuaded Luna from attempting once more. This wall must be malfunctioning. How are we supposed to get to school? Today is the first day of term. Harry scratched his head, visibly agitated. Be careful. Luna had produced a pair of colorful owl-shaped glasses, which, rather than appearing comical, endowed her with an air of enchantment. You have quite a few pesky insects around you. They will distract you. Allow me to chase them away. Luna waved her hands above Harry's head. All right, do you feel any better now? Indeed, it seems to have improved. Thank you, Luna, Harry replied, though he felt nothing extraordinary. Out of politeness, he continued the conversation. Unbeknownst to him, his demeanor had shifted from irritation to one of lightheartedness. Would you like to accompany me in the carriage to school? I hope they haven't left yet, Luna said softly, her voice ethereal, like moonlight caressing the ears of those present. Aside from Luna, no one else proposed alternative solutions. Ron's family car had been driven to the Ministry of Magic by Arthur, and the train to Hogwarts had likely already departed. Hence, after a brief discussion, they decided to follow Luna in hopes of fortune. We're here. Wonderful, they haven't left. We can take these carriages to school. Luna, holding her luggage, led them to two horse-drawn carriages without front ends, gently approaching to touch the air before her. Merlin's headless ghost, what is she doing? Should we truly trust her? Ron, frightened, hid behind Harry and Hermione, while Lamya, without any baggage, stood with her arms crossed, observing the docile black-winged horses under Luna's direction. They possessed dragon-like heads, bat-like wings, and pale, pupil-less silver eyes, their elongated bodies tightly hugging their bones, making every sinew evident. Their long, black tails and broad, powerful wings added to their striking appearance. Ron's exclamation caught Lamya's attention. She turned to see Hermione comforting Ron, though it was clear she did not comprehend Luna's actions. Of all present, only Harry and Lamya remained unperturbed. Oh, I almost forgot. You cannot see them, Luna chuckled softly, stepping forward to explain. They are the night steeds, visible only to those who have encountered death. Having assessed the reactions of those around her, Lamya remained unfazed. Harry appeared somewhat disheartened, while Hermione and Ron looked astonished, rubbing their eyes in disbelief yet still unable to see the night steeds Luna described. Luna understood their confusion and ceased her explanations. She promptly placed her luggage into the carriage and leapt aboard. Hurry now, or the night steeds will depart. Lamya followed her lead, reaching out to assist Hermione, while Harry and Ron climbed into another carriage. Throughout the ensuing journey, Hermione appeared increasingly anxious, frequently lifting the curtain, each time startled to find herself soaring in a carriage without a front, yet she remained determined to gaze outside. Hermione, the pesky insects around you are about to consume you, Luna remarked, still wearing her vibrant glasses, the refracted colors casting a lively glow upon Lamya's cheek. Upon hearing Luna's words, Lamya opened her eyes, her crimson pupils fixated on the top of Hermione's head. She saw no pesky insects. But it was evident that Luna spoke truthfully. Hermione was indeed feeling unwell. You cannot see them, so do not worry, just spray this. Luna rummaged through her bag, producing a vial of purple potion. The pesky insects will soon disperse. As she sprayed the potion toward Hermione, she recited an incantation. Hermione remained motionless, her serious expression lending an air of authenticity to the situation, dispelling any notions of jest. Done. Luna raised the vial to inspect its contents. There was little left. I hope there aren't too many pesky insects. They can indeed be quite bothersome. Lamya and Hermione offered no response. One was not inclined to speak, while the other was entirely at a loss for words. This exceeded Hermione's knowledge, and she silently resolved to read every book in the Hogwarts library. Thankfully, Luna remained oblivious to their lack of response, as she was preoccupied with extracting newspapers from her bag, carefully wrapping each one by date. Is that the Daily Prophet? Hermione inquired curiously, leaning closer and instantly recognizing the vibrant lettering, momentarily taken aback, for it was evidently not the Daily Prophet, which was notoriously mundane. This is the Quibbler. My father is the editor, and I save them every day. Luna unfurled one of the newspapers, revealing the bold title, The Quibbler, Editor, Xenophilius Lovegood. Lamya showed no interest, merely glancing at it. Hermione, however, was intrigued and began discussing it with Luna, filling the carriage with the sounds of their laughter. At that moment, the carriage was jolted violently, causing a sudden lurch. Hermione lost her balance, tumbling toward the floor, but Lamya swiftly extended her hand to catch her. After steadying the startled Hermione, Lamya lifted the curtain, discovering Harry's carriage shaking violently, the night steeds pulling it seemingly in great distress, emitting a piercing cry. Someone is attacking the night steeds, Luna declared. Lamya gestured around the carriage. Dobby, I command you to cease your assault on the night steeds. Indeed, as Lamya finished speaking, the anguished night steeds ceased their struggles, letting out a final cry before resuming their steady flight. Only then did Harry have the opportunity to pull back the curtain. Is that you, Dobby? He asked, his hands gripping the window, his face pale and visibly shaken. Lamya nodded, then commanded Dobby to reveal himself. Chapter 69, Out of Control. Dobby did not mean to, Dobby said, his head bowed, standing in the carriage, looking pitifully at Lamya. Did I not promise to keep Harry safe? Why did you act this way? Lamya's expression was far from pleased. However, Dobby seemed not to comprehend, persistently offering apologies and even attempting to strike the carriage wall. Dobby did not doubt Lamya. It was merely that Harry Potter could not attend Hogwarts. Lamya smirked and nodded. Is this how you wish it to be? Shall he plummet from great heights and meet his demise? Lamya closed her eyes, feeling for the first time the exhaustion that comes with the inability to communicate. Harry Potter would not perish. Dobby would only cause him to break his legs, thereby confining him to his home. Dobby still believed he had done no wrong. Yet the weight of Lamya's presence rendered him unable to lift his gaze. What about Ron? What about Hermione? Can you save us all? Or will you only protect Harry, leaving us to meet our innocent fates? Lamya's icy glare swept over Dobby, who trembled nervously, his large ears quivering, while his slender fingers twisted beneath the tattered pillowcase. Dobby did not mean to. He simply had not considered it deeply. Dobby was on the verge of tears, helplessly glancing at the sympathetic Hermione. Then I need not consider you any longer, Lamya remarked with a cold laugh, her magic swirling in her hand as a fireball shot towards Dobby, who writhed in agony on the ground. Dobby was wrong, utterly wrong. He curled up, cradling his head, as his tattered pillowcase was singed with large holes, utterly ruined. That's enough, Lamya. Dobby has not truly harmed us, Hermione implored, tugging at Lamya's robe. Unable to bear the sight of Dobby's pitiful state, especially now, with his face covered in soot, Lamya huffed, remaining silent. Yet the fireball in her hand dissipated without being hurled again. Dobby, you must trust Lamya. We will all protect Harry. Your assistance is counterproductive and will only burden us. Hermione hesitantly spoke, watching as Dobby visibly wilted, his once bright eyes now dull. Dobby did not intend to, he cried, covering his face with his hands, using his ragged clothing as a makeshift handkerchief. All right, we forgive you, Hermione quickly reassured him. Bad Dobby, bad Dobby. Dobby was not consoled, only intensifying his pounding against the floor, causing the entire carriage to sway as if it might topple at any moment. Stop, Dobby, Lamya commanded, her patience wearing thin. Dobby complied, yet his wailing only grew louder. Lamya, exasperated, covered her ears. It was disastrous. The carriage was now swarming with bothersome flies, undoubtedly drawn by the sound of his cries. Luna produced a purple vial, spraying it into the air, but it was insufficient. There were too many. Cease your weeping, Lamya bellowed, startling both the wailing Dobby and the distressed Hermione. Silencio. Lamya cast the silencing charm upon Dobby, and the carriage was instantly enveloped in silence. Lamya rubbed her throbbing ears, casting an irritable glare at the voiceless Dobby. The spell proved far more effective, despite Hermione's lengthy attempts yielding no results. Lamya had even contemplated abandoning Dobby, confident he would land safely given he was a house elf. But Hermione's compassion for the little creature led her to merely seal Dobby's mouth. Hermione sighed in relief. It was a last resort, as Dobby had been entirely unresponsive to her words. Now, at least she could speak, for Dobby's cries had completely drowned out her voice. To be prudent, Lamya bound Dobby, for she had never believed Hermione could persuade him. Hermione did not object. She too was nearing her wit's end with Dobby's incessant disruptions, especially given his well-meaning nature. When the carriage finally hovered above Hogwarts, Lamya lifted the silencing charm from Dobby. The moment he could speak, he exclaimed Harry's name, clearly aware that there was no escaping. They had arrived at Hogwarts. Lamya refrained from responding. She was not Hermione, lacking such kindness. Indeed, Lamya will protect Harry. After receiving Lamya's consent, Hermione sought to soothe the agitated Dobby. I must leave now. I must go at once. With a snap of his fingers, Dobby vanished in an instant. The others tidied up as the carriage descended slowly, the sky now shrouded in darkness, with only the Great Hall illuminated. Well, here we go. We must enter the Great Hall in front of the entire student body. Ron, in a fit of resignation, dropped his luggage onto the ground. Fred and George will find this utterly hilarious, along with that loathsome Malfoy. Ron sat down, showing no intention of moving forward. Ron, get up. We're not late yet. Hermione urged the seated Ron. Impossible, we are definitely late. Ron was unconvinced, pulling out a sandwich from his bag for dinner. We're not late, Luna insisted, raising her pocket watch among them. What is this? Who can understand it? Ron mumbled through a mouthful of sandwich. The red bird's beak is the hour hand. The green one is the minute hand, and the yellow one is the second hand. Look, we have plenty of time. We can go in without issue, Luna explained, pointing to the watch. Come on, Ron, there are giant chicken legs for dinner, Harry urged, trying to pull Ron up by his luggage. Hermione joined in the persuasion. Only Lamya remained silent, quietly observing Ron, her palm flickering with flames. Ron shuddered. He had witnessed Dobby's misfortune. Right, the people in the hall might be waiting for us. Let us hurry, I want 10 chicken legs. Ron sprang to his feet, slinging his bag over his shoulder. His swift movements startled the others, who were about to continue their pleas. They remained oblivious to Lamya's subtle actions, with only Ron aware of her formidable presence. The trio exchanged glances, unable to comprehend but willing to accept the outcome. They made their way to the Great Hall, and just as they opened the door, a plate of white, unidentifiable substance hurtled towards Ron at the front. Ron screamed, drenched in sweet, creamy mushroom soup, a flavor he cherished but certainly did not expect to smell on himself. Wiping his face, he caught sight of Fred and George, who were barely suppressing their laughter. Chapter 70. Ron's Transformation. Ron, as if on autopilot, immediately began to curse upon seeing the twins. Fred and George, you may not treat me like a brother, but I've only just arrived at school, and you're already bullying me. This is my one new outfit. He finished, wiping away tears. His dark robe was splattered with a large amount of white liquid. A pitiful sight, especially with only the area around his eyes remaining relatively clean. What nonsense. How could we ever bully you? Exactly. We consider you our dear brother. Fred and George chimed in unison, leaving Ron momentarily speechless. Fred, do you think Ron believes we did this? I suspect so, George replied. The two individuals exchanged a glance before stepping aside, revealing a flustered Simon Finnegan behind them, holding an empty basin. He appeared exceedingly anxious, yet mustered the courage to greet. Good evening, Ron. Have you had dinner? Perhaps you'd like some mushroom soup? Ron, on the verge of an outburst, found himself at a loss for words, and merely shouted in irritation, Save it for yourself, Finnegan. He then dashed out, inadvertently jostling Harry and the others as he passed. What just happened? Harry queried, puzzled as he turned to Fred, who shrugged innocently. Ron's in a mood. He probably thinks the mushroom soup isn't enough. Harry was unconvinced. Ron had been so upset that it couldn't possibly be so trivial. Lamya and Hermione followed closely behind Harry, while Luna had already returned to her Ravenclaw seat, engrossed in conversation with the girls beside her. What's wrong, Harry? Why did Ron run off? Hermione approached, puzzled by Ron's earlier shove against her. I'm not sure, Harry replied. Fred said Ron thinks the mushroom soup isn't enough. Despite his skepticism, he felt obliged to relay Fred's words. Harry and Hermione conferred briefly, intending to comfort Ron. It was undeniable that Ron was in a pitiable state, bullied by the twins at home and unable to escape it at school. At least at home, Mrs. Weasley would intervene, but at school, he had to endure silently. I'll go check on him, Lamya declared, eager to escape the cacophony of the bustling hall. The room was packed with boisterous students and chattering professors, all evidently awaiting the same person, Dumbledore, who, as per usual, had yet to arrive and was later than even they were. Lamya need not ponder too deeply. Her sole aim was to coax Ron back, or perhaps drag him. Either would suffice to complete her task. Ron, what happened? She called out as she traversed a short distance, soon spotting Ron crouched on the ground, weeping disconsolately. He appeared utterly despondent, tears streaming incessantly down his cheeks. What are you doing here? Ron was taken aback to see Lamya, someone with whom he rarely interacted, let alone someone he had disparaged in front of Harry on more than one occasion. Why couldn't it be me? Come on, you haven't eaten anything. Lamya responded without resorting to force. Ron looked too pitiful for that. His form was curled up, the dim light casting shadows across his back. His fiery red hair dulled in the night, and his eyes, glistening with tears, resembled a lost puppy seeking a home. Lamya, you're not as detestable as I thought, Ron said, wiping his eyes with his sleeve, which only served to redden the already inflamed skin around them. Thank you for the high praise, Lamya replied with unexpected amusement. Well aware of Ron's previous sentiments about her, labeling her a selfish and cold-hearted Slytherin, Ron had never held a favorable view of Slytherin, and this was the first time he had shown kindness to a member of that house, hence Lamya's astonishment. He lifted his swollen eyelids, and by chance, noticed the fresh white stains on his new clothes, remnants of an entire basin of creamy mushroom soup that had been splattered upon him. Even Merlin himself could not salvage his garments now. This was a purchase he had saved for a long time, meant to escape Malfoy's taunts of being a pauper. Yet it had been ruined before he even had a chance to wear it for a full day. The mere thought of it sent Ron into a fresh bout of tears. Come now, Ron, it's not the end of the world, Lamya said, quickly grasping the reason for his distress. She gently patted his back, feeling how thin and fragile he was, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Lamya genuinely felt there was no cause for alarm. It was just a piece of clothing, and she could easily restore it to its former state. With a flick of her wrist, she effortlessly banished the stains from Ron's attire without even needing to draw her wand. Initially intending to chastise Lamya for her overconfidence, Ron suddenly felt a tugging sensation on his clothes and, upon looking down, was astonished to see the stains had vanished. Overcome with joy, he tugged at his garment in disbelief, unable to articulate his happiness. Lamya, you're quite impressive. You're the only Slytherin with any decency. Ron attempted to express gratitude, but his words tumbled out in a jumbled mess, causing his face to flush red. No, I mean, you're not selfish like the rest of Slytherin. That's not right either. Flustered, Ron scratched his head, finally settling on. I'm sorry, Lamya. I've said many unkind things about you before. His sincerity was evident in his wide-eyed expression. Lamya chuckled softly. All right, I accept your apology, Ron. Now hurry back. Everyone is waiting for you. Ron shyly nodded, straightening his somewhat crumpled clothes before turning back toward the hall. Lamya, however, remained behind, standing motionless in the open space, her gaze tranquil and unwavering, akin to a statue that had withstood the test of time. As Ron walked a fair distance, he spoke extensively, assuming Lamya was right behind him. But when he received no response, he turned around only to find she had vanished. Even when he retraced his steps, there was no sign of her. Ron worried that he had spoken too much and annoyed Lamya, fully aware that she despised those who chattered incessantly. He chastised himself lightly. What was I thinking? Rambling on like that? Reluctantly, Ron returned to the hall, where Dumbledore had finally arrived, his beard in disarray as he held a microphone, speaking animatedly. Ron, are you all right? Harry set down his meat pie and pulled out a chair for Ron. Mate, at least wipe the grease from your lips. I feel like the pie is more important to you than I am, Ron retorted, distancing himself from Harry in disdain. His robe was new, and he couldn't risk Harry's mess ruining it. Harry awkwardly pulled out a handkerchief to clean his mouth, while Hermione glanced over, both baffled by Ron's sudden transformation after a brief absence. Everyone in Gryffindor knew he would typically wipe his greasy fingers on his clothes after finishing a chicken leg. Meanwhile, Lamya had returned to her dormitory, where the silence enveloped her, a much more suitable environment. Chapter 71. The mysterious space with nothing else to occupy her time. Lamya retrieved the diary, noticing that its once dull cover now shimmered with a newfound luster, particularly the bat motif, which had transformed dramatically, sprouting a dark green serpent amidst its wings. Curious, Lamya penned a simple greeting, "Good evening," and then fixed her gaze intently upon the page. "Good evening." In no time, the diary responded with a beautifully inscribed line, igniting her interest. "Are you alive?" "Afraid not." The diary promptly replied, its honesty rather unhelpful. Lamya pressed on with more inquiries regarding its age, appearance, and preferences, and the diary dutifully answered each one, yet her interest waned as the conversation lacked depth. She contemplated returning the diary to Ginny, deciding it was more suited for a young girl eager for answers. Lamya reclined on her bed, the outside world filled with indistinct calls echoing through the night. She had effortlessly infiltrated Draco and Harry's dormitory, not only satisfying her hunger, but also managing to evade their notice. Initially, Lamya had intended to hunt tonight, but inexplicably, fatigue washed over her, compelling her to lie down. A sensation that began the moment she opened her diary. Lost in her thoughts, Lamya drifted off to sleep. When she next opened her eyes, she found herself sprawled on Tom's bed, entirely alone in the room. A glance around the familiar surroundings made it clear that Tom had carried her to his dormitory while she slept. Rising to stretch her sore body, she approached the door, noting that Tom had left it unlocked. However, Lamya dared not repeat her previous actions. Once could be deemed a test or a reminder, but twice or thrice would be courting disaster. Tom's current mental state was beyond her control, and a moment's carelessness could lead to her demise at his hands. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a piece of paper from the drawer, scribbling a note to inform him of her intention to wander the campus, promising to return shortly. She placed the note in a conspicuous spot within the room, ensuring it would be the first thing he noticed upon entering before stepping outside. Hogwarts remained as lifeless as ever, though it was now teeming with patrolling professors, each bearing a grave expression, their wands never far from hand. Lamya made no effort to conceal herself, presenting herself as merely an ordinary student. As she passed by the patrolling professors, they merely cast a cursory glance in her direction before moving on. Lamya observed that their attention was drawn to the Slytherin emblem on her robes and the Slytherin club pin that Tom had affixed to her chest at some point. After a while, she encountered no one, save for a few Slytherin students whose expressions were one of disdain, even as they walked in groups. It was evident that none held any regard for the others. Finding it exceedingly dull, Lamya soon returned to her room, where she discovered Tom had returned, intently examining the note she had left behind. "Back already? You kept your promise," he remarked, adjusting the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his high nose. He had grown even more aloof, shedding any pretense of the amiable senior he once portrayed, now openly revealing the darkness that resided within him. Lamya nodded, opting for silence as she lowered her gaze and stepped further into the room. However, Tom extended his long leg, blocking the already narrow passage. "Where did you wander off to?" His narrow, piercing eyes scrutinized Lamya's profile through his glasses, reminiscent of a cold serpent poised to devour her. "Just took a brief stroll," Lamya replied, acutely aware that she should acquiesce to Tom's whims to minimize her suffering. Yet, she yearned to assert her own will, unafraid of Tom divining her thoughts, and met his gaze defiantly. "Very well. This afternoon I shall take you to see other sights. You have yet to explore the forbidden forest of Hogwarts," he declared. With a swift motion, he enveloped her in his long arms, resting his chin atop her head, relishing the long-missed warmth and softness. He shut his eyes in comfort. Lamya, I have been quite busy lately, and for that, I apologize, Tom spoke, oblivious to whether she was listening or not. Lamya responded with a soft hum, acknowledging him. Unperturbed by her apparent disinterest, they remained in each other's embrace until Lamya's body ached from the prolonged contact, prompting her to extract herself from his hold. Tom, what have you been busy with lately? She inquired cautiously, eager to discern if it bore any relation to her or posed any threat to her safety. It pertains to you, but fret not. You shall be unharmed as long as you remain by my side, Lamya, Tom assured, pulling her hand into his and gently squeezing it. Lamya nodded, realizing there was no need for her to speak further. Tom had entirely cast aside any semblance of concealment. Would you like to see? Tom queried, noticing her troubled demeanor. See what? Lamya lifted her gaze, her red eyes glimmering with a flicker of fire, though it was faint. Yet, when provoked, even the smallest spark could wreak havoc. Tom remained silent, leading her to the girls' lavatory, marking the first instance he had personally taken someone there. Do not stray too far from me. Stay right behind me, lest I cannot guarantee your safety, he cautioned, a hint of concern lacing his voice. Despite having satiated the monster within. Understood, Lamya replied, her interest piqued as she beheld the lavatory, which she had been unable to fully appreciate due to the previous incident. Approaching the sink, Tom uttered a series of cryptic words, the meaning of which Lamya could barely discern as human language. In response, the sink began to descend, revealing an ancient, dark golden stone pillar adorned with a fierce serpent's head, so lifelike it seemed poised to spring forth and strike. As Tom continued his incantations, the pillar morphed, unveiling a deep, dark passage wide enough for two. Do you dare venture down with me? Tom suddenly inquired. Lamya remained silent, tightening her grip on his dry palm. Tom's eyes narrowed in delight as he leapt into the abyss first. Lamya found herself cradled in his arms, and they descended for what felt like an eternity until they landed on the ground. Dust clung to Tom's back, while Lamya emerged seemingly unscathed from the passage. Tom lifted his head, anticipating her praise, aware that he could have easily used magic to transport them without a speck of dust marring her. Yet, he relished the experience. Lamya, however, was oblivious to his gaze, her attention fixated on the enormous serpent's shed skin before her. Tom, is this what you brought me to see? Lamya questioned, prodding the pale yellow skin with her finger, which crumbled into dust at her touch. Instinctively, she withdrew her hand and turned to face Tom, her expression neutral. Yet her slightly flickering pupils betrayed her growing alarm. Impossible, Lamya, Tom chuckled, ruffling her hair. This is merely refuse. The true thrill lies further within. It is quite dark ahead. Would you prefer to stay closer to me? Lamya had little choice in the matter. Before she could voice her thoughts, Tom pulled her into his embrace, their fingers intertwined. Taking a quiet breath, she inhaled the peculiar scent emanating from Tom, which always brought her a sense of tranquility, even in perilous circumstances. Tom, will you be in danger? Lamya asked, her voice laced with a tinge of madness, only to quickly realize the absurdity of her concern. What did Tom's safety have to do with her? Their fates were not intertwined. He was but a figment of her imagination, a mere specter within her dream. I will not abandon you, Lamya, Tom declared with earnestness, tightening his grip on her hand, as if that alone could tether her to him. That is not feasible, Tom. Nothing is impossible, Lamya. There is nothing I cannot achieve when I set my mind to it. Tom chuckled self-deprecatingly. If there is anything that has been consistently true, it is you. You repeatedly lead me to defy my own principles. Lamya fell silent, beginning to feel the encroaching chill, a novel sensation indeed, for in her previous existence, she had not even been able to register the slightest touch of cold. Lamya initially managed to endure, but as time passed, her body began to tremble, and even the breath she exhaled turned white. Lamya, you are freezing, Tom remarked, clad in a thin robe, exuding no sign of discomfort. In fact, his palm was as warm as a furnace. Unable to resist, Lamya tightened her grip and cautiously approached him step by step. Yes, Tom, Lamya replied. According to her assumptions, Tom should have cast a few warming spells on her, or at least a heat charm, yet he merely asked a question and made no further effort. Even pulling away from her, his hand gradually retreating. The corridor was long, extending into an unseeable distance. Lamya was unaware of what lay ahead, and certainly would not allow Tom to withdraw his hand. She exerted more strength, firmly grasping his warm, dry palm in her small hand. Tom remained silent, his hand no longer retreating. But the crescent shape of his eyes and the involuntary upward curve of his lips betrayed his delight. Lamya still felt exceedingly cold, and without magic. She realized that Tom had no intention of casting a spell for her. She could only embrace his entire arm to find some solace. Tom's joy intensified. Yet their pace diminished, and it seemed they took nearly 30 minutes to cover less than 500 meters. Lamya was astonished. Tom, are you walking too slowly? It's freezing here. After speaking, she pressed closer to him, inexplicably finding that proximity to Tom raised the temperature significantly. Lamya, it's too dark ahead. I am trying my best to walk faster, Tom replied, discreetly placing his wand back into his robe, glancing back at Lamya, who was nearly pressing her face against his arm. Seeing that she had not noticed his subtle actions, he felt reassured. The corridor was indeed very dark, and Lamya understood Tom's predicament, choosing not to speak further but instead striving to stay close to him, hoping to absorb warmth from his presence. Shortly after Lamya spoke, Tom quickened his pace. However, the temperature in the corridor plummeted, making Lamya feel as though it was colder than the most frigid crypts of her clan. Tom occasionally glanced at her, yet still did not cast a spell. Lamya could endure no longer and halted her steps. Tom, let us turn back. It's too cold here. Her nose had turned red from the cold, and she raised her pitiful little face, her eyes filled with dependency. Of course, this was all perceived by Tom. The reality was that Lamya stubbornly held onto Tom's hand, leaning against the icy wall, refusing to move forward, exuding a sense of defiance and obstinacy. You can go if you wish. Otherwise, you can return with me, for I will not proceed any further. Lamya's temper flared, and she realized that Tom had been deceiving her all along. He had no intention of showing her the creature he cared for, but rather sought revenge. That's not true, Lamya. How could I do such a thing? Tom wanted to laugh, but felt a pang of compassion instead, gently pinching Lamya's frostbitten cheek. There truly is something ahead. Come with me and see for yourself. I would never deceive you. Lamya glanced back, seeing no light behind her, but ahead. She could at least discern the outline of some structure, a massive entity of sorts. Lamya circled around Tom, suddenly tugging at his robe to reveal the thin shirt beneath. I am dressed thicker than you. Why aren't you afraid of the cold? Lamya questioned, perplexed. I am no ordinary person, Tom replied, his smile unwavering since they entered, leading Lamya to suspect he might never tire. I do get tired, but right now, I am quite happy. Tom couldn't help but chuckle. Lamya devised a plan. She fully opened Tom's robe and nestled inside. Although warmth enveloped her instantly, she still felt the bone-chilling wind. Next, she removed her outer coat within Tom's robe, thankful for its ample size that allowed her to move freely. Tom allowed her actions, even catching the coat she tossed aside. Lamya, if you do this, how will you come out later? Tom chuckled, resting his chin atop her head. I won't come out at all, Lamya casually retorted, turning to tightly embrace Tom's lean, strong waist. Indeed, her method proved effective, with only 2 thin layers of fabric between them. The friction of their skin generated warmth that melted away Lamya's icy stiffness. Sensing the benefits, she clung to Tom, resolute in her decision that even in a dream, she would not deprive herself of comfort. Tom was exceedingly pleased, guiding Lamya forward, and his speed dramatically increased. They covered what had previously taken 30 minutes in merely 10. The robe, which Lamya had tightened around herself, now gaped as he moved. Tom glanced down, fastening all the buttons and ensuring it was snug. After a while, Lamya felt fatigued and, with a casual stretch of her legs, hung onto Tom's waist, gripping his neck with her hands and resting her head against him, comfortably closing her eyes. Tom felt exasperated. He only had 2 hands, needing to hold the robe while managing Lamya's coat and now supporting her as well. He wished for an extra pair of hands. Though he could only indulge in such thoughts, Tom nevertheless did his utmost to support Lamya, ensuring she would not grow too weary. Soon enough, before Lamya even opened her eyes, they arrived at their destination, a vast underground chamber adorned with a colossal stone statue. Lamya, wake up. We've arrived, Tom gently called near her ear. Lamya finally opened her eyes, realizing that since Tom wished for her to rely on him, and she did not harbor any aversion towards him, she would embrace this situation. Thus, she had no intention of dismounting from Tom's hold. It was only when she beheld the immense creature before her that she felt profoundly grateful for her decision. Chapter 73. The Serpent Beast. Tom firmly set Lamya down. Lamya, you can't hide in my arms and see anything. You won't be able to observe a thing. With a mischievous grin, he turned her head to face the sight before them. Lamya gazed at the enormous serpentine head, its eyes closed, a long tongue flickering out, releasing a foul stench, while the occasional glint of its sharp fangs sparkled ominously. It turned out that the creature Tom had mentioned was a gigantic serpent beast, even without seeing its eyes. Lamya could envision how chilling and venomous they must be. I've seen enough. Let us go. She tugged at the hem of Tom's shirt, casting a glance behind her. The darkness loomed behind, devoid of any light, and she realized she could not navigate her way out alone, reliant solely on Tom. Lamya understood this, which is why she spoke so softly. No, Lamya, You haven't seen clearly. Tom remained unyielding, and a series of strange sounds emanated from his lips. Incomprehensible to Lamya, just as before. However, the serpent beast appeared to understand, twisting its massive body closer to Lamya, and she felt the stench intensifying, reminiscent of the sacrificial pits of her clan, equally potent and overwhelming. Lamya had not inhaled such a scent for a long time, yet she was now merely a fragile human. Ever since Tom had revived her, the aroma of the basilisk had awakened the terror coursing through her veins. In a state of panic, she stumbled backward, yearning to grasp Tom's hand, but he had already distanced himself. Lamya struggled, unable to find a sanctuary, and could only succumb to the basilisk as it drew nearer. Its grotesque maw widening, sharp fangs hovering ominously above her head, as if poised to strike at any moment. With a piercing scream, she was suddenly enveloped by a pair of pitch-black bat wings that appeared behind her, shielding her just as the basilisk was about to close in. Upon reopening her eyes, she found them awash in crimson. The bat wings receded, and with a mere glance, the basilisk recoiled in fear. Tom rushed to Lamya's side, taken aback that the creature had defied his commands. Moments earlier, Tom had savored the delight that Lamya's presence brought him, upon witnessing her fear of the basilisk. He had whimsically suggested that it frighten her. To his horror, the basilisk had responded by attempting to devour her. Pale and shaken, Tom hurriedly shed his outer robe, draping it around Lamya. "Are you all right, Lamya?" he asked. Lamya let out a cold laugh, understanding now why so many half-bloods had vanished from Hogwarts. "Tom, did you not know my secret? I am neither a pure-blood wizard nor even a wizard at all," she remarked, her gaze fixed on Tom's pallid countenance. "Then why did you command it to attack me?" Tom was at a loss for words, repeatedly asserting that he had not intended for such a thing. Lamya interrupted him. "It's all right, Tom." She offered a perfunctory smile, sensing that it was not the right moment for further discussion. Just moments prior, she had genuinely believed she would perish in the jaws of the basilisk, contemplating how to communicate with the system to resurrect her in a dream, and plotting her revenge against Tom thereafter. Yet, she had not anticipated that the basilisk would fear her. Though she was the last of her pure-blood lineage, their worlds had diverged. Casting aside Tom, she advanced towards the direction where the basilisk had concealed itself, which shrank back in trepidation. It was merely a pitiful serpent, not malevolent by nature. In truth, the creature had only acted on Tom's words, intending to frighten Lamya without any true desire to harm her. Had it genuinely wished to attack, it could have easily done so at a moment's notice. However, the basilisk had not foreseen that as it approached, the woman brought forth by its master would suddenly sprout wings larger than its own head, her human essence vanishing, replaced by a scent that instilled fear in its heart. Tom grasped Lamya's hand, imploring, "Lamya, let us leave, it's all my fault." He assumed she intended to slay the basilisk and sought to prevent her. "Tom, I have yet to fulfill my purpose," Lamya replied with a chilling smile. "Did you not say we are of the same kind? If you were in my position, would you simply depart?" Tom fell silent, knowing well that Lamya would not let the basilisk go so easily, nor would she forgive him. "What are your intentions?" he asked, taking a deep breath as if steeling himself. "As long as you do not kill it, you may do as you please." Lamya paused, taken aback. "Why would you think so, Tom? I have no intention of killing it. I merely wish for it to experience my feelings." Lamya was no fool. She understood the significance of the basilisk to Tom. Even without his words, she could discern that, although he might momentarily tolerate her actions, his patience would not last forever. Approaching the basilisk, which revealed half of its tail from its hiding place, she unleashed the aura of her bloodline with abandon. The creature trembled in fear, its tail curling inward. Lamya felt a sense of satisfaction. As for the instigator, she had ample time. He could not continue to thrive without opposition, given a single opportunity. She would not allow him to remain so brazen. Tom exhaled in relief, wishing to embrace Lamya, only to be rebuffed. She no longer felt cold. She needed to exit this place before her strength returned. Ignoring Tom behind her, Lamya retraced her steps according to her memory. Chapter 74, The Storm Yet to Come. On her way back, Lamya felt none of the intense chill from before. Instead, the surge of her bloodline's power enabled her to move with swiftness. Even within the frigid corridors, "Lamya, stop," Tom called out, pursuing her from behind. Perhaps his earlier guilt had dissipated, replaced now by irritation at her swift departure. "Tom, we should return promptly. This place is hardly safe," Lamya replied, glancing back but quickening her pace. She was not naive. Tom's intention to keep her from walking alone was evident, and while she understood his thoughts, she was determined not to acquiesce. Although Tom would ultimately succeed in his endeavors, she was unwilling to make it easy for him. Tom's demeanor was less agitated than before. Lamya's words had diverted his focus. He understood that Lamya would not readily forgive him, yet he was confident he would find a way, just as he had before. he reassured himself, hastening to catch up with the rapidly moving Lamya. The two arrived at the exit in half the time it had taken to enter. As they emerged, Lamya inhaled deeply. The scent of the Hogwarts girls' lavatory was unremarkable, yet far superior to the underground. At least now she could breathe easily. Lamya, would you allow me to explain? Tom implored as he climbed up beside her. In the light, Lamya noted his disheveled state, his appearance a stark contrast to his usual polished demeanor. Tom, we both know the truth. There is nothing to explain. Perhaps you should grant me some freedom, Lamya replied gently, casually brushing the dust from his shoulder. Tom's eyes flickered, fixating on her slender, pale fingers. Lamya, are you not angry? Such a simple gesture caused Tom to question his judgment. He had assumed Lamya would feign politeness only to confront him once they reached safety, yet her demeanor was contrary to his expectations. Not only was Lamya unperturbed, but she also offered him comfort. Tom recognized the gravity of his actions. Had it been anyone else, he would have killed them without hesitation. Yet now, he found himself worrying whether Lamya harbored the same thoughts. I am not angry, Tom. You did not act with malice. I understand that you care for me. How could I be upset over such a trivial matter? Lamya had mastered this survival tactic from a young age, and fortunately, it had proven effective time and again. This instance included. Tom was deeply moved, devoid of the imposing presence of Hogwarts' greatest antagonist, his eyes shining like stars. Lamya smiled softly, setting aside her recent capricious temper. She found his appearance utterly captivating. Was it merely a dream? What harm was there in indulging in such fantasies? Yet, once she uncovered the truth, Lamya would long to burst in and rouse herself from this reverie. Best not to touch wildflowers that ought not to be picked. Later, Tom exhibited remarkable gallantry. As if Lamya had just been resurrected by him, enveloped in a gentle demeanor. He offered embraces and served her meals, exuding none of the oppressive air of a leader. After Lamya dozed off on Tom's bed, she awoke to the bright light of day. Bewildered, she glanced around. The dream felt so vivid that she often lost track of which realm was truly real. It appeared as though the dream was gradually consuming her, birthing another self. As she stirred, she realized she was more fatigued than usual. The diary she had carelessly discarded the night before lay quietly beside her pillow, emanating a faint luminescence. Lamya paid it little mind, changed her clothes, and exited the room. Unbeknownst to her, at the very moment the door clicked shut, a faint, ethereal figure emerged from the diary, bearing an identical visage to Tom S., gazing intently in the direction Lamya had just vanished. Almost there, Lamya. After leaving her room, Lamya headed towards the Great Hall. Though she had no need for breakfast, she hadn't visited the hall since the previous evening and wished to avoid any unnecessary trouble. She had already paid the price for her earlier indulgence, as Draco and Harry were relentlessly pursuing her. Good afternoon, Lamya, Harry exclaimed cheerfully as he played with Ron. Upon her entrance, he greeted her with unrestrained joy. Good afternoon, Harry. Lamya settled into her usual spot, oblivious to the familiar gazes surrounding her. Over time, everyone had grown accustomed to her peculiarities. However, Draco evidently held a different view. From somewhere, he produced a sheet of gold paper, deftly flipping it, and a lifelike origami crane took flight towards Lamya. Propping his chin on his hand, Draco watched her with a smile dancing at the corners of his lips. Lamya cast a glance at the crane. It was exquisite, though its sole flaw lay in its creator's lack of finesse, as it faltered midway through its flight. It drifted just out of reach, and before Lamya could retrieve it, Ron seized the opportunity, swiftly unfurling the crane and reading aloud in an exaggerated, theatrical tone. Oh, dear Miss Lamya Nocturne, you are so beautiful today that I cannot fathom an appropriate adjective to express it. I can only humbly offer you my knee. Ron laughed uproariously, shoving aside the eager Harry, swallowing the last bite of his savory bacon sandwich. Today's pumpkin juice is exceptionally delightful. Yet I find it pales in comparison to a single strand of your hair. Might you be inclined to share lunch with me? Ron feigned gagging. Malfoy, you're truly disgusting. How dare you let anyone see this? If I were you, I would be hiding in my father's arms, weeping. With that, he disdainfully crumpled the note and stuffed it into his pocket. Laughter erupted throughout the hall. Even Goyle, who was busy grappling with Crabbe for the last pudding, could not suppress a chuckle, though Draco swiftly dealt him a sharp blow. Nonsense, Weasley, that is not what I wrote. Draco sprang to his feet in a furious frenzy, attempting to reclaim the note Ron had snatched away. Draco's temper flared amidst the laughter, but his greatest fear was that Lamya would misunderstand him as they did, which he dreaded above all. Ron, anticipating Draco's reaction, deftly sidestepped, leaving Draco to lunge at empty air, incensed as he pursued Ron, who toyed with him like a jester, tossing the note to Harry, both of them teasing Draco. Lamya, however, harbored doubts about Ron's rendition, convinced that at least half of it was fabricated, with the sole truth being the lunch invitation. Sighing, She resolved that debts must be repaid. Draco, all right. I believe you. Chapter 75. The storm approaches. 1. Lamya rose from her seat and stepped between the three. Harry, you've gone too far. She pulled Draco away from the duo, noting the redness in his eyes, a picture of someone wronged yet silently enduring. It's my fault. I knew you would believe me, Draco said, diving into Lamya's embrace, making a face at Harry when she couldn't see. I didn't expect them to gang up on me like this. I thought Gryffindors wouldn't stoop to such behavior. Lamya, though taken aback by Draco's swift change, recalling the angry letters he had sent her, had assumed they were embroiled in a silent feud. Yet, now they had seamlessly brushed the matter aside as though it had never occurred. Gently patting Draco's back, she reassured him, it's all right. I'm with you. Let us go? Lamya and Draco returned to his seat side by side, while Goyle, under Draco's steely gaze, had no choice but to clear the way. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, forgotten, remained rooted in place. I told you, that tactic is terrible. Now look, Lamya is angry with me. Harry lamented as he shuffled back to his seat. Oh, what is the big deal? If Lamya knew what Draco had done, she would surely understand. She is no ordinary Slytherin. Ron had faith in Lamya's character, as she was the only Slytherin who had ever comforted him, even neglecting her dinner, which stirred such gratitude in Ron that he nearly offered to bring her food, had Hermione not stopped him. Really? Harry's skeptical gaze displeased Ron, who, while pulling Harry along, loudly declared, absolutely. You've known Lamya long enough. She'll be on our side. The two approached Lamya, who was engaged in conversation with Draco, jostling each other without a word. What is the matter? Lamya finally broke the silence, unable to withstand their scrutiny. Lamya, there is a reason for our actions. This morning, Draco took our practice field. We arrived first, Ron finally blurted out. Wesley loves to lie. Professor Snape signed off for us to practice in the morning. Yet in your mouth, it becomes us stealing your field? Am I so uninformed that I didn't realize Wesley had become so wealthy, able to purchase the Quidditch pitch? I thought your family spent all its money on bread, Draco scoffed, his fork scraping against the plate with an abrasive sound. You're just making excuses, Malfoy, Ron retorted, infuriated and at a loss for words. Produce evidence, little baby Weasley. Draco laughed, emboldened, as if Lamya's presence granted him license to act without restraint. Ultimately, Harry and Ron left in disappointment, as Lamya did not defend them as they had hoped. Rather, she regarded the matter as trivial, as though they were merely causing a ruckus. I told you, Lamya wouldn't help us, Harry sulked, now resigned to the fact that he had lost her favor. It's all Draco's fault. It must be because of him. And me, I didn't articulate the key point. I didn't mention that Draco mocked our brooms. Ron stomped his foot in frustration, clearly exasperated that Lamya still did not comprehend the necessity of another visit. All right, Ron, Harry remarked, Lamya won't assist us, after all. She is a Slytherin. This statement struck Ron like a blow, extinguishing his spirited resolve in an instant. I thought she would be different. In truth, Lamya had gleaned the situation from Ron's words. It was merely that Draco had recently joined the Slytherin Quidditch team, resulting in a conflict between the two teams on the field. Although she understood, there was little she could do to aid either side. It was not her concern, but rather that of the heads of the two houses. Thus, when Ron and Harry turned to leave, Lamya made no effort to stop them. Knowing full well that the outcome would remain unchanged, the two houses would not reconcile due to her intervention, and after all, she was still a Slytherin. Upon exiting the Great Hall, Lamya encountered Hermione and her companions along the corridor. They were pressed against the wall, with Harry's face etched in terror, incessantly inquiring about something. Lamya approached. What are you doing, Hermione? She did not glance at Harry or Ron, but instead moved closer to Hermione, aligning herself against the wall. As Lamya approached, Ron let out a loud huff and turned away, while Harry, feeling awkward, attempted to say something but was restrained by Ron. In that moment, the atmosphere grew strained. Hermione, having already had her lunch and not present in the hall earlier, was perplexed by Ron and Harry's behavior. It's nothing, Lamya. Harry just heard a strange noise. But Ron and I didn't hear anything, Hermione replied. Lamya remained indifferent to Harry and Ron's opinions. Their anger was of no consequence to her. It was impossible to please everyone, and those who harbored discontent could simply be left to their own devices. I didn't hear anything either. Lamya listened for a moment, noting only the whispering wind and Hermione's breath beside her. Perhaps Harry misheard. Hermione lifted her head, brushing off the dust clinging to her clothes and casually helping Lamya do the same. I did not mishear. The sound was right here, Harry exclaimed, shaking off Ron's grip and gesturing along the wall with his fingertips. It spoke of murder, of tearing apart, truly terrifying matters. Harry glanced anxiously at the group. Do not worry. Harry, you must simply be sleep-deprived, Hermione comforted. Oh dear, we're going to be late for class. It's Professor Sprout's herbology lesson. We must hurry. Hermione suddenly glanced at the time, her urgency palpable. The four quickly raced toward the classroom, fortuitously arriving just as the bell rang. Professor Sprout stood behind a table in the center of the greenhouse, upon which lay 20 or so pairs of ear muffs in various colors. As Lamya settled next to Hermione, Professor Sprout kindly announced, "Today, we shall be repotting mandrakes. Now, who can tell me what characteristics mandrakes possess?" Hermione swiftly answered, earning 10 points for Gryffindor, while Ron shot a smug glance at Draco, as if claiming the points for himself. "All right, now let us begin today's lesson, students. Pay close attention. These mandrakes are still quite young, yet their cries are far more potent than their size would suggest." Professor Sprout's face sparkled with enthusiasm. She pointed to a row of deep-bottomed pots. "Come and take a look, and follow my instructions carefully to protect your ears." Everyone leaned in, eager to see more clearly. Approximately 100 greenish-purple seedlings were lined up. Lamya saw nothing unusual. They appeared to be mere grass, lacking any semblance of magic. She was entirely unaware of what Professor Sprout meant by the cries of the mandrakes. "Everyone, take a pair of ear muffs," Professor Sprout instructed. A scramble ensued, as no one wished to end up with a pair of pink, fuzzy ear muffs. Draco, clearly eager to see Ron humiliated, joined forces with Crabbe to shove Ron aside as he attempted to reach for a pair. "Hey, Malfoy, you scoundrel!" Ron fell to the ground in a heap, quickly scrambling to rejoin the throng of boys. Ultimately, Ron only managed to squeeze in once the crowd dispersed, but all that remained was an ostentatious pair of pink, fuzzy ear muffs. Disgusted, he grimaced. "Which girl wants to trade with me?" He held the ear muffs aloft, his voice echoing throughout the classroom. Yet the girls had all secured their preferred colors, and none responded to Ron. "Come now. Dear, what is wrong with pink? Why not try them on? They might yield fortuitous results." Professor Sprout chuckled as she approached Ron, cradling a pod of mandrake seedlings, ensuring each student donned their ear muffs. "Children, we are about to begin." The students remained silent, having lost the ability to hear Professor Sprout's voice, indicating the efficacy of the ear muffs she had prepared. Once situated in the center, Professor Sprout gestured for their attention and then swiftly yanked a seedling from its pod, quickly transferring it to another container. Her movements were so brisk that the mandrake, just awakening to wail, promptly fell back into slumber. Despite this, Lamya felt a wave of sound wash over her, reverberating in her ears, leaving her feeling dizzy. She turned to see her peers in a similar state, especially Ron, who had delayed in putting on his ear muffs and was now clutching his ears in agony. "It hurts terribly, Professor. I won't go deaf, will I?" Ron grimaced, regretting his delay in donning the ear muffs. He should have disregarded the pink color. Now it was too late for regrets. Draco laughed heartily, seemingly oblivious to his own dizziness. "Look at Weasley. He looks like a pink pig. Ha ha ha. It suits you perfectly. Weasley, you should adopt pink as your emblem." Draco clutched his belly in mirth. Embarrassed, Ron tossed the ear muffs aside and shrank behind Harry, for the first time begrudgingly agreeing with Draco's mockery. "Ron, you cannot do this. You do not resemble a pig at all. Put them on. We still have to repot the mandrakes," Hermione admonished seriously, retrieving the ear muffs and placing them back in Ron's hands. She wore a pair of pink ear muffs as well, though in a lighter shade. With great reluctance, Ron flung the ear muffs even further away. "I refuse to wear this. I would rather go deaf." His voice was rather loud, causing Lamya to frown and cover her ears. Lamya wore light blue ear muffs, which Draco had snatched for her first. Theirs were nearly identical. Compared to Ron, Harry fared little better, sporting a pair of ghastly fluorescent green ear muffs that made him appear decidedly sickly. "Shall we swap?" Harry suggested cautiously, simultaneously removing his ear muffs. "I do not wish to." Ron barely understood Harry's words, but his intent was clear. He nearly placed the green ear muffs on Ron's head, causing Ron to recoil in terror. The only reason Draco had ceased to mock Harry was that he had just argued with him. He was presently too vexed with Harry to remember him, and he could only imagine the ridicule that would ensue should he don Harry's ear muffs. Professor Sprout was just about to rise and bring an end to this ludicrous farce when a golden-haired, blue-eyed head appeared outside the classroom, cheerfully greeting her. "Excuse me." Lockhart chuckled, revealing his pristine, pearly teeth, as he presumptuously inquired, "Might you step outside for a moment, Miss Sprout?" He assumed a familiar demeanor. "Children, please form small groups and attempt to transplant the mandrake seedlings into another pot. I shall return shortly." Sprout's expression soured. She seemed quite displeased with Lockhart, her previous cheerfulness evaporating. Yet perhaps out of courtesy, she organized her students and stepped outside. "Hurry up, Ron. We have more tasks ahead," Hermione urged, perplexed by Ron's antics and pressing him for urgency. "I'm not wearing it. You needn't concern yourselves with me," Ron replied dismissively, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "Stop fussing. I'll lend you mine," Lamya offered, removing her earmuffs and extending them to Ron. Draco, witnessing this exchange, felt a surge of irritation. These earmuffs were a gift from him to Lamya, and he resented Ron's audacity. "No, those are for Lamya. Weasley doesn't have the capacity to wear them," Draco asserted, snatching back the earmuffs and firmly placing them back on Lamya's ears. "Don't be upset, Draco," Lamya gently chided, brushing her fingers against his flushed face as she removed the earmuffs once more. "Why not swap, Ron?" The pale blue earmuffs appeared even larger in her delicate hands. Ron hesitated, glancing at Hermione, then silently walked over to his own pink earmuffs, dusting them off before placing them in Lamya's palm. "Now they're clean." "Thank you, Lamya." Ron felt a swell of gratitude, beginning to regard Lamya as the finest Slytherin. Just as Lamya was about to put on Ron's earmuffs, Draco snatched them away. "You can't touch Weasley's things. What if you contaminate your ears? I wouldn't be able to save you." He yanked off his own earmuffs and placed them on Lamya's head. The deeper blue earmuffs still bore the warmth of the platinum air. Feeling somewhat too warm against Lamia's ears, yet she had no intention of changing them. They would suffice as they were. Ron had hoped to see his earmuffs adorning Lamia's ears, curious about how they would look on her, certainly not as ridiculous as they did on him. However, Draco's intervention resulted in the pink earmuffs ending up on Goyle's head, who was utterly indifferent. He cared far more about what they would have for lunch and what delicious treats Draco might bring him than any mockery. In the end, Ron did not wear Lamia's earmuffs, which had been seized by Draco and donned by him instead. Nevertheless, Ron finally rid himself of the pink, opting for Goyle's black earmuffs. Everyone present seemed satisfied, except for Harry. Chapter 77, The Storm Approaches, 3. Harry too wished to wear Lamia's earmuffs. Yet he lacked the courage to voice his desire. He certainly did not want Lamya to don his green earmuffs. Although she would not mind, he would. At last, this farce came to an end. Lamya sighed, ensuring everyone was properly equipped with earmuffs before commencing the task. She promptly grasped a mandrake seedling and, mimicking Professor Sprout, placed it into another pot. Yet, something went awry. Instead of crying, the mandrake trembled incessantly. Confounded, Lamya hesitated before pulling the mandrake out again, only to see the creature, with its two eyes, staring back at her in fear, emitting a whimpering sound. Though it cried, it bore no resemblance to the demonstration by Professor Sprout. Lamya glared at it, expecting that if it feared her, it would surely cry louder. To her astonishment, the mandrake merely shut its mouth, shedding large tears in silence. Lamya was utterly perplexed. She was alone in her group, with no one to consult. Observing others, she noticed even the clumsy Seamus had successfully transplanted his mandrake, which cried out boisterously, while hers lay silent as the grave. Left with no choice, Lamya returned the mandrake to its pot, covering it with soil, intending to inquire about her predicament once Professor Sprout returned. Just then, voices from outside escalated, and Professor Sprout's furious tone pierced through, audible to all. The students had nearly completed their tasks and had begun removing their earmuffs. "I cannot abide this, Mr. Lockhart. Understand that you are a professor, not some muggle celebrity." Professor Sprout, visibly irate, swept back into the classroom. "How are we doing, children?" She suppressed her disdain for Lockhart, forcing a smile. "Wow, everyone did remarkably well. Especially Miss Nocturne S. There's not a sound to be heard." Professor Sprout surveyed the classroom, pausing in front of Lamya, who lay prostrate over her pot, utterly silent. While other students, regardless of their speed, still had intermittent cries emanating from their mandrakes, Lamya's remained completely mute. "Slytherin receives 10 points, Professor Sprout proclaimed, lifting Lamya's pot into the air, signaling for everyone to come and learn from it. Lamya stood to the side, her question about whether her mandrake was dead stuck in her throat. Professor Sprout's exuberance left no room for her to speak. But if even the knowledgeable professor failed to notice any issues, perhaps there was none. Perhaps her mandrake was simply too introverted. Professor Sprout instructed the students to continue practicing transplantation, wandering nearby to offer guidance. Lamya attempted numerous times, yet not a single mandrake cried out. Undeterred, she approached Ron, whose mandrake was wailing the loudest. However, as she neared him, the cries ceased abruptly. Ron, believing he had simply been too swift and had not startled the mandrake, was feeling quite pleased with himself. "Look, Lamya, my mandrake isn't crying at all. I must be quite skilled," he beamed, cradling the mandrake and winking at Draco, who was observing from a distance. Yet Draco, incensed, exerted pressure, causing the mandrake to suddenly open its eyes, its piercing cries reverberating throughout the classroom, startling everyone. Even the professor, who still wore her earmuffs, rushed over to investigate. Ron laughed heartily, eager to mock Draco directly. Lamya moved to another classmate to try her luck again, discovering that whenever she approached, the mandrakes ceased their cries. No matter how forcefully she attempted to provoke them, they remained silent, even keeping their eyes tightly shut. Lamya speculated that her very presence must have frightened them. As magical beings imbued with power, Mandrakes in their seedling stage were exceptionally sensitive and would not cry out to draw attention to any potential threat. After class, Lamya was pulled towards the library by Hermione, accompanied by Harry and Ron, who insisted on tagging along, particularly Ron, who had no intention of studying yet was determined to follow. Halfway there, Harry, who had been chatting jovially, suddenly doubled over, clutching his ears in pain. Sinking to the ground. It's happening again. It's back. Harry's face blanched. The raspy voice occasionally echoed in his ears, utterly unpredictable, driving Harry to the brink of madness. Although Lamya and the other three heard nothing, Harry's torment was undeniably genuine, compelling them to abandon their plans for the library and escort him to the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey was busy preparing potions. Upon seeing Harry slung over Ron's back, she hurried over, concern etched across her face. What has happened? Madame Pomfrey examined Harry's body, finding everything seemingly normal, but just as she was about to express her frustration, Ron intervened. Madam, I believe Harry is experiencing a mental disturbance. He keeps hearing other voices. I suspect it is due to Malfoy's relentless targeting of him, which has cast a shadow over his mind. I suggest you inform Snape to keep a closer eye on his student. Ron spoke in one breath, nearly gasping for air. Madame Pomfrey conducted a more thorough examination of Harry, even employing her wand, yet again found nothing amiss, and in her annoyance, she shooed Ron and the others away. Lamya regarded Madame Pomfrey with a look of contemplation, feeling an unsettling familiarity with her. It nagged at her that she had encountered this woman before, though she was certain it was not during their previous visit to the infirmary. Ultimately, Harry remained on Ron's back as they decided against the library and aimed to return to the dormitory. Harry needed rest. However, as they traversed the corridor once more, Harry once again heard the voice. This time, he refrained from sharing it with Lamya and the others, pressing his hands to his ears, uncertain whether he was mishearing or if the voice was indeed real. It was profoundly distressing. Looming ahead was that defense against the dark arts class with Lockhart, who would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to make Harry's life miserable. Ron sighed, feeling sympathy for his brother. Yet, Harry was far too consumed by the voice to consider the upcoming lesson. It shadowed him relentlessly, no matter where he went. Chapter 78, Defense Against the Dark Arts, 1. It was rather astonishing that Ron, who had never been able to remember the class schedule, could clearly recite the time for defense against the dark arts. A revelation stemming from his observation of Hermione's heart-shaped circled entry on the timetable. Honestly, some people are just daydreaming. Who could possibly have affection for a blonde-haired girl who is barely half my height? Ron's jealousy was palpable, his lips curling upwards in contempt. Hermione, brushing her dry hair, retorted, "You know nothing. Lockhart is not only my idol but also our professor. His books are splendidly captivating, simply perfect. My admiration for him is my own affair. You, Ron, should refrain from projecting your frustrations onto others." With that, she rolled her eyes and distanced herself, giving his arm a sharp pinch as she passed. The sudden pain caused Ron to nearly jostle Harry off his back. "Hermione, you truly lack taste," he muttered under his breath, though Hermione did not catch his words, and he dared not repeat them. An angry girl was best left undisturbed, especially one as fervently devoted as she. After parting ways with her companions, Lamya returned to the Slytherin common room ahead of them. There was still ample time, so she felt no urgency to rush to class, particularly since she had no fondness for the greasy middle-aged man who boasted of abilities he did not possess, even managing to deceive Hermione. Lamya settled onto a sofa, closed her eyes, and began tapping her fingers rhythmically on the table. In the serene environment, the sound of her tapping echoed conspicuously. After a considerable amount of time, Lamya gradually opened her eyes, her crimson gaze fixed forward. "Are you not coming out?" The moment her voice broke the silence, the stillness of the room shattered. From the shadows behind her, a pair of exquisitely crafted leather shoes emerged, followed by the gradual reveal of a tall figure. "Nothing escapes your notice, Lamya." Theodore Knott, clad in a well-tailored suit, appeared pale, his eyes clouded with a depth of torment that suggested he had endured something harrowing. "Long time no see, my moon." The once naive boy now exuded an air of somber maturity as he approached, his presence reminding Lamya that he had transformed from the innocent child he once was into a formidable figure of the new generation of power holders. The intensity in his eyes bore a familiar expression of possession and an unmistakable hint of affection. "What brings you here, Mr. Knott?" Lamya pushed Theodore's head away, her sudden touch momentarily startling him, yet he quickly regained his composure, maintaining a respectful distance. "Let us not be so formal, Lamya. It has been ages since we last met. Do you not miss me?" Theodore's smile was gentle, yet Lamya could see through the facade. Not at all. Her tone was icy, and she spoke the truth. Had Theodore not suddenly appeared, she might have forgotten him entirely. With so many students in Slytherin, it was unreasonable to expect her to remember each one. "That is quite disheartening, considering I have been thinking of you constantly." Theodore exaggeratedly wiped away a non-existent tear, revealing just how much he had changed. Lamya glanced at the clock. I have no time for this. I must leave for class. She stood, intent on exiting. But Theodore grasped her arm, saying, Do not be in such a hurry. I too have a class. Why not accompany me? Despite the fatigue etched on his face, the joy in his eyes was genuine. Very well. Lamya raised an eyebrow. The path was not hers to regulate, and she was indifferent to Theodore's choices. Upon their arrival in the classroom, not many students had gathered yet, though Harry and his companions had arrived early, with Hermione waving enthusiastically at Lamya. After acknowledging her, Lamya found herself pulled to a seat beside Draco, with Theodore following suit. Initially displeased, Draco was about to voice his annoyance when he looked up to see it was Theodore and swiftly swallowed his words. Lamya found it amusing to witness Draco, usually so dominant among Slytherin students, humbled before Theodore. They had met before, but this was a rare sight indeed. Lamya glanced between the two, and perhaps due to the transparency of her gaze, Draco felt compelled to justify himself. It is not my doing. My father forbids me from provoking Theodore. It is said he killed his father, the late head of the Knot family. Draco scrutinized Lamya's every move, hoping to find the same fear reflected in her expression. Yet he was destined for disappointment. Lamya, somewhat intrigued by the unfolding drama, cast a serious glance at Theodore, who was now engrossed in the textbook on his desk. His brow furrowed in concentration. Lamya, you would do well to stay close to me. Otherwise, I may not be able to protect you. You must know that Theodore has gone mad. He imprisoned his father for a full month, Draco warned, pulling Lamya closer to him. I have also heard that his behavior stems from how his father treated him in childhood. There is not a single sane person in that family. His mother may very well have perished at his father's hands. Draco's expression was grave, devoid of any light-hearted gossip, casting Theodore not in a dangerously ominous light. Lamya chuckled softly, turning her gaze to Theodore's thumb, which bore the ring of the Knot family patriarch, piquing her interest. Few shared her unique perspective. As the class bell rang, Lockhart strode into the classroom and took his place at the podium, clearing his throat to signal the students to quiet down. He reached out to grasp Neville's Walking with Trolls, showcasing the cover featuring a photograph of himself winking. He pointed at his own image, also winking, am Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures, and a 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. However, I do not often boast of these accolades, for after all, the Banshees are not intimidated by my dazzling smile. They are merely entranced. After finishing, he surveyed the room, awaiting laughter from the audience. Yet only a smattering of chuckles filled the classroom. Excellent. I see that you all have procured my complete collection of works. I trust they will prove beneficial to you. Why don't we commence with a little test? Oh, do not fret. Lockhart interrupted the classroom's commotion with a clap. It is merely to gauge how much you have comprehended. My writings are not easily deciphered by the average reader. A paper was placed on each desk, and as Lamya glanced at the questions, she noted they were all about Lockhart's personal life, such as his favorite color and greatest achievements. Having never read his fabricated works, she was unable to respond to any of them. In contrast, Draco, though he had written quite a bit, seemed agitated, scratching his head, evidently revolted by the questions. Lamya, however, was not one to leave her paper blank, as that would be too conspicuous. She was not one to seek the limelight, at least not in this realm. Approximately half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers, observing the students' responses. TSK, almost no one knows that my favorite color is lavender. However, I can understand. My works require considerable time to peruse, so it is not unusual for you to be unaware at this moment. Yet, there are 2 extremes. Miss Hermione Granger knows my secret ambition is to eradicate evil from the world, as well as to market my line of haircare products. Good girl. Lockhart nodded appreciatively, flipping over the paper, noting that Hermione was the only student to achieve a perfect score, and the other, Miss Lamya Nocturne, has not answered a single question correctly. I must express my regret. Would you 2 please stand? Lockhart, standing at the podium, craned his neck. Lamya stood up fearlessly. Though she had answered none correctly, she had written something for each. It is you 2. Oh, you must be Miss Hermione Granger, the model student, Lockhart remarked, casting a glance at the impassive Lamya, while Hermione's face flushed crimson. The classroom erupted in laughter, and Lockhart soon realized his blunder. Evidently not. You must be the one who has not perused the textbook, Miss Lamya Nocturne. See, such arrogance. Lockhart abruptly changed the subject, disregarding Lamya as he praised Hermione's paper. Lamya, unwilling to simply stand idly, felt no fear. What could Lockhart possibly do to her? Well done, Gryffindor, 10 points. Lockhart was quite pleased with his exchange with Hermione, basking in the adulation. Now let us proceed to the next phase. Lockhart returned to the podium. bending down to retrieve a large cage draped with a cover from behind the desk. Now be cautious. My task is to teach you to defend against the most malevolent creatures known in the wizarding world. You will confront the most terrifying entities within this classroom. But remember, as long as I am here, you will not be harmed. I merely ask that you remain calm. Lamya looked over, anticipating something dreadful to emerge. Chapter 79, Defense Against the Dark Arts, 2. Lamya believed she was prepared, though it was evident her preparation was insufficient. I ask that you refrain from making any noise, as this will undoubtedly provoke them. Lockhart cautiously lifted the black cloth from the cage. The entire class held their breath, with Seamus staring intently at the cage, already prepared to flee at a moment's notice. All right, here they are, recently captured Cornish pixies. His exaggerated expression was far more frightening than the pixies themselves. Seamus let out a sigh of relief, followed by a loud laugh that echoed throughout the room. Even Lockhart turned to look, unable to dismiss such a sound as a terrified scream. What? Do you find them unfrightening? He smiled at Seamus. No, Professor, I am simply too terrified. After all, they could very well transform into fire-breathing dragons. Of course, the likelihood of that is akin to Ron skipping his chicken leg at lunch, something I can foresee with certainty. Seamus laughed until he was breathless. Lockhart detected the mockery in Seamus's tone. Do not be so certain. They could very well take your life, he retorted, retracting his smile. The pixies, with their blue-green skin and pointed faces, emitted sharp, piercing shrieks, akin to a cacophony of arguing budgerigars. Once the black cloth was removed, they began to chatter, bouncing about, shaking the cage, and making all manner of peculiar faces at those nearby. All right, now let us see how you deal with them. Lockhart deliberately opened the cage door facing Seamus's direction. The pixies surged out from the narrow opening, flitting about chaotically like balloons released from a tether. Neville, seated in the front row, was yanked into the air by several pixies, hanging from the chandelier, the poor child crying out for help, too frightened to move. Help me, Professor. Neville clung to the chandelier, his round face contorted in distress. Wait, my child, I shall assist. Lockhart exclaimed, drawing his wand. Come now, gather them together. Do not be afraid. They are merely pixies. Come here. Lockhart shouted, rolling up his sleeves and waving his wand, declaring, Pesca pixie pesternami. Lamya crouched beneath her desk. Fully aware of the situation unfolding in the classroom, she did not believe Lockhart's spell would have any effect. As anticipated, it proved ineffective. Moreover, one pixie, cackling, seized Lockhart's wand and flung it out the window. Lockhart gasped and ducked beneath the podium. He dared not venture out again, while poor Neville, precariously dangling, ultimately succumbed to gravity, plummeting from the air and nearly landing atop Lockhart's head. Lamya shook her head. Indeed, villains often seem to survive until the end. She stood up from beneath the desk, her fingertips crackling with magic, striking the chandelier that had nearly fallen on Lockhart, unexpectedly causing it not only to miss him, but also to knock out several surrounding pixies. What a good child. The professor knew you had talent. Lockhart, witnessing Lamya's actions from below, mistakenly believed she was protecting herself and exclaimed with gratitude. Lamya was at a loss for words. How could she have known that this insufferable man would be so fortunate? Just then, the bell rang, and everyone bolted for the door, the classroom descending into chaos. Lockhart straightened up, about to rush out with the students when he spotted Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Lamya standing at the entrance, saying, I ask you four to round up the remaining ones and place them back in the cage. He rushed ahead of them into the corridor and promptly shut the door behind him. Lamya was not the least bit surprised by the professor's behavior. She prepared to stealthily move closer to the group, but her clothing snagged on something. Initially believing it to be a pixie, she was about to cast a spell when she heard Theodore's voice. It is I, Lamya, and I have not departed. It turns out that Theodore had been hiding beneath the desk all along. Lamya had not noticed him and assumed he had fled long ago, along with Draco. Following Lamya's movements, once the group successfully regrouped, they began to deliberate on their escape. Ron was incessantly berating Lockhart, expressing his disbelief that Hogwarts still employed such a professor, claiming he was even worse than Snape. Hermione initially countered that Lockhart was merely attempting to give them practical experience. However, as more house elves swarmed in, Hermione ceased her defense of Lockhart. Observing their evident helplessness, Lamya resolved to take matters into her own hands. After rummaging through her belongings for a considerable time, she finally unearthed her wand, brandishing it theatrically. In that instant, a tremendous surge of magical energy enveloped the classroom, rendering all the house elves motionless. Seizing this opportunity, they made their escape. Chapter 80, Colin. I see you still believe in him. He abandons students when problems arise and runs away. Although the issue was resolved, Ron continued to speak of Lockhart in front of Hermione, wearing a smug expression as if he had finally vindicated himself, doing so in front of everyone. This time, Hermione's reaction was rather subdued. She merely furrowed her brow, exhibiting a sense of disillusionment. Having ventured far from the classroom, Lamya did not catch a glimpse of Lockhart. Suggesting he was aware of the inappropriateness of his actions and had not shown his face, it was for the best. As they had no desire to see him and feign respect, the sky had grown overcast, indicating an impending rain. Just as they exited the castle, they encountered a very petite boy with gray hair. Lamya spotted Draco lurking not far behind the boy, and considering the direction they were headed, it was evident he had been waiting for her. The boy clutched a rather ordinary muggle camera, seemingly fixated on Harry. Lamya nudged Hermione to direct her gaze towards the boy, and Hermione understood, nudging Harry's shoulder. Upon noticing Harry's attention, the boy's face turned a vivid shade of red. Yet he timidly stepped forward, drawing closer to the group, his breath quickening. "Hello, Harry, I am Colin Creevey," he stammered, swallowing hard. "May I take your photograph?" You see, I'm also a Gryffindor. You know, I just arrived this year. I mean, I want to share your photos indiscriminately." Colin expressed his request in a flurry of words. Harry appeared bewildered, turning to exchange puzzled glances with Hermione and the others, none of whom quite comprehended the situation. "This way, I can prove I met you," Colin said eagerly, his eyes gleaming, stepping closer. "I know everything about you. Since my very first day, everyone has told me how you escaped from Voldemort. Do you still have that scar on your forehead?" Colin raised his camera, ready to capture the moment. However, Harry flinched, as he was not fond of flash photography. "My dad is a milkman. He doesn't believe I've actually learned magic. I'm planning to take photos of everything I see and send them to him. If I use the revealing potion, he'll surely believe it," Colin implored, looking at Harry with hopeful eyes. "All right then, but please don't inconvenience my friends," Harry replied hesitantly, as Colin's reasoning left him unable to refuse. After excitedly pressing the shutter, Colin observed the result for a moment but remained unsatisfied, hesitatingly glancing at Lamya multiple times. "Miss, could you please stand next to Harry? I want to capture a picture of both of you. I've even told my dad your story." Colin seemed embarrassed, having just promised Harry he wouldn't trouble his friends. Lamya smiled, her expression akin to a gentle breeze on a summer night, soft, yet carrying a hint of coolness. Colin expected her to agree, and even Hermione stepped aside, preparing to take the shot, but he soon realized Lamya was standing quite far away. "I'm sorry. I don't like having my picture taken," Lamya replied coolly, unwilling to invite trouble for herself. Colin's disappointment was palpable. He thought he had inadvertently offended her. While Harry's anticipation began to fade, believing Lamya was reluctant to associate with him and thus refused the photo. In truth, Harry's assumption was not entirely misplaced. Lamya wished to avoid the risk, although Colin had assured her he would not leak the photographs. She feared the day her image alongside Harry would grace the pages of a publication. The potential for unwanted attention was daunting, particularly considering Ginny's infatuation with Harry. If she were to see the photo, the Weasley family would undoubtedly pester her incessantly. The thought of the Weasley twins, whom she had been avoiding recently, caused her a headache. Casting a glance at Draco, who remained nearby, Lamya contemplated changing direction. After all, Hogwarts was a labyrinthine place, and there were surely multiple routes to the dormitory. She whispered a few words to Hermione, who nodded slightly, and Lamya prepared to head in another direction. However, Harry, perplexed, gestured to stop her. "I want to take a picture with you." His eyes glistened, betraying that he had pondered this for quite some time before speaking. "No, Harry. I told you I don't like having my picture taken," Lamya said, sidestepping behind his arm, ready to depart. "Why not?" Harry asked, confused. He felt he was not perfect, but certainly good enough. Why was Lamya so unwilling to take a step closer? "I've said enough," Lamya replied, her tone slightly irritable. Harry was taken aback, never expecting Lamya would become upset over such a trivial matter. Meanwhile, Hermione sensed the tension and rushed over to mediate. "Harry, Lamya doesn't want to take a picture, so please don't pressure her. Ron and I can take one with you. And Colin still wants to take a picture with you." Hermione reassured Harry. "It's not like that. Lamya doesn't want to take a picture. She just doesn't want to get too close to me." Harry wiped his eyes, and Hermione quickly blinked at Lamya, urging her to speak, as Harry appeared quite dejected. Lamya sighed. "Harry, I don't mean to refuse to take a picture with you. Never mind, I'll take one with you." She returned to Harry's side. Lamya planned to wait until Harry and the others had left to stealthily delete her photo from Colin's camera. It was the only way to ensure her escape today. Harry looked at Lamya in surprise, quickly adjusting his clothing, while Ron rolled his eyes in disbelief. Colin, camera in hand, waited for both to be ready before he pressed the shutter. "Come and see, the photo is ready." The group gathered around, and Hermione pulled Lamya closer. In the picture, she and Harry stood shoulder to shoulder, Harry beaming happily as he glanced at Lamya, though they chose to overlook the redness around his eyes. Lamya, with only a gentle smile, appeared soft and ethereal in the evening light with her silvery hair. In short, the photograph delighted everyone, particularly Harry, who immediately paid Colin, requesting 100 copies for himself. Lamya finally had the opportunity to depart. After exchanging brief farewells with a few individuals, she ventured in another direction. As she passed through a grove of trees, a pair of hands suddenly encircled her from behind, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Lamya's expression betrayed no hint of alarm. She had sensed his presence long before. "Why aren't you afraid? I have always been aware of your presence, Theodore." Raising her gaze, she was met by Theodore's dark, cropped hair and his profound, enigmatic eyes. Noticing her acknowledgement, Theodore chuckled lightly. "You are quite astute. Knowing it is me, why did you not evade?" His fingers wandered mischievously along Lamya's waist, eliciting an involuntary shiver. "Evade? You are remarkably formidable." With agility, Lamya extricated herself from his grasp, feeling the surge of magic that emanated from Theodore. It had been feeble before, but now, she was confident that no combination of students from Hogwarts could rival him. This aura was familiar to her, akin to Tom's. It was the kind of power that arose only from the infliction of great harm through dark magic. It seemed that Theodore's command over such forces was no less potent than that of the Tom she had known. "You are clever, Lamya," Theodore remarked, his smile fading. "However, your recent actions were rather unwise, and I find them displeasing." Lamya understood he was referring to her earlier moment with Harry. "That is my affair, it concerns you not," she replied coldly. Although she could not overpower Theodore, escaping from him was an endeavor she could accomplish with ease. "Is that so?" Theodore's demeanor grew momentarily icy. But it was fleeting, as he soon resumed his smile. "Yet, I would feel quite disheartened, Lamya, unless—" He hesitated, casting a mischievous glance toward the spot where the others had stood. "Unless what?" Lamya inquired. "Unless you would be willing to take a photograph with me." Theodore produced a camera seemingly out of thin air, far more sophisticated than Colin's, hovering effortlessly in midair. "Let us commence." Without waiting for Lamya's consent, Theodore stepped forward, wrapping one arm around her waist while grasping her hand with the other. Lamya stared at him in astonishment as their eyes locked. At that moment, the camera emitted a soft click, returning to Theodore's hand with a photograph of the two of them gazing deeply into each other's eyes. Satisfied, Theodore examined the image repeatedly. Lamya frowned at the sight, seizing the opportunity while he was preoccupied to slip away unnoticed. Theodore caught a glimpse of her departure out of the corner of his eye. He noticed but remained unfazed, for he had ample time to pursue her in the future. Chapter 81. An uninvited guest. Lamya did not halt until she reached her room, where she seated herself on the edge of the bed, before collapsing onto it. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming fatigue and weakness whenever she was within these four walls. Upon lying down, she discovered a hard object nestled within the covers. Upon inspection, it turned out to be the diary, still shrouded in darkness with no distinguishing features. Lamya tossed the diary onto the table, perplexed as she did not recall placing it beneath the covers. It had been on the table when she departed earlier that morning. However, she did not dwell on it for long, as exhaustion soon claimed her, and just as she was on the verge of slumber, an itch in her nose compelled her to sneeze, only to be met with the sound of a man's laughter. Startled, Lamya sprang upright, pacing around her room but finding nothing amiss. As she settled back onto her bed, the laughter echoed again, identical to the first. The familiarity of it gnawed at her. Yet there was no trace of anyone else's presence in the room. Who was there? Lamya furrowed her brows, shifting positions repeatedly, but received no response. As she stepped back, she unexpectedly collided with something, quickly turning to find only her desk. Confounded, she thought the sensation had felt less like a desk and more akin to a warm, soft hand. Continuing to retreat, she pressed herself against the corner of the room. She could not simply leave, for there were many secrets hidden within these walls, and she needed to apprehend the intruder. But as she leaned against the wall, something felt amiss. The warmth radiating from both walls was far too excessive, almost as if they were alive. Turning to inspect, she realized she was still a considerable distance from the walls, yet when she reached out, her hands confirmed the presence of two solid barriers. As she explored the left wall, which appeared transparent and towered above her, she could not discern its top. At that moment, she was suddenly pushed forcefully from behind, causing her to lurch forward. In a panic, she closed her eyes. Yet instead of crashing to the ground, she found herself cradled in a warm embrace. Gradually opening her eyes, she beheld Fred, who was smiling broadly, with George beside him, both of them in high spirits. "Oh no, the invisibility potion has worn off." Fred glanced down, locking eyes with Lamya and grinning mischievously. "It's my turn now." For the first time, George did not echo Fred's sentiment. Instead, he pulled the dazed Lamya from Fred's arms and embraced her himself, exclaiming, "Just as I imagined, the little snake smells delightful." Fred, feeling the softness vanish from his embrace, momentarily looked disappointed before joining George. Lamya quickly regained her composure and pushed George away, who gazed at her with a mournful expression but did not attempt to hold her again. How did you get in here? Lamya queried, bewildered. She had set up wards outside her room, allowing only her passage. How had these two managed to breach her defenses? We waited for you for quite some time. We were thrilled when you finally returned. One of them explained. Lamya's head throbbed from the noise. We were outside, waiting for you. Thankfully, we had a few extra invisibility potions prepared, or we wouldn't have been able to enter. Fred expressed, relieved. Why did you feel the need to invade my room? Lamya asked. Is it not because you constantly avoid us? Fred feigned wiping away tears. We did not intend any harm. We merely wished to talk, but you fell asleep, leaving us no option but to wake you. Then why the tricks? There was no trickery involved. I even assisted you when you nearly collided with your desk, George interjected. Lamya rubbed her temples, knowing they were not being truthful. She was not naive enough to believe she had not been pranked. Otherwise, she would not have been pushed. Very well, what is it that you seek from me? Lamya sighed in resignation. Fred and George fell silent, an unusual shift from their earlier banter. They exchanged glances. And in the next moment, George sliced his palm, crimson blood oozing from the wound. Lamya gasped in shock. How could they know? She had been exceedingly cautious, hunting only in the dead of night and relying solely on familiar faces such as Harry and Draco. George advanced slowly, the overwhelming scent of blood inciting a growing frenzy within Lamya. Chapter 82. A Night of Surprises. How did you know? Lamya's pupils dilated, a strange slant forming as she retreated, desperately repressing the primal urge surging within her. George chuckled lightly at the gaze Fred cast towards him. That's not something you can divulge, little snake. You're far too cunning. If you were to learn of it, who knows how guarded we would become. Indeed, George. Lamya felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The metallic scent of blood had permeated the entire room. Yet, as a pure-blooded vampire, she retained a modicum of resistance. Had it been any other kin, they would have likely been rendered to mere remnants by now. Suppressing her discomfort, Lamya closed her eyes momentarily. She had to exercise restraint. Otherwise, this primal instinct would become a leverage for others to control her, transforming her into an unmitigated monster devoid of consciousness, driven solely by an insatiable thirst for blood. Upon reopening her eyes, she discovered Fred had somehow materialized behind her. Little snake, you seem to be in agony. Why endure it? Fred wrapped his arms around her waist, exhaling warm breath against her neck. Not far off, George watched Fred and the resisting Lamya with a forlorn expression. Fred, you're being shameless. This should be my moment. Lamya, doesn't he appreciate your antics? He stepped forward, closing the distance between the three. Brother, this is seizing the right moment. Thank you for your sacrifice. Lamya and I will find happiness together. Fred's sinister laughter echoed in George's ears, nearly prompting him to stomp a hole in the floor. Lamya's vision blurred as she beheld a wave of crimson drawing closer. She was on the verge of losing control. Such a test was arduous for any normal vampire, akin to placing a roasted chicken before someone starving. To refrain from indulging would be to defy the natural laws of survival. George evidently sensed Lamya's heightened excitement. He chose to make a decisive move, slicing his palms open. Fred, don't celebrate too soon. Just watch. A deluge of sanguinescence surged towards Lamya, finally overwhelming her ability to maintain consciousness, and driven solely by instinct, she lunged at George. TSK. Fred struggled to restrain her, casting an irritated glare at the smug George. Fine, let us do this together. Who would join you? You initiated this game. Now accept the consequences. George's lips began to pale. Yet he resisted allowing the wounds on his palms to heal, large splotches of red staining the pristine white carpet of Lamya's room, casting an eerie crimson glow throughout. Lamya appeared to be in distress, prompting Fred to sigh as he placed his palm near her mouth. Lamya, drink my blood. You must take responsibility. According to Fred's conjecture, Lamya would succumb to her urges and pounce on him, pinning him to the bed. Yet, Lamya didn't even glance at the offered hand. Her gaze fixated on George, perceiving him as an obstacle in her hunt. Fred withdrew his hand in disappointment. He had prepared himself for this moment. Although he had witnessed Lamya feed before, where Harry had shown no signs of pain, relishing the experience, this was his first time, and it was understandable that he felt lost. However, Lamya could not simply disregard him. Fred sorrowfully embraced Lamya's slender waist. What do I lack compared to George? We look alike, after all. In truth, this could hardly be blamed on Lamya. She had detected the scent of blood. Food was not only within reach, but required no effort to procure, making it an obvious choice. As for Fred, she sensed his presence too, a prime source of sustenance. Yet it paled in comparison to the potent and direct aroma emanating from George. George slowly approached, extending his hand towards Lamya's mouth, before he could fully close the distance. Lamya's soft, cool tongue flicked out, and in that instant, George stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. His gaze locked onto Lamya as she licked his palm in Fred's embrace. Fred was equally astonished. He and George had only witnessed this from afar. But seeing it up close ignited a powerful impulse within him, leaving him consumed by a singular thought. He yearned to understand that sensation. Resolute, Fred sliced his palm open, smearing the blood across his neck. George's wound had nearly dried, and he collapsed to the ground from blood loss. At that moment, the potent aroma released by Fred struck Lamya like a more ferocious poison, rendering her utterly defenseless, especially after having tasted the flavor. Fred finally succeeded in drawing Lamya willingly into his embrace, enduring the tingling sensation on his neck, a feeling he found difficult to articulate. It was as if he were on the verge of floating away. Fred, not again. George awoke to this scene, scrambling to his feet, grasping Fred's arm in an attempt to separate the two. George, we can share her too. Fred opened his eyes, a glimmer of moisture in his gaze making him appear quite different from usual. He winked at the irate George, who quickly comprehended. Is that truly feasible? What if Lamya becomes ill? We've never seen her with two at once. George pondered, hesitating. She won tea. George, Lamya is remarkable. Perhaps we both won tea suffice. Fred's complexion was visibly pale, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Tomorrow, when she awakens, we must keep a close watch. We cannot allow this slippery snake to escape again. Fred and George positioned themselves closely around Lamya, the three nearly devoid of space between them. Once Lamya lost consciousness, she slipped into a deep slumber, during which she would entirely lose control of her body. However, this slumber differed from ordinary sleep. It did not usher her into dreams, but rather resembled a brief death, with the distinction that her physical form remained alive. Upon regaining consciousness, Lamya felt an overwhelming surge of strength, yet her body remained immobile, ensnared by a pair of searing hands. She opened her eyes to find Fred's face nearly pressed against hers, and as her gaze lowered, she beheld a firm, pale chest. Fred was without clothing. Before Lamya could fully comprehend the surprise, she sensed a fuzzy, red head at her shoulder, George's head. For the first time, Lamya felt a surge of panic. Perhaps her sudden, deepened breaths disturbed the two, for Fred was the first to awaken. As he slowly opened his eyes, upon seeing Lamya, he pressed his lips against hers. Good morning, little snake. Meanwhile, though George remained silent, his hands were far from idle, roaming over Lamya's smooth skin. What has transpired? Lamya was deeply shaken. She had never realized her self-control was so feeble. She should have expelled them upon discovering their presence. Now, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret, already foreseeing the torment the twins would inflict upon her. George, you tell her. I can't face her. Fred feigned a struggle, burying his head in Lamya's hair. Alas, we are innocent. If this gets out, how will we ever find girlfriends? Finally relenting, George withdrew his hands, covering his eyes as if he were weeping profusely. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Lamya's expression through the gaps in his fingers. This time, Lamya was genuinely ensnared. She wished to punch herself for being so easily captured by these two mischievous rascals. With a sigh, she inquired, what do you wish to do? I need to think it over. She withdrew her hand from Fred's palm, raking her fingers through her tousled hair, her mood mirroring the disarray of her locks. An intricate tangle. Upon hearing her words, Fred and George ceased their pretense, swiftly exchanging glances that revealed their shared understanding. Then you shall be our girlfriend from now on. Surely, that is acceptable, given the predicament you've placed us in. Fred coughed lightly, a mischievous glint in his eye. George nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, otherwise. We shall persistently cling to you, and ensure that everyone is made aware of this situation. Just a girlfriend? Lamya had anticipated more outrageous propositions from them, such as pilfering Snape's potions or igniting fireworks in the Slytherin common room, or at the very least, becoming their devoted followers. Merely our girlfriend. Note that it is both of us. Favoritism towards either is out of the question, regardless of how much you may fancy me, Fred remarked with a grin. Very well, I accept your terms, Lamya replied, her nonchalant demeanor leaving the two boys somewhat incredulous. They had expected to exert considerable effort to win her over, perhaps employing the melodramatic tactics of tears and tantrums as often depicted in storybooks. Yet, with Lamya, it seemed remarkably straightforward. The two red-haired youths contemplated for a moment and, almost in unison, raised their gazes, realizing the singular reason for her ease. Lamya must have harbored feelings for them all along, unbeknownst to them. Had Lamya been aware of their thoughts, she would have merely dismissed them as fanciful. In her kind, her kindred spirits could only have one lifelong partner, yet beyond that, they were permitted to have countless lovers. To Lamya, they were simply her lovers, a relationship devoid of any pressure. After finally persuading the two to leave, Lamya reclined on her bed, taking a moment to rest before changing her clothes to attend class. Once the door clicked shut, the diary in the corner illuminated once more. revealing Tom's figure with increasing clarity.